Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Became the Wolf-Born Wizard of the Enchanted Wilds. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione. Uncensored spicy version, link in description.
Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. The rain had finally slowed to a cold drizzle when the small figure staggered into the heart of the forest, the heavy thick ked of autumn leaves muffling every footstep. It was late in the afternoon of October 30, 1988, and the dying light of day spilled through the canopy in fractured beams. This boy, Harry Potter, was barely 8 years old, yet his appearance suggested a fragile 4-year-old. He wore tattered rags that barely covered his pallid skin. Every rib seemed etched clearly under the surface, every limb more twig than flesh. There was a subtle trembling in his body, as if he knew he did not belong here, and that something terribly wrong had taken place. He could still sense the sharp, self-satisfied cruelty lingering in the minds of those who had dropped him off his so-called family, the Dursleys. There was no love, no regret from them, only that muted sense of relief that he was gone, abandoned. As he stumbled through the damp undergrowth, ignoring the brambles scraping his ankles, Harry's mind was too numb for tears. In truth, Harry's entire existence had been pain and neglect for as long as he could recall. The Dursleys never gave him reason to expect compassion. He was nothing but a tool, a slave in their household, a creature to be ordered about, starved into compliance, and beaten into silence. Day after day he had worked, scrubbing floors, cooking meals, trimming hedges, all with a tiny body that should have been nurtured instead of exploited. His spirit, though remarkably still intact, had been muted beneath layers of fear. But out here, amidst the trunks of ancient oaks and the decaying scent of fungal earth, Harry's senses widened in strange ways. For the first time, the forest allowed him to listen not just with his ears, but with something deeper. He had always been able to sense emotions and intentions, like a hidden talent he could never name. Here, though, it felt stronger. He could feel the forest breathe, taste the caution and curiosity of small creatures hiding in the brush, and sense something watchful in the shadows. It both comforted and unnerved him. The daylight would soon fail, and the forest was no place for a malnourished child to wander after dark. Harry's limbs grew heavy with exhaustion. It had been hours since the Dursleys shoved him out of the car and left. He did not understand why they had chosen now. Why this place, why on this particular day? It was nearly Halloween, the air held a subtle tang of magic he did not consciously recognize. And the silence in these depths was oddly profound. Somewhere nearby, he sensed an intense presence. Not cruel, not gentle, simply watchful. It felt far more intelligent than any random beast. He stumbled again, foot catching on a gathered root. As he hit the leaf-littered ground, a faint whimper escaped his lips. He knew he had to get up again, to try and find shelter or at least a safe place to sleep. Yet something primal within him recognized that he was too weak to survive much longer on his own. That was when he heard the softest of movements behind him. It was not a rustle, more like a whisper of something large and graceful gliding between trees. Harry's heart quickened, a trembling anticipation settling in his chest. He wanted to run, but he knew he stood no chance. He could feel the creature's presence more strongly now. This was no timid woodland animal. It was powerful, elegant, and carried the scent of moonlight and distant stars. He turned his head slowly, afraid he would see a monster. Instead, what he saw transfixed him. A wolf, unlike any he had ever imagined. Her coat shimmered silver in the twilight, her eyes like molten gold, and she towered above him, easily the size of a small horse. She was magnificent and terrifying, a beast out of legend. Harry's breath caught in his throat. The giant wolf lowered her head, nostrils flaring as she sniffed at him. He sensed no immediate malice, though something in her stance warned that she could snap his spine in a heartbeat if she chose. Harry made no move, his heart pounding in his ears. He could feel her curiosity, a cautious maternal instinct unfurling in the evening gloom. Despite her fearful size, she moved with the serenity of a moonbeam. She leaned forward, and Harry squeezed his eyes shut, expecting pain. Instead, he felt warmth. Her breath was hot and damp on his cheek. His empathic sense told him she was puzzled and concernated, an odd tangle of emotions that reminded him faintly of how a mother might worry for a lost child. He dared to open his eyes and look again. The wolf bent down, taking a gentle hold of the scruff of his ragged shirt between her powerful jaws. Harry whimpered softly, but did not resist. He could not imagine fleeing from her. Her teeth never broke his skin, not even a scratch. Instead, she lifted him with a fluid grace, as though he weighed nothing at all. He hung in midair, his skinny limbs dangling, helpless and yet not in pain. The wolf pivoted and began padding silently through the forest. Harry felt the forest floor pass beneath him in a blur of greens and browns. He sensed hidden creatures darting aside, startled by the wolf's purposeful stride. He was so tired that he merely let it happen, as if surrendering to an inevitable fate. After some time, Harry lost all sense of direction. The forest deepened until no human trails remained, and the scent of damp moss and distant water grew stronger. It was now well into the night. The moon, round and pale, had risen above, casting silver beams that caught in the wolf's fur, making her seem like a spirit woven from starlight. Eventually, she carried him into a small clearing. At the far end, half hidden by dense thickets of bramble and fern, was the entrance to a deep yawning hole that sloped gently into darkness, lined with dry leaves and animal fur. The wolf paused at the entrance, ears pricked, and Ari felt a ripple of emotion from within the shadows. He sensed multiple presences, small and bright, like sparks of life. Then, as the wolf carefully ducked and entered the den, Harry glimpsed movement, 9 small forms huddled together, squirming with excitement and curiosity. The pups were about the size of Labrador dogs, larger than he expected but still tiny compared to their mother. Their eyes glowed like chips of precious stone in the gloom. They crowded forward, making small whimpering sounds, and Harry felt the surge of familial warmth, love, and trust flowing out of them. All of the pups were female, though Harry could not know that just yet. He just felt the subtle feminine energy in the den, a nurturing presence that calmed something in his battered soul. He had never known a kind mother's touch, never felt the comfort of siblings. Yet here he was, placed gently among these warm, furry bodies, all of them pressing close, noticing and nuzzling. The mother wolf released Har-Y and settled onto her haunches near him. Her golden eyes watched every move, the tense curl of her body prepared to intervene if any pup became too rough. But there was no hostility. The pups greeted Harry as if he were some strange, hairless littermate. It was so bizarre that he almost laughed, but he was too exhausted. He sensed their delight in discovery, their carefree acceptance of this odd newcomer. No judgment, no cruelty, just curiosity and warmth. This simple kindness was utterly foreign to Harry. Gently, the mother wolf began cleaning her pups, running her broad tongue over their fur, smoothing it down and grooming out bits of debris. Harry watched in awe. She then did the same to him, carefully rasping her tongue against his filthy clothes and trying to clean him as if he were 10 Avenue squirmed. But he knew better than to resist something that felt so soothing. For the first time in memory, someone was caring for him without anger or expectation. He nearly wept, but the tears wouldn't come. Instead, his heart contracted with a strange ache, like a void he had never realized could be filled. He curled up against the warm flank of a pup. The den smelled earthy and safe. The faint glow of moonlight trickled in through the entrance, illuminating the silhouettes of mother and children. Harry's senses drifted, lulled by their steady breathing and gentle whines. Sleep beckoned like a soft lullaby. Just before he let go of consciousness, he sensed another layer of reality settle over him, like a gossamer veil. Something within him, like a system, a hidden interface, stirred. It was as if a status screen hovered just out of sight, waiting for his recognition. But Harry was too tired, too overwhelmed. He surrendered to rest, lulled by the rhythmic sound of the wolves' breathing and the soft cradle of their warmth. Morning found Harry drowsy and still lying amidst the wolf family. It was October 31st, now Halloween day. The forest outside whispered with a rising wind. Tea carried the scent of damp leaves and distant wood smoke. The pups stirred one by one, nudging and playfully nipping at each other. Harry rubbed his eyes, feeling the grit of dried tears and dirt. He had expected to wake in the cupboard under the stairs, expected the banging on the door and Uncle Vernon's gruff voice ordering him to start chores. Instead, he felt fur and heard whimpering howls. Confusion rose within him. Was this real? He tried to sit up. He was horribly hungry, his stomach twisting painfully. He wondered if the wolves would provide him with food or if he was expected to fend for himself. He doubted he could survive on leaves and berries. But before panic took hold, the mother wolf rose and exited the den, leaving the pups behind. Harry waited nervously. He could sense the pups' emotions, mild hunger, anticipation, and absolute trust that their mother would return. He wondered if he could muster that kind of faith. Hours passed slowly. Harry huddled near the back of the den, shivering slightly from the morning chill. The pups occasionally came over to nuzzle his face or sniff at his strange hair. He had not decided what to do. He felt powerless. But now, something was different. That strange presence inside him, like a game system, began to manifest more concretely. He had no words for it, but he perceived faint nuzzlers of greenish text whenever he focused inward. If he tried to concentrate, he felt as though there was a panel labeled, "Observe," hovering in his mind. He did not know how to use it yet, nor did he fully understand what it meant. But the notion that he possessed some inner tool, some advantage, was comforting. The mother wolf returned before noon, carrying something in her jaws, a half-eaten hare. Harry's stomach lurched at the sight, torn between revulsion and hunger. The pups rushed forward, yipping excitedly. The mother tore off small pieces of raw meat and nudged them toward her offspring. Harry watched, horrified and yet entranced. He had never eaten raw meat, never considered it, but as the pups devoured their meal, he felt the mother's gaze rest on him. She regarded him curiously, almost beckoning him to partake. He shook his head slightly, terrified of offending her but unable to bring himself to eat this way. She did not force him. Instead, she nudged a portion of the hare to one side, leaving him the option. Harry hesitated, hunger gnawing at his belly. He reasoned that he might starve otherwise. With trembling hands, he took a small shred of meat and forced it down. It was repulsive at first, but then a primal part of him took over, telling him he needed nourishment. He fought the urge to gag. Once it was swallowed, he felt a slight surge of strength. The mother wolf watched, pleased he had eaten. As the day wore on, Harry tried to make sense of his new life. He had no idea what had become of the Dursleys. He did not truly care. He was free from them, even if he was now trapped by survival's demands. He tried to calm himself by picking at the dry leaves, clearing a small space in the den as if tidying up. His years of forced chores now found a new purpose in making this space a little more comfortable. The pups watched him curiously, their heads tilted, ears nuzzling at every movement. It was a strange companionship. Harry could sense no malice, only acceptance. How odd that these wolves showed him more kindness in one night than humans had in years. By dusk, Harry grew braver and crept outside the den with the pups. The mother wolf allowed it, standing guard as they romped around. Harry couldn't keep up with their vigorous play, but he enjoyed watching them tumble over each other, biting ears and tails in mock battles. The forest around them seemed peaceful. He tried to reach out with that empathic sense again, feeling the moods of birds, the tension of a fox slinking in the underbrush, the calm, watchful patience of the mother wolf. The wind rustled through the treetops, and Harry wondered if he would ever return to the human world. The idea made him anxious. Humans had been nothing but cruel. Could wolves be his family now? The night of October 31st slipped seamlessly into the early hours of November 1st. Under the full moon, the mother wolf led her pups and Harry deeper into the forest, guiding them along faint animal trails. Harry found himself surprisingly light on his feet, careful to avoid snapping twigs that might announce their presence. He did not know why he was being led here, but the mother wolf seemed to have a purpose. Beneath that pale lunar disk, Harry had the strangest sensation of magic stirring in the night air. It was an anniversary of sorts, could not recall what, but something about Halloween night thrummed with quiet power. At the edge of a small stream, the mother wolf stopped. The pups and Harry gathered around. She bent down, lapping at the fresh water. Harry followed suit, cupping his hands to drink. It was the best water he'd ever tasted, crisp and pure. The pups splashed about, delighting in the play. Overhead, an owl hooted. Harry caught the edges of its thoughts, mild curiosity and a faint disapproval at these rowdy intruders. He shivered, realizing again that his empathic abilities were heightening. The forest was alive with intention and feeling, and it seemed he could parse it better now than ever before. Slowly, Harry's body adjusted to this new way of life. The hunger still burned, and the raw meat unsettled him, but he was no longer faint with starvation. The wolves provided warmth and companionship. His scars, bruises, and cuts might not heal overnight, but a quiet resilience was waking within him. He had no words for it, but as the hours passed into the second night, the system inside him stirred more boldly. He glimpsed menus in his mind. Faint and F-nuzzleering. Attributes like strength, perception, endurance, charisma, intelligence, agility, and lux. PECIAL stats from some unknown place. He did not know what they meant, but they reassured him that something inside him was quantifying his reality. He felt comforted by the idea that all his suffering might be measured, improved, or surpassed. It hinted that he might grow stronger. He tried focusing inward, and for a moment, he could almost see a panel labeled, Skills. His forced servitude at the Dursleys had granted him masterful levels of mundane tasks: cooking, cleaning, gardening, things that he never would have chosen, but now they were skills he had seemingly maxed out. He blinked in astonishment when he saw their names F-nuzzleer across his mind. Cooking, max; cleaning, max; gardening, max, and more. But this was all so surreal. He dared not let himself believe he was going mad. Something in the world was guiding him, offering a strange new path. He would walk it quietly, carefully, and see where it led. As the dawn of November 1st approached, Harry grew more confident that he could survive here. The mother WH gentle nudges, her gr. Eat muzzle guiding him this way and that, ensuring he remained safe. The pups had accepted him into their strange little pack without any conditions. If he ventured too close to the den's entrance without her, the mother wolf would chuff softly, calling him back like a stray pup. If he was too clumsy, a patient nuzzle or a gentle bump would set him right. The forest was still dangerous, but with her protection, Harry might have a chance. He spent that day quietly, learning the den's surroundings. When the mother wolf left to hunt, the pups dozed, and Harry explored the immediate area, careful. Why testing branches and stones for stability, imagining how he could make a sleeping corner more comfortable. He found that by focusing on certain objects and trying to sense them, he could trigger a faint greenish text in his mind. As if the observe skill were trying to activate. On a smooth pebble near the stream, he concentrated until a message F-nuzzleered. Observe LV.1, a smooth river pebble. No special properties. It was rudimentary, but it thrilled him. He did not know where this power came from, but it made him feel less powerless. That afternoon, he ventured a bit farther when the mother wolf returned. She seemed to trust him more now, though he stayed within earshot of the den. He tried to sense her intentions as he lingered near a hollow log. She was calm and open. He picked up impressions from her, something like pride, acceptance, and the firm idea that he was part of her brood now. Harry's heart twisted at that. No human had ever truly claimed him as family. And here was a wolf. A creature feared and vilified by his kind, giving him a place in her pack. He carefully reached out, patting her side. She tolerated it, even leaned into his hand slightly, her tail giving a subtle wag. The evening of November 1st drew in slowly, clouds drifting across the sky and revealing slivers of a waning moon. Harry settled in the den with the pups once more, the mother wolf standing guard at the entrance. He was still terribly weak, and the dryness in his throat and the lingering emptiness in his stomach reminded him that he was far from healthy. He had a debuff, if he dared to call it that. Deep malnourishment that weighed down his body. He wondered if this system would ever help him overcome it. As the light faded, he closed his eyes and focused within once again, searching for any sign of a menu or a status screen. This time he saw more details, though faint and incomplete. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: none. Race: human. Age: 8. Physically appears 4 HP, very low. MP: severely restricted. Condition: malnourished. Debuff: magical bindings X10, curse debuff, Horcrux perk debuff, curse. Skills: cooking max, cleaning max, gardening max. Stealth, Novice, Empathy, Observe, LV.1, Gamer's Body, Passive, Gamer's Mind, Passive. Attributes SPECIAL. Strength. 1 Perception. 4 Endurance. 1 Charisma. 2 Intelligence. 4 Agility. 3 Luck. Shop. Locked quests. None. Inventory. Empty. Harry's heart fluttered. He didn't understand half of what he was seeing. What was a Horcrux? Why were his magical bindings so numerous, and who had placed them on him? Why was he restricted to 1/10 of his magic, if he even knew what magic really was? Everything was so confusing. But if this was truly a system like in some sort of game, perhaps he could improve. He had no idea how to unlock the shop or access these powers it hinted at, but just knowing they existed gave him hope. He looked at his frail arms, then at the pups curled around him. If he could become stronger, he might protect them one day as they were protecting him. Now, if he could learn how to survive, he might find real freedom. He imagined traveling through other worlds, gaining powers from strange places he had never heard of, if the system's cryptic hints were to be believed. It felt like a dream, but he refused to give up. Whatever happened, he would not waste this second chance. Night deepened outside, and the mother wolf returned, nudging Harry closer to her side. He allowed himself to rest, feeling the gentle rise and fall of her breathing. The pups snuggled around him, forming a living blanket of warmth and security. A soft rain began to fall again, pattering against leaves and trickling down branches in tiny streams. Inside the den, it was dry and safe. Harry inhaled the scent of wet earth and wolf fur, letting it fill his lungs. He focused on the odd talents the Dursleys had accidentally cultivated in him. He had maximum skill in cooking, cleaning, gardening, useless to the Dursleys now, since they had thrown him away. But he could use these skills for himself, to find edible plants, to make his living space more hospitable. To cook food once he had the means. Maybe one day he could roast meat over a fire rather than eating it raw. Perhaps he could create a small haven here in the woods, a place of comfort and strength. He would survive, improve, and learn. The mother wolf began grooming him again, and Harry relaxed into the sensation. The forest hummed outside, full of secret sounds. He felt the subtle rhythms of life and death around him. The wolves had accepted him, and that gave him the courage to accept himself. He felt tears welling up this time, silently rolling down his cheeks. They were tears of relief, of gratitude. Perhaps he did not understand animal language yet, not fully, but he could feel their intentions. In time, he might learn their tongue, communicate with them, and truly join their pack. For now, this silent bond was enough. As midnight approached on November 1st, Harry's eyes grew heavy. He had survived more than a day and a half in the forest, nurtured by a giant wolf who treated him like her own. He had discovered something incredible within himself, a system, a way to understand and improve. And though he had no idea of what the future held, he felt safer tonight than he ever had at Privet Drive. He breathed deeply, savoring the moment. He would learn. He would grow. He would break free of the curses that bound his magic, unlock the secrets of his strange birthright, and perhaps become something greater than he had ever imagined. But for now, he was just a tired, hungry, and very small boy curled up in a wolf's den, protected from the darkness outside. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, but he would face them with newfound resilience. Outside, the silver moon drifted behind clouds, painting the clearing in soft, shifting shades of gray. The mother wolf's ears F-News lead, alert to distant sounds Harry could not fully comprehend. The pups snuggled closer, warm little bodies snuggled beside Harry's legs and arms. He let himself drift, lulled by their heartbeats and the quiet rhythms of the forest. Just before sleep claimed him, Harry focused inward one last time, summoning that status screen with a wistful thought. He looked at it, memorizing every detail. He might not understand the implications yet, but knowledge was power. It was a promise that no matter how weak he felt now, he could grow stronger. He could shape his destiny. Safe in the den, with November 1st streets dark hours slipping by, Harry finally let himself rest. He would rise again when dawn came, ready to take whatever steps were necessary to survive and thrive. For now, he dreamed of moonlight and wolf song, of strange powers and distant worlds, and of the gentle, patient love he had found in the forest's heart. He dreamed of freedom. End of Chapter 1. Night of the 1st of November 1988. Harry's status. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: None. Race: human, suppressed magical core. Age: 8. Physically appears 4. HP: critically low. MP: locked, access restricted to 1/10 potential. Condition: severely malnourished, debuff, exhausted, cold curses. 10x magical bindings applied by Albus Dumbledore. Horcrux perk: debuff, curse potential, access to Tom Riddle's knowledge. Perks: Gamer's mind, passive. Gamer's body, passive. Empathy, innate. Observe, LV.1. Skills: select. Cooking, max. Cleaning, max. Gardening, max. Bible, beginner. Attributes: SPECIAL. Strength: TH. 1 perception. 4 endurance. 1 charisma. 2 intelligence. 4 agility. 3 luck. Shop: locked. Quests: none. Inventory: empty. Debuffs: malnourishment. Severely reduces strength and endurance, slows healing, impairs growth. Magical bindings X10. Greatly restricts magical access and potential. Horcrux influence. Unknown effects, potential corruption or knowledge gain. Blessings: none currently. Curses: Horcrux, dark artifact within soul. Magical bindings. At this moment, Harry is unaware of how to utilize the system's full capabilities. He simply has awakened to its presence and begun to sense its potential. End Chapter 1. Chapter 2. Woven warmth and silent comfort. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. A soft glow filtered through the forest canopy as night slipped silently into dawn on November 2, 1988. Harry stirred, half awake and still drained, his body protesting even the slightest movement. His limbs felt stiff. The faint stinging of half-healed bruises reminded him of his fragile state. Hee-haw. Dee slept tucked against the warm fur of the wolf pups, their soft breathing lulling him into a deeper, more restful sleep than he had known in years. Now, he became slowly aware that the night had passed without incident. The mother wolf, silent and watchful, must have kept vigil as he and the pups dozed. He remained curled on a bed of dried leaves and moss, the scent of earth and soft fur in the enclosed den. The 9 pups had surrounded him sometime during the night. He recalled drifting in and out of consciousness as they pressed closer. They were determined to keep him warm, their small body's radiating comfort and affection that he could feel not just on his skin, but in the subtle emotional aura that surrounded them. Harry's empathic ability flared softly, sensing their concern, their protective instincts. They considered him the youngest of their litter, now an odd, hairless, 2-legged pup who needed their closeness. He blinked wearily, taking stock of his surroundings. The mother wolf, now revealed to him as Sleria by his quiet attempts to observe her, had returned from a late-night patrol outside the den. She slipped in soundlessly, her massive silver form haloed by the first rays of dawn. With a slow, deliberate motion, she circled the gathered pups and Harry, placing herself between them and the den's entrance. Her fur caught the faint light, silver and moon-kissed, as she settled down, wrapping her body around them all. It felt like a living shield, a mother's protective embrace made tangible. Harry breathed in deeply, capturing the moment. He had never known parental warmth, never known what it felt like to be cherished. Yet now he was being sheltered by a creature that should have seen him as prey. His mind swirled with conflicting feelings: gratitude, disbelief, confusion. But mostly he felt safe. There was no harsh voice demanding chores, no rough hand shoving him into a cupboard. Instead, there was only gentle breathing, soft fur, and a low thrumming of comfort and acceptance. He stirred slightly, trying not to disturb the pups. They were all female. He somehow sensed 9 daughters of the wild, each distinct in subtle ways. He decided to attempt his observe skill again, focusing on them as individuals. Last night he had discovered his system, the strange inner interface that presented his life as a game. He closed his eyes, reached inward, and focused on the nearest pup. A faint greenish hue danced behind his eyelids, and a line of text shimmered into focus. Observe LV.1. Target: wolf pup. Name: Ilfa, female, a young wolf pup approximately 3 months old. Healthy, curious, affectionate. He tried the next one. Target: wolf pup. Name: Murren, female, a young wolf pup approximately 3 months old. strong instincts, protective tendencies. He continued this quietly, marveling that the system seemed to know their names, or perhaps was assigning names to them that matched their essence. Each pup he focused on revealed a name: Talaris, Erewhon, Saloon, Island, Nithra, Varia, and Curlis. All females united in their sisterhood, and all now united with him. Their names sounded foreign and melodic like notes plucked from a distant star. Finally, he turned his attention back to the mother wolf and tried his skill on her once again. Last night he had only caught glimpses. This time he concentrated until the text steadied. Target: giant wolf. Name: Sleria. Female: a mature wolf of unusual size and magical lineage. Strong maternal instincts, protective, intelligent, and empathetic. Sleria considers you part of her pack. Harry's heart swelled. Sleria. He mouthed the name silently, grateful he had something to call her now. He felt her shift slightly, curling the tip of her tail around him as though acknowledging his silent greeting. As he lay surrounded by this newfound family, the system stirred again in his mind. This time, he concentrated on summoning more of its features. He had noted that he had certain buffs and curses afflicting him: severe malnourishment, magical bindings, and something dreadful called a Horcrux. None of these terms meant much to him yet. He only knew that he felt weak and under some mysterious limitations. With a thought, he tried to open the menu. A faint translucent window appeared in his mind's eye to his quiet delight. It was subtle, not blocking his vision of the real world, but overlaying it as if part of a dream. Main menu: status, skills, inventory, quests, shop, titles. He had experimented slightly with status and skills before. Now he looked to quests and shop, curious about what possibilities lay hidden there. He selected quests. A new window appeared. No current quests. You must complete tasks and survive in challenging conditions to gain system coins and unlock more features. Your journey begins now. As if responding to his disappointment, a subtle chime sounded in his mind. A new prompt popped up. New quest generated. Quest: Survive in the Wild, Part 1. Description: you have been abandoned in a magical forest and taken in by a wolf pack. Survive 7 days without leaving their protection and adapt to your new environment. Objective: survive 7 days, 0 sevenths. Optional objective: earn the trust and acceptance of the pack leader, Sleria. Rewards: base reward, 50 system coins. Optional reward: 1 to all attributes, additional 50 system coins. Harry's lips parted in silent amazement. 7 days. Could he manage that? The thought of measuring time in days felt odd, but he had no choice. Surviving here seemed more possible than surviving with the Dursleys. At least here, he was cared for. He focused on the word, pack leader. Did that mean he hadn't fully earned Sleria's trust yet? He sensed that she had accepted him into the fold. But perhaps trust was something deeper. He dismissed the quest screen and turned his attention to the shop. If he could earn system coins, maybe he could buy something useful: food, clothing, maybe even something to help him understand this strange forest. Another translucent window opened, revealing a wide menu of categories. Shop categories: general items, consumables, skills and abilities. Mult: Iver's powers locked until higher levels, bloodlines and energies locked until higher levels, artifacts locked. Manuals locked. He selected skills and abilities, curious to see what was available. Another submenu opened, and what he saw nearly took his breath away. Skills and abilities: basic survival skills, 50 system coins. Animal empathy advanced, 500 system coins. Language comprehension low. Cheer 1000 system coins. Magical core stabilization 10,000 system coins. Chakra Naruto verse 100,000 system coins. Ki Dragon Ball verse 250,000 system coins. Raryoku Bleach verse 300,000 system coins. And more. Harry's eyes widened at the astonishing prices. He currently had 0 system coins. Just basic survival skills cost 50 coins, and he was expected to gather them. How exactly? E-quest reward for surviving a week was 50 coins, just enough for something very basic. The powers from other worlds. Unimaginably expensive for him now. Still, the fact they existed filled him with a quiet thrill. He couldn't even fathom what he might become if he could access these strange energies. They sounded mystical, powerful beyond anything he knew. Back at the main shop menu, he inspected the note about currency conversion. Maybe he could gather money somehow. Currency conversion. 1 Canute Wizarding World equals 1 system coin 10 pence. Muggle currency equals 1 system coin. Other currencies may apply. Exchange rates are subject to system evaluation. He had neither wizarding nor Muggle money on him, just rags on his back. Unless he stumbled upon a treasure, he would have to rely on completing quests and challenges. The system appeared geared towards making him struggle before granting power. He sighed softly, careful not to disturb the sleeping pups. Erewhon shifted, pressing her nose eye. Nto his side as if comforting him unconsciously. It was at that moment that Sleria raised her head and sniffed the air. Harry tensed, unsure what had caught her attention. She emitted a soft growl, low and rumbling. But the pups barely stirred. Whatever danger or curiosity lurked outside didn't seem urgent. Soon, she lowered her head, and Harry felt a gentle ripple of reassurance flow through his empathic sense. Everything was all right. Protected by Sleria's vigilant presence, Harry relaxed again. A thought crossed his mind. He had a title section in his menu. What was that about? Titles. The Gamer Active grants users the ability to perceive life as a game. Provides gamer's mind and gamer's body as default perks. So he had a title. The Gamer. It sounded strange but fitting. His life had become a game. Attributes. Skills, quests, a shop. Perhaps this meant he could grow and evolve from this pitiful state. He had to if he ever wanted to break free of his weakness and the curses that bound him. He closed his eyes and focused on Sleria's presence once more. He tried. Observe. On her again, hoping for more detail. Observe LV.1 LV.2. A soft chime sounded in his mind. His skill had improved. He grinned silently. Observing repeatedly must have increased his skill level. He tried again. Target. Sleria giant wolf alpha female. A powerful magical wolf with strong maternal instincts. She leads her pack and has accepted you as a surrogate pup. Sleria's magical lineage allows subtle protective wards, granting safety and warmth to her brood. Her trust is partial. She watches to see if you can adapt and prove yourself not a burden. Harry shivered. So that gentle, shielding presence was a ward of sorts, some protective magic emanating from Sleria. The forest suddenly felt less mundane. Maybe there was magic in the world beyond his understanding. The mention of wizarding currency had hinted at something extraordinary, and now Sleria's magical lineage confirmed it. He lived in a world where magic was real, and he himself was somehow restricted from accessing his full potential. He tried to wiggle out from the pile of warm pups, careful not to wake them too abruptly. Ilfa stirred first, blinking sleepy golden eyes at him. He patted her head softly, marveling at how she accepted his touch. One by one, the pups woke, yawning with soft squeaks. Curlise rolled over onto her back, paws in the air. Nythra stretched languidly and bumped her head into Harry's elbow. They seemed as affectionate as any human siblings might be, perhaps even more so. Sleria rose to her feet and stepped outside the den. The morning light was brighter now, revealing a world of greens and gold as sunlight filtered through autumn leaves. Harry followed tentatively, and the pups scampered alongside, forming a loose circle around him. They looked like a living escort, 9 furry guardians ensuring the safety of their strange, furless brother. At the den's mouth, Sleria glanced back. Her eyes caught Harry's, and he felt a wave of reassurance. She wanted him to come out, to see the world. Harry followed, mindful of his bare feet on the forest floor. The soil was damp but not cold, and the moss cushioned his steps. He wandered a short distance from the den, always within sight of Sleria. His stomach grumbled. He was still hungry. Perhaps they would hunt again, though he thought of raw meat still unsettled him. As he explored, Harry remembered his quest: survive 7 days. Today was the start of the first full day since he'd discovered the system. If the timeline was correct, he had been abandoned 2 nights ago and had spent 1 full night in the wolves' care. Now he had 6 more days to go for the quest's completion. He wondered if smaller tasks might appear, granting him incremental rewards. He focused on the quests tab again. Current quest. Survive in the Wild Part 1 Day 17th Survival in progress. No change yet. He sighed and glanced at the pups. They were romping around, chasing each other's tails, playing tug of war with a fallen branch. For a moment, Harry simply sat on a rock, watching them. He tried to sense their emotions: joy, curiosity, affection, hunger. They were becoming his family. It was an odd thought, but he cherished it. Slearia padded off, likely hunting. The pups and Harry remained near the den. Without the mother present, the pups seemed more protective, clustering around him and guiding him back into the safer perimeter near their home. Ilfa gripped his ragged shirt sleeve in her teeth and gently tugged him towards the den. Harry chuckled softly at the gentle insistence. He let them corral him back inside. Inside the den, in the dim light, Harry tried to organize his thoughts. He had a system that promised unimaginable growth. He had a quest that would give him his first system coins. If he got those coins, maybe he could buy basic survival skills and improve his chances. A strategic plan formed in his mind: survive the 7 days. Earn 50 coins, purchase the survival skill, and become more adept at finding edible plants or starting a fire. With time, he might earn more coins and buy Animal Empathy Advanced, which might help him understand the wolves or communicate better. Eventually, he might unlock incredible powers, though that future seemed distant and dreamlike. He glanced at his stats. Did his condition improve at all? Status. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: The Gamer. Race: Human. Suppressed magical core. Age: 8. Physically 4. HP: very low. Stable MP. Access restricted. Condition: severely malnourished. Debuff: exhausted. Cold. Minor curses. 10x magical bindings. Horcrux. Perks: Gamer's Mind. Passive. Gamer's Body. Passive. Empathy. Innate. Observe. LV.2. Skills selected. Cooking max. Cleaning max. Gardening max. Stealth novice. Survival locked. Low. Observe. LV.2. Attributes SPECIAL. Strength: 1 perception, 4 endurance, 1 charisma, 2 intelligence, 4 agility, 3 luck. System coins: 0. Shop. Available limited. Quests: active. Survive in the Wild Part 1 Inventory empty. Nothing much had changed. He noted that his survival skill was not listed as a trained skill. Perhaps he needed to purchase it or train it through experience. He also noted that cold was only a minor status, and surrounded by the pups it quickly faded. Their presence was quite literally warming him, both physically and emotionally. A dull ache of hunger gnawed at his belly. Perhaps he should try to find something more palatable than raw meat. Did the wolves eat berries or roots? Probably not, but maybe he could find something edible nearby. The pups would likely follow him if he tried. He crawled towards the den entrance, and as he expected, the pups came along. Varia took the lead this time. Her tail held high. They didn't seem opposed to him exploring, as long as he stayed close. They ventured just outside the den, noticing at the undergrowth. Rai spotted a cluster of reddish berries near the base of a fern. He tried observe on them. Observe LV.2. Redthorn berries. Common forest berries, slightly tart, edible, rich in vitamin C. Low nutritional value but safe to eat in moderation. Relief washed over him. Edible berries. He a few, popping them into his mouth. Their flavor was tart and a bit sour, but he kept them down. The pups sniffed at them curiously, uninterested. Wolves were carnivores by nature, but Harry needed whatever he could find. The berries wouldn't fill him up, but they helped soothe the worst of his hunger. He spent the morning this way, gathering small handfuls of berries, and practicing observe on random plants. He discovered that some mushrooms were poisonous, some leaves had medicinal properties, and rtain roots could be boiled to make a nourishing broth if only he had the means to boil anything. Each successful identification made him feel more competent. Around midday, Slearia returned. She ate a fresh killer rabbitan, presented it to the pups and Harry. The pups lunged in with eagerness, but Slearia herded them back, insisting on order. Harry hesitated, stomach twisting at the memory of raw meat. Still, he recalled his quest: Survival. He needed protein and energy. He waited until the pups took their share and then timidly tore off a small piece. He chewed slowly, trying not to grimace. It tasted of blood and earth, primal and wild. Yet, after the initial revulsion, he realized it gave him strength. His body, so used to starvation, craved the nutrients. He forced himself to accept this reality, at least for now. After eating, Harry felt a slight surge of energy. His limbs shook less when he stood. He decided to try something else with the system, focusing on titles, to see if there were others he could earn. Available titles. None, all locked except the gamer. Gain titles by achieving feats or completing special quests. So no new titles yet. He sighed softly, placing a hand on Saloon's head as she passed by. The pup wagged her tail. He listened to the forest's gentle hum, grateful for the calm. As dusk approached, the temperature began to drop again. The pups formed a furry barricade around him, much as they had done before, pressing their bodies close. They were like 9 living blankets, breathing warmth and security. Sleria arranged herself at the den's entrance, her body a barrier against the cold wind. The world outside darkened, but inside their cozy home, Harry felt sheltered and safe. He drifted in and out of thought, wondering about these magical bindings that restricted his power. Was he a wizard? The mention of nuts and magical lineage suggested so. He tried to recall anything about his past that hinted at magic. He came up empty, just blurry memories of strange incidents and fierce punishments by the Dursleys. They hated anything abnormal, and Harry had always been abnormal. But now he had a chance at a new life. He had a system, a family of wolves, and infinite possibilities if he survived and earned enough resources. He closed his eyes, listening to the pups breathe, feeling Sleria's calming presence. He realized he didn't need all the answers right now. He just needed to make it through these 7 days, gain some system coins, and slowly unravel the mysteries of this world. The night deepened, and the forest sang a lullaby of rustling leaves and distant animal calls. Harry imagined that, somewhere beyond these woods, people lived ordinary lives, unaware of the boy who slept among wolves. He considered that he might never see the Dursleys again. The thought did not bring sadness, only relief. As if sensing his mood, Nythra nuzzled his cheek, nuzzling away a faint smear of berry juice. He chuckled, wrapping an arm around her. He sensed love and acceptance radiating from the pups. He might not understand their language, but he understood their hearts. He took this quiet moment to revisit the shop and dream of the future. One day, he might afford chakra, or become a being of immense power, travel across multiverses. The idea was fantastical, almost absurd, yet the system presented it as fact. He imagined himself strong and confident, protecting his wolf family and exploring worlds beyond his wildest imagination. For now, it remained a distant goal, a spark of hope to cling to as he healed. The quest counted the days. He had survived another full cycle, nearing the completion of his first day toward the 7-day target. Tomorrow, he would continue to learn about the forest, maybe find more edible plants, maybe improve, observe, again. And maybe even find a way to communicate with Sleria and the pups more effectively. He recalled the high price of language comprehension, but maybe he wouldn't need that if he could pick up their cues naturally. At some point in the dark hours, Sleria rose and repositioned herself. Harry opened one eye to see what was happening. The giant wolf moved gracefully, her fur catching the moonlight that trickled into the den. She stretched and then settled behind Harry and the pups, curling her body so that they were enclosed on all sides. It felt as if she had formed a living barricade, a gentle fortress of fur and muscle. Harry felt safe enough to fall into deeper sleep. As he did, his empathic sense caught a whisper of her intention: protect. He was treasured here, a precious pup that needed guarding. The pups sensed this too. Without waking fully, they shifted around him, pressing tighter. Murrin draped a paw over his arm. Talaris snuggled into his back. The others formed a circle, their bodies creating a womb of warmth. It was as though the pack knew that he was fragile, that he needed their presence not just physically but emotionally. At that moment, Harry realized that even without words, they understood each other. Sleep came easily. He dreamed not of cramped cupboards and harsh voices, but of moonlight and soft fur, of gentle breaths and quiet acceptance. He dreamed of a world where kindness was given freely, where he could grow and learn without fear. The night passed peacefully. At some point, Harry stirred and opened his eyes, half expecting to see a notification from the system. As if reading his thoughts, the interface appeared in his mind. Day 1 of 7 survived. Keep going. Only 1 day is done, and 6 to go. He allowed himself a small smile. He could do this. Slowly but surely, he would grow stronger. When morning light came again, he would try new things. Perhaps he could practice stealth outside the den, and improve that skill. Maybe he could attempt to find more nutritious food or learn to prepare the meat in a less revolting way. He had all the time in the world now, no Dursleys yelling at him, no chores that broke his spirit. Everything he did now was for himself and his new family. He closed his eyes again, savoring the feel of the pups around him, Sleria's steady presence, and the quiet hum of the forest. The system's promise of power and freedom nuzzled in the back of his mind, but for now, he treasured this simple warmth. End of Chapter 2. Harry's status after Day 1 7th of survival. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: The Gamer. Active. Race: Human. Suppressed magical core. Age: 8. Physically 4. HP: Low, slight improvement from nourishment. MP. Access restricted. Condition: Severely malnourished. Debuff: Mildly hungry but stable, warm and safe. Curses: 10x magical bindings, Horcrux perks. Gamer's mind. Passive. Gamer's body. Passive. Empathy. Innate. Observe. LV.2. Skills: Cooking max, Cleaning max, Gardening max, Stealth novice, Basic foraging novice, newly gained through berry gathering. Attributes: SPECIAL. Strength: 1 perception, 4 endurance, 1 stabilizing. Might improve with rest and proper diet. Charisma: 2 intelligence, 4 agility, 3 luck. System coins: 0. Shop. Available limited. Quests: Active. Survive in the Wild. Part 1. Day 1 7th. Inventory: Empty. Debuffs: Malnourishment. Ongoing. Slight improvement possible with regular feeding. Magical bindings X10. Restricting magical potential. Horcrux: Unknown effects, potential knowledge locked within. No additional titles were gained. No new quests are unlocked besides the main survival quest. Harry rests, sheltered by the wolves, unaware of the grand destiny that awaits him. He dreams of a future where he can speak freely with his pack, harness impope his own fate. For now, the quiet warmth of their combined presence and the gentle rhythm of their breaths is enough. Notes: N. For ear. Lee access. Think about subscribing on my. Where will you have access to the new chapters before release here? Access guarantees new chapters 2 weeks early before I post it here. Harry and the Wolf. Cha. PTER 3 and Chapter 4 are already available on Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4 are already available on Patreon. Boy Who Cried. Emotional breakdown of Harry Potter at the graveyard during the Harry Potter 4th year and Resurrection of Voldemort, one shot, is already available on Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, a crossover between Harry Potter and 5nig. HTS at Freddy's Harry Potter is abandoned inside of the Mega Pizzaplex. See what happens. Heavy same years but heavily technological. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are already available on Patreon. Bo. ND by Shadows and Sorrow, a crossover between Harry Potter and Friday the 13th series. Dursleys had enough of Harry and they decide to dump him in the USA in an infamous camp named Camp Crystal Lake. See what happens. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are already available on Patreon. The Chrysalis of the Forgotten Heiress, Harry Potter fanfiction. Warning: TFTG in the story, Harry is deserted by his friends in the wizarding world, then he obtains a mysterious letter. See what happens. One shot is already available on Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, a crossover between Harry P. Potter and Helsing. Harry finds himself alone in the street of London when he is discovered by a certain vampire and shown the kindness he always sought. See what happens. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are already available on Patreon. Beyond the Boundaries of Time, a crossover between Harry Potter and Fallout. Harry, after another vicious beating from his uncle Vernon, lays in his cupboard praying to be anywhere but in the cupboard. His wish is granted. He is transported into the future, into the simulation of Dr. Braun See What Happens. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2 are already available on Patreon. A Single Step into Shadows. Harry Potter fanfiction. Surprise One Shot is already available on Patreon. Chapter 3. Dawning Trust and Quiet Valor. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. The dawn of November 2, 1988, arrived softly. A hush of pale light creeping through the forest and into the wolves' den. Harry opened his eyes slowly, feeling warmth on all sides. His sisters still slumbered around him. Ilfa, Murren, Teleris, Erewhon, Saloon, Island, Nithra, Varia, and Curlis, each curled protectively and comfortably against his slight frame. The great mother wolf, Sleria, lay near the den's entrance. Ears twitching in early vigilance. Harry could sense the rhythmic rise and fall of her breath even without looking. In the short time since he had been abandoned and found by this pack, Harry had begun to understand the natural order of his new family. He was the smallest, the weakest and outsider made kin. Instinctively, he knew his place, the Omega. Among wolves, the Omega bore no shame, it was simply part of the balance. The strongest led, the guardians protected, and the weakest was cherished and looked after by all. He was surprised that being the Omega came with such gentle affection, rather than scorn or cruelty. Here, even the weakest pup was part of something greater than themselves, wrapped in warmth and love. He felt no urge to complain about this role. In fact, he liked having sisters who hovered around him, never letting him stray too far, always quick to comfort him if he seemed anxious or cold. After a lifetime of neglect, this unwavering closeness felt like a precious gift. He would be loyal to them in return, obeying without question, doing whatever was asked, as if to repay their kindness in any way he could. Morning had just begun, and Harry realized his hunger had grown. He needed more than berries and scraps if he was to continue strengthening himself. He had survived one day towards his 7-day goal, and that had given him the hint of what he could do. He could strive for self-improvement. He glanced at Sleria, still dozing lightly. His sisters breathed softly, their heads pressed close. The forest outside was quiet, and he sensed no immediate danger. Perhaps he could prove himself useful by gathering food and resources. If he could bring back something edible, it might show Sleria and the pups that he could contribute, even as an Omega. Ari carefully wiggled free from the tangle of furred bodies. The pups stirred slightly but did not fully awaken. Outside, a gentle mist wreathed the forest floor. Harry stepped into it, his bare feet sinking into damp moss. He wasn't entirely sure how to hunt, but he had watched Sleria and remembered details from the previous day's attempts at foraging. His observe skill might help him identify prey and safe foods. He also remembered from the system's interface that his stealth skill was novice level. Perhaps he could improve it now by moving quietly, like a shadow through the undergrowth. He moved slowly, careful to avoid snapping twigs. His empathy told him he was not alone. Small animals scattered about, birds perched above. If he wanted to catch something, he had to be patient and silent. He tried to calm his breathing, to sink into the forest's gentle rhythm. Then he noticed a faint rustle in a patch of ferns. Kneeling down, he used observe quietly in his mind. Observe LV.2. Wild rabbit, skittish, herbivore, edible, high in protein. Approach carefully to avoid alerting it. A rabbit. Harry's stomach tightened with anticipation. Could he really catch one? He had never hunted before, never been allowed near anything sharp or dangerous. Yet now he crouched low, inching forward. The rabbit nibbled on leaves, ears twitching. He held his breath, then lunged. The rabbit tried to dart away. But malnourished though he was, Harry had always been quick when escaping the Dursleys' blows. His small hand closed on the rabbit's hind legs. It kicked frantically, but he held on, apologizing silently to the creature. He felt regret taking its life, but he needed this to survive. He forced himself to be swift and merciful, ending its struggle with as little pain as possible. A sadness bloomed in him. But he understood that life in the forest was often harsh. Carrying the rabbit, he continued forward. He wanted more than just meat. He recalled the cluster of berry bushes he had found the previous day. With careful searching, he found them again, plucking a sackful of ripe, tart berries and wrapping them in a large leaf, tying it with a thin vine. He balanced his prizes in his arms and ventured further towards a nearby stream he had heard in the distance. If he could catch fish, that would be remarkable, another sign of worth. The stream was clear and shallow, its bed shimmering with pebbles. He knelt by the bank, peering into the water. Silvery shapes darted beneath the surface. He tried to scoop with his hands but found it too difficult. After a few failed attempts, he decided to use a fallen branch sharpened at one end by natural wear. He positioned it over the water, waiting. When a fish swam close, he struck down quickly. The first few attempts missed entirely, splashing water and scaring the fish away. Undeterred, he waited again, controlling his breathing, focusing with all the intent he could muster. At last, he managed to spear a small fish. Then another, and another. The skill was clumsy, but each success emboldened him. 5 fish total now lay flopping on the bank. He ended their suffering swiftly, as he did the rabbit, whispering silent apologies. He might be hungry, but he did not want to be cruel. Soon, he had a modest bounty. A rabbit, a leaf bundle of berries, and 5 fish. Far more than he imagined possible for his first solo hunt. He felt something unusual, the end pride. He had done something for his family. He was contributing. Even an omega could help the pack survive. The sun had risen higher by the time Harry made his way, backing everyone still to be sleeping. But as he neared the den's entrance, he sensed agitation. Emotional waves of worry, fear, and relief hit him before he even stepped inside. The pups were awake, scurrying about. Noticing his sleeping spot, Sleria stood tall, hackles raised, nostrils flaring as she caught his scent. Next to her stood another adult female wolf, one Harry had not seen before, Luna. She was slightly smaller than Sleria but still large and formidable. Her coat was dark gray, eyes a soft amber. She radiated authority, and from her stance, Harry sensed she held a respected position in the pack. Perhaps a beta female or Sleria's close companion. As soon as Harry stepped into view, the pups rushed at him, whining softly, circling him, noticing and nuzzling. They gled beside him as if to ensure he was real. Harry felt their relief. He had worried them by leaving without notice. Sleria's eyes narrowed, mixed emotions swimming within them. Luna, on the other hand, approached him briskly. With a firm push of her muzzle, she made him kneel. Harry complied instantly, lowering himself without protest. He understood that he had broken some pack rule by leaving alone. Luna barked sharply, the sound echoing in the small clearing. There was no malice, but it carried a tone of reprimand. Harry looked at her apologetically. He tried to convey with his eyes that he meant no harm. That he only wanted to help. Luna's barking softened, and Harry could feel from her aura that she was scolding him for wandering off without protection. He nodded mutely, bowing his head. He would not make that mistake again. For all he knew, there could have been predators lurking nearby, waiting to snatch him away. The pack depended on each other's presence and safety. He was Omega, the youngest and weakest brother, and they needed to ensure he survived. But then Luna sniffed the rabbit he carried and the fish he had strung together with a vine. Her posture changed. She barked again, this time with a note of pride. Sleria stepped forward, ears pricked in interest. The pups crowded closer, tails wagging. They sniffed the rabbit, the fish, and the berries, curious and excited. Harry sensed their astonishment. The Omega had gone out alone and returned with fresh kills. This was unusual, but also admirable. He had shown initiative, skill, and a desire to provide. Sleria rumbled her approval, and the tension in the pack dissolved. Luna nuzzled Harry's cheek, acknowledging his effort. The pups bounded around him, yipping with pride and delight. They pawed at the fish, nosing the rabbit. Erewhon let out a squeaky howl, joined by Islan and Curlise, their voices rising in a celebratory chorus. Harry's heart swelled. He had worried them, yes, but now they understood his motive. He would never leave to abandon them, only to help. The pack settled down to share the food Harry had brought. Although still squeamish about raw meat, Harry accepted a small portion. He knew he needed the nutrients. The pups gnawed on the fish bones, delighted by the new taste. The berries were mostly for Harry's benefit. Wolves preferred meat, but they sniffed them curiously anyway. After everyone had eaten their fill, Harry felt content and more energetic than ever since arriving in the forest. His health was improving, if only slightly. Maybe now he could recover from some of his malnourishment. With the morning's tension resolved, the pack settled into a comfortable rhythm. Slyria and Luna kept watch at the den's entrance, occasionally walking the perimeter of the clearing. The pups busied themselves with play, wrestling over scraps of rabbit fur or pouncing on fallen leaves. Harry found a quiet spot inside the den, leaning against a smooth rock. He wanted to consult the system again. Yesterday, he had begun exploring the shop. Now, with a better sense of his role as Omega and the importance of contributing to the pack, he wanted to see if he could find healing abilities or items. If he could help tend to their injuries, should any occur, he would be even more valuable to them. Focusing inward, he summoned the system interface. The translucent green panels appeared before his mind's eye, overlaying reality. Status update. Day 27th Survive in the Wild Part 1 Quest in progress. He had survived one full day and was now into the second. He opened the shop and navigate to the Skills and Abilities section again. Scrolling through lists of unaffordable powers made him sigh. Chakra, Ki, Rarioku. These legendary energies were far out of reach. He needed something simpler, something focused on healing. Shop. Skills and Abilities filtered. Healing, Support, Basic First Aid, Mundane, 25 system coins. Herbal Remedies, Basic Knowledge, 50 system coins. Low Tier Heal. Ing Spell, requires magic access, 500 system coins. Healing Hands, Basic, 1000 system coins. Greater Restoration, High Tier, 5000 system coins. Harry frowned. He had no system coins yet. He remembered the currency conversions. 10 pence equals 1 system coin, but he had no money. He had only his bare hands and the forest around him. Maybe if he completed his initial quest surviving 7 days would gain 50 system coins. That would let him buy Herbal Remedies Basic Knowledge. With that, he might learn how to use local plants to treat wounds and illness. It wasn't much, but it would be a start. He News lead to the Quests tab again, hoping for a side quest or something that might grant him coins sooner. No new quests available. Survive in the Wild Part 1 Day 27th. Perhaps quests would appear if certain conditions were met. He could try exploring, or observing more. He noticed that Observe had leveled up the previous day. If he improved it further, maybe he could glean information about medicinal plants. Without the purchased skill, he might still learn through trial and error. However, that would be risky. He didn't want to feed poisonous plants to his sisters or harm Slyria in an attempt to help. As he pondered these things, Saloon wandered over and curled up against his side, her tail thumping gently. He patted her head. He imagined that one day, if any of them got hurt, wolves could be injured by predators, snares, or even old age. He wanted to be able to help. Not just rely on Slyria's care and the natural resilience of wolves, but actively contribute healing. Old make him more than just a mouth to feed. It would confirm his place in the pack's heart. He tried using Observe on random plants near the den's interior. Although he could only focus on them from memory, the skill attempted to lock onto what he had seen earlier. He decided to step outside again, taking Saloon with him. The other pups followed, curious. Harry picked a few different leaves and concentrated on them, using Observe multiple times. Observe LV.2 to LV.3. He grinned as the system notified him that his skill had improved once more. Now, each time he observed something, he received slightly more detail. A small fern by the den's entrance. Observe LV.3. Greenfern leaf, common forest plant, mildly antiseptic. Can be crushed into a poultice to prevent infection in small wounds. Harry's heart leapt. Even without buying the herbal remedies skill, he could now glean a bit more detail about plants. He had found something mildly useful. Green fern leaf could help with infections. He stored that knowledge in his mind, determined to remember it. He picked a few leaves and wrapped them in a large piece of bark for later use. Who knew when they might come in handy? The pups watched him curiously. Island sniffed at the bark, then sneezed. Harry laughed softly and patted her head. He felt a growing bond with these sisters. Their warm, watchful eyes, their endless curiosity, made him feel safe. For them, he would do anything. By midday, Sleria and Luna left for a short patrol, leaving Harry and the pups near the den. This time, the pups made sure Harry did not stray too far. Any time he ventured a few steps away, Ilfa or Murren would herd him back with playful nips at his ragged clothes. Harry submitted to this gentle guardianship gladly. He felt guide them that morning. Even if he had also pleased them with his catch, he would be more careful from now on, making sure they knew where he went or waiting until he was certain he wouldn't cause alarm. The afternoon sun filtered down, warming the forest floor. Harry and the pups explored a small radius around the den, noticing for interesting scents. Harry observed more plants and creatures, slowly building a mental catalogue of the forest's resources. Most were unremarkable, just ordinary leaves and berries, but the knowledge calmed him. Every fact made him more prepared, less helpless. From time to time, he closed his eyes and tried to feel the subtle hum of magic he suspected lay dormant inside him. The system said his magical core was suppressed. He wondered what it would feel like if it were free. Would he be able to heal others effortlessly? Conjure food, or speak the wolves' language? He did not dwell too much on it. He had enough to focus on with survival, trust building, and learning the ways of the forest. By late afternoon, Sleria and Luna returned, dropping off a small deer they had taken down together. It was more than enough to feed everyone. Harry watched in awe as they shared the meal. The axe dynamics were graceful. The strongest ate first, ensuring they maintained their strength to protect everyone. The pups and Harry waited their turn patiently. Despite being Omega, Harry never felt excluded. Never felt that edge of cruelty he associated with being last in the Dursleys' home. Here it was fair. Each had their place, and each received what they needed in time. After they had eaten, Sleria approached Harry and nudged him gently. He met her golden gaze, trying to understand. She opened her mouth and made a soft, rumbling bark different from the scolding tone Luna had used. Harry sensed this was encouragement. She seemed to say, "You have done well, pup. Stay close, learn our ways." He nodded, tears gathering at the corners of his eyes. He was so grateful for her acceptance. Evening approached, and the air cooled. The pups gathered around Harry again, as if assembling their nightly blanket. He welcomed it, letting them settle in close. He had noticed something over the course of the day. He rarely felt the pangs of loneliness anymore. Surrounded by these sister wolves, loved by Sleria and guided by Luna, he had a place in the world. He might be Omega, but he was theirs, and they were his family. Before sleep claimed him, he decided to glance at the system again, checking if his actions had triggered any new quests. No additional quests. Day 27 still in progress. Just surviving and learning might not be enough to earn extra coins or titles yet. He understood now that he had to be patient. The system was not a shortcut, it was a guide, a framework for growth. He would earn those 50 coins after a full week, and then perhaps he could buy herbal remedies. Maybe after that, more quests would unlock. He glanced at the pups, whose names he repeated in his mind. Each had her own personality. Ilfa was the most protective, Murren the most curious, Talaris playful and energetic, Erewhon shy but affectionate, Saloon watchful and calm, Island adventurous, Nythra clever and quick, Varia gentle and nurturing, and Curlise bright and full of mischief. Together, they formed a tapestry of love and companionship that Harry cherished. The moon rose higher, silver light spilling into the den. Harry noted that Sleria and Luna took turns keeping watch. He had learned a bit more about Luna throughout the day. She was indeed a senior female in the pack, perhaps an aunt or older sister figure to the pups. She treated Harry with a mix of stern guidance and caring warmth. Her presence assured Harry that if anything happened to Sleria, Luna would ensure the pack's well-being. Harry considered his small stockpile of greenfern leaves. Maybe tomorrow he could find more medicinal plants. If he learned enough on his own, he might not even need the skill from the shop right away. But no, the system's knowledge would be more reliable and thorough. He set that as a long-term goal. Gather enough system coins by completing the survival quest, then invest in healing knowledge. As the wolves settled for the night, Harry felt a subtle shift in his empathy. He could sense not just their emotions, but tiny nuzzlers of intention and instinct. It was as if their feelings were becoming clearer to him the longer he stayed with them. He wondered if, by day 7, he might understand them even better. Maybe he wouldn't need a skill to comprehend their emotions. Maybe he would learn their language naturally. The system hinted he might start to understand animal languages by chapter 3 of this journey, and here he was, living it. He closed his eyes and recalled the events of the day. His early morning hunt, the scolding and praise from Luna, the comfort of his sisters, the discovery of Greenfern's antiseptic properties. Each moment was a step forward, a building block for his new life. He was no longer Harry the abused boy from Privet Drive. He was Harry, Omega of the Wolf Pack. He had a purpose now: to survive, to grow stronger, to care for those who cared for him. Drifting into sleep, Harry listened to the sound of breathing around him, the gentle rustle of fur against leaves. He let the gamer's mind perk help him sort through the day's information calmly. There was no panic here, no fear, just a quiet determination to see tomorrow's dawn and do better than today. The night deepened. A gentle breeze stirred the branches outside, carrying the scent of distant water and fresh earth into the den. He could taste the forest in every breath, feel the heartbeat of life all around. If he closed his eyes, he could imagine green tendrils of energy connecting every living thing: trees, wolves, rabbits, fish, and even himself. Perhaps that was what magic felt like: interconnectedness, unity. He yearned to tap into it fully someday. Half asleep, he thought again of the shop's healing items. He pictured himself tending to a wounded pup, applying a poultice made from herbs and leaves, whispering soothing words. He saw himself assisting Sleria and Luna by providing them with healing, showing that even the Omega could protect the pack in his own way. A gentle nudge brought him back to the present moment. Curlise had shifted in her sleep, pressing her head against his side. He smiled and wrapped an arm around her furry body, sharing warmth. The pack was everything he had never had before, everything he had secretly dreamed of: acceptance, love, safety. He would repay them by becoming strong and capable, by learning to heal and help, so that they would never regret taking him in. Eventually, he let the forest lullaby carry him away. Tomorrow would be another day of subtle progress, quiet heroics, and unwavering loyalty. He trusted them now more than ever, these wolves who had become his sisters and guardians. And they trusted him, the strange little Omega who tried to bring them gifts and learn their ways. As Harry sank deeper into slumber, the system's silent presence remained a steady companion. No new messages came, no sudden quests appeared. It simply waited, patient and impartial, ready to record his growth. And Harry, no longer alone in the dark, drifted into dreams filled with moonlight, soft fur, and silent comfort of a brighter future. End of Chapter 3. Night of November 2, 1988. Harry's status. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: The Gamer. Active. Race: human, suppressed magical core. Age: 8, physically 4. HP: low, slight improvement due to proper nourishment. MP: restricted. Condition: severely malnourished, slight improvement, still weak but stable. Curses: 10x magical bindings, Horcrux perks. Gamer's mind: passive. Gamer's body: passive. Empathy: innate. Observe: LV.3. Skills: cooking max, cleaning max, gardening max, stealth novice, basic foraging novice, improvised hunting novice. Attributes: SPECIAL. Strength: 1 perception, 4 endurance, 1 charisma, 2 intelligence, 4 agility, 3 luck. System coins: 0. Shop. Available: Limmy items too expensive for now. Quests: active. Survive in the Wild Part 1, Day 2/7. Inventory: improvised pouch with greenfern leaves debuffs. Malnourishment: ongoing, slightly alleviated by successful hunting and regular meals. No additional titles or coins yet. Harry continues to adapt, gaining trust from the pack and gradually accumulating survival knowledge. The wolves have accepted him deeper into their family, and he dreams of earning the ability to heal and protect them in turn. Notes: my Patreon will guarantee 2 weeks of access before I post it here. https:// Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3W. It'll be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Beyond the boundaries of time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Snowfall in the City of Dreams will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. Restoration's Promise will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3. A Day of Knights and Queens will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Harry and the Wolf. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Howl of Power in a Snowbound World will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5. Quiet Rebellion and Deeper Bonds will be available on the 1st of February 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus on my Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Chapter 4. Gotcha Discovery. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. It was November 9, 1988, and the forest had hanged subtly in the weeks since Harry's first frantic days among the wolf pack. The air had grown colder, biting at his exposed skin, and the sense of decaying leaves had shifted to the crisp smell of distant ice. Dawn's light tinted the treetops a muted gold, and as Harry stepped from the wolves' den, he noticed the first delicate snowflake drifting lazily through the still air before settling soundlessly on the mossy ground. Winter was coming. The pack had flourished in this time, and Harry with it. Sleria, the mother wolf, moved with the same regal grace, yet Harry noticed how she stayed closer to home these days. As if aware that gathering storms might soon make travels more difficult. Luna, her loyal companion, had become a second guardian to them all. The pups Ilfa, Murren, Teleris, Erewhon, Saloon, Island, Nithra, Varia, and Kurlish had grown a little larger and more confident. They raced around Harry's legs, tails wagging, determined never to let him stray too far again. He felt a deep bond with these sisters now, a sense of unshakable loyalty and love that calmed his once fearful heart. Harry had survived the full 7 days of his original quest, Survive in the Wild Part 1. When the 7th day passed, the system rewarded him with a soft chime in his mind's ear. He remembered the notification well. Quest complete. Survive in the Wild Part 1, 7/7 days. Base reward. 5. 0 system coins optional objective, gain pack leader's trust completed. Additional reward. +1 to all attributes, +50 system coins. It was a triumph that made him smile. He had not only survived, he had thrived under the wolves' care. His attributes had all improved slightly, and he now possessed 100 system coins total. With these new resources, he had considered buying Herbal Remedies Basic Knoll Edge from the shop, an ability to help him heal the pack if needed. But he decided to hold off for a moment and explore what else the system offered. He wanted to understand more before spending his precious coins. The past week had also brought discoveries. Harry learned to manage his observe skill, which had leveled a few more times, providing more details on plants and animals. He had practiced stealth in the woods, gathering edible roots and berries, and had grown stronger and less fearful. He was still malnourished, but nowhere near as critically as before. Regular meals of fresh meat, supplemented by berries, fish, and even the occasional edible mushroom, had begun to fill him out. He still looked small and frail compared to a normal 8-year-old, but he did not feel so near to collapse. Today, however, presented a new challenge. The sudden chill made him shiver, his threadbare rags doing nothing to insulate him. Winter was upon them, and while the wolves had thick fur coats suited for the cold, Harry's human body was far more vulnerable. He would need clothing, something warm and protective. He had seen the wolves bring in kills with thick pelts. If he could somehow fashion those furs into clothing, he might survive the coming snows. But how? He was no stranger to menial tasks. She had been forced to do countless chores at the Dursleys. Sewing in particular had been nay of the many tasks thrust upon him whenever Dudley's clothes needed mending. He had never thought about it before, but he must have developed that skill to a high degree. The system considered everything a skill, didn't it? If so, maybe he already had sewing as a skill. The thought made him curious. He focused inward and summoned his status screen, flipping through his skills tab. He had cooking max, cleaning max, and gardening max from his time at the Dursleys, as well as some novice-level wilderness skills. But no sewing skill was listed, at least not yet. Perhaps he needed to perform the action to trigger it. He glanced back at the den. Inside, the pups were gnawing on leftover bones from the previous night's meal. He caught the eye of Varia, who wagged her tail encouragingly. They understood he was cold. He had shivered enough times. Maybe they would let him use some leftover hides from their kills. He bowed his head respectfully to Sleria, who was resting near the entrance. She chuffed softly, giving him permission to scavenge what he needed. He found a corner of the den where the wolves had dragged in old pelts and scraps. Some were still bloody, but others were cleaner, half-dried. He selected a supple rabbit skin and a piece of deer hide, hoping to stitch them together into something wearable. He needed a needle and thread. Thinking back on his childhood, he remembered making a needle from a piece of sharpened bone once, under the Dursleys. Cruel supervision, though that memory was hazy, more a concept than a clear recollection. He searched the inventory of bones left from meals. Carefully, he picked out a thin, strong bone and scraped it against a rock until it formed a pointed tip. For thread, he used long sinews pulled from the deer's leg, twisting them together. It was primitive, but it might work. Just as he was about to begin sewing, he remembered the system had mentioned an inventory feature. He had not yet tried it. If the system allowed him to store items, it would make carrying tools and ingredients far easier. He focused inward, thinking, open inventory. A translucent grid appeared in his mind. It showed empty slots, each capable of holding items. Tentatively, he touched the rabbit skin and it vanished from his hand, appearing in the inventory slot as a small icon. Excitement welled up inside him. He tried it again with the deer hide, the bone needle. The sinew thread. Each item disappeared from the physical world and reappeared neatly in his inventory. He felt no weight from them now, as if they were stored in a dimension of their own. To retrieve an item, he focused on its icon, and it popped back into his hand in reality. Incredible. Delighted, Harry organized the materials in his inventory, then retrieved them again and spread them on the den floor. The pups gathered around, curious. Murren sniffed at the needle, Erewhon pawed at the sinew. H gently and set to work. He placed one hide atop the other, aligning the edges. Carefully, he pushed the bone needle through the hide, pulling the sinew tight. His hands moved with surprising confidence and skill. As he threaded stitch after stitch, a soft chime echoed in his mind. New skill created. Sewing max derived from forced labor under the Dursleys. Your sewing skill is at mastery level. You can create, repair, and customize garments from various materials with remarkable efficiency. Harry laughed quietly at the absurdity. The Dursleys had unintentionally given him extraordinary domestic skills. He continued working, and under his deft fingers, the scraps of hide began to take shape. He fashioned a crude but serviceable tunic, with a hole for his head and slits for his arms, adding extra layers of hide to create insulation. He did the same for a pair of leg wrappings, tying them securely with sinew. When he finished, he slipped them on, wriggling his toes and fingers to test the fit. The clothing was not perfect, but it already held in more warmth than his ragged shirt and shorts. The pups wagged their tails in approval, and Sleria, observing from a distance, seemed quietly pleased. He had discovered so many useful features of the system in the past few days. Now that he had finished a pressing task making rudimentary winter clothes, he turned his attention to another new feature he had recently unlocked, Gotcha. A small icon in the system menu hovered at the edge of his vision, enticing him with the promise of random rewards. He had not dared try it before, uncertain if it would cost coins he could not spare. But when he focused on it, a message appeared. System Gotcha. First spin free. Free was good. He wondered what he could get. The shop was expensive, and maybe the gacha could give him something valuable. He confirmed his intention to spin the gacha. In his mind's eye, a wheel appeared, adorned with symbols he did not recognize. His own looked like strange runes, others like stylized animals or objects. With a thought, he spun the wheel. It turned silently, faster and faster, until at last it slowed and stopped, the pointer hovering over a golden symbol he could not decipher. Congratulations! You have obtained the ultimate prize, Skill Creator. Harry's eyes widened. The ultimate prize. He opened the description, curiosity burning inside him. Skill Creator. A rare and powerful ability that allows you to gain new skills through repeated actions more easily. Combine existing skills within the same category to create advanced composite skills, and develop unique abilities that blend your talents. Essentially, with Skill Creator, every repetitive action, every experiment with your abilities, can spark the birth of new and powerful skills. This was extraordinary. He had been steadily improving through the system's natural progression. But this would accelerate his growth dramatically. He could combine his domestic skills, cooking, cleaning, gardening, sewing, into a broader, homemaking, skill, or merge observati on and foraging into a specialized, field analysis, skill. The possibilities were endless. Even combat-related skills, if he ever developed them, could be enhanced or fused. He felt a surge of hope and excitement. With Skill Creator, he might one day become strong enough to protect his pack, heal their wounds, and contribute in ways he had never imagined. He spent the next few hours experimenting. Using his observe skill and his foraging knowledge, he tried to combine them into a single skill. He observed a cluster of mushrooms, then picked them, studied their properties, and tried to analyze them deeper. The system responded with a quiet chime. By continuously applying observe and foraging in tandem, you have created a new skill, Resource Analysis Novice. This skill allows you to identify resources, their properties, and potential uses more easily than observe or foraging alone. Harry grinned. It worked. He had created a new skill. This synergy might help him identify the best materials for clothing, medicine, or even tools. He wondered what else he could do. Could he merge sewing and something else to create a new skill line focused on crafting clothing and gear? He tried combining sewing with foraging and resource analysis by examining different plant fibers, testing their durability, then weaving them into the hide clothes. After several attempts, he received another notification. New skill created. Primitive Tailoring Novice. You can now craft more sophisticated garments, harnessing natural materials from your environment. Primitive tailoring integrates your sewing, resource analysis, and foraging skills to select the best materials and stitch them into functional, if rudimentary, apparel. It was working beautifully. Harry imagined future scenarios, blending herbal knowledge with cooking and gardening to create potions or salves, or combining stealth, empathy, and observation to gain a skill that let him approach animals gently, befriending them without startling. The Skill Creator opened countless doors. The pups continued to watch him curiously. They sensed his excitement. Island and Talaris brought him small sticks and leaves, as if offering raw materials for his experiments. He thanked them softly, petting their heads. They yipped happily. Over the past week, he had learned to appreciate these small gestures of kindness. The wolves might not understand the system, but they understood care and cooperation. Outside, the snowflakes were coming down more frequently now, drifting lazily into the clearing. The forest turned quiet, muffled by the gentle fall of snow. Harry stepped outside to test his new clothing in the cold. He shivered less this time. The hide tunic and leg wrappings offered some insulation. He might need gloves and boots next. Leatherworking would be another skill he could try to cultivate. With Skill Creator, he could integrate sewing and resource analysis to craft better-fitting garments. Perhaps he could even design a hooded cloak against the wind. As he stood there, Saloon trotted up and nudged his leg, whining softly. Harry kneeled down and tried observe on her again, even though he knew her well. He wanted to see if the skill revealed anything new at a higher level. Saloon. A young female wolf pup, healthy and curious. She trusts you completely. No injuries, mild hunger. Likes the sound of your humming and the warmth of your hands. Harry smiled warmly. He had started humming tunes from memory when working, and apparently Saloon noticed. He realized he was forging something beyond survival. Harahe was building a life. The pack had integrated him into their rhythms, and he had accepted them as family. He returned to the den and found a quiet corner. He wanted to check the shop again, now that he had new powers and some coins. With winter approaching, healing knowledge might soon become essential. Wolves could get injured slipping on ice or catching prey in deep snow. Harry opened the shop menu and navigated to healing abilities. Shop. Herbal remedies, basic knowledge, 50 system coins. He had 100 coins. Buying this would leave him with 50. That would still give him some purchasing power later. He confirmed the purchase, and a rush of information flowed into his mind. Suddenly, he understood how to identify certain herbs, how to grind leaves into poultices, and how to bind wounds with simple bandages. He remembered greenfern leaves and how they could prevent infection. Now he had a basic framework to treat minor injuries and illnesses. Perfect. With the skill creator at his disposal, he tried combining herbal remedies with resource analysis. After gathering a few herbs he had recently identified and examining them carefully, he received another prompt. New skill created. H. Herbal medicine crafting. Novice. You can now craft basic herbal remedies, combining plants and natural resources for increased healing effects. Excellent. Already, he was becoming more valuable to the pack. He could gather medicinal herbs, treat small wounds, and ensure everyone stayed healthy months. Luna approached him, carrying in her mouth a large piece of deer hide. She dropped it at his feet and nudged it with her nose, as if indicating he should do something with it. Harry understood immediately. Luna wanted him to make more clothing, perhaps for additional warmth or padding in the den. The pups crowded around, curious and expectant. Harry nodded, gathering the hide into his inventory. With a thought, he retrieved his bone needle and sinew thread. He began to stitch the hide into RGER pieces that could serve as blankets or windbreaks at the den's entrance. As he worked, he considered what other system features he might discover. He had found inventory, gotcha, and skill creator. The shop and quests he knew well. Perhaps, in time, he would unlock a crafting interface or a more advanced skill management screen. For now, he was content to explore at his own pace. The clothing and blankets took shape quickly. His sewing max skill making each stitch precise. The pups tried lying on the finished blanket even before he finished tying the last knot. They rolled around happily, enjoying the softness. Harry laughed and pulled them off gently to complete his work. Once done, he draped the new hide blanket near the den's entrance, insulating it from the creeping cold. As evening approached, the forest grew quieter still. The snow falling outside gave the den a cozy feel. The wolves began to settle for the night. Harry shared a meal with Themsleria and Luna had brought back a hare and a few fish. Harry took a small portion, carefully cooked it over a makeshift fire pit he had constructed outside using flint stones he'd discovered, gathered after repeated attempts, Ocking a rudimentary, fire-starting novice skill and returned inside with warm, lightly cooked meat. The wolves did not mind him cooking his portion, they preferred raw meat anyway. This small PT ability showed the harmony of their group, each could meet their needs in their own way. When everyone had eaten, Harry sat against the den's wall, wrapped in his new hide tunic. The pups clustered around him, forming their usual protective circle. He stroked Erewhon's head gently, feeling her soft fur under his fingers. She closed her eyes, tail wagging lazily. He was their omega, yes, but also their brother, caretaker, and friend. He contributed not just to their food supply, but to their comfort and care. In return, they gave him protection, companionship, and unconditional love. He opened his status screen one more time to review his progress. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: The Gamer Active. Race: Human, suppressed magical core. Age: 8, physically 4. HP: Improved, no longer critical. MP: Restricted. Condition: mildly malnourished, much improved. Warm, safe. Curses: 10x magical bindings, Horcrux perks. Gamer's mind, gamer's body, empathy, observe. LV. Resource analysis. Novice. Herbal medicine crafting. Novice. Primitive tailoring. Novice. Skills: Cooking, max. Cleaning, max. Gardening, max. Sewing, max. Stealth, novice. Foraging, novice. Herbal remedies, basic. Firestarting, novice. Special abilities. Skill creator. Attributes SPECIAL, improved from base due to quest reward system coins, 50. Inventory. Basic needle, sinew thread, various herbs, spare hides. Greenfern leaves quests. None currently active. Gotcha. Used, first spin. He had come a long way from the trembling boy abandoned in the woods. Now he had clothes, shelter, and the beginnings of a versatile skill set. The future felt more hopeful than ever. Snow continued to fall softly, piling on the ground outside the den. The pack grew drowsy, their full bellies and warm surroundings lulling them into rest. Harry yawned, feeling the pups cuddle closer. He considered what tomorrow might bring. Perhaps he could refine his clothing designs, add boots and gloves. Or explore the forest, to find medicinal mushrooms and rare herbs. With skill creator, he might develop completely new abilities that would help them all. He imagined a future where he could communicate more directly with Sleria. Where he might understand the subtle signals and barks that Luna used. He still didn't know if he could fully grasp their language, but he understood their hearts. For now, that was enough. Before drifting to sleep, he hummed a quiet tune, a lullaby he half remembered. The pups sighed contentedly. Outside, the wind was picking up, and winter had truly arrived. But inside the den, Harry's new family formed a living wall of warmth and love, their bodies pressed protectively around him. He had never felt safer. He thought of the system once more, grateful that it had given him the tools to survive and thrive. The Dursleys had tried to break him, but in doing so, they had unwittingly forged skills now invaluable to him. He had sewing, max. Cooking, max, and more. The wolves gave him purpose and belonging. The system gave him direction and empowerment, and he himself provided the will and determination to grow stronger every day. In the silence of that snowy night, Harry closed his eyes and whispered a silent thank you to the wolves, to the forest, to the system that guided him. He had found a life here worth fighting for, worth cherishing. The future stretched out before him like an unbroken path in fresh snow. Each step an adventure, each day a chance to become more than he ever thought possible. And my Patreon. https://schedule of the 1st of September 2025. Neon Shadows of Fate. Crossover between FNAF and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Crossover between Fallout and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Crossover between Friday the 13th and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Crossover between Helsing and Harry Potter. Chapter 3 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry and the Wolf, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, fanfic you are familiar with. Chapter 5 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. A single step into shadows. On eShot will be available on the 1st of September 2025 at 10 o'clock Central European Time, and will be free on Patreon. It is now available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Here will be available between 1500 to 1600 Central European Time. Reader Plus will cost you 5 and Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Reader Plus support only fanfictions are listed here. QBE Sun Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Rescued by Tales. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfic. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Shinigami's Vacation. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus S. Upward Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Raised by Mew Reborn. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Fragile Hope. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Symphony of Machines. Chapter 1 is available on Patreon for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10 fanfiction. Difference between Reader Plus and Reader Plus support. https:// Chapter 5. Howl of Power in a Snowbound World. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Snow blanketed the forest in a shimmering hush, turning the world into a tapestry of white, silver, and muted greens. It was now well into November 1988, and the once gentle flurries had intensified, piling drifts outside the wolves' den. The crisp air carried scents differently, Mackin. Even the simplest movement crackle with clarity. Within this fragile silence, Harry felt more alive than ever. He stepped gingerly into the clearing around the den, the snow crunching softly beneath the crude hide boots he had fashioned. A week had passed since he'd claimed the skill creator ability from the gacha, and in that time, everything had changed. The wolves Sleria, Luna, and his 9 sister pups remained his steadfast family. But Harry himself felt no longer like a fragile wisp. He had grown stronger. The system's influence on his body had been remarkable, and the steady nourishment NT and practice had finally removed his malnourishment debuff. That morning, he had awakened to a symphony of chimes and notifications in his mind. Status update. Debuff removed. Malnourishment. Level up. Level up. Level up. Current level 12. He marveled at how easily the system quantified his growth. Each level had brought a surge of strength, perception, endurance, and other attributes. He felt heavier in a good way. More substantial, as if he finally belonged in his own skin. Gone were the skeletal outlines of ribs beneath his flesh. While he was still small for his age, his body no longer screamed of starvation and neglect. Instead, he could stand tall, as tall as a tiny boy among giant wolvesprout that he could hold his own. After verifying his improvements, he had opened his status screen to see the results. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Title: The Gamer. Active. Race: Human. Suppressed magical core. Age: 8. Physically 4. Level: 12. HP: significantly improved. MP: restricted by remaining bindings. Condition: healthy, warm, well-fed. Curses: 9x magical bindings. 1 broken Horcrux. Perks: Gamer's Mind, Gamer's Body, Empathy, observe LV. Resource analysis, herbal medicine crafting. Primitive tailoring, skill creator. Skills. Cooking, max cleaning, max gardening, max sewing, max stealth, novice foraging, novice herbal remedies, basic fire starting, novice and more. Attributes SPE. CIAL, greatly improved from base. System coins. 50 inventory. Multiple useful crafted items, herbs, hides. The biggest shock had been seeing that a binding had broken from his magical core. He wasn't entirely sure when it had happened, perhaps during one of his moments of intense concentration, or maybe when he tried to summon more strength to carry heavier loads of meat or furs. But something had snapped inside him, and his magic, previously a trickle, now felt like a rushing stream. The system noted that his mana had grown eightfold in size. He still didn't have free access to all of it, thanks to 9 remaining bindings, but the difference was extraordinary. He could feel magic humming in his veins, whispering under his skin. Harry took a deep breath, watching his exhalation form a wispy cloud in the icy air. The pups Ilfa, Murren, Teleris, Erewhon, Saloon, Island, Nithra, Varia, and Curlis bounded around him, sinking their paws into snowbanks. NDF nuzzling powdery crystals into the air with joyous abandon. They were vibrant and full of energy, their fluffy winter coats insulating them from the cold. He loved each of them dearly and considered them his sisters. Though he knew he was different human, not wolf. He felt duty-bound to protect them, even though they far outstripped him in strength and skill. He had once tried using, observe, the pups and Luna to gauge their levels, but the result had been baffling. The system displayed question marks or nothing at all. He could only guess, and based on their casual strength and the ease with which they pinned him to the ground in play fights, he theorized that the pups must be around level 500 each. Luna, who was more composed and regal, must be at least level 800 or more. It was a staggering thought he was level 12, which he considered a great achievement, yet to these wolves, he was still a delicate little thing. The wolves knew their strength differences far better than he did. Whenever he managed to pin one of the pups or push them over in a mock tussle, he'd feel so proud, so mighty, only to see Luna watching from the sidelines, a knowing, amused gleam in her golden eyes. They were humoring him, letting him think he was strong. Yet the pups never corrected him, they never shattered his illusions. Instead, they rewarded his earnest efforts with playful nips and gentle yips, as if encouraging him to keep improving. It never occurred to Harry that he was truly so weak compared to them. He believed wholeheartedly he was growing strong enough to protect his family, and they allowed him this comforting belief. Harry didn't know that his own ignorance was a kindness. His confidence soared each day he trained and learned. He had carved out some wooden spears, practice throwing them at snow-laden bushes to improve his aim. He even tried using his newly freed portion of magic, though he barely understood how. He focused, imagining warmth radiating from his palm, and though no fire appeared, he felt a strange tingle. The system might record this as repeated attempts, eventually granting him some form of magical ability once he overcame more of his bindings. Unbeknownst to Harry, far away in a different part of England, in a small, cozy office lined with books and delicate instruments, Albus Dumbledore frowned at a large silver contraption. The old wizard wore half-moon glasses and a concerned expression. His device, which he claimed monitored the health and well-being of Harry Potter, the boy who lived, had given off an odd fluctuation. Dumbledore pressed a long finger to his lips, muttering, "Strange. The boy's condition. Perhaps he's ill, or maybe the wards around Privet Drive need recalibration." He had assumed Harry was safe with his Muggle relatives, never suspecting that they had abandoned the child in a forest to die. Dumbledore rarely doubted himself. He was Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the leader of the so-called Light, the who had manipulated the course of Wizarding Britain for decades. If something deviated from his plans, he tended to blame external factors, never his own oversight. He dismissed the odd reading as a minor sickness and decided to do nothing for now. The boy needed to remain a pawn on the chessboard, primed to defeat Dark Lords in Dumbledore's narrative of the greater good. Across the ocean, in the United States under MAC-USA's jurisdiction, Dumbledore was known under various unsavory nicknames like Manipulative Old Goat. He would be arrested on sight if he ever tried to set foot there. His reputation as a schemer and manipulator nationally, though Britain's wizarding world was largely ignorant. In his arrogance, Dumbledore believed he had crafted a perfect persona of grandfatherly kindness. He never considered that his web of lies and schemes would fail him one day. Meanwhile, Harry laughed as Nythra and Murren knocked him into a snowdrift, their tails wagging as they mimicked a NTING lesson they'd learned from Slyria. Harry tried to pin Murren down, grunting as he used all his strength. He succeeded only because Murren allowed it. The pup whined playfully, acting defeated. Harry grinned broadly, chest puffed out with pride. From a distance, Luna watched with a bemused twinkle in her eye. He was so earnest, so determined to protect them, yet so far from understanding how outmatched he truly was. Still, Harry's growth could not be denied. He felt the eightfold increase in his mana reserves thrumming beneath his skin. He searched the system for more details. Magic status. Magical core. Partially unbound, 1/10 bindings removed, MP increased x8. Warning. Further bindings detected. 9 remain. Each binding restricts access to full magic potential. He wondered who had placed these bindings on him. The system record suggested Dumbledore had done it, though Harry had no memory of such a person. It listed the bindings as curses. He knew what curses were from reading tool tips in the system. He also had that strange Horcrux thing inside him, something that didn't sound good at all. In time, he would need to find a way to remove these constraints. For now, he had to focus on building strength and knowledge. He had the skill creator ability. Maybe in the future, he could craft skills to break curses or break bindings. Encouraged by his newfound vigor, Harry set himself a small project. He wanted to test his magic more concretely. He had firestarting at novice level, gained from his attempts at creating sparks with flint stones. What if he combined firestarting, resource analysis, and herbal remedies to create something like alchemical fire, a skill that could produce a controlled flame enhanced by certain resinous herbs? He had tried combining skills before to create new ones. Thanks to skill creators' synergy, he gathered a few resin-heavy pine cones and dried moss from his inventory. He placed them on a flat stone near the den's entrance. The pups watched with curiosity. Circling around him, Harry breathed slowly, focusing on the pine cones. He observed them carefully. Observe LV. Pinecone resinous material, flammable, can be used as tinned or infused with certain herbs to create slow-burning fire starters. Now he tried mixing in a bit of dried herb that he knew from herbal remedies had warming properties. He ground it between 2 stones, releasing a faint spicy scent. He then brought his hands together near the mixture and whispered under his breath, trying to focus on igniting the material. He visualized sparks of magic, the eightfold mana he now possessed. He felt a gentle warmth in his fingertips, but no visible flame sparked. One of the pups, Erewhon, cocked her head as if asking, "What are you doing?" Harry smiled softly and shrugged. "Just experimenting," he said quietly, though he knew they didn't understand his words. Still, empathy told him they sensed his intent. He was trying something new, something interesting. He repeated the attempt several times, calling upon his firestarting skill and trying to merge it with resource analysis. Finally, after several minutes of concentration, the system chimed. Skill combination successful. New skill created. Primitive alchemy, novice. By combining firestarting, resource analysis, and herbal remedies, you can craft rudimentary alchemical fire starters and simple concoctions that harness natural properties. Harry beamed. No flame had appeared spontaneously, but he had formed a skill that might lead to that in the future. Perhaps if he developed primitive alchemy further, he could brew potions or create salves that produced heat. Satisfied for now, he put away his materials into his inventory and played with the pups in the snow. He noticed that while he felt stronger, they still dominated any physical contest. He no longer felt weak, but he recognized he had an enormous gap to overcome. Later that day, he decided to explore the forest's edge. With winter's arrival, prey might be scarcer. He wanted to help gather resources. The wolves allowed him to roam a short distance, always sending a pup or 2 to watch over him. Today it was Talaris and Curlies, who trotted beside him as he searched for edible roots or berry patches that might still bear fruit under the snow. As he searched, he marveled at how quiet and serene the world seemed. The system INTER face blended seamlessly with his daily life now. He would observe a patch of moss, then forage it, then analyze it, attempting to find some synergy that would yield new skills or information. Every action he took further integrated him with the forest, shaping him into a being of survival and subtle magic. A sudden cracking of a branch made him look up sharply. Talaris and Curlis raised their heads too, ears alert. A large shape moved in the distance. Harry's heart raced. It looked like a boar, massive and bristling, its tusks sharp as knives. The pups tensed, stepping protectively in front of Harry. He knew he shouldn't challenge such a beast directly. He tried. Observe, on it. Observe. Frost Tusker Boar estimated level. A highly territorial creature adapted to winter conditions. Dangerous when threatened. Harry swallowed. Level unknown. Definitely too strong. He backed away slowly, gesturing for the pups to do the same. The boar snorted, pawing the ground. It watched them, but did not charge. Perhaps they hadn't crossed into its immediate territory. After a tense moment, Harry and the pups slipped away, retracing their steps back to the den. When they returned, Luna and Sleria were waiting. Luna's eyes F-News lead over Harry, noting his startled expression. She stepped forward, noticing him, and Harry felt a calm, reassuring presence. He tried to convey with his tone and gestures that they had encountered something large and dangerous. The wolves seemed to understand. Sleria let out a low huff, as if acknowledging the danger. Harry realized again how he could protect his sisters against real threats right now. He vowed to grow stronger. He ate a hearty meal that evening, some smoked fish he had prepared and kept in his inventory. With his sewing max skill, he had crafted a smoke-curing rack outside the den weeks ago, preserving fish and small game. He considered how to improve it further. Perhaps he could integrate herbal remedies and cooking to create medicinal broths that increased vitality. The system would surely reward such ingenuity. After dinner, he sat near the den's entrance, wrapped in fur clothing, his breath forming small clouds. Snow continued to drift lazily. The pups curled up against him, sharing warmth. He checked his status again, admiring his level 12 and increased attributes. Just a week ago, he was barely surviving, now he was thriving. Harry contemplated the broken magical binding. If this was the smallest and easiest to break, what would happen as he freed more of them? His mana might become immense. Would he gain spells, elemental magic, the ability to communicate with his wolf family more directly? He yearned for it. He wanted to heal them if they were hurt, shield them from harm, and maybe even help them hunt more efficiently. His dreams soared high. In a distant tower, Dumbledore re-examined his device, frowning again at the odd readings. He considered visiting Privet Drive to check on Harry, but then shrugged it off. The boy's supposed relatives might just be neglecting him a bit, which suited Dumbledore's plans. A downtrodden Harry would be easier to manipulate later. He never considered that Harry might be forging alliances far stronger than the flimsy ties of blood relations with the Dursleys. Dumbledore's arrogance and apathy sealed his ignorance. He knew nothing of the White Forest to trust, and to grow strong. He did not know that every passing day chipped away at the chains he had placed on Harry's magic. He remained secure in his delusions, thinking himself infallible. Back in the den, Harry decided to test another combination of skills before sleeping. He had fire starting, primitive alchemy, and herbal remedies. What if he tried to create a simple healing salve that also produced warmth? He took some greenfern leaves and a bit of resin, crushed them together, and focused. His mind spun with ideas. If he combined healing properties with the mild antiseptic and the warming effect of resin, maybe he could craft warming salve to help soothe sore muscles. He repeated the action until the system acknowledged his intent. Skill combination in progress. It took several minutes of careful trial and error, but at last. New subskill created. Warming herbal salve, a simple concoction that provides mild healing benefits and warmth. Effect. Slight increase in body temperature. Minor healing over time. He applied a dab to his own forearm. It smelled herbal and felt pleasantly warm. The pups sniffed, intrigued. He smiled, offering a tiny bit on Erewhon's paw. She shook it off, puzzled but unharmed. Satisfied with his day's progress, Harry settled in for the night. The wolves formed their protective circle, pressing close. Outside, the moon cast silver light over a world of white. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the gentle thrum of magic inside him, the warmth of his family, and the quiet hum of the system's presence. He dreamed of the future, of breaking all 10 bindings, of achieving spells so wondrous he could shape the forest to his will, create sanctuaries for the wolves, and stand guard against any foe. He pictured Luna's amused smirk, turning proud when he finally grew strong enough to truly match even a fraction of her strength. He imagined the pups regarding him not just as their beloved Omega brother, but also as a pillar of safety. Morning arrived with a blaze of pale sunlight dancing over snowdrifts. Harry woke early, eager to refine his clothing further. He had sewing, max, and primitive tailoring skills. Could he create chair boots and gloves infused with herbal warmth? He tried rubbing the warming herbal salve onto the inside of the hides before sewing them. The system recognized his intent. Equipment enhanced. Wint. Our boots basic provides slight warmth and improved grip in snow. Equipment enhanced. Fur gloves basic provides slight warmth and dexterity in cold conditions. He wiggled his toes and fingers in his new gear. Delighted at the improvement, every action he took made life in this snowy world more manageable. He even tried to attach small bone hooks to a piece of hide to create a crude cloak clasp, ensuring it wouldn't slip off his shoulders. As he worked, Luna approached and nudged his shoulder. She gazed at his improved gear and huffed softly. It felt like approval. He bowed his head to her, a gesture of respect. He might be Omega, but he was useful. He saw pride in her eyes, or maybe that was wishful thinking. Either way, he cherished it. The pups came bounding in, eager to play. They knocked him over again, this time with Ilfa and Saloon tackling him into a soft snowbank. He tried pushing them off, laughing, straining with all his might. He managed to move Ilfa half a step, her tail wagged, amused at his effort. Harry beamed. He felt strong. He had no idea that to Ilfa, it was like allowing a baby to topple her gently. Luna watched, her smirk returning. She knew Harry's perspective. He truly believed he could protect them one day. She admired that belief. For wolves, strength and skill were clear-cut, but what Harry brought was unwavering determination, creativity, and resourcefulness the pups had never known. He enriched their lives as much as they did his. As afternoon fell, Harry ventured out again with a pair of pups, searching for herbs beneath the snow. With his improved boots and gloves, he could dig more easily. He found a cluster of wintergreens that provided mild sustenance. He carefully tucked them into his inventory, grateful for the magical storage that kept items fresh. He had discovered that inventory halted decay to some extent, making it perfect for storing herbs and meat for long periods. He paused in his foraging, marveling at his luck. The system had given him a new life. He knew nothing of wizarding society, of the twisted plots of Dumbledore, or the legacy his name carried. He was simply Harry, a boy raised by wolves, guided by an invisible system, forging his destiny in a snowbound forest. And that was enough for now. He returned to the den at dusk, greeted by Sleria and Luna's calm presence, and the pups' joyful greetings. They shared a meal, a hare Sleria had caught, and a small fish Harry had managed to spear earlier. He cooked his portion lightly, savoring the flavor. After dinner, he checked his status once more, thrilled at every incremental improvement. He noticed, primitive alchemy had gained a few experience points from his attempts at crafting salves and warm clothing. Slowly but surely, every skill advanced. Before sleep, Harry dared to try something bold. He closed his eyes, focused inward, and reached for his magical core. He visualized the broken binding, a faint memory of tension that had snapped. He wondered if he could weaken another. Perhaps not now. The system might require certain conditions. Maybe leveling up his magic-related skills or obtaining certain items would help. He resolved to explore magical growth more systematically. He had observed, resource analysis, and skill creator. In time, maybe he could synthesize a mana manipulation skill that might help him gain direct access to his magic. In the quiet darkness, the pack settled in around him. The wind whispered through the trees, scattering snow crystals that sparkled under moonlight. Harry yawned, his heart full of warmth, his spirit brimming with hope. He would grow stronger, still strong enough to protect his family, break all the bindings on his magic, and stand tall in a world he barely understood. In a distant study, Dumbledore snuffed a candle and told himself that all was well, that his pawn Harry Potter would remain pliable. In truth, Dumbledore had never been more in the dark. While he slumbered in his false security, the boy he thought safely cowed by neglect was blossoming into a force guided by love, empathy, and the gentle wisdom of wolves. Harry drifted into sleep with a smile on his face. The future was a mystery, but he was ready for it. The snow lay thick, the forest quiet, and the boy at level 12 dreamed of breaking free from all chains and rising to heights no one could imagine. My Patreon. https. Skeptical smiley face. Neon Shadows of Fate. Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time, Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Harry Potter Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Harry Potter Helsing. Chapter 5 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry and the Wolf. Gamer Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 will be available on the 16th of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. OL cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within. Harry Potter Ben 10 One-Shot. Reader One-Shot will cost you 3. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you 10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Rescued by Lamia Harry Potter Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Shinigami's Vacation. Bleach Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter O. Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Lon, Ely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter, Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter, Phania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter, Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter O, Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Worlds Unbound Magic. Harry Potter O, Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter, Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Chapter 6. Hearth in the Snowbound Home. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Winter had claimed the forest with absolute authority by the time December 1, 1988, dawned over the wolves' den. The world O.U.T. side had transformed into an endless canvas of white, snow-laden boughs, frost-kissed hollows, and silvery patches of ice catching faint sunlight. The forest's hush was now a constant companion, and only the crunch of careful footsteps or the distant call of a winter bird shattered that silence. Inside the den, all was warmth and comfort. Over the past weeks, Harry's skills had blossomed beyond any expectation. He had risen to level 15 now, thanks to the countless quests he had undertaken, at least 55 by his reckoning, though their rewards in system coins were frustratingly meager. No matter, Harry had discovered new ways to earn coins, and his personal growth had been tremendous. Beyond that, he had turned the den into something more like a cozy home than a mere animal lair. It was a haven where he, Sleria, Luna, and his 9 sister wolves Ilfa, Murren, Teleris, Erewhon, Saloon, Island, Nithra, Varia, and Curlyskold live in comfort amid the harsh winter. The den's floor was layered with wooden planks that Harry had crafted using newly gained woodworking skills. He had discovered a whole suite of abilities from basic carpentry to advanced wood crafting and even lumber processing through experimentation and the skill creator perk. He had turned fallen branches and logs into smooth, even boards fitted snugly over the hard-packed earth. On top, he spread thick furs stitch head together with his max-level sewing skill and infused them with a carefully concocted herbal salve that radiated subtle warmth. Thanks to his primitive alchemy and herbal remedies knowledge, he had mixed certain saps and herbs to create a gentle heat source. The walls, once cold stone and earth, were now draped with animal hides of legendary quality. He had refined his crafting methods until the system cheerfully announced legendary after he finished each piece. Equipment created. Legendary fur wall hangings provide maximum insulation, radiate mild healing warmth, greatly improve comfort and morale. He had even decorated the den's interior with small carvings, simple figures of wolves and abstract patterns, giving it a homely atmosphere. The pack adored it, showering Harry with affectionate nudges and nuzzles. Each night, they curled together inside this improved home, safe from the biting winds and swirling snow, and Harry felt deep satisfaction at their happiness. Over these weeks, Harry had discovered a crucial new system feature. He could sell his creations to the system for coins. He found that certain items, especially those marked as higher legendary quality, fetched a decent price. This was how he had bolstered his meager system coin income. At first, he sold simple carved wooden utensils or well-stitched hide pouches. The returns were minimal, but each coin counted. Later, as his skills advanced, He produced better goods, intricate bone needles, masterwork cloaks, herbal salves bottled in cunningly crafted wooden flasks, and sold them off. Though still not rich by any means, he now had a small surplus of system coins accumulating for future purchases. The skill creator ability had revolutionized his learning curve. By combining related actions, he produced entirely new skills. Over these few weeks, he must have gained at least 36 more skills. From survivor skill, that encompassed his entire ethos of living off the land, to a homemaking skill that integrated cooking, cleaning, gardening, sewing, and crafting into a single master ability. He even unlocked fashionista skill after he started experimenting with colors, dyeing hides with berry juices and charcoal mixtures to add aesthetic flair. The system had rewarded his creativity and diligence at every turn. Harry had also tested his magic further. With one binding broken, his mana reserves had grown exponentially. He still had 9 bindings remaining thanks to Dumbledore's cruelty, but the single breakthrough allowed him to experiment with basic spells. He discovered something called the SK Irem system for magic in one of the shop's submenus. It listed spells such as flames, frostbite, healing, and clairvoyance. He had purchased the cheapest spells. Flames and healing were among the first. At novice level, these spells cost a bit of mana, but with practice, he was getting more efficient. New spells learned. Flames, novice, produce a jet of flame from your hands. Healing, November. Ice, gradually restore health to yourself or target touched. Frostbite, novice, a cold-based spell that saps opponents' health and stamina. Clairvoyant, path to the closest quest objective. The spells came with practice. He combined his alchemy and herbal remedies knowledge, focusing on synergy with mana flow, to refine his spellcasting approach. The first time he produced flames, the pups had leapt back in surprise. But seeing it cause no harm, they became curious, even delighted. He used healing to soothe small scrapes the pups got while playing rough in the snow. It impressed Lunahay saw her ears perk in an appreciative huff whenever he gently healed a pup. Over time, he elevated these spells from clumsy attempts into smooth castings. Though they remained at novice level, the system showed experience bars slowly filling. With enough practice, he could raise them to adept, expert, maybe even master levels. At night, Harry would sit quietly and practice clairvoyance just to watch shimmering path of blue light appear before his eyes. There were no pressing quests that required him to navigate far, but he enjoyed the trick, laughing softly as the pups tried to paw at the magical light. He had become a busy artisan, healer, crafter, and apprentice mage. With every action, he tried to improve the comfort of his family. His legendary quality clothing now fitted him snugly, insulating him from the intense cold. He had made similar garments for the pups, though they did not truly need them. Still, they enjoyed playing dress-up, nosing at the straps and ties he crafted, humoring him. Harry giggled every time Curlise pranced about wearing a tiny cloak that flapped comically behind her. Luna and Sleria watched these antics with tolerant amusement. The den had also grown more spacious. Using woodworking, Harry had hollowed out a side passage for storage, where he kept dried herbs, smoked fish, and neatly stacked furs. He invented a rudimentary shelving system, planks upwarded by sturdy stakes to organize materials. The wolves found this novel and sniffed curiously at the shelves. Storing items off the ground kept them dry and accessible. He had even placed a small basket woven from thin branches. Another new skill, basket weaving, to collect shed wolf fur. He'd discovered certain crafting recipes required animal hair or fur as binding material. The system Rico, GNIZED, his ingenuity, and occasionally rewarded him with small experience boosts. Amid these domestic transformations, Harry had not forgotten the system's quests. He received them frequently now. Small tasks like gather 10 edible roots, or craft 5 high-quality cloaks. He had completed 55 such quests, but was disappointed that each gave only a handful of system coins at best. Yet he didn't complain. Each quest encouraged him to grow in skills, and they also sometimes unlocked new features. Without them, he might never have discovered he could sell his creations to the system. Now, with his creation selling feature, he balanced quests and crafting to slowly accumulate wealth. He browsed the shop with new eyes. Before, chakra, ki, or Raryoku powers from distant worlds were impossibly expensive. Now, while still far off, they no longer seemed entirely unattainable. If he kept at it, maybe he could afford them in a year or two. In the meantime, smaller purchases like advanced herbal remedy manuals or moderate-tier spells were within reach. To better his magic, Harry had experimented with mana flow. Using his empathy skill, he tried to feel the magic in the world around him. He discovered that plants and animals had subtle auras, and with the skill creator ability, he fused empathy and magic sensitivity, a skill he unlocked after repeatedly trying to sense mana, to create arcane empathy. This skill allowed him to feel the magical resonance of living things, hinting at which plants might have magical properties useful in potions or salves. Combining arcane empathy with resource analysis and herbal medicine crafting, he forged arcane herbalism, novice, enabling him to brew low-grade magical potions that enhanced healing or provided temporary warmth against the cold. Now, the den boasted not just warmth but subtle magical energy. The hides on the walls weren't only physically insulating. After he treated them with potions and salves, the system recognized their magical infusion. Legendary insulated hide wall, enchanted, minor healing aura, persistent warmth, improved morale and sleep quality. The wolves rested more peacefully, waking energized and happy. Harry woke each morning cocooned by his sisters' warm bodies, feeling their affectionate nuzzles and contented sighs. They had grown even more attached to him. Although Harry knew he was still physically weaker than them, he suspected their levels were in the hundreds. He had carved an essential niche in their lives. He was their omega, yes, but also their caretaker, craftsman, and budding mage. They respected and adored him for it. Harry marveled at how far he had come. A month ago, he had been abandoned, starving and cold. Now, he was level 15, well-fed, surrounded by loving family, and in legendary garments he crafted himself. He considered experimenting more with his magic. Skyrim spells were categorized by schools: destruction, flames, frostbite, restoration, healing, illusion, alteration, conjuration. Maybe he could learn alteration spells to reinforce the den's structure or illusion spells to calm aggressive beasts. He planned to purchase a few low-cost spells from the shop soon. Each evening, after feeding the pack and himself, Harry sat by the soft glow of a bioluminescent mushroom cluster he had cultivated, another result of skill synergy, mycoculture, a skill for growing useful fungi. And pondered his options. The system's interface hovered in his mind's eye, listing stats, skills, and inventory contents. He carefully reviewed his most recent acquisitions. Among the 36 new skills, some stood out. Mycoculture novice allowed him to cultivate certain mushrooms in controlled conditions, even in winter. Tanning and leatherworking advanced in Hank. His ability to treat hides and create high-quality leather products. Runic etching basic. After discovering strange symbols on stones, he gained the ability to carve runes that could store minor magical energy. Perhaps with practice, he could create runic enhancements for clothing or tools. Weaving intermediate. By studying spiderwebs and plant fibers, he learned to weave finer thread and even primitive fabrics. Bone carving advanced. From old bones, he crafted delicate needles, hooks, and ornaments. Primitive metallurgy locked. He had glimpsed this skill but not unlocked it yet, as he found no metal ores nearby. One day, though, he had even discovered a skill ironically called interior design novice after he started arranging furniture-like structures in the den for better aesthetics and functionality. The system seemed capable of quantifying every aspect of life into skills, granting him new titles and abilities through repetition and creativity. The fashionista skill amused him. After all, who would have thought the neglected boy under the stairs would become a fashion-minded craftsman in a wolf den? Yet he found that by applying dyes and patterns to clothing, he increased the comfort and morale of everyone inside. Wolves might not care about color combinations as humans do, but they enjoyed the variety and Harry's obvious delight in providing it. One afternoon, he proudly showed Luna a cloak he had dyed with berry juice, creating a swirling pattern of crimson and black. He knew she was far stronger and older than him. He theorized level 800 at least, but her curious sniff and the slight wag of her tail told him she appreciated the effort. Luna and Sleria often exchanged looks, as if silently communicating their pride and affection for their strange human pup. Harry had also become braver in small ways. He ventured a bit further from the den when gathering materials, always accompanied by a pair of pups. His improved stealth and foraging skills allowed him to avoid dangerous creatures like the frost-tusker boar from before. If he had to, he could now defend himself with spells. He practiced combining spells with physical actions, igniting resin torches without flint, melting snow to access hidden plants, or using healing on chapped skin. The synergy of everything in his life now was staggering. He noted that nearly everything could be combined for new results. Once, while weaving a new tapestry from dyed yarns, yarn made from plant fibers he painstakingly twisted and refined, he hummed softly. He had done this many times, but this time, he focused on his humming and his empathy skill, trying to sense if the wolves relaxed more. A chime sounded in his mind. New skill created. Soothing melody, novice, by combining empathy, humming, and an attentive audience. You create a calming melody that eases tension and improves mood. A laugh bubbled in Harry's throat. Even his humming became a skill. With soothing melody, he could calm anxious pups or put them to gentle sleep, reinforcing the peace in their home. As December progressed, the snow became thicker, but inside the den it felt like a sanctuary. The walls gleamed with well-tanned fur hangings. The floor was cushioned with layered fabrics and hides. Harry had crafted a small enclosed hearth in the center, just a ring of stones with some carefully chosen logs that smoked less and burned slower. He enchanted the logs with low-level flame spells to keep them smoldering, and treated them with herbal mixtures to produce a pleasant scent. Yes, he had essentially created a cozy cottage environment inside a wolf's den. The wolves adored it. They returned from hunts and patrols happy to rest in Harry's home. They showered him with affection, more often nuzzles on his face, playful headbutts, wagging tails brushing against him whenever he finished a new improvement. He felt so loved that tears came to his eyes sometimes. He had never known such acceptance in his previous life with the Dursleys. The memory of the Dursleys had faded to a dim ache in his mind. He no longer feared them, no longer flinched at sudden movements or harsh words. Surrounded by love and guided by the system, he had healed from old wounds, physically and emotionally. The gamer's mind perk kept him steady, but it did not remove his capacity for gratitude and joy. He cherished every moment. With his new powers and creations, he finally decided to purchase a few more spells from the shop. He had accumulated around 200 system coins now, thanks to selling some legendary cloaks and carved wooden figurines. He browsed the spell list under the Skyrim Magic section. Oakflesh Novice Alteration increases the caster's armor rating. Courage Novice Illusion, targets won't flee and get some combat bonuses. Muffle Novice Illusion, silence movement. Lesser Ward Novice Restoration, creates a magical shield that protects against spells and physical damage. He bought Oakflesh and Lesser Ward. Oakflesh would help if he ever had to stand between a threat and his family, toughening his skin for a short time. Lesser Ward could shield him from harm as he cast healing spells on injured pack members if some danger arose. Practicing them alone in a corner of the den, he watched a faint shimmer of protective magic flow over his arms. The pups, of course, watched him curiously. When he cast Oakflesh and touched Saloon gently, letting her feel the hardened aura around him, she sniffed and nudged him, impressed. Harry grinned, proud of every tiny step towards being a protector. He had also noticed that as he created more legendary quality items, the system nudged him towards using better ingredients. He considered leaving the forest someday to find rare materials. But no, this was his home now. He would not abandon his family. If the system required better materials, he would search the forest deeper, patiently and safely, with pups at his side. His fashion instincts improved too. With Fashionista, he experimented in creating matching sets of cloaks, gloves, and boots for each pup. He dyed their cloaks in subtle patterns that reflected their personalities. Ilfa got forest green swirls from ground pine needles. Island got a sky blue hint from certain berries, and Curly's a playful patchwork of colors. The wolves seemed amused, even if they didn't quite understand why Harry wanted to dress them. They let him, tails wagging, tongues lolling happily. In return, Harry gained more system coins by selling spare copies of these designs. Each legendary cloak sold for a handful of coins. And he discovered that by enchanting them with minor warmth or healing properties, he could raise their value slightly. He became a cottage industry of one, crafting items and selling them. Into the ether of the system's marketplace. One evening, as the wolves dozed and Harry leafed through his status screens, he noticed he'd gained a new title. New title unlocked. Artisanal Hearth Keep. You have transformed a simple animal den into a cozy, nurturing home. This title grants a small bonus to comfort and morale-related skills, as well as a 5% discount in the system's shop for domestic and crafting-related items. Harry smiled broadly at this. A discount in the shop might let him buy more spells or better tools. Every advantage counted. He browsed domestic categories and found sewing needles or improved herbal containers. He would wait until he had a bit more coin before purchasing. He looked over his attributes SPECIAL, noticing that the steady leveling to 15A. ND removing malnourishment had increased them significantly. His strength, once at a pitiful 1, had improved to something more respectable. His endurance, perception, and intelligence also rose nicely. He felt sharper, more agile, more durable, still nowhere near the wolves' monstrous levels, but enough to feel confident. As December nights grew longer, they spent more time indoors. Harry told the stories, not that they could understand his words exactly, but the tone and body language mattered. He used soothing melody skill to weave soft lullabies. He practiced restoration magic to keep everyone healthy. Illusion spells like Calm, purchased recently, to settle an overly excited pup. The wolves adored him even more, showering him with nuzzles. Harry swore he saw Luna roll her eyes affectionately at his melodramatic tales. But Sleria and the pups listened, ears perked. The synergy of all he had achieved felt miraculous. He had become a craftsman, healer, mage, homemaker, tailor, interior designer, and now a bard of sorts. Each new skill layered atop the last, forming a rich tapestry of abilities. Skill Creator encouraged him to keep experimenting. He tried combining alchemy, herbal medicine, and restoration spells to create magical potions that instantly healed small wounds. It was tough, but eventually. New skill created. Potion brewing, basic. You can now brew simple magical potions using herbs and your knowledge of restoration magic. With potion brewing unlocked, he could sell potions to the system too. He brewed a batch of basic healing potions and sold them, earning a tidy sum of 20 system coins. It wasn't a fortune, but it felt good to diversify his income streams. The wolves recognized that Harry was no ordinary Omega. He might be weaker physically, but his CRA, FTS and spells were a source of security and comfort. They might have immense strength, but Harry brought something intangible. He brought a warm hearth, healing salves, and soft melodies. This synergy strengthened the bond between them. They teased him gently when he tried to wrestle them, letting him believe he was fierce, but they also respected his role as provider of warmth, healing, and happiness. Harry felt so fulfilled. Here, he wasn't a burden. He had found a purpose, a family, and endless potential through the system. He wondered vaguely about the future. Would he ever meet other humans, learn about wizards and wand magic? Discover who Dumbledore was, or what Horcrux truly meant? Perhaps one day. For now, he was content to grow at his own pace, steadily chipping away at his limitations. He practiced casting Lesser Ward and healing in combination, discovering that channeling improved the potency of his healing. The system recognized this skill combination. Dual casting novice by channeling 2 spells at once. You increase their effectiveness. Skyrim rule. Mastery of dual casting can lead to powerful spell enhancements. Now he could dual cast healing and Lesser Ward for a protective healing shield. Perfect if a pup ever got seriously hurt. He tested flames and frostbite simultaneously on a patch of snow, just to see what happened. The snow melted, then refroze quickly. Not very practical, but fun. Maybe he could refine that idea later. By December's first week, the forest was blanketed in at least a foot of snow. Travel was slow. Harry considered making snowshoes or sleds for better mobility. He experimented with woodworking and weaving to create a pair of crude snowshoes for himself. They worked poorly at first, but after a few redesigns. New equipment. Legendary snowshoes provide excellent traction on snow, reduce energy expenditure when traveling in winter conditions. He grinned at the legendary tag. The system seemed generous with that label now that he was adept at his crafts. Maybe his skill levels influenced item quality. High skill, good materials, and careful craftsmanship yielded legendary items. It was a hint that he should keep pushing his skills to max whenever possible. The wolves appreciated his improvements, though they were perfectly adapted to the snow without human contraptions. Still, they looked with interest at the snowshoes, noticing and pawing at them. Island tried nibbling a strap, but Harry gently tapped her nose. "No, that's mine," she whined playfully and rested her head on his shoulder, forgiving him. At night, as they huddled in their luxurious den, Harry silently thanked the system for guiding him. He thought of the chain of binding still on his magic. He had not broken another yet, but he wasn't discouraged. His mana had grown already. Maybe if he trained specific magical exercises like channeling mana into runes or practicing advanced spells could weaken another binding. He was patient. Every step forward mattered. He was also curious about other system features. He had discovered quests, shop, gacha, inventory, skill creator, and the ability to sell creations. Were there more hidden features? Achievements, titles, ranking boards, party systems. Maybe if he met other beings with system interfaces, he could learn. The wolves seemed natural and not system-bound, though. They were mighty by nature, not by artificial stats. Harry admired their raw power. Gazing at Sleria's sleeping form so large and Regalhay wondered just how strong she was. If Pups were level 500 and Luna possibly level 800. Sleria might be level 1000 or beyond. The thought humbled him. Still, they accepted him as he was. He would repay their kindness with loyalty and care. He would make their lives as comfortable and joyful as possible. He rearranged a blanket over Erewhon, who was snoozing with her nose tucked under her tail. The den was so peaceful, lit softly by the glow of embers and the magical warmth he'd imbued in the walls. He closed his eyes, feeling the presence of his family all around. In the morning, he rose early to surprise them with a new treat. He had been experimenting with cooking beyond simple roasting. Combining cooking, max, herbal remedies, primitive alchemy, and some newly discovered edible mushrooms, he created a hearty broth that warmed the body and provided mild health regeneration. The system called it invigorating broth basic. He served it in carved wooden bowls, and though the wolves didn't need utensils, they lapped it up eagerly. The taste pleased them, as did the warmth spreading through their limbs. Cooking achievement. Gourmet of the wild. By creating nourishing, health-restoring cuisine from wild ingredients, you gain a 5 bonus to all cooking-related tasks. And slightly enhance the potency of your dishes. Harry laughed softly at the new achievement. He found it delightful how the system rewarded him for caring about his family's comfort and health. He stacked empty bowls in the corner afterward, knowing he would wash them later. Cleaning max skill made that trivial. The days rolled on like this, each one filled with quiet productivity and familial affection. He improved his gear, practiced spells, brewed potions, carved decorations, and told stories. The wolves, in turn, provided him companionship, safety, and a loving environment that nurtured his growth. He might still be their omega in terms of raw strength, but he was cherished and respected for his contributions. As December deepened, Harry felt stronger and more confident than ever. He was level 15 now, still dwarfed by his adoptive family's presumed levels, but advanced far beyond the weak, malnourished boy he once was. He looked at his hands, no longer shaking from hunger, now steady and capable. He touched the enchanted walls he had adorned with legendary quality fur hangings. He sat on the smooth wooden floor he had crafted and felt immense pride. This was home, and he had helped shape it. He couldn't help but wonder what lay beyond the forest, beyond these quiet winter days. He knew that somewhere, someone had bound his magic and planned for him to be a pawn. The Stem's tool tips about Dumbledore had shocked him. He understood that this Dumbledore was an enemy of sorts, a manipulator who had tried to limit his potential. One day, Harry might confront that truth. For now, he was safe. Growing stronger in secret. By the time he met Dumbledore, he would not be the helpless boy expected. He would be a force shaped by love, cunning, and countless skills honed in the wild. Clutching a bone needle in his hand, he finished sewing a new cloak. The system chimed. Legendary winter cloak created enhanced with minor healing aura, warmth, and aesthetic appeal. High value if sold. He smiled. Another masterpiece. He might keep this one for himself or gift it to Luna. Maybe Luna would enjoy a personal cloak, even if she didn't need it. It would be a symbol of gratitude for her watchful guidance and amused indulgence of his efforts. Outside, snowflakes drifted gently. The forest slept under a blanket of white silence. Inside, Harry and his family thrived, each day brighter than the last. He opened his status screen one final time before sleep, noting with satisfaction the long list of skills, over 100 each representing a step in his journey. From the corner of his eye, he saw Nithra lift her head, yawn, and nuzzle closer to him. He set the cloak aside, cuddling with the pups, feeling their soft fur and gentle heartbeat. This was his life now, a boy turned craftsman, mage, healer, tailor, and friend to wolves. The system pulsed quietly in the background, always ready to record his growth, reward his creativity, and show him the path forward. In the hush of a December night, Harry surrendered to sleep, confident that tomorrow would bring new opportunities to learn, create, and love. In that silence, the enchanted walls radiated gentle warmth, the pups breathed softly, and the snow concealed all trails to the outside world. Harry's world was here, with them, and he would make it beautiful, safe, and full of quiet miracles. N. My Patrio. N. Neon Shadows of Fate. Harry Potter FNAF. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for us. With Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Beyond the Boundaries of Time. Harry Potter Fallout. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Harry Potter Friday the 13th crossover. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on 23.1.20. 25 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Arian. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Harry Potter Helsing. Chapter 5 is already available for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 6 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry and the Wolf. Gamer Harry Potter O. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be Ava. I label on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Naruto Portal. Chapter 7 is already available on my Patreon for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support. Chapter 8 will be available on the 23rd of January 2025 at 1500 Central European Time for users with Reader Plus or Reader Plus support on Patreon. Reader Plus will cost you 5, Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Metamorphosis. The Legacy Within. Harry Potter Ben 10 One-Shot. Already available. Reader One-Shot will cost you 3, Reader Plus will cost you 5. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. On these fanfics below you will need Reader Plus support which will cost you 10. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. C. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter, Monster Masumi. Everyday Life with Monster Girls. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Po. TTER, Looney Tunes. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Shinigami's Vacation, Bleach. Naruto. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter O, Alive Potters, Sibling Potter. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Lonely Ruler and Her Sons. Hein. Harry Potter, One Piece. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter, Pokemon. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter, Jigsaw. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter, Phania. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter, Poppy Playtime. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for use RS with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter, Coraline. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter O, Second Year. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 4 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Worlds Unbound Magic, Harry Potter O, Multi-Fandom, Crossover, Future O. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter, Percy Jackson. Chapter 1 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 2 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Chapter 3 is available for users with Reader Plus support. Reader Plus support will cost you 10. Chapter 7. Snowbound Bonds and System Awakening. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. February 1, 1989 arrived in a swirl of winter's icy breath. Outside, snowdrifts rose nearly as tall as a grown man, piling in gentle slopes around the wolves' den. The forest itself had become a realm of hushed silver, quiet except for the occasional rustle of animals still braving the season. Bitter winds coaxed flakes of frost to swirl in lazy spirals, as if painting the world in swirling white ribbons. Inside the den, however, warmth and companionship banished the cold. Embers glowed softly in a carefully constructed stone ring, while fur-draped walls shimmered with subtle magical energy, the product of months of Harry's meticulous crafting. Harry woke early that morning, nestled against the bulk of Luna, one of the two adult female wolves who had taken him in months ago and nurtured him alongside her own young sisters of the pack. The other adult, Sleria, often, left the den for hours at a time on hunts or to scout the forest perimeters, but she was never far, always returning with an unspoken watchfulness in her golden eyes. Harry had come to think of Sleria and Luna as maternal figures. Guardians, teachers, and companions all in one. Around him, the 9 pups. Ilfa, Murren, Teleris, Erewhon, Saloon, Island, Nithra, Varia, and Curlis dozed in a loose pile. Their slender muzzles and thickening winter coats pressing warmly into each other. The den felt alive with the hum of their collective breathing. He was no longer the frail scrap of boy he had been in November. The Dursleys were but a faint memory, overshadowed by the unconditional love and acceptance given to him by this wolf family. His body had grown stronger from the daily rigors of survival, and from the system's continuous leveling. Overnight, he had reached level 30, a milestone he never would have conceived of months ago. Yet here, in the silent hush of morning, he was reminded of how little that number mattered in the face of the wolves' own invisible might. The pups, likely well beyond level 500, remained playful and gentle with him but could easily overpower him in any wrestling match. Luna, whose easy grace hinted at unstoppable force, must be even higher, maybe level 800 or more. And Sleria, Harry sometimes believed she could surpass them all. Even so, he was content. Sleria's hunts kept the den well stocked with fresh game. Luna's vigilant watch ensured no danger snuck near. And Harry contributed by weaving warmth into every corner of their home, from sewing legendary grade cloaks to enchanting the walls with subtle healing wards. He had found his niche as the pack's provider of comfort, knowledge, and budding magic. It did not bother him that he was physically the weakest among them. He had accepted, cherished, guided, and protected. He slid away from Luna carefully, not wanting to disturb her slumber. The den's floor was padded with planks of smooth wood, and less furs overlapped to make a comfortable tapestry. Even in the coldest hours, the inside air remained almost balmy. He brushed aside a softly glowing fungus cluster, a detail from his mycoculture skill, used for subdued natural lighting, and stretched his arms. He felt a pleasant ache in his muscles. The leveling process had advanced his attributes to respectable heights, but more than that, the daily routine of forging, sewing, cooking, and practicing magic had toned him physically. Gone were the spindly arms of a malnourished boy. At 8 years old, he still had the small frame of a child. But there was firmness to his shape now. A quiet whimper alerted him that at least one pup had awakened. Saloon raised her head, blinking sleepily. Harry smiled and ran a gentle hand over her head, feeling the soft bristle of her fur and the warmth radiating from her body. She gave a soft wag of her tail, then stood, walked a small circle around him, and plopped back down against his side, determined to soak in the closeness for a few moments longer. He recalled the first time he'd realized these wolves truly loved him. It was a night in December, after he'd improved the den's insulation. Snow was raging outside, winds howling in a near blizzard. Yet the pack had circled around him, pressing their fur against his body to ensure not a single shiver passed his frame. Their acceptance had him so profoundly that he'd cried himself to sleep, tears of relief and gratitude. Now, 2 months later, such demonstrations of care were the norm. He wanted to make them proud, to ensure they never regretted adopting this human pup. At times, he wondered what they saw in him, perhaps the faint spark of magic. Or was it a primal maternal instinct that stirred in Sleria's heart the night she first carried him to the den? Half-starved and trembling, whatever the reason, they had given him more love in these few months than he had known in all the years before. He breathed in the scent of pine resin and soft fur. It was so serene here. Gazing around, he thought about how he'd reached level 30, an impressive milestone by the system's metrics. He had discovered a dozen ways to gather system coins, forging items, brewing potions, completing quests. He had also unlocked new spells from a reference the system labeled as Skyrim magic, practicing daily until spells like Oakflesh and Lesser Ward felt familiar in his hands. Even so, one glance at Erewhon gnawing on a bone or at Luna calmly surveying the den was enough to remind him that, in raw power, he was still the smallest among them. He never used that power to dominate or threaten him, only to keep him safe, wrestle playfully, or help in hunts if needed. He leaned in close to Saloon, burying his face in her thick fur, feeling its softness tickle his cheeks. He whispered a quiet greeting to her. She responded with a gentle nudge of her muzzle and a soft whuffing sound. Within minutes, Murren yawned and joined them, followed by Ilfa and Talaris. Their golden eyes sparkled in the muted light, blinking away the last traces of sleep. Each pup offered Harry an affectionate nuzzle on the cheek or a nudge against his shoulder. The morning had begun, and so had their daily cycle of forging deeper bonds. Sometime later, Luna stirred. She stretched, rising to her full, imposing height. Beside her, the pups looked small, but so did Harry. She shook out her coat, scattering a few snowflakes that clung to her fur from the den's entrance. Harry rose to greet her, bowing his head in a gesture of respect. She acknowledged him with a soft huff. He had learned to read her expressions and posture with near-fluent understanding. The slight tilt of her head meant approval, the slow blink meant warmth or affection, and the faint narrowing of her eyes suggested playful challenge. He took a moment to straighten his fur-lined tunic, legendary in the system's eyes, though it was simply comfortable to him. The pups circled him excitedly, anticipating what the day might hold. There would be foraging, cooking, maybe a short hunt or a round of magical practice. He smiled softly as he patted each pup in turn. This was his family, and though he was the Omega, he was content. Slowly, he gathered his gear. A small carved wooden pack held a few tools. A bone knife, a tiny mortar and pestle, a handful of dried herbs, and some resin. His sewing kit, including a slender bone needle, always remained tucked inside his waist pocket. The system had taught him to be prepared for any little crafting or healing emergency. He threw a cloak around his shoulders and fastened it with a polished bone clasp. Several pups let out playful whines, circling his legs as if to urge him to hurry. He guessed they wanted to see what new wonders he would create today. A short time later, two pups, Curlies and Varia, followed him out into the open forest to gather supplies. The snow crunched underfoot, and though it reached nearly to Harry's waist in some areas, his carefully crafted snowshoes helped keep him from sinking. The pups bounded across drifts effortlessly, with that natural grace wolves possessed. Their presence provided comfort. They might be strong enough to fend off any threat, but that didn't diminish Harry's sense of responsibility. If the frost tusker boar from earlier months returned, or a wandering predator decided to threaten them, he wanted to be prepared. He paused by a patch of frosty evergreens, observing them in the system's interface. Observe LV. Evergreen pine needles contain mild antiseptic oils. Resin can be harvested for fire starting and potion bases. He nodded, carefully snapping a few twigs and scraping some resin into a small pouch. Curlies busied herself noticing around the base of the tree, while Varia pressed her muzzle against Harry's knee, as if urging him onward. He gave them a soft grin, pointing toward a half-buried boulder. Sometimes, mushrooms or hardy herbs grew in the damp recesses near exposed rock. When they reached the boulder, Harry activated Resource Analysis. Resource Analysis LV. Trace amounts of frostroot herb detected beneath snow. High magical potential, can be used for cold-resistant potions. Frostroot herb had become one of his favorite winter ingredients. He gently scraped away the snow, exposing the wiry leaves that clung to the frozen ground. It took delicate fingers to remove them without damaging the roots. Varia and Curlies helped by pushing aside snow with their snouts, and Harry carefully dug up the herb, storing it in his wooden pack. He cast Oakful Esh on himself to ward off the worst of the cold, feeling the minor tingle of magic flow across his skin. The system's synergy between restoration and alteration spells had become second nature. Wave of gratitude washed through him for how far he'd come. He traversed the forest for at least an hour, collecting not only frostroot but also bits of bark that might serve as potion vessels and a few berries clinging valiantly to winter-tolerant bushes. The pups bounded around, chasing each other or noticing after small animals scurrying under the snow. Occasionally, they would stand guard and ear Harry if they sensed a distant predator. Harry used his improved stealth skill to avoid any direct encounters, and with the pups' heightened senses, they made it back to the den safely. In a swirl of snow and warmth, he entered the den, greeted by a chorus of friendly whines. Murren, Talaris, and Ilfa rushed forward to sniff the newly acquired herbs, tails wagging in curiosity. Harry patted them affectionately, trying to calm their excitement so he could carefully place everything on his makeshift workbench. The bench was nothing more than a slab of polished wood balanced on two sturdy stone piles, but it served him perfectly. He intended to craft a new batch of winter gear, cloaks, gloves, and maybe a fresh set of bedding. The pack had enough for comfort, but with the biting winds outside, he selected a soft hide from the corner, one of many courtesy of Sleria's successful hunts. It was well tanned and easy to sew, though he wanted to infuse it with warmth. He rummaged through his pouches, retrieving a small container of salve that he'd concocted earlier, a mixture that combined healing properties with mild heat generation. The pups gathered around, forming a semicircle to watch. They had seen him do this countless times, but they never seemed to tire of it. For them, it was akin to magic, even if it was only mundane craftsmanship augmented by a few potions and spells. Harry hummed quietly, a habit that triggered his soothing melody skill. The wolves settled, entranced by the soft lull in his tone. Some lay down, resting their heads on their paws, content simply to watch him work. He threaded his bone needle with sinew, preparing it. The system recognized his actions. Legendary tailoring. High chance of creating items of exceptional quality. Infusion with magical or herbal properties is possible. Would you like to combine your new salves for a warmth aura? YN. He mentally selected yes, focusing on how best to incorporate the salve. Gently, he spread the mixture along the inner lining of the hide, carefully stitching layers to prevent spillage and to preserve the salve's potent effect. He decided to add embroidered Renaissance outgrowth of his runic etching skill into the outer layer. The runes, as basic as they were, helped channel subtle restoration magic. Threading them took concentration, tiny, intricate designs requiring a steady hand and a deeper sense of magical flow. As he sewed, he spoke softly to the pups, more for his own comfort than expecting them to understand every word. I've been thinking about how I started out with nothing, no warmth, no clothes, he said, pulling the needle through the hide. Now we have this place. I wake up every morning with you all around me, and I feel at home. His voice caught slightly. I know I'm nowhere near your strength. But you let me protect you in my own way, and I love you for that. Murrin nuzzled his cheek, and he laughed, quickly resuming his stitching so he wouldn't lose track. The minutes passed in quiet contentment. He finished one cloak, then started on another, referencing mental patterns he'd developed to fit each pup's size. One for Teleris, who was lanky and swift. Another for Erewhon, who had broad shoulders and a more husky build. Each was a labor of love. By the time he finished the last cloak, he noticed Luna observing from across the den. She seemed pleased, and Harry bowed his head in respect, feeling a flush of warmth in his chest. He set the cloaks aside for the moment. All done, he whispered, patting them. The pups came forward to sniff them, excited. Once they realized the cloaks carried that mild warmth from the salve, their tails wagged madly. Harry smiled so wide his cheeks hurt. This was his joy providing for his family. That night passed in restful quiet. He dozed off, cuddled in a nest of fur and soft wood, dreaming of future projects, new potions, and more complicated spells. He had no hint of the upheaval that awaited him the next morning. When dawn arrived on February 2, 1989, Harry woke to a Fnuzzlier in the system interface he usually only sensed as a calm presence in the back of his mind. He tried to open his status window but found it unresponsive. A low hum filled his thoughts, and faint arcs of greenish light Fnuzzliered across his vision. Curlies and Island, noticing his confusion, nudged him anxiously. He forced a reassuring smile. It's all right. I think something's happening with the system. Yet, inside, he felt a twinge of worry. He'd never experienced the system failing or glitching, not once since it awakened within him. He tried again. System. Critical update in progress. 05:12. Features temporarily locked. Please stand by. His heart leapt into his throat. A critical update. The text was jittery, as though the system was struggling to maintain stability. Over the next hour, he felt a series of waves passing through him, each one swirling with intangible energy. The wolves seemed to sense something amiss. They paced around him, ears pinned back, offering protective whines. Harry petted them in turn, waiting out the disconcerting process. He found it impossible to open the shop or cast more complicated spells. Though basic cantrips and his internal mana sense still functioned, it was akin to the system shutting certain doors, leaving only the hallway lights on. Finally, he caught a flash of deep emerald across his mind's eye, followed by a sudden hush. His body relaxed involuntarily, like exhaling after holding his breath too long. The text reappeared, more vibrant and crisp. Major update complete. System rebooting. Harry nearly lost his balance as a surge of warmth enveloped him. He closed his eyes, letting the wave pass. When he opened them, a new voice, soft, feminine, and gently teasing, echoed in his mind. "Good morning, my little cub. Can you hear me?" He froze, wide-eyed. The system was speaking. Not just with dry text, but an actual voice. Before he could formulate a response, the voice purred. "Yes, you can. That's good. We have a lot to discuss, dear." "System," he whispered, uncertain. The pups around him grew more agitated, sensing his confusion. He tried to calm them with a gesture. "System, yes, but let's not be so formal. I'm more than a tool. No, I'm your partner, your guide, and perhaps a motherly figure in your journey. Let's see, your progress is splendid, if I do say so myself. Level 30, You've been quite busy crafting away." Harry blinked rapidly, heart pounding. He felt an intense wave of familiarity in this voice, as though it had been waiting to reveal itself. What's happening?" he managed to stutter under his breath. "Why can I hear you now? I've evolved, dear. Let's call it an awakening. Over time, your synergy with me, your leveling, your creativity, it all contributed to this. I'm now sentient in a manner of speaking. Able to chat, to shape quests, to watch over you more personally. I have quite the backlog of new features to introduce. So, shall we get started?" Harry swallowed. "Yes, please." Despite his initial shock, curiosity flared within him. The pups nuzzled his sides, and he gently stroked their ears, silently communicating that everything was fine. Sleria and Luna stood at the den's edge, calmly observing. Even though they couldn't hear the system's voice, they recognized something of significance unfolding. And they trusted Harry to handle it. System interface expanding. Suddenly, new windows blossomed in Harry's mind's eye. He watched as the entire layout rearranged itself. Neat categories for stats, skills, magic, inventory, titles, curses, and quests. Each section had subfolders, crisp icons, and color-coded labels. The motherly voice continued. "I've cleaned up your interface. That's just the beginning. We also have expanded powers. Remember how you saw references to chakra, ki, nen, haki, and so on? Well, I've updated them to the year 2023 from your world's perspective. This means we have a massive library of anime-based powers like devil fruits from One Piece, quirks from My Hero Academia, cursed techniques from Jujutsu Kaisen, the works. Of course, each is expensive, so you'll have to earn them." A mixture of excitement and intimidation fluttered in Harry's chest. He could hardly imagine the scope of those powers. "We also have skill bundles now, for instance. I see you've developed countless domestic abilities. Instead of juggling them separately, you can compress them into the Homemaker bundle or Survivalist bundle. This will tidy your skill sheet and help you manage synergy. Don't worry, dear, I'll prompt you whenever it's beneficial." He breathed a shaky laugh, glancing at Luna across the den. She gave him a quizzical tilt of the head, as if to ask if everything was all right. He smiled reassuringly, then turned inward again. "System, or, do you have a name?" he asked. "A name? Let's hold off on that. Fu or system, so official, right? Now, let's discuss quests. I've decided to, shall we say, spice them up. I can create more varied and entertaining tasks for both of us. Like, snuggle with your pack for 10 minutes in exchange for bonus coins. Wouldn't that be adorable?" Harry flushed slightly. That's silly, but," he paused, realizing how often he already snuggled with the wolves. "I guess I do that all the time." "Precisely. And I'm going to reward that. Because it's wholesome." A small smile tugged at Harry's lips. He wasn't sure whether to laugh or bury his face in his hands at the idea of the system awarding him coins for cuddling. "I'll also reconfigure your existing quests to give more balanced rewards." Over the last few months, You worked so hard for so little coin. Well, I can fix that. Upgraded quests, bigger rewards, more interesting challenges. Ready to see your new interface in action? Yes, please. Current quests. One by one, quest windows scrolled before his eyes. Some daily tasks, some personal goals, some whimsical objectives. Indeed, they now offered better coin payouts, sometimes bonus items or skill progression. Harry's heart fluttered in excitement. The motherly voice teased, "I see you've got a knack for cooking, crocheting, sewing, even interior design. You're quite the homemaker, dear. One quest is for you to improve the den further. Why not build a storage trunk for your herbs or a divider to separate your sleeping area? Or how about a quest to master new spells? The possibilities are endless." Harry nodded, already brimming with ideas. "Thank you. It's a lot to take in. But I appreciate it. I'm here to make your life easier, not harder. So, take your time. By the way, I also see your Cresceston magical bindings from that Dumbledore person. You've broken one so far. 9 remain. We can work on strategies to break them, with the right skills and enough leveling. Whenever you feel ready, I'll direct you to relevant paths." A shiver ran down his spine at the mention of Dumbledore, a figure the system had alluded to as manipulative and dangerous. Perhaps one day, he would confront that. For now, he was content to remain here, safe in the den with his beloved wolf family. And keep growing. Let's see. Oh yes, I have a free gift for you. A little compensation for the downtime. He felt a small jolt of pleasant energy race through him as an icon appeared. You've received a skill bundle token, Survivalist tier. Redeem to unlock advanced forms of your wilderness skills. His eyes widened. He recalled how expensive skill bundles usually were in the shop. Yet the system was gifting him one outright. "Thank you," he murmured again, a lump of gratitude forming in his throat. "No need to thank me. I'm your motherly system, after all. Now, I won't keep you any longer. Have a lovely day, my little cub. I'll be watching." And with that, the presence receded slightly, no longer overshadowing every thought, but still lingering like a gentle watchful aura. Harry blinked, feeling the hush of the den return. The pups pressed in, curious about his expression. Slowly, he exhaled. "It's all right, guys," he whispered, ruffling everyone's ears. "The system just changed, that's all. Something big." The pups seemed content with that explanation, nuzzling him for reassurance. He gazed around at the his heart felt so full. He was overwhelmed, yes, but also intrigued by the motherly system's promises. With the new day ahead, Harry decided to put his curiosity to immediate use. He browsed the updated shop section in his mind, noticing the expanded categories. Sure enough, powers from countless anime were there, labeled under multiverse abilities. He glimpsed chakra from Naruto, ki from Dragon Ball, nen from Hunter x Hunter, devil fruits from One Piece, quirks from My Hero Academia, cursed techniques from Jujutsu Kaisen. The list went on. All were priced astronomically high. He exhaled a laugh. He wasn't anywhere close to affording them, but it was a tantalizing future prospect. He also found a neat category for skill bundles. Aside from the token he'd been given, there were many he could buy for various aspects: Culinary Master, Arcane Scholar, Herbal Grandmaster, etc. He had enough coins to purchase a small second bundle, but he decided to wait. He might find an even better opportunity soon. The rest of the morning was SP. And in an awe-filled haze as Harry tested the system's new features. True to its promise, he discovered daily quests like, give each pup a thorough scratching behind the ears for 5 minutes, or, share a heartfelt story with Luna, each awarding a modest number of coins. He felt silly but soon found them endearing. The pack, for their part, enjoyed the extra attention. Harry didn't mind the comedic aspects of if anything. It gave him a sense of daily joy, well beyond the pragmatic quests he used to do. With the system's lockdown ended, he found the motivation to accompany Luna and the pups on a small afternoon hunt. Snow battered at them once they stepped outside, but they pressed on. He wore one of his better cloaks, the pups had their custom-fitted gear, and Luna needed no extra covering. She strode ahead, confident and regal. Harry cast clairvoyance to see if it might help locate nearby prey. A soft shimmer lit up the snow ahead. In a matter of minutes, he spotted fresh rabbit tracks weaving between scraggly bushes. He knelt, using arcane empathy to sense small life forms. Sure enough, a rabbit cowered beneath a snowy log. He quietly gestured to Luna, indicating the creature's location. Luna's ears pricked, and she signaled to the pups. They spread out, flanking the log with practiced ease. Harry stepped to the side, wanting to help. He summoned a faint wisp of flames in his palm. Just enough heat to startle the rabbit into fleeing the log. The poor animal darted out, right into Corliss's path. The pup pounced, ending the chase swiftly. Harry felt a pang of sympathy for the rabbit, but also recognized the necessity. The forest was harsh, and the wolves needed sustenance. They caught a handful of rabbits that way. Harry's illusions and spells were only a small supplement to the wolves' natural prowess. Yet he felt satisfied. He had contributed. Luna gave him a fond glance that, in her silent language, said she knew he was doing his best. She and the pups could Avenue chased the rabbits down without him easily, but letting him assist gave him a sense of achievement. They returned to the den with the day's catch, distributing the meat. Harry portioned out a small piece for himself to cook. The wolves preferred theirs raw, tearing into it joyfully. He ignited a modest fire using flames and a few resin-rich pine branches. A sizzling aroma filled the den as he seared his piece. The pups crowded around, noticing at the new smell. Harry shooed them back so he wouldn't burn them inadvertently. He spiced the meat with ground frostroot for a hint of flavor and a mild protective effect against the cold. The system winked at him with a quick message. Quest complete. A cooperative hunt. Reward. +50 coins, +1 oakflesh spell mastery, +1 lesser ward spell mastery. He couldn't help but smile. This was so much more rewarding than the old system that gave only a trickle of coins. After the meal, the pups piled around Harry, their bellies full. He felt a flood of contentment, reflecting on how just a few months ago, he had no warmth, no future. Now, he was the omega of a family that adored him, forging an identity as a craftsman, mage, cook, and caretaker. The evening wore on, and he busied himself with a bit of magical experimentation. Using frostbite, he froze a small container of water, then practiced flames to thaw it. The system, newly awakened, chimed in occasionally with encouraging remarks. Good job, dear. Keep balancing those spells. Fire and ice must coexist in your skill set. He tried to combine this with his alchemy knowledge, seeing if he could infuse water with a dual elemental property. The process was complicated, but he managed a near success. The water glowed faintly in a hiss. A new quest popped up. New quest. Master Fire and Ice. Objective. Create a stable elemental mixture using fire-based and ice-based magic or potions. Reward. +200 coins, Fire and Ice Cloak Blueprint, 2 spin tickets for Gotcha, system run. He chuckled. Spin tickets for the Gotcha. That sounded like a chance to earn random goodies. You're enjoying this, aren't you? He murmured under his breath, addressing the motherly system. He didn't receive a direct reply, but he sensed faint amusement radiating back. Night fell. The wolves, having feasted, sank into lazy contentment. Harry prepared a small portion of the day's catch for cooking, sprinkling in a variety of herbs for flavor. It was his dinner time. He served it in a carved wooden bowl, added a side of mushrooms from his mycoculture stash, and called it a day. The pups devoured their last bits of raw meat, tongues lolling happily. Surrounded by their contented presence, Harry leaned back against Talaris, letting the comfortable swirl of warmth and fur lull him. He gazed at the den's nuzzling shadows. The system teased. Would you like a quest for curling up with? I can offer you 25 coins and a random perk if you properly cuddle with your entire pack for 10 minutes. His cheeks flushed. System. You can't be serious, he whispered, half laughing. The pups glanced up at him, no doubt confused as to why he was talking to himself. He returned their affectionate stares and gently stroked Murren's back. All right, you know what? Sure, why not? He summoned the quest. Group snuggle required time. 10 minutes with the entire pack. Reward. +25 coins, random perk, low tier. Accept. YN. Suppressing a giggle, he mentally chose, yes. Immediately, a 10-minute countdown floated before his vision. He sighed, letting go of self-consciousness. The pups crowded around him anyway. This was a daily occurrence. Luna and Sleria circled closer. He thought he saw Luna's muzzle quirk in a small smirk, as if she sensed the comedic nature of the situation. Harry buried his face in Nithra's soft fur, inhaling the comforting musk. If he was to be teased by the system for curling up with, so be it. It was a small price to pay for an easy reward. The minutes drifted slowly, and Harry could practically feel the amusement from the system's new persona. He was helpless to do anything but melt into the combined warmth of the pack. That unconditional acceptance enveloped him like a living blanket. The old Harry would have never believed such peace could exist. The boy who slept in a cupboard under the stairs, neglected and unloved, was a distant memory. Now, he had a family. Even if they were Wolvesan, perhaps the system, with its new motherly presence, made them complete. Quest complete. Group snuggle. Reward. +2 5 coins. Perk gained wolfish comfort aura, low tier. Description. Your presence soothes animals and encourages loyalty. Mild. Synergy with your empathy and restoration-based spells. He grinned at the perk name, as if he needed more synergy with the wolves. But he wouldn't refuse. They seemed to sense something, each letting out a soft contented sigh. The air felt even gentler. Harry closed his eyes, drifting into a doze. He heard the motherly system's voice, like a lullaby. Rest well, dear. You've more to do tomorrow. He complied with a small nod. By early morning, on February 3, 1989, Harry woke with renewed energy. The sense of wonder at the system's transformation lingered, but he felt more grounded. The pups stirred around him, eager for new tasks. The system flooded him with potential quests, some comedic, some serious. A day's routine, quickly formed. Collecting more resources, practicing spells, maintaining the den, and weaving new items. He also tested the newly minted Survivalist Bundle token. Upon activation, he felt an odd urge of knowledge meshing into his existing skill set, upgrading them. Survivalist Bundle redeemed. Skills upgraded. Foraging, Stealth, Primitive Alchemy, Basic Fire Starting Right Pointing Arrow Enhanced Fire Management. Herbal Remedies Right Pointing Arrow Advanced Herbal Remedies. Synergy unlocked. Wilderness Survival Mastery Novice. He gasped as a swirl of data integrated into his mind, giving him improved instincts for reading weather patterns, tracking game, and evaluating safe food sources in winter. It was exhilarating. Over the course of the day, he realized how fluidly he moved through the forest, noticing subtle changes in snow density or animal tracks. Even the pups regarded him with mild surprise at times, as if sensing he'd become more adept. That afternoon, he found a vantage point in a nearby clearing, practicing new spells. He had purchased a cheap illusion spell called Calm. By weaving calm around a startled rabbit, he managed to approach it closely without it fleeing. He let it go. Of course, this was simply an exercise. Then he tried using calm on a defensive wild bird. The effect didn't always hold for long, but every successful cast leveled up his illusion skill. The system cheered him on with playful encouragement. Even as he thrived under these new circumstances, the motherly system announced more expansions. He discovered that the interface had an Achievements tab, which awarded small bonuses for milestones. There was also a titles rework. He had multiple titles now, including Artisanal Hearth Keeper, Omega Pup of the Wolves, and Burgeoning Archmage. Novice courtesy of the Syst. M's optimistic assessment of his magical path. That night, they feasted on a hare Sleria caught. Harry roasted a small portion for himself, mixing in frostroot herbs. He noticed a new quest appear. Cooking Creativity. Create a new dish combining local herbs and a magical effect for at least a Tier 1 buff. Reward. +100 coins, Ingredient Bundle Mystery. Well, that was a challenge worth attempting. He rummaged through his inventory, extracting various herbs he'd collected. With the help of a Fnuzzlier of Flames and a dash of restoration-infused marinade, he concocted a dish that offered mild cold resistance. The system recognized it. Frost-Kissed Hare Stew, Tier 1 buff, temporarily grants +5 cold resistance, mild HP regeneration in icy conditions. Quest complete. Cooking Creativity. Reward. +100 coins. Ingredient Bundle Mystery. In a flash, a small icon popped into his inventory, a sealed package labeled Mystery Ingredients. Harry opened it, discovering some exotic spices and an unknown magical root labeled Dragonheart root. He had no idea what that was, but the system suggested it might enhance the potency of fire spells if brewed properly. Another project for later. As February marched onward, the motherly system teased Harry with playful daily quests, grooming sessions for each pup, humming lullabies at bedtime, or weaving decorative patterns in the fur-laden den. He found it silly yet heartwarming, and the additional coins were always useful. He also noticed the system started awarding more advanced daily quests. For instance, Daily Spell Challenge. Cast 5 different spells from 2 schools of magic each. Reward: Skill XP, plus 30 coins. He performed these with a delighted sense of progress. Oakflesh and Lesser Ward for restoration and alteration. Flames, Frostbite, and Calm for destruction and illusion. By repeating such tasks, he felt his magic become smoother and more controlled. The system seemed pleased, praising his efforts in that gentle, motherly tone. In one comedic moment, he discovered the system had assigned a quest labeled Tame a Squirrel. Objective: befriend or calm a squirrel without harming it. Reward: plus 20 coins, Squirrel Allies perk. It took him a few attempts to find a squirrel that didn't dart off immediately, but eventually, with a combination of calm and gentle coaxing, he managed to befriend a curious little creature. The reward turned out to be a silly perk that increased his chances of being harassed by playful squirrels rather than attacked by anything else. He chuckled, though the system insisted it might come in handy someday. When not busy with comedic quests, Harry redoubled his efforts at advanced crafting. He used soons to inscribe magical glyphs on wooden surfaces, experimenting with ways to combine illusions to deter predators from approaching the den. It was a longer-term project, requiring precise rune carving, but the system gave him a quest for it with a decent coin reward. The pups watched him carve away at wooden planks, occasionally resting their heads on his lap. The synergy of creation and companionship filled him with contentment. He tested new anime-based features too, though most were locked behind a steep coin cost. The system offered glimpses into chakra training from Naruto or early ki control from Dragon Ball. He found the idea thrilling but far outside his price range. Instead, he spent what coins he had on small expansions to the den and potion ingredients. The system seemed approving, reminding him that slow and steady progress built a more solid foundation. As February dissolved into March, the forest saw occasional thaws, but deep snow still reigned. The wolves continued to flourish, well-fed and playful. Harry had become adept at forging or sewing on the spot, weaving small warming cloaks for pups who ventured outside for extended patrols. While they might not have truly needed them, the wolves never refused. They liked his attention, and he liked providing it. Another new quest popped up on a whim from the system. Building a Fashion Empire Wolf Edition. Create or upgrade 10 cloaks for your pack, each with a unique style or function. Reward: plus 120 coins. Title: Pack Stylist. One random wolf-themed accessory blueprint. He paused in the midst of reading it and snorted with laughter. System: you really do amuse yourself, don't you? I can't help it, dear. Came the playful response in his mind. You have quite the flair for design. Indulge me. And so he did, painstakingly crafting each cloak with a personal touch, swirling runic embroidery for Murren. Dyed paw print designs for Saloon, softly lit crystal shards embedded in Talaris's cloak for nighttime sparkle. The wolves, as usual, seemed intrigued by the visual novelty. One crisp morning near the end of February, Harry mustered the courage to ask Luna if she would spar with him. She regarded him with mild amusement and relented. They stepped outside into a gentle snowfall. Harry cast Oakflesh for extra defense. Bracing himself, she circled him in a slow, deliberate manner. Even holding back, she was a force of nature. Her body language was calm, as if telling him she'd be gentle. Still, the moment he attempted to lunge, she easily sidestepped and pinned him with a single motion. He tried to break free, using illusions to disorient her, but she shook them off, unmoved. Each time he rose, she knocked him down again, sometimes with nothing more than a nudge from her shoulder or a nip at his cloak. Despite repeated attempts, he couldn't land a single blow. He ended up sprawled in the snow, panting, while Luna stood above him, her tail wagging. Yet in her eyes, he read an odd tenderness. She was not mocking him, she was proud of his determination. He swallowed his frustration, returning her gaze with a small smile. This was his family. He didn't mind losing, so long as they understood he was trying to protect them in his own ways. He rose to his feet, dusting off the snow. The system teased him with a small quest completion notice. Quest complete. Brave Spar. Reward. +10 coins, +1 endurance, wolf pup applause imaginary. Imaginary applause indeed. The pups hoo-ha. Dee watched from the den's entrance rushed out, swirling around him, yipping encouragement. He laughed, patting them each on the head. Luna let out a soft huff, and he sensed her approval. She was unbelievably strong, but that only fueled his desire to keep growing. By March 1, 1989, the den felt more alive than ever. The motherly system's presence imbued daily tasks with a sense of playful excitement. Layering comedic or heartfelt quests onto everything Harry did, he had reorganized his skill list into neat bundles, significantly tidying up the chaos. His magical skill usage soared, as the system taught him advanced synergy combos, encouraging him to fuse restoration and illusion in new ways. His inventory brimmed with potions, half-finished crafts, enchanted cloaks, leftover rabbit bones carved into delicate tools, and more. He stood at the den's entrance that morning, letting a fresh breeze wash over his face. The pups meandered around him, some still half asleep, others wide awake and chasing each other's tails. Sleeria lounged near a patch of sunlight, regal and calm. Luna prowled the perimeter in a light trot, ever vigilant. Harry found himself reflecting on the journey that had led him here. He remembered the pit of hopelessness he'd felt the night the Dursleys abandoned him in a dark forest. Now, he scarcely recognized that boy. He was an Omega beloved by wolves, a caretaker of comfort and magic. An emerging craftsman, and a determined mage. He cast a glance at his system interface, newly refined. The motherly system responded immediately. Yes, dear, would you like an overview of your progress? I'm quite proud of you. Please. A neat summary window unfurled in his mind, enumerating his achievements, skill bundles, and titles. It reminded him that though he might be physically weaker than the wolves, he had leveled up to 30, possessed over 100 refined skills, and was forging magic to new heights day by day. The future was wide open. He yearned to break another magical binding. He itched to learn more advanced spells. He fantasized about eventually affording Chakra or Ki to stand side by side with the wolves in raw might. But each step would come in its own time. For now, he was happy with the slow pace, letting the system's motherly humor guide him. He glanced back into the den, where Talaris had begun tugging at a half-finished cloak. He let out a soft laugh, deciding to humor the pup's impatience. If the system teased him about building a fashion empire, so be it. The pups appreciated his efforts, and that alone was enough. He had all the love in the world right here. Bending down, he scratched Talaris behind the ears. All right, you scamp, he murmured, I'll finish it soon. I promise. The system chimed with a playful challenge. Opening square bracket. New quest. Tailored to perfection finished Talaris's cloak with an original flourish. Reward. +75 coins, mystery cloth rare. Harry snickered, standing upright. Challenge accepted, he whispered. Then, turning to face the quietly watchful forest, he exhaled a frosty breath that shimmered in the morning light. Snow blanketed everything in a pristine hush, but within this hush lived a family bound by unconditional love. A motherly system brimming with humor and potential, and a boy determined to keep growing. He felt gratitude fill every corner of his heart. Thank you, he murmured softly, addressing both the wolves and the system. Their presence had transformed his life in ways he never imagined. As he stepped back inside, the pups trailing behind him, the day seemed radiant with promise, each minute a slow, steady path toward a future he was finally ready to shape. His heart brimmed with resolve. Yes, he was still the Omega and still dwarfed by the wolves, unimaginable levels. Yes, 9 magical bindings remained on his core, restricting his true potential. And yes, he had countless powers beyond his reach in the system's newly expanded shop. But none of that dimmed the simple truth. He was loved, he was learning. And he was alive in a way he never thought possible. Together, they drifted into the warmth of the den, the hush of winter outside framing their closeness. He had grown confident enough to believe that, No matter what challenges might lie ahead, he would meet them surrounded by the loyalty and warmth of his family and with the motherly system as his ever-amused companion, urging him onward with gentle prods and playful quests. Life had become a tapestry of possibility, woven from threads of magic and fur, spelled runes and cooking spices, and above all, the unwavering bond he shared with the wolves he called his own. End of Chapter 7. Harry E. James Potter, The Abandoned Pup. Race: Human, 9/10 magical bindings. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Artisanal Hearth Keeper. Burgeoning Archmage, Novice, Pack Stylist, Pending, etc. Level: 30. HP: Moderately high. MP: Greatly expanded, 1 binding broken. Condition: Healthy, warm, well-fed. Attributes: SPECIAL. Improved significantly from prior chapters. Curses: 9x magical bindings, Dumbledore, Horcrux. System: Sentient, Motherly, Perks. Gamer's Mind, Gamer's Body, Empathy, Arcane Empathy, Soothing Melody, Wolfish Comfort Aura, Low Tier. And others. Skills and Bundles: Homemaker Bundle, Cooking, Cleaning, Sewing, Interior Design, etc. Survivalist Bundle, Foraging, Stealth, Primitive Alchemy, Advanced Herbal Remedies. Wilderness Survival Mastery, Magic, Skyrim-based. Flames, Frostbite, Oakflesh, Lesser Ward, Calm, Clairvoyance, plus Synergy Combos, Runic Etching, Mycoculture, Tanning and Leatherworking, Resource Analysis, Healing. Fashionista, and 100 plus more. Coins: Few hundred from crafts, quests, expansions. Inventory: Legendary Cloaks, Potion Ingredients, Mystery Cloth awaiting quest completion, Bone Tools, Herbs, Spices. Skill: Crafting Materials. Quests: Varied Dailies curling up with Grooming, Comedic Tasks, Building Improvement, Fire and Ice Synergy, Teleris's Cloak Finishing, Possible Advanced Hunts and Magical Expansions. Overall, Harry has grown exponentially. The den has become a true sanctuary, warm, safe, and loving. The newly awakened system promises even greater adventures, forging a future bright with possibility as Harry continues to embrace his role as Omega Pup, caretaker, and ever-curious mage. And more on my Patreon. More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. https:// Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry P. Otter Coraline crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 4 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years so inst. EAD of 1981, it is in 2001, up to 4 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 4 chapters available now. The Midnight Train. Harry Potter One Shot. UCA. Read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 8. Breaking Chains and Building Strength. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Gust of February wind drifted through the den's entrance, stirring the lines of runic symbols Harry had painstakingly engraved on wooden slats hanging near the threshold. They caught the faint light of the morning sun, their shapes shimmering with residual magic. The weather outside the den remained cold, though not as fiercely frigid as it had been weeks before. Snow still covered the forest floor in thick drifts, but hints of gradual thaw teased the edges of every path, and the nights felt a fraction less icy. Harry stirred, blinking awake from a restful sleep. He found himself sandwiched between the familiar warmth of fur on every side. Talaris was curled against his right hip, softly snoring, while Erewhon had draped a paw over his shoulder. Another pup, probably Curly's or Nithrahod, their muzzle resting near his ankles, effectively pinning him. He smiled into the softness of their coats, recalling the whimsical, group snuggle quests the system had granted him. Now, the pack's closeness felt as natural as breathing. It never failed to amaze him how thoroughly they had accepted him as one of their own, despite the stark differences in their shapes and levels of strength. In the wee EKS, since the system's motherly sentience first awakened, he had grown used to its playful greetings in the morning, the gentle nudge of silly side quests mixed with more serious challenges. Now, only a few days had passed since that shift, but everything felt at once familiar and freshly dynamic. The den itself bore testimony to that slow metamorphosis. Its walls were lined with thick, enchanted furs, each pinned in place with carved bone hooks or woven cords. The floors were made of smoothed wooden planks, meticulously cut and fitted by Harry's woodworking skill, and layered with plush blankets. Luna, Sleria, and the pups each had their own designated room, separated by cleverly arranged partitions, leaving Harry with a corner for his crafting workspace. Cooking utensils hung in neat rows, and multiple containers brimming with herbs, magical reagents, or lumps of resin stood upon sturdy shelves. The entire den seemed more akin to a snug woodland lodge than the bare earthen den he had first stumbled into months ago. He sucked in a breath, savoring the faint aroma of pine and the lingering musk of warm fur. A new day, new goals. Though it had been only a short while since the system's update, he felt a surge of excitement. He forced himself not to fidget, not to disturb his sleeping sisters. For a few precious minutes, he wanted to let the hush of morning envelop him, remembering how Chapter 7 had ended with so much possibility. But the moment demanded he get up. Carefully, he maneuvered out of the pup's cuddle pile. It took some wriggling to free his left leg from under Curly's, but he managed with minimal fuss. A tiny whine from Talaris implied she missed the warmth of his presence. He stroked her head gently, murmuring a soft reassurance, then rose to stand. His CL cone of his prized mythic-level creations hung on a peg by the entrance. Reaching for it, he draped it around his shoulders and quietly padded across the den. It was March 2, 1989, barely past dawn. He recalled how the day before had been filled with small tasks, finishing a set of upgraded bedding for Sleria, sewing new straps for the pup's winter cloaks, and practicing transmutation magic with stone and wood. Now, in the subtle glow of early light, the motherly system's voice chimed in his thoughts. "Good morning, my little cub. Did you sleep well? Let's see what we can accomplish today." He smiled, nodding in acknowledgement, though outwardly silent. In the distance, Luna stirred, raising her head. Meeting her eyes, Harry gave a friendly wave. She huffed softly, returning a calm, curious gaze, then rested her muzzle on her front paws, content to observe. Sleria was still asleep at the far side, half hidden behind a wall of thick fur drapery. Harry stretched, feeling a comfortable pull in his muscles. He had advanced to level 70 since the system's update, a mind-boggling jump from where he'd been months ago. A swirl of new quests, better coin rewards, and robust synergy between his many skills accounted for that swift progression. Yet, the jump felt natural. The motherly system had teased him with daily tasks that collectively added up to enormous experience. He didn't feel rushed or cornered into it, rather. It was a gentle nudge to keep him engaged in learning. He used Observe, which had become second nature. A fnuzzlier of greenish text danced across his field of vision, highlighting the structure of the den, the magical o' the walls, and even the heat signatures from the slumbering wolves. Observe was at level 50 out of an apparent 100. That alone was an achievement. The system had hinted that once he hit level 100 in Observe, he would gain an advanced ability, something akin to true sight, which might reveal deeper secrets about his environment or the creatures around him. For now, level 50 was enough for a special surprise. He could sense a fuller range of the wolves' strengths than ever before. Quietly, he panned his gaze across the pups. His line of sight found Murren, who had inched closer to Luna. "Observe," whispered Murren. "Wolf pup approximately. Level 10,000. He froze at the text. 10,000. Had he misread that? A flurry of excitement fluttered in his chest. He tested it again, focusing on Talaris. The result was the same. Pup, level 10,000. Mesmerized, he turned to Luna. She had dozed off again, lulled by the hush of morning. "Luna. Giant wolf beta approximately. Level 12,000. He exhaled slowly. It was a validation of what he'd long suspected. The wolves were on a scale of power utterly beyond him. If the pups were 10,000 each, Luna at 12,000, then Sleria must be. He gently stepped around a woven partition and glimpsed Sleria's resting shape. She was curled in a regal knot, muzzle tucked against her flank. He triggered "Observe, Sleria. Giant wolf alpha approximately. Level 15,000. A wave of awe rippled through him. Even after all this time living among them, he felt an almost reverent humility. That was real power, mythic, monstrous, and yet always controlled. Always protective. He was their Omega, at level 70. Most would call that a steep climb for a mere child, but it was a drop in the ocean of the pack's collective might. His heart pounded with a mix of respect and wonder. It didn't make him feel small in a bad way, though. If anything, it lit a fire inside him. He adored these wolves, was endlessly grateful for their acceptance, and he wanted to be worthy of them, to continue forging ahead in his own realm of talents. They had never belittled him or dismissed him as weak. They protected him, yes, but also took pride in his growth. That acceptance fueled his determination. A fnuzzlier of humor sparked from the system. "Surprised, dear. The gulf between you and them is quite large, but don't fret. You've soared from near nothing to level 70 in a handful of months. They've had far longer to amass that power. Keep pushing, and you'll close the gap in your own way." He nodded to himself. Yes, the system was right. He had soared indeed, though it often felt like a dream. He remembered the early days when he barely understood what it meant to have HP or MP. Now, he juggled spell combos, rummaged through layered skill bundles, and forged mythic tier items with enchanted runes. Stepping to the cooking area, really just a neat arrangement of stone blocks near the den's center, he decided to brew some warm herbal tea. The pups seemed to enjoy the aroma, and though only Harry partook in drinking it, the pack liked the comforting atmosphere. Thanks to the improvements in his herbal remedies and potion brewing synergy, he created a mild brew that helped stave off the lingering chill of winter's last weeks. As the water heated, he recalled how legendary had once been the pinnacle of item rarity he could craft. The motherly system, however, had introduced a new rung above legendary, mythic. Reaching that level required unbelievably fine materials, advanced runic engravings, and synergy from at least 2 or 3 magical disciplines. It was a laborious process, but the rewards were staggering. Even a single mythic cloak or staff could fetch thousands of coins in the expanded system shop. He'd sold a few, building a tidy sum for future expansions or possible anime power purchases if he dared. He gave the steeping tea a slow stir, letting the swirl of leaves spin near the surface. His memory nuzzled back to the day he had broken that second magical binding. It had been a moment of breathtaking intensity. Before that, he had only broken 1 binding, which left 9 intact. Now, if he recalled correctly, he had 7 left. The second binding had shattered with a golden flare inside his core, guided by the system's soothing voice. His mana, previously a fraction of its potential, had surged to new heights, thousands though far from the rumored millions if all the bindings were removed. He'd nearly fainted from the sudden expansion. The wolves had instantly gathered around, protective and concerned, and he'd felt the hum of their collective empathy. They might not have fully understood the magical intricacies, but they felt his shift, his new resonance. When the tea was ready, he poured some into a carved wooden cup, took a gentle sip, and found the warmth reassuring. Another day, another chance to grow. The pups began to rise, yawning wide, noticing the air. Curly's trotted over to him, tail swishing, as if to say, "Feed me or show me something fun." He patted her muzzle, setting the cup aside. He gently coaxed her to his side. "Morning, you little troublemaker," he teased, ruffling the fur behind her ears. She made a playful huff, bumping her snout against his arm. One by one, the rest of the pack shook off the last vestiges of sleep. Soon, the den was alive with the shuffle of paws and a gentle chorus of whines and greeting sounds. Harry set out small portions of dried meat for them, though wolves typically hunted fresh game. The pack rarely objected to a snack. For himself, he had a chunk of bread-like substance he'd managed to create from ground seeds and a bit of alchemical heat. It was no gourmet meal, but combined with the tea, it made for a hearty enough breakfast. He heard the system chime in. "I see you're nibbling that improvised bread again, dear. Remember, you can refine your baking skill if you practice more thoroughly. Maybe you'd like to aim for an actual loaf of bread once the forest plants regrow." Harry chuckled under his breath. Yes, that'd be nice. The idea of baking real bread in a wolf den was a comedic but delightful ambition. Finishing his modest meal, he rose to start the day's tasks. True to its new nature, the system greeted him with a set of morning quests displayed in his mind's eye. Daily quests. Provide grooming for at least 3 pups reward, plus 50 coins. Practice advanced illusions on stationary targets reward, plus 75 coins. Harvest at least 5 lumps of resin for crafting reward, plus 30 coins, basic materials crate. Challenge quest. Create a legendary or mythic item by tonight reward, plus 500 coins, random high-tier resource. He considered them all with a nod. The grooming quest would be easy and also quite enjoyable. Pups loved the attention. The illusions practice he could blend in with other tasks, perhaps experimenting on inanimate targets near the den. The resin harvest meant venturing outside. As for the challenge quest to create a legendary or mythic item, that piqued his interest. He was no stranger to forging masterpiece items, but each time was a test of synergy and focus. While he was pondering, the system's motherly voice added, "You don't have to do them all at once, dear. But you are so industrious, I suspect you will. Now go on, your family's waiting." He stifled a laugh. Indeed, Luna watched him with calm eyes. Perhaps sensing his readiness to head out, he rummaged in a small chestone of many he'd built to keep the den organized and pulled out a brush. Simple, made of polished wood with bristles from the stiff fur of a boar. Wolf grooming might sound funny, but it was something they had come to appreciate. Harry's gentle brushing cleaned away mats in their winter coats, especially as the season began to shift. He knelt down and beckoned. Talaris approached first, tail wagging. He started brushing along her back, careful not to pull. She stilled under his ministrations, letting out an almost cat-like purr of contentment. Soon, Islan and Erewhon queued up behind Talaris, tongues lolling out in relaxed panting. Harry spent a good half-hour on the grooming session, removing small tangles, smoothing foots or parasites. The pups loved it, squabbling good-naturedly over whose turn came next. By the end, he had gathered a small pile of shed hair. He stored it in his inventory, for he had discovered how to spin shed wolf fur into a type of yarn. Another synergy for sewing, another glimpse of the system's comedic but useful approach. A chime. Quest complete. Provide grooming for at least 3 pups. Reward, plus 50 coins. He petted each pup in turn, receiving grateful nuzzles. Now, it was time to gather resin. He found Luna, gesturing that he planned to go outside. She stood, shaking out her thick coat, her golden eyes scanning the den. He guessed she'd accompany him, as she often did. They slipped through the den's entrance into the crisp morning air. The forest greeted them with a hush, broken by occasional bird calls. Snow still layered the ground in thick banks, though the upper crust softened in places. Overhead, a pale sun offered a suggestion of warmth. Harry felt the difference in the airspring was approaching, though winter's grip had not fully released its hold. Harry and Luna navigated the path behind the den, weaving around pines and fir trees. He identified likely spots for resin collection, thick trunks with small cracks exuding amber droplets or knots where branches had broken. He used a small carved scraper to carefully gather lumps of resin, dropping them into a clay container. All the while, Luna kept watch, scanning the surroundings with her superior senses. Occasionally, she scouted ahead, noticing that rabbit holes are pawing the snow. Harry observed her with admiration, marveling at the fluid power coiled in her limbs. Level 12,000. He still couldn't fully fathom it. She could likely tear through a pack of normal wolves, or face down magical beasts with unstoppable ease. Yet she lowered her head to accept a gentle scratch behind the ear from him whenever he offered. The dichotomy amazed him. Unstoppable warrior, affectionate caretaker. Once he collected enough resin lumps, the system recognized the quest completion with a cheerful swirl of text. Quest complete. Harvest at least 5 lumps of resin. Reward. Plus 30 coins, basic. Materials crate has been added to your inventory. He took a moment to open his inventory and examine the crate. It often held random stuff, some cloth scraps, lumps of iron ore, or low-grade magical components. He'd look at it later. For now, illusions practice beckoned. The daily quest demanded advanced illusions. He glanced around and spotted a clearing near a partly frozen creek. Perfect for target practice. Gently, he whistled to Luna, who followed him to the area. He calmed his breathing, feeling the motherly system's presence at the back of his mind. Illusion magic required focus and subtlety. Some illusions manipulated an observer's senses, others manipulated emotional states. He had spells like calm, fear, and muffle. But the quest asked for advanced illusions. He'd recently acquired a new one, invisibility. Albeit at novice rank, that would push him further. He tried weaving illusions into shapes, forming ephemeral illusions of nuzzling lights or phantasmal creatures. The system measured each attempt, awarding small increments of skill experience. Don't forget your new synergy with restoration, the system chimed softly. Illusion can pair with healing auras to soothe minds. Or illusions can be anchored to runic glyphs. Experiment, dear. Harry nodded, conjuring a swirl of light that danced near the creek's surface. It nuzzled in and out, shimmering like a playful sprite. Then, he tried a bit of fear magic on a nearby rock, an odd notion, but it simulated the effect of terror on an inanimate object for practice. The rock, of course, didn't react, but it let him hone the weaving of fear's pattern. Invisibility was trickier. He had to gather the intangible threads of illusion around himself, bending light so that it slipped around his form. The first attempt crackled and fell away. The second attempt clung for only a moment. By the third attempt, a faint ripple of air shimmered, and Harry disappeared from sight for about 5 seconds before he nuzzled back. Not perfect, but progress. Luna tilted her head, ears pricked. She sniffed the air, and upon not seeing him, she let out a questioning huff. Then, when he reappeared, she stepped forward, giving him an amused glance. He scratched behind her ears, acknowledging she could probably smell or hear him just fine. Illusions be damned. Quest complete. Practice advanced illusions on stationary targets. Reward. Plus 75 coins. With that done, Harry decided to return to the den. He'd tackle the final daily challenge, crafting a legendary or mythic item after midday. If all went well, he might produce something truly special. Something that would push him closer to affording advanced powers in the shop, or perhaps let him buy more binding breaking techniques from the system. And so the hours of the morning slipped by. He strolled alongside Luna, occasionally pausing to watch squirrels dart up trees or to gather interesting pieces of bark for potential potions. The forest carried the hush of a world still in the last throes of winter, yet on the cusp of spring. By the time they reached the den again, the rest of the pack was up and about, with Sleria stepping outside to greet the day. The pups milled around, rummaging for bits of leftover dried meat or practicing their playful tussles near the entrance. Harry found himself drawn into their energy. In the days that followed, his tasks multiplied. The system introduced new skill refinements, pushing him to refine runecrafting, to explore more advanced synergy with illusions and restoration, and to incorporate the winter environment into his forging. If the system had been a silent presence before, it now felt like a personal trainer, mentor, and mother rolled into one. It cheered him on, teased him gently, and offered pointers when he hit snags. One evening, Harry set up his crafting station to attempt a new item for the legendary mythic daily quest. He decided on a frostfire cloak, an advanced design that required blending both cold and heat magics in a single garment. He had tried a simpler version in the past, but the new synergy demanded a more precise layering of runes and salves. The cloak started with a carefully tanned hide from a winter hairlight. Flexible, and receptive to enchantments. He inscribed runes along the inside lining, each representing an aspect of either flame or frost. Then, he coated the runes with a salve infused with ice crystals from the creek and powdered charcoal to symbolize fire. The final step involved chanting a mild incantation that combined destruction spells of fireball and frostbite, woven gently to avoid them annihilating each other. It was exhausting work, sweat trickling down his temple as he tried to keep the energies balanced. The motherly system cooed, "Steady now, weave them in unison, frost and flame in harmony." The pups looked on with fascination, occasionally whining or shifting their paws anxiously whenever Harry's hands trembled. He inhaled, exhaled, letting restoration soothe him. Then he pressed the final seal into the cloak. A quiet snap of energy sparked, and the entire cloak glowed with alternating pulses of icy blue and warm orange. Moments later, a swirling label appeared. Mythic item crafted. Frostfire cloak grants extreme resistance to cold, moderate resistance to heat, and radiates mild warmth to nearby allies. +10 fire and ice spell potency. High synergy with winter environments. He nearly collapsed from relief. The pack sensed his fatigue, pressing against him. He beamed, hugging Erewhon around the neck. The cloak hovered in his inventory with a satisfying shimmer. And the system displayed, "Challenge quest complete. Create a legendary or mythic item. Reward. +500 coins, random high-tier resource, Frostheart crystal, added to inventory." He opened the inventory to inspect the Frostheart crystalline icy blue gem that, according to the system's tool tips, could amplify cold-based spells or enchantments significantly. Perfect. Exhilarated by success, he slumped onto a pile of furs to rest. The pups swarmed him, half congratulating, half demanding attention. He giggled as they nipped gently at his cloak or tried to sniff the remains of the salve. Luna stood at the perimeter, her gaze warm with approval. Sleria, nearby, chuffed softly as though to say, "Well done." The next day, Harry woke early again, greeted by the hush of a forest that was slowly thawing. Over the following weeks, March crept toward April, and the environment shifted from deep winter to the earliest hints of spring. Days felt incrementally warmer, the snow receding in patches, revealing damp earth and the first green shoots of hardy plants. Streams gurgled under ice floes, carrying meltwater downstream. The pack adapted swiftly. The pups roamed, further from the den on hunts or playful excursions, while Luna and Sleria scouted the expanding territory. Harry found new herbs sprouting, the likes of which he hadn't seen since last autumn. With resource analysis and observe at advanced levels, he identified them quickly, gleaning new alchemical recipes. He tested these in a synergy with restoration magic, crafting potions that gave fleeting boosts to stamina or small bursts of healing. The system recognized each new concoction, awarding skill, experience, or incremental achievements. During hunts, he joined the wolves more frequently. Though physically outmatched, he offered illusions or bursts of fireball to flush out prey. The wolves let him think he was instrumental, though likely they could handle it on their own. He didn't mind. His synergy of working together reminded him that he was truly part of this family. The motherly system never missed a chance to amuse him with comedic quest prompts whenever he did something affectionate. Like braiding a pup's fur or singing them lullabies at night. He realized the transition from winter to spring also meant a shift in their daily routines. He spent less time huddled indoors, more time exploring the forest for new crafting materials. He discovered how to harness tree sap for an alchemical adhesive, how to refine bark into a tough leather-like material, how to spin spider silk from webs uncovered in hidden groves. Each discovery sparked an avalanche of synergy within the system, culminating in advanced crafting recipes. As April advanced, the days grew longer, the snows melted in earnest, and the forest floor burst into color, young ferns uncoiling, wildflowers tentatively opening. The pack reveled in the season, fronuzzling in the fresh green. Harry collected a bounty of new ingredients, turning them into potions or weaving them into his legendary and mythic creations. The system's gentle presence guided him, offering playful remarks or motherly praise. "Look at all these spring herbs. You're practically a master herbalist now." Perhaps you can brew a potion that helps the pups shed their winter coats more comfortably. He gave it a try, eventually concocting a mild salve that soothed the pups' skin as they lost their dense winter fur. They wagged their tails in gratitude, and the system logged another comedic quest completion. But amid this wholesome routine, a deeper challenge loomed. With the second binding broken, the system gently prodded him to attempt the third. He knew breaking these bindings was both vital for unlocking his true magical potential and dangerous. Each binding was placed by Dumbledore, intended to restrict Harry's core. The system believed forcibly removing them risked backlashes if done improperly, but it was also certain that step by step, he could free himself. He felt growing confidence. He had soared to level 70, commanded advanced spells, created mythic artifacts. Perhaps it was time. The system did not push him relentlessly, nudged him with occasional quest prompts. Long-term quest. Break the third binding. Reward. Plus 1,000 coins, rare spell tome, major MP expansion. He prepared carefully, meditating daily, refining his approach to internal mana flow. The motherly system offered guidance, describing how best to visualize the golden threads that Dumbledore had tied around his magical center. The wolves, though not human magic users, sensed his tension. They hovered around him each time he practiced, pressing close if they felt his spirit waver. Finally, on May 2, 1989, as the forest shimmered with blossoms and the den glowed with springtime cheer, Harry decided it was time. He had asked Slyria and Luna to guard the perimeter of the den. This was a personal struggle, but their presence would keep the pups away should anything go awry. He sat cross-legged on a bed of furs in his crafting area, the system's voice calm in his mind. Breathe, my little cub. Find the knot that binds you. You're close. That second binding you broke gave you an excellent foothold. Now push further. He closed his eyes, inhaling slowly. In his mind's eye, he saw the swirl of golden lines coiled around the center of his magic. 9 remained, each like a taut rope digging into radiant mana. He focused on the next largest strand. There it was, thrumming with a certain weight. He tried to unravel it gently, weaving restoration magic into the intangible chords. A spark, a resistance. He grit his teeth, forcing his mental strength to hold. The system's motherly voice whispered, "Yes, that's it. Keep going. You're so close, dear." Images flashed behind his eyelids. The Dursleys, the night he was abandoned, the memory of being cold and alone, replaced by the warmth of the wolves. The love they showered on him, the sense of family. He felt a wave of indignation at the thought of anyone caging his magic, stifling that connection to the forest, to the pack. Rage welled in his heart, coupled with longing for freedom. It gave him the push he needed. He tugged at the binding with the full swirl of his mana. With a resonant crack, it snapped. A surge of energy burst through him, whiting out his senses. His physical body trembled, arcs of light dancing along his arms. He gasped, nearly toppling sideways. The pups in the next room whimpered in concern. Then the sensation stabilized, leaving him blinking tears of relief. The system spoke. "You did it, my little cub. The third binding is no more. Your mana pool grows again." A dizzying wave of numbers scrolled in his mental display. His pool soared to 50,000 out of a potential 2,500,000. Still only a fraction, but enough that he felt a new depth in every breath. The system displayed success messages. Quest complete. Break the third binding. Reward. Plus 1,000 coins. Rare spell tome conjuration tier added to inventory. MP expanded. 50,000 2,500,000. Harry let out a shaky laugh, staring at his hands, which still faintly glowed with residual mana. He felt lighter, freer. The pups rushed in, no longer held back by Slyria or Luna. They sniffed him all over, whining with concern. He reassured them, burying his face in their fur. A moment later, Luna trotted in, scanning him with her intense golden eyes. She must have sensed the shift. He felt fresh tears prickling at the corners of his eyes, uncertain if they were from the physical strain or an overflow of gratitude. "Thank you," he murmured, hugging Teleris. The pup nuzzled his cheek. Luna's posture relaxed, her tail nuzzling in a gesture of approval. Slyria, who had remained near the door, let out a low, triumphant howl. The pups echoed it in a chorus, resonating through the den. It was as if they were celebrating his breakthrough. The system's voice was warm with pride. You've come so far, dear. Keep going. Little by little, one day, all your bindings will fall. Exhausted, Harry let the pups guide him to a comfortable cushion of furs. There, he rested for a long while, letting the new tide of mana settle. Sleria approached, nose quivering, and pressed her muzzle gently to his forehead. Her empathy radiated safety and encouragement. He felt that same sense of unwavering acceptance he had known since the first time she carried him into the den. Over the next few days, he marveled at his expanded mana. Spells like Fireball and Ice more potent. Transmutation was easier, letting him transform mundane materials into something else more effectively. Even Stoneflesh, which used to strain him, became an almost casual cast. The system praised every attempt, awarding him with skill increments and letting him glimpse new illusions or restoration spells in the shop. Breaking the third binding served as a gateway to advanced magic. Spring continued to bloom across the forest, unveiling a vast array of new plants and materials for Harry's ever-growing crafting repertoire. The motherly system teased him with fresh challenges. He spent hours forging new mythic items, each more intricate than the last, and tested them in the shop to see how many coins they might fetch. He found a steady rhythm. Gather materials, craft, enchant, do playful quests with the wolves, improve illusions. Read the new conjuration tome. Slowly, his coin balance inched upward, hinting that one day, the grander powers like Chakra might be within reach. Between hunts with the wolves, short trips to hidden corners of the forest, and daily comedic tasks assigned by the system, the weeks blended in a tapestry of growth and harmony. The pups grew steadily, too, shedding their winter fluff and revealing leaner, more muscular frames. By April's end, they were truly formidable, though they still cuddled him at night as if they were small. Luna and Sleria maintained their silent watch, often letting the pups roam further. Each day, Harry saw new facets of the pack's dynamics, how they taught the younger ones to coordinate for hunts, how they scouted predators. Harry used Observe frequently, noting that the pups' levels inched upward from 10,000 toward even greater heights. It was a staggering scale, but it only reinforced how deeply ingrained the wolf pack's existence was. With magic or whatever hidden essence this forest possessed. When May 2nd arrived, marking 2 months since the start of this chapter in his life, Harry sat at the entrance of the den one evening, gazing into a vibrant sunset that cast the forest in gilded tones of orange and pink. He reflected on the blessings that had flooded his world: acceptance from the wolves, the system's motherly guidance, his leaps in skill and magic, the forging of mythic wonders, and, most recently, the breaking of his third binding. He felt dwarfed by the road still ahead: 7 more bindings, countless higher levels. New powers from anime universes locked behind massive coin costs. But he was no longer daunted. The boy who once cowered in a cupboard had found an unshakable foundation in the bond of a wolf pack and the gentle push of a whimsical system. He clutched a newly crafted staff in his hands, the runic healing staff. It bore glowing inscriptions for restoration spells, and he had tested it that afternoon, healing a minor cut on Murren's paw with ease. This staff was designated as legendary level, and he might soon push it to mythic with enough refining. The system's data indicated that building a STA/BLE synergy of Stoneflesh runes might elevate it further. But for now, it served as a reminder of his progress. The motherly system, as it often did in these quiet moments, spoke with a soft warmth. Proud of yourself, dear. You should be. Breaking the third binding is no small feat. You are forging a new path with every day. Don't forget to rest. Tomorrow brings new challenges. He let the staff rest across his lap, looking over his shoulder to find the wolves gathering for the night. Luna, regal in her stance, offered an inviting rumble. The pups circled Harry, nipping at him with affectionate excitement. Sleria stood a few paces back, watching with an approving glint in her eyes. This was the routine every evening: togetherness, a sense of belonging. He rose, placing the staff inside the den. Then he joined them, letting the pups tug him into the warmth of their collective nest. The comfortable swirl of fur enveloped him, and he felt his heart settle into that familiar contentment. For all the system's expansions, for all the questing and crafting, This bond was the real treasure. The motherly system might have shaped his daily life, but the wolves had shaped his heart. He closed his eyes, letting the distant hoot of an owl and the rustle of wind through new leaves lull him. Despite the leaps in magic, in forging, in illusions, he was still the Omega pup, safe under the protective umbrella of a pack with unimaginable power. That was precisely how he liked it: humble, determined, and unconditionally cherished. As the den hushed for the night, he recalled that tomorrow, new quests awaited. He might brew potions with spring blossoms, or refine illusions to master level, or push further on conjuration spells. The motherly system might conjure whimsical tasks, from playing hide and seek with the pups to forging a mythic-grade amulet from that frostheart crystal. Each day brought a step forward, a deeper synergy with magic, a closer bond with the wolves. And one day, he vowed, he would break every last chain that Dumbledore had placed on him. He would stand on equal footing with his beloved pack, not just as caretaker and Omega, but also as a force in his own right, a mage, a craftsman. A free soul bound by love, not curses. He drifted to sleep with that quiet resolution echoing in his mind, lulled by the gentle presence of his motherly system and the protective circle of wolfish warmth. End of Chapter 8. Harry's status at the end of Chapter 8. Name: Harry James Potter. The abandoned pup. Race: human. 7/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Artisanal Hearth Keeper. Burgeoning Archmage, Mythic Artisan, Pack Stylist. Level: 70. HP: 7,000. MP: 50,000. 2,500,000. Remaining bindings restrict full potential. Condition: healthy, energized, thriving. Attributes: SPECIAL. Closing parenthesis : Strength: 12. Perception: 28. Endurance: 19. Charisma: 14. Intelligence: 28. Agility: 21. Luck: 16. Skills and bundles: expanded survival and crafting bundles, woodworking, tanning and leatherworking. Advanced herbal remedies, runic etching, mycoculture, etc. Magic skills: higher tier destruction, fireball, ice spike, alteration, stoneflesh, transmute, restoration, greater healing, cure disease. Illusion, invisibility, fear, conjuration tier, beginner. Crafting mastery with mythic item creation, frostfire cloaks, legendary staves, etc. Synergistic skill combos for illusions, runes, and potions. System coins: 3,000 earned through crafting, quests, and mythic item sales. Inventory: legendary and mythic items, rare herbs, enchanted materials, frostheart crystal. Newly gifted rare spell tome, conjuration tier. Quests: various daily quests, crafting, illusions, pack bonding, challenge quests for mythic gear, and long-term quests to break the magical bindings. Overall, Harry has shattered 2 more bindings since the beginning of winter, leaving 7 intact. He stands at level 70, forging deeper connections with both his magic and his wolf family. With a newly expanded mana pool, advanced crafting prowess, and the unwavering love of his pack, he faces the future brimming with hope and resolve. And more on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfic. Ion are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescue: D by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Foe. RCE. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 5 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Phineas Hapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Poe. TTER, Danganronpa crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Abandoned Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 5 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 5 chapters available now. The Midnight Train, Harry Potter one shot. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Chapter 9. Forging Comfort, Finding Strength. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Sunlight fell across the forest in overlapping layers of gold, illuminating the vibrant greens and soft browns that had emerged in the wake of melting snow. It was early May, and though the chill of winter had not long retreated, spring had already settled itself firmly among the trees. The air hummed with renewed life, bird song carried through the boughs, and the scent of damp earth promised growth. In many ways, the forest was an echo of Harry's own transformation. New beginnings, an ever-present hush of possibility, and a steadfast certainty that each day would bring more beauty than the last. At the heart of this woodland realm lay the Wolves' Den, a place that had once been a simple burrow in the earth but now resembled a snug house carved from nature. Thick wooden walls lined with hides, enchanted to give off gentle warmth, made every corner feel like a shelter from the outside world. Floors that Harry had painstakingly smoothed and layered with plush rugs created a nest-like interior that practically whispered comfort. Woven partitions separated small alcoves for each wolf, complete with blankets and herbal cushions. It was a space brimming with both the practical artist's try of Harry's crafting and the quiet acceptance of the pack, who called this snug haven their home. 3 days had passed since Harry broke his third magical binding, and he was still riding the warm wave of relief, confidence, and excitement that followed. He was more aware than ever of the subtle expansions in his mana pool. His spells felt crisper, his mind sharper, and the synergy with his motherly system interface more fluid. He had ended Chapter 8 with a sense of determined satisfaction, gazing out at a glorious sunset. Now, on May 3, 1989, dawn broke softly over the forest, and Harry awoke in a haze of gentle warmth. He was lost somewhere in a pile of contentedly snoozing wolf pups, an arrangement that had become so natural he no longer gave it a second thought. Everything felt perfectly right. He blinked a few times to chase away sleep and then took in his situation with a soft smile. Murren's head rested across his left leg, her fuzzy ears twitching whenever a dream nuzzled through her pup mind. Saloon, sprawled in an ungraceful tangle, took up a good portion of Harry's torso. Meanwhile, Talaris and Erewhon had sprawled out near his hips, pressing close for shared warmth. Their fur was softer, sleeker now that spring had arrived. Once or twice in the night, Talaris had thumped Harry's ribs with her tail, but he was so used to the pups' affectionate invasions of personal space that it merely added to his sense of safety. At the far edges of the den, still half concealed by woven drapes that partitioned larger sleeping alcoves, Luna and Sleria lay like silent sentinels. They had dozed off in the quiet hours, but even in sleep, a piece of their awareness stayed sharp and alert. Sleria had once been described by the system as around level 15,000, and Luna, around 12,000. The pups, how they had soared from 10,000 to about 11,000, remained in that limbo between unstoppable strength and carefree adolescence. Harry found himself, at level 70, in a position both humbling and comforting. Surrounded by beings so unimaginably strong, he never feared for his life or his future. He had guardians who could handle almost any threat, yet they did so with such gentleness in his presence that he felt an unspoken, unwavering acceptance. He might be Omega in raw power, but he was cherished, needed, and safe. He inhaled the familiar musk of fur and warm, sweet earth. Drawing the new air of spring was like tasting liquid sunshine, fresh, clean, brimming with life. Outside, the forest rustled softly, the wind stirring buds and leaves. It promised a world reborn from winter's hush. Harry closed his eyes again, savoring the closeness of the pups for a long moment, letting their breathing form a lullaby that matched the forest's gentle pulse. Eventually, a playful voice teased him from within his mind. "Good morning, my little cub. Did you enjoy your warm pile of love? Let's make today even cozier, shall we?" Harry smirked. That was the motherly system, taking delight in every aspect of his day. Since it had gained sentience, it loved to greet him with sweet, teasing commentary. He answered in a near whisper, not wishing to rouse the pups too early. It was perfect. Thank you for the wake-up call." One of the pups twitched an ear at the sound of his voice, but she settled once more, lured back to doze by the comfortable gloom. Harry gently lifted Murren's head from his leg and eased himself free, mindful not to disturb them too much. He stood, arching his back, letting the tension in his muscles ease. Then, he quietly tiptoed across the den, weaving around small partitions. Stepping on a plush rug that muffled all sound. The smell of morning air beckoned him outside. In the earliest days of living in the den, he might have needed to push aside a ragged hide at the entrance, but now that area was expanded and reinforced. A simple wooden door, still half open, allowed the golden rays of dawn to filter in. It bore runic etchings. Tea provided mild wards and temperature regulation. Harry had carved them with the system's gentle guidance, layering magic upon craft. Even the threshold felt like an expression of love and safety. Outside, the forest was awash in spring glory. Splashes of wildflowers dotted the forest floor, bright yellows and purples. The undergrowth, previously hidden by snow, now formed a lush carpet. The air buzzed with new insect life. Birds called from overhead, weaving an ethereal morning chorus. Each breath Harry drew felt like a small celebration of nature's resilience. He stepped into the clearing, letting the sun's warmth bathe his skin. Gone was any trace of winter's biting chill. The day already carried a gentle warmth, hinting that soon enough, summer would creep in. He stood quietly, remembering how Chapter 8 had ended with him dreaming of further growth and forging deeper bonds. The system had teased him with talk of new illusions, advanced runecrafting, synergy in forging mythic items. Indeed, he had soared to level 70. But as he learned more about the wolves' levels, he understood he had yet to scratch the surface of potential. He hardly minded. The journey was no longer a frantic scramble for survival, but a measured dance of learning and contributing. Catching the faint hum of activity behind him, he sensed the pack beginning to stir. The pups, likely awakened by the absence of his warmth in their nest, let out soft whines. He wondered if he might fix something to snack on for them. Though wolves preferred fresh game, they rarely turned down small treats he prepared, especially if it had interesting seasonings. He was about to head back in when the system manifested a whimsical quest in bold letters across his thoughts. Create a decorative collar for each pup. Reward: plus 100 coins. Bonus: title, Pack Stylist. A bark of laughter escaped him. Of course, the system was always weaving playful tasks into his day, tasks that usually involved the pack. He rolled his eyes fondly at the quest, yet felt a tingle of excitement. He had done a variation on this theme before, color harnesses that provided mild enchantments. Since the pups had grown so fast, it made sense to craft new ones fitted to their bigger frames. The system never ceased to amuse him with these comedic but endearing missions. He ducked back inside, slipping past the timber threshold into the den's cozy gloom. Light from outside fell onto the pups, who were blinking themselves awake. Talaris stretched, arching her back and yawning wide enough to show sharp teeth. Murren batted at Corliss's tail. Harry greeted them all with gentle pats, and each nuzzle or tail wag in return made his heart swell. He thought about how their levels hovered around 11,000, their growth unstoppable. Yet here they were, rummaging against him for cuddles or playful scritches. Before diving into any quest, he paused to reflect on his progress. Observing the pups with advanced observe was second nature at this point. The text shimmered across his vision. Indeed, Talaris, Wolf Pup 11,000. Murren, Wolf Pup 10,900. Erewhon, Saloon, Curlies, Island, Varia, Nithra, Ilfa, each soared in that same realm of awe-inspiring power. Then he glimpsed Luna settling near the den's edge, blinking in the dawn, and recalled her approximate reading: 12,000. Slyria, the Alpha, likely soared around 15,000. He was dwarfed, but the disparity never stung. It felt like an anchor of safety. He was their little brother, shielded by a fortress of unconditional might. That dynamic allowed him to be unafraid, to explore his creativity freely. The system read his mood, delivering another comedic message in a sing-song tone. Let's start the day, dear. Maybe a game of tag with your pups after you finish those collars. He laughed softly, ruffling Erewhon's ears. Sure, why not? The pup gave him a quizzical head tilt, but accepted the affectionate gesture. That was the flow of life, no spontaneous tasks from the system, each encouraging him to strengthen the bond with his pack or push the boundaries of his crafting. He found genuine joy in these activities. They reaffirmed his place as Omega caretaker, the one who ensured comfort, warmth, and creativity thrived in the den. Though smaller and weaker than any wolf, he was an integral part of the family. He settled into his crafting nook, a portion of the den lined with a sturdy wooden worktable and countless small shelves brimming with materials. Jars of pigments, lumps of resin, bundles of cured leather, and containers of runic chalk were arranged in neat rows. Thanks to the system's expansions, his skill set in tailoring, leatherworking, and runic etching had soared to near mastery. Creating collars for each pup was more a delight than a challenge. Careful not to disturb the pups just yet, he selected a roll of leather from the top shelf. Using his advanced foraging and tanning knowledge, he had prepared this hide from a deer Slyria brought in weeks ago. He measured and cut strips, ensuring each collar would fit comfortably around a pup's neck without pinching. Next, he dyed them with spring flowers, achieving gentle bursts of color: lavender, pale green, and a bright sky blue reminiscent of the cleared winter skies. Then, to add a final flourish, he scratched runic patterns with a fine bone needle. The runes wouldn't provide heavy enchantments, but enough to lend subtle comfort or mild defense. Over the course of an hour, he completed the set for all 9 pups. They dried quickly thanks to a mild warming infusion he had learned to cast. The pups, noticing around for him, soon discovered his workshop. Talaris wandered in first, muzzle quivering at the smell of dyes. Murren and Island followed, eyes bright with curiosity. Harry grinned, letting them see the new collars. One by one, he fitted them around the pups' necks, adjusting the straps for a comfortable fit. The pups responded with wagging tails, snuffling his face, or bounding in small circles. They looked downright proud of their new accessories. An internal chime signaled the quest's completion. Create a decorative collar for each pup. Reward: plus 100 coins. Bonus: title, pack stylist, granted. He smirked, feeling that surge of gratification the system's comedic quests always brought. Pack stylist, indeed. He was racking up more whimsical titles than he could keep track of: artisanal hearth keeper, mythic artisan, wolfish groomer, and so on. Their benefits were minor, but they were tokens of a life well lived in service to those he loved. His next comedic quest for the day popped into view. Play tag with your pack for at least 15 minutes. Reward: plus 50 coins. Bonus: speed skill plus 1. He sighed, an affectionate grin on his face. Tag with a group of hyper-strong, ultra-fast wolf pups. Right, he was absolutely going to lose, but that never stopped him from playing. The pups, as if reading his mind, took off into the clearing, yipping in that playful tone that beckoned him outside. So he followed them, stepping into the bright May sunshine that filtered in slanted rays across the clearing. The ground felt springy beneath his feet, newly freed from winter's chill. The pups wasted no time scattering in all directions, tails wagging high. They recognized this game from previous quests. Over the last few months, the system had assigned various playtime challenges, presumably to keep Harry active and forging deeper bonds. He certainly couldn't outrun them in terms of pure speed, but he'd learned to use illusions or cunning maneuvers. He clapped his hands, calling out, "All right, rascals, let's see if I can catch you." On cue, the pups exploded into motion. He laughed, chasing after Talaris, who easily leapt over a low bush. He tried an illusion of swirling lights near her flank, hoping it might distract her enough for him to tag her tail. She did pause, batting at the shimmering illusions with curiosity. That gave him the opening to slip around the bush and lightly tap her side. Tag. he called, triumphant. Talaris let out a squeaky bark and bounded away, unoffended, tail wagging like a banner. Next, he attempted to approach Murren, only to have her faint to the left, leaving him stumbling. The pups took advantage of his momentary lurch, swirling around him in loops. Their agility astounded him each time. He spent minutes weaving illusions of phantom shapes or rustling grass, hoping to slow them down. Meanwhile, the pups gamely teased him with quick dashes, letting him come close but not quite catch them, then bounding away. Their laughter translated into wolfish whines and playful growls filled the clearing with a joyous atmosphere. Unsurprisingly, he was out of breath in short order. The pups, hardly winded, circled him, tongues lolling. Luna and Sleria watched from the den's edge, both sporting that gentle amusement Harry had come to love. Eventually, the system gave a cheerful ring. Quest complete. Play tag with your pack for at least 15 minutes. Reward: +50 coins. Bonus: speed skill +1. He flopped onto the ground, letting the pups swarm him, nuzzling at his hair, pawing at his cloak. "All right, you win," he murmured, chest rising and falling as he caught his breath. The warmth of their fur, the lively forest around them, and the golden sunlight formed a tapestry of contentment. Moments later, he spotted Sleria trotting over. She lowered her muzzle and gently nudged his shoulder. He read the gesture as affectionate concern, as if to say, "Are you tired, pup?" He responded with a fond scratch behind her ears, marveling anew at how a creature of such enormous power could treat him with such tenderness. She huffed lightly, then turned to shepherd the pups back toward the den, perhaps to let Harry have a moment to rest. He lay there for a few minutes longer, hearing the system's playful voice in his mind. "You're getting faster, dear. Keep it up, and maybe you'll outrun them in a decade or two." He snorted softly, amused. The system never missed a chance to poke fun, but it did so with real warmth in every syllable. When he finally got up and returned to the den, he found the pups had begun milling around near his crafting area. Noticing that leftover scraps of leather or peering at them off carefully so they wouldn't knock anything over. Then, returning to his seat, he wondered what else the day might hold. The motherly system was rarely content to let him remain idle. Sure enough, it soon presented another comedic quest in his vision. Braid Sleria's tail without getting bitten. Reward: +200 coins. Bonus: wolfish groomer perk. Harry stifled a giggle. He had braided pup tails before, especially to remove tangles. But Sleria's tail was a whole other matter, partially for the comedic prospect of such a regal alpha wolf letting him fuss with her fur, and partially because her size made the task more daunting. He recalled how large she was, easily the size of a small horse, with silver fur that caught the light. She rarely allowed intrusive fussing. Even so, Harry suspected the system knew Sleria would indulge him, as she always had a soft corner for her Omega pup. He approached her carefully, calling her name in a soft voice to catch her attention. She turned, ears pricked in mild curiosity. He gestured to the bone comb he carried, speaking out loud in a gentle tone. "Sleria, mind if I try something new? I'll be careful." Her golden gaze knew lead between him and the comb, and for a moment, he wasn't entirely sure she'd comply. Then, with a low, rumbling sound, she settled onto her haunches. Tail swishing behind her, Harry knelt, heart thumping. He carefully took hold of the tip of her tail, brushing out the fur with slow, deliberate strokes. Sleria huffed, half turning to watch him, but she didn't object. The pups, as though sensing a comedic performance, gathered around to witness the spectacle. Luna, standing off to the side, lowered her head in what Harry interpreted as a tolerant half-sigh, half-laugh. Gently, he parted segments of Sleria's tail fur, weaving them into a loose braid, tucking in small scraps of dyed leather for decorative effect. To his relief, Sleria didn't pull away or give him a warning snap. She let him complete the process with regal patience. By the time he tied off the end of the braid, the system chimed. Quest complete. Braid Sleria's tail without getting bitten. Reward: +200 coins. Bonus: wolfish groomer perk unlocked. Exhaling, he gave Sleria's flank a fond pat and stepped back to admire the result. She turned her head, giving her tail a cursory glance, as if to confirm she was indeed sporting a new braided style. To his relief, She seemed more amused than annoyed. Her eyes glowed with mild curiosity, and she news lead her tail as though testing the weight. The pups yipped excitedly, while Harry stifled a laugh, content that he had avoided any mishaps. The motherly system's comedic side kept him constantly on his toes. He spent the rest of that day tidying up the den, preparing a small area for cooking, and tending to a few minor chores. The wolves had no interest in typical domestic tasks, yet they appreciated the results of Harry's efforts. A clean, cozy environment that supported their comfort. They might not say it in words, but their wagging tails, playful nudges, and occasional nuzzles told him all he needed to know. He was Omega, caretaker, and beloved little brother. Over the next few days, as May deepened, a new series of tasks took shape in Harry's mind. He wanted to craft improved comforts for the den, not just for the sake of quest rewards but because he relished the idea of repaying the wolves' kindness. With the cold months gone, the den felt warmer, but a host of new possibilities opened. He envisioned better storage solutions for herbs and leftover meat, or cushions infused with calming aromatics so the pack could enjoy restful sleep. The motherly system, of course, was quick to encourage him. On May 8, 1989, he woke brimming with creative energy. He decided to start with simple yet thoughtful additions, herbal cushions. His mind raced with ideas for mixing dried lavender, chamomile, and even a few spring blossoms to produce a gentle, soothing scent. The pack might not fully grasp the concept of scented bedding, but he bet they would appreciate the restful sleep it offered. He rummaged in the den's storeroom, pulling out scraps of cloth he'd woven from spider silk and plant fibers. He tested their texture, ensuring they'd be soft against fur. Then, after gathering an armful of aromatic plants from outside, he returned to knead them into a light stuffing. Working with deliberate care, he stitched the cushion covers using the sinew thread. The system chimed in with occasional comments. That chamomile will do wonders for restful nights, dear. Don't forget to check your runic alignment if you add wards for pest repellents. Smiling, Harry carefully added tiny runes embroidered along the cushion seams, each designed to ward off fleas or other annoyances. By late morning, he had produced a half-dozen herbal cushions, each sized to accommodate a pup or even Luna. The room smelled faintly of fresh tea. Tolaris ambled by, sniffed one of the cushions, and promptly flopped onto it with a contented whine. A moment later, Erewhon joined, nuzzling Harry's hand in grateful approval. Next, he turned his attention to larger-scale enhancements. One idea was to enchant new storage chests with expansion runes, so they could hold more dried meat, herbs, or magical materials without taking extra space. He rummaged through the den for a suitable trunk. He found one with decent structural integrity, a piece he'd carved from oak during the winter. It was large enough to store quite a bit, but the motherly system insisted there was room for improvement. So, he meticulously etched runes for spatial expansion along the inside corners, chanting a mild incantation that E'd gleaned from bridging restoration and alteration spells. The synergy required intense concentration, or the runes might short out. The trunk glowed faintly, then the magic stabilized. With a sense of triumph, Harry tested the trunk by placing a surprisingly large bundle of cloth inside. To his delight, the trunk swallowed it easily, leaving plenty of space. He labeled it an enchanted storage chest in his own mental notes. The system gave a quiet note of approval, awarding a little burst of skill experience. He repeated the process for two smaller chests, one intended for raw ingredients, another specifically for potions and salves. By midday, the den boasted a neat row of new storage boxes, each thrumming with subtle energy. The wolves, half curious, half unimpressed, came around to sniff them. Harry patted their heads, explaining to them softly, "These will keep our food fresh, you know. No more rush to hunt if we run low." He paused. In truth, the wolves would always prefer fresh meat. Still, the system's comedic acceptance of these upgrades was reassurance enough. They might be more for Harry's peace of mind than anything else. By late afternoon, he tackled an even more ambitious project, a runic doorway. Although the den had a wooden door, he wanted to carve new wards of warmth and protection into its frame. The motherly system appeared in his thoughts, offering gentle corrections when needed. Try a swirl pattern there, dear. Perfect. Now anchor it with your restoration aura. He followed the instructions, layering runic glyphs that would keep the interior temper stable and deter smaller predators or pests. A faint glow ran along the grooves as he pressed magical energy into them. By the time he finished, the doorway looked like a piece of artist's subtle swirling of lines reminiscent of branches and vines. When the improvements were done, the pack came to investigate. The pups circled around, pressing their noses to the runes. Luna wandered over to see how the door looked from the outside. Then stepped inside, letting out a low, contented chuff. Harry sensed her approval. He gave a pleased grin, and the system teased. "Careful, dear, you'll spoil them so thoroughly they'll never want to leave." He answered silently, "Let them be spoiled. They deserve it." Indeed, how could he ever repay the pack's gift of family, safety, and purpose, if not by weaving comfort and enchantment into every corner of Tived, with the forest in full bloom, green leaves shimmering in mild breezes. Nights turned balmy, the air tinged with the faint sweetness of blossoming flora. In quiet moments, Harry found himself reflecting on how deeply he'd come to depend on the wolves emotionally, spiritually, and in matters of simple survival. Yes, he was leveling steadily, forging mythic items, earning coins in the system. He had even begun exploring more advanced illusions and synergy spells. But in a deeper sense, the pack was his anchor, the reason he could remain so open-hearted and creative. On May 15, 1989, he found himself sitting at the entrance of the den at dusk, leaning against a smooth wooden post. The day's chores, crafting, small hunts, a few comedic system tasks were over. The forest beyond glowed with the last nuzzliers of sunset, painting the trees in rich oranges and reds. By his side, Luna settled, her posture regal and relaxed. She exhaled in a slow breath, as though savoring the end of the day. Harry gazed at her sleek fur, the subtle ripple of muscle beneath, and felt a wave of gratitude. He was the smallest among them, but they had never treated him as disposable or lesser. He was vital to them in intangible ways. If the system was right, it was a two-way street. He brought them warmth, healing, creativity, and a loving devotion that matched their own. He reached out a hand, brushing his fingers through the thick fur along her side. She let him, turning her head to study him with bright golden eyes. Perhaps she sensed his introspection, for she didn't stir or pull away. The system's gentle voice drifted in. "Feeling reflective, dear, it's good to acknowledge how far you've come. But don't forget, strength is a two-way street. They lean on you too, even if it's in quieter ways." Harry murmured, half to himself, half to Luna, "I know. They do rely on me for the little comforts I can provide. And I guess that's enough. I want to keep giving them everything I can." Luna tilted her head, as if hearing the softness in his voice, then nudged his arm. He offered a smile, burying his face briefly in her fur. The moment felt almost sacred, a shared understanding that neither needed words. In the days that followed, Harry threw himself into advanced crafting and magic. With the third binding broken, his mana soared to 60,000 of a still locked 2,500,000. He felt new surges of potential at every turn, pushing him to explore bigger, more complex enchantments. On May 20, 1989, he tackled a project specifically for Luna, a mythic-grade cloak. He called it the Lunar Aegis Cloak in his notes. He planned to incorporate everything he'd learned about synergy restoration for healing, runes for physical defense, and the frost heart crystal that still gleamed in his inventory from the previous chapter. The crafting process began with harvesting the best materials. He picked a strong, pliable hide and wove in new threads made from spider silk. Dyed midnight blue to honor Luna's regal aura. For the inner lining, he integrated runic patterns shaped like crescent moons, each carefully traced with chalk before being sealed with mana. Then came the Frostheart crystal, which he ground partially into dust, mixing it with resin to form a glowing ink. He used that ink to highlight key runes around the neckline, ensuring the cloak would resonate with lunar energy. The system hovered in the background, offering small bits of guidance. Remember, layering the runes is key. Think of them as a story, each rune leads to the next. Gently, dear, gently. Harry's hands glowed with a faint restoration aura as he stitched each piece together, forging a cohesive design that offered robust protection and subtle self-healing. When he finished, He whispered a short incantation gleaned from bridging illusion and restoration spells. The cloak shimmered, an interplay of midnight blue and faint silver motifs. He observed it in the system's interface. Mythic item. Lunar Aegis Cloak grants formidable resistance to physical attacks, mild healing over time, and stable temperature regulation. Perfect for a guardian of the night. He held the cloak in trembling hands. Heart pounding. Each mythic creation left him breathless with wonder. The system declared his success with gentle applause in his mind, awarding him a hefty sum of skill experience. He brought the cloak over to Luna, who eyed it with mild skepticism. Carefully, he draped it around her broad shoulders, adjusting straps so it wouldn't impede her movement. For a moment, she wriggled, testing the cloak's drape. Then, seeming to realize how unintrusive it was, she let out a soft huff of acceptance. Harry chuckled, pressing a hand to her flank as if to say, "It's all yours." The motherly system beamed with pride, and the pups crowded around, noticing the new item with interest. She wore it for a short while, perhaps to humor him, then stepped outside to test her agility. From within, Harry peered across the clearing, seeing how the cloak fluttered around her powerful frame. She looked like a living legend, an alpha wolf robed in star-kissed midnight. Pride swelled in Harry's chest, accompanied by gratitude for the system's guidance. This was what he loved, crafting heartfelt gifts that blended magic, skill, and love. In the quieter evenings, he continued RGING small gestures that reaffirmed his place in the pack. May 28th saw him cooking a hearty meal for himself, sprinkling fresh spring herbs into a stew, the aroma wafting through the den. Though the wolves stuck to raw meat, they wandered near him, curious about the scent. He let them sample small tidbits like lightly grilled scraps just to share the moment. The pups, especially Talaris, nuzzled their muzzles curiously, uncertain if they preferred the cooked taste. The system found it all delightfully comedic, awarding him trivial coin increments for culinary exploration. He also practiced advanced healing on Erewhon when the pup scratched her paw while rummaging through brambles. Gently, Harry clasped the paw, channeling restoration. The wound mended quickly, and Erewhon gave him an adoring nuzzle on the cheek. The motherly system congratulated him on skill synergy, awarding him the comedic healer pup perk. That night, he fed the pack a portion of leftover scraps from Sleria's Suche. SSFUL hunt a deer that provided them with plenty of meat. As they dozed around the warm den, the system conjured a fresh quest. Sing a lullaby to the pups tonight. Reward. +50 coins. Bonus. Soothing aura perk minor. Harry blushed. Reading it, he had done something similar months ago, humming tunes from a hazy memory of lullabies. But to sing was bolder. He wasn't sure he was any good. Still, for the wolves, perhaps it wouldn't matter. So he swallowed his nerves, clearing his throat, and quietly began a soft, lilting tune he half made up on the spot. The pups blinked in surprise. Ears perked. One by one, they settled, drawn by the gentle flow of notes. Murren circled behind him, pressing her chin to his shoulder. Even Luna turned an ear from her corner. By the time Harry finished, the pups were nestled closer, eyes drooping in drowsy contentment. He ended with a nervous laugh. The system gave a swirl of approval, awarding the promised coins and a new minor perk to calm nearby animals. But the real reward was the sight of his beloved pack sleeping so peacefully, lulled by the intangible power of his voice. By the final days of May, any trace of winter's chill had vanished completely. The forest brimmed with color, the sunlight strong and consistent. Harry found it delightful to roam beyond the usual boundaries with the pups, particularly those who ventured out to track new prey or investigate hidden groves. This sense of exploration felt safe under their watchful eyes, as if the entire territory was open to him with no fear of lurking dangers. June arrived, bringing an almost summery warmth. On June 1, 1989, Harry set out on a longer excursion with a few of the pups in tow. They ventured deeper into the forest, discovering clusters of new herbs that the system identified as valuable. One hylo blossom the interface called Sunburst Blossom, rumored to boost fire-based spells. He carefully harvested it, stowing the petals in small wooden containers lined with mild runic wards to keep them fresh. He pictured using them to enhance the next round of fireball potions or weaving them into a cloak that balanced frost and flame synergy. Their wanderings took them near a tranquil stream, its banks dotted with fresh greenery. The pups splashed around in the shallows, occasionally nipping at darting fish or chasing each other across slippery stones. Harry found himself watching them with a sense of gentle wonder. They were so strong, yet so playful, a blend of unstoppable power and childlike innocence. He knelt by the water, washing a bit of dirt from his hands, then turned to see Murren bounding over. She pressed her muzzle to his chest, eyes bright. He chuckled, returning her affectionate nudge. In these moments, he felt a deep belonging. He was neither fully wolf nor outside observer, somewhere in between. The motherly system whispered that he had integrated into the pack better than any human might have guessed possible. He carried his role as Omega, caretaker, comforter, and budding mage. That was enough. By June 3, 1989, an entire month had elapsed since he set out on these new projects of comfort and forging deeper bonds. In that time, he soared from level 70 to level 75. Largely from consistent quest completions, advanced forging, and synergy achievements. It was a steady, rewarding climb. In the den that morning, he found himself once again tidying up. Reorganizing the new storage chests, checking if the runic door wards needed recharging. The pack meandered around, with Sleria stepping out on a short patrol, Luna trailing behind. The pups lazed or tussled near the newly crafted herbal cushions, each thoroughly accustomed to the den's expansions. Harry paused in his tasks, leaning against the strong wooden frame of the door he had so carefully decorated. A sense of contentment filled him as he recalled the last month's worth of experiences. He had created decorative collars, new furnishings, braided Sleria's tail, sung lullabies, and tested illusions in silly hunts with the pups. The comedic system tasks had guided him to further entwine his everyday life with the pack's happiness. More meaningful quests had him forging mythic gear and bridging advanced spells. Building synergy between restoration, alteration, and illusions. The net result was a den that shone with safety and warmth, a pack that thrived in the radiant environment. And a sense of belonging so profound that he rarely missed the idea of a human world. The motherly system's voice stirred him from his reverie. Another cloak, dear. At this rate, you'll have the pack looking like royalty. He laughed softly. Maybe I should. They deserve regal attire. But first, let's see if I can refine a new staff or potion. Or maybe I'll just watch them play in the clearing. A swirl of thoughtful pride filled him. He was still only partway through unraveling Dumbledore's binding. 7 remained. The system was content to let him progress at a pace that kept him safe. He would eventually attempt to break the next chain, but not just yet. He was in no hurry to provoke a dangerous backlash. At level 75, with more expansions to come, he would wait until the moment felt right. He closed his eyes, inhaling the fresh air wafting in from outside. The forest beckoned, bustling with wildlife, dense with new plants. The pups yipped, running past the door to chase one another. He hopped aside so they could dash inside, their laughter filling the space. They wrestled in a tumble of fur, ignoring the sweet herbal scents that Harry's cushions gave off. He watched them, smiling, content to see them so free. Luna soon returned, peering in from the threshold, her muzzle parted in a half grin at the pups' antics. Harry stepped out behind her, letting the morning sun wash over him. The next steps in his journey remained uncertain. Would he attempt more synergy spells, perhaps delve deeper into illusions that now included invisibility and advanced fear manipulations? Or perhaps he'd craft a set of boots for Sleria, so she might walk silent and swift. The motherly system had so many comedic possibilities up its metaphorical sleeve. He found it impossible to guess what comedic quest it might generate next, whether it be painting runes on the pups, nails, or teaching them new ways to play chase. He felt a surge of excitement at the unknown. Standing at the edge of the clearing, he took in the vision of the pack spread out in an easy sprawl. Murren and Saloon teased each other near a sapling. Talaris sniffed the ground, possibly tracking a hidden insect. Erewhon lay in a sunny patch, dozing. Sleria had wandered to the far side of the clearing, gazing into the forest's deeper shadows. Luna lingered closer to Harry, occasionally casting him a sidelong, protective glance. A few months ago, he'd been a starving boy, cast into the woods by people who should have cared for him. Now, he was a level 75 Omega pup, forging mythic artifacts and weaving illusions in playful hunts. There was no better summary of his journey. He had grown so much, discovered a wellspring of magic, broken 3 bindings, and found the greatest treasure of all, a family that understood him without words. Each day carried him further from the lonely echoes of his past. He was not naive. He sensed, from the system's occasional hints, that grander challenges lurked in the wide world. One day, he might face them. For now, he thrived in the radiant present, embraced by wolves who saw him as kin. As the morning stretched, he returned to the den's interior, collected a few scraps of runic parchment, and rummaged around for leftover materials. Perhaps he'd craft something new, maybe a mythic item for the pups, each reflecting their distinct personalities. Or maybe he'd brew a fresh batch of potions enhanced by the sunburst blossom. The motherly system was there, always ready with a comedic quest or thoughtful suggestion, and he welcomed its presence like a dear friend. He rummaged around an old trunk for seeds that might germinate in the new warmth of summer, hoping to cultivate a small garden near the den. Why not? He was certain the wolves wouldn't mind a plot of herbal growth. Though he doubted they'd quite understand the concept. The system teased him gently about becoming a wolf gardener, awarding him trivial daily tasks if he actually planted seeds. He liked the idea of making the clearing even more lush. The days slipped by in contented tasks, some comedic, some earnest. He found a rare moment at dusk to glance at his status in the system's refined interface. The motherly system gave a short flourish. "Ready for a progress check, dear?" He nodded mentally. The data scrolled across his vision, warm and familiar. Name, Harry James Potter, the A-flat. And pup, race, human, 7/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Artisanal Hearth Keeper, Burgeoning Archmage, Mythic Artisan, Pack Stylist. Level, 75. HP, 7,500. MP, 60,000, 2,500,000. Condition: healthy, thriving, content. Attributes: SPECIAL. Strength, 15. Perception, 30. Endurance, 20. Charisma, 16. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 25. Luck, 18. Skills and bundles. Expanded survival and crafting bundles. Advanced magic skills: Fireball, Invisibility, Stoneflesh, Greater Healing, Mastered Runic Crafting. Mythic Level Crafting Mastery. System Coins, 4,500. Inventory: Rare Herbs, Enchanted Materials, Mythic and Legendary Items. He felt a surge of pride reading those lines. He remembered the timid child in rags who was once near level 1, half-starved, uncertain if he would see another day. Now, he had 7,500 HP, 60,000 megapixels, a den brimming with warmth, and a pack that dwarfed him in raw power yet cherished him as an integral piece of their family tapestry. The motherly system gave an approving hum. "You've done so well, dear. I can't wait to see what you'll accomplish next." Smiling to himself, he rose from the cushion he'd been resting on and was creeping in, painting the clearing with the subtle glow of twilight. The pups were winding down, weaving in and out of the den, deciding whether to sprawl inside or stargaze outside. Sleria was finishing a small patrol, stepping in with an unhurried gait. Luna hovered near Harry, as she often did, offering him silent company. He gazed at them all, a pang of affection so strong that tears almost sprang to his eyes. In that soft hush of evening, with the forest singing a lullaby of crickets and swaying branches, he felt more certain than ever that he belonged. Yes, he was Omega fragile by their standards, dependent on their might if danger loomed, but he was also the heart of their comfort, the spark of creativity that brightened every day. This synergy, this unspoken bond, was his foundation. Tucking a blanket around Erewhon, who had begun dozing near a carved shelf, he thought of how tomorrow might bring another comedic quest or a push for new illusions. He might craft a set of runic charms to help ward away pests, or experiment with advanced transmutation to refine metals from ore. The motherly system would ensure each challenge felt playful and achievable. The wolves, no doubt, would greet each new day with excitement, as if to remind him that life was not just about survival but about reveling in the joys of existence. He found a place near the center of the den, letting the P.S. gather around him for the night's rest. Luna settled to one side, Sleria to the other, forming a protective ring. The gentle scent of chamomile from the herbal cushions, the quiet panting of tired pups, and the lingering sense of a job well done lulled him toward sleep. As his eyelids grew heavy, he offered a silent thanks to the forest that embraced him, to the system that guided him, and most of all, to the wolves whose affection transcended any difference between man and beast. Here, in this snug home amid spring's bloom, Harry had found a life beyond his wildest dreams. Omega Pup, caretaker, craftsman, archmage in training, all these titles coalesced into the simple truth of who he was. A boy shaped by love, warmed by fur and magic, forging a future bright with promise. He felt no regrets, only an eager curiosity for what the next sunrise would bring. End of Chapter 9. Harry's stats. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup, race: human, 7/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, artisanal hearth keeper, burgeoning archmage, mythic artisan, pack stylist, level 75, HP 7500, MP 60,000, 2,500,000. Condition: healthy, thriving. Content: attributes: SPECIAL, strength 15, perception 30, endurance 20, charisma 16, intelligence 30, agility 25, luck 18, skills and bundles: expanded survival and crafting bundles, advanced magic skills: fireball, invisibility, stoneflesh, greater healing, mastered runic crafting, mythic level crafting mastery, system coins 4,500, inventory: rare herbs, enchanted materials, mythic and legendary items, and more. On my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now: QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 6 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Raw ISED by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 6 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 5 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Yaw CKSON crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 8 and Chapter 9 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 10, A Life Without the Freak. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. The house on Privet Drive felt far too still for late spring. Faded curtains hung in the windows, barely stirring, as a warm June breeze drifted across the suburban neighborhood. Across the street, a small dog yapped and cars whooshed past. But no sound came from within number 4. It was a strange hush in a place once governed by a rigid routine of forced efficiency, now replaced by an oppressive quiet. Inside the home, the Dursleys were scattered. Vernon in a threadbare armchair, Petunia in the adjacent kitchen rummaging through cluttered cabinets, and Dudley sulking upstairs behind a closed door. The entire space seemed to sag under the weight of unspoken tension. Outside, the early summer sun was high, and one could almost imagine a parallel existence in which everything was bright and orderly. In another corner of the country, indeed, such a world thrived. A young boy named Harry lived among wolves, forging a vibrant new life. But here, in the Dursley household, that possibility of warmth was only a faded account scene, unacknowledged. And at best half remembered. It had been months since October 30, 1988, when Harry, whom the Dursleys derisively called their freak, had quietly disappeared from their world. And in that absence, the house had begun to drift into a slow and steady decay. A single object lay near the front entryway, bridging these two separate worlds, a scratched-up spoon, its handle bent awkwardly, tarnish gathering around the edges. It was the last item Harry had used in the house. Petunia had meant to toss it out, but it remained on the floor as though waiting for him to pick it up. This spoon, so unremarkable yet tangibly connected to the boy's presence, became a silent witness to the gradual unraveling that had taken hold of the Dursley home. Days earlier, Harry had been nestled in a cozy den among gentle, watchful wolves. But with Chapter 9 closed on that serene image and new friendships, magical crafting, and the affectionate warmth of a family that accepted him, this chapter turned instead to Privet Drive, unveiling a starkly different reality. Where Harry felt flourishing comfort, the Dursleys faced emptiness and mounting disorder. The quiet swirl of dust motes in a narrow hallway of number 4 served as a grim counterpart to the glow of runic symbols in a woodland den. So began the story of a household bereft of the small, enslaved presence that once, ironically, had provided its structure. They first felt the absence on October 30, 1988, though at the time, they might have called it relief. The day started with an early morning gloom pressing against the windows. Vernon Dursley, large and imposing, sat at the kitchen table, flipping through the newspaper. His broad shoulders seemed unusually stiff, and each rustle of then the silent room. Petunia, thin-faced and sharp-eyed, poured coffee with a trembling hand. She glanced around at the dull floral wallpaper, noticing how the corners had begun to curl from humidity. Her gaze news lead to the floor, muddy footprints that no one had bothered to mop up. Harry was gone. They had rid themselves of him, dropped him off miles away, left him in some remote forest. A final solution for their greatest inconvenience. Vernon's mouth twisted into a semblance of grim satisfaction whenever he recalled the moment they shoved him out of the car and sped away. If anyone had asked, he would have insisted that they were finally free. Petunia shared that sentiment outwardly, though anxiety pinched her features, betraying a deeper turmoil. The dining room, once so meticulously scrubbed by Harry's small hands, stood uncharacteristically still. Not a single pot rattled on the stove, no water hissed in the kettle. In the corner was a single ring of grime on the countertop where Petunia had left a coffee tin. She'd never done that when Harry was around, had been the one to whisk such things away, wiping surfaces clear as soon as they were used. A peculiar hush weighed on everything. Dudley, barely awake, stomped down the stairs and flopped onto a dining chair. An old stain on the cushion caught his eye, the result of a spilled juice box from weeks ago that Harry would have cleaned without question. Dudley's mouth twisted in annoyance. He wanted breakfast. Usually, by the time he came down, something was sizzling on the stove, a pot of oatmeal or some rashers of bacon that the freak had prepared. Now, the kitchen smelled only of stale coffee. The dissonance gnawed at him, an uncomfortable vacuum he couldn't quite put into words. Petunia noticed Dudley's look and braced herself. She fiddled with her hands. Toast, she muttered, half to herself, half to her son. But there was no toast. There wasn't even bread out on the counter. Someone needed to unfreeze a loaf from the pantry. Harry had always done that the night before. Vernon slammed the newspaper onto the table, rattling their teacups. His jaw clenched, and his mustache twitched. He stared at the empty sink. He told himself that he was better off now that the boy was gone. No more freakish nonsense, no more worrisome incidents. Still, Something skittered in his chest. He pushed the thought aside, pressing the coffee cup to his lips and scowling at the bitter taste. If the house felt too quiet, well, that was because they were adjusting. They'd adapt. They had to. That first day set the tone, a mixture of triumph and dread. Petunia bustled about, opening and closing cabinets, trying to recapture the sense of order she'd prided herself on. But everywhere, small messes peeked out, spills on the floor from last night's cooking that Harry would have cleaned. Coffee rings, bits of dust on the window sill. By noon, the dust had begun to accumulate in corners. Petunia tried to sweep, but her heart wasn't in it, and she resented the job. She didn't articulate why she resented it, only that it now fell to her. Typically, that worthless boy would have handled it. She told herself she was glad. Freed, at last. As the day wore on, tension grew. They avoided speaking about Harry, yet everything reminded them of him. An unwashed plate, a pile of Dudley's clothes left in the hallway, a mop leaning forlornly in a closet. In the past, Harry would have leapt to fulfill these chores, spurred by fear or by the barked orders they threw at him. Now, no one stirred to do them. The tasks stacked like silent accusations. Eventually, Vernon and Petunia locked eyes. A spasm of discomfort passed between them, then they looked away. At dinner that evening, the table was bare except for a pot of hastily boiled peas and some undercooked meat. The conversation was stilted, the clatter of cutlery on the plates uncomfortably loud. Dudley picked at his food, face twisted in dissatisfaction. They all felt the overshadowing hush in the house, like an echo that refused to settle. In the weeks that followed November rolling into December, the house kept a clumsy, awkward semblance of living. There were days Petunia attempted to restore her old strictness, forcing herself to vacuum the living room or scrub the counters before Vernon returned from work. But there was always more to do, chores that Harry once performed invisibly. Instead of stating they missed the boy, they masked their frustration. Vernon often sat in the living room after dinner, glaring at the layer of dust on the mantel, but making no effort to wipe it. Petunia scurried around, shifting junk from one place to another, but she never achieved the pristine state she once demanded. Mornings became the worst. No one rose early enough to prepare breakfast properly. They snatched quick bites of cereal or toast that often went stale or moldy. Coffee grounds scattered across the countertop, and used filters were left lying about, staining surfaces. Petunia would hiss at Dudley whenever he left an empty carton of milk on the table, her voice shriller than usual. Her anger, though, carried a hollow ring. There was no scapegoat to pick up the slack behind the scenes, no trembling child to blame. She had to handle every crisis alone. One drizzly evening in mid-November, Vernon stumbled through the door after a tiring workday, hoping for a neatly laid-out dinner as had once been the norm. Instead, the kitchen lights were off, and the smell of something unwashed, something faintly sour, lingered in the air. He flipped the switch, only to reveal a sink piled high with dishes. Pots and pans caked with old food threatened to topple if he touched them. Petunia was upstairs, evidently wrestling with undone laundry. Dudley, plugged into a loud television program in the living room, paid no mind to the chaos. Vernon's stomach twisted with annoyance. He let out a bark, calling Petunia's name, but her answer was delayed. She was rummaging through an endless hamper of clothes, muttering curses under her breath. The house had turned into a labyrinth of half-finished tasks. A white film dusted the furniture, which Petunia might have polished daily in earlier times. But it had been weeks since the last thorough cleaning. The once gleaming floors, which Harry had scrubbed on hands and knees, now displayed scuff marks and suspicious stains left untended. The stale odor lingered, mingling with the smell of cheap air freshener Petunia occasionally sprayed in vain. All of it formed a slow, creeping sense of rot within these walls. Even the smallest tasks reminded them of Harry's vanished presence. Dudley spilled a soda one evening, and it soaked into the carpet. He stared at the puddle in confusion. Cleaning it was not his job, never had been. That used to be the freak's responsibility. But no one came. Days later, the sticky residue clung to the carpet, a dark patch that no vacuum could fix. Each time he passed by, Dudley's lips curled in disgust, but he did nothing. Such scenes repeated themselves in small domestic vignettes that spanned November and December. The Dursleys never openly admitted how severely Harry's departure affected them. They told themselves they were better off. Yet, day by day, the household lost its sterile neatness. A banister loosened, and no one tightened its screws. A lamp nuzzle-eared, and no one replaced the bulb. A scuff mark marred the front door, and no one stooped to clean or repaint it. Christmas approached with forced cheer. Petunia arranged a half-hearted display of decorations, but the house felt emptier than ever. As if the holiday existed only to highlight the cold gloom enveloping them. Their mealtimes had become a fiasco. Vernon and Petunia bickered about who should handle the cooking. Petunia insisted she had enough to do. Vernon argued he worked all day. Dudley contributed nothing except complaints. He'd demand a hot meal or whine about undone chores, but neither parent had the energy or willingness to indulge him. Their arguments usually ended in stony silence, plates left unwashed, the family retreating to separate rooms. And with an anticlimactic hush, the year winding to a close in a swirl of unspoken resentments and a creeping sense of disarray. New Year's came and went without the usual fuss. Any fleeting illusions that discarding Harry had been the best decision were overshadowed by the daily stress that pinned them. Each time Petunia tried scrubbing the kitchen floor, she missed the quiet reliability of that scrawny boy, not that she'd ever admit it. Each time Vernon surveyed a messy living room, he felt an odd pang, recalling how instantly things had been tidied if he so much as snapped his fingers. January arrived, harsh and cold. Though outside, frost clung to windows and bare branches creaked. Inside the Dursleys' home the chill felt deeper than mere temperature. The central heating functioned, but no amount of warmth could chase away the gloom. In a small corner of the living room, a battered family photograph remained perched at an angle. Harry was not in it, of course, but the empty space in the background where he might have stood hovered like a haunting footnote. No one ever dusted the picture frame. Vernon spent more time in his study, flipping through financial statements. He had no reason to suspect that losing Harry would affect him at work. Indeed, it hadn't yet. But something about the general disorder at home rattled him. The subtle synergy that once let him keep a strict schedule had vanished. He found himself oversleeping, missing a tie or a jacket because they were lost in a mountain of laundry. His lunches, once neatly prepared by Petunia with Harry's help in the background, often went forgotten. Some days he left the house half-dressed, cursing under his breath. The tension carved lines across his face, and he snapped at colleagues with uncharacteristic frequency. Petunia's own regimen crumbled as well. Her sense of identity had been linked to controlling a tidy house, everything in its place, no sign of disorder. Now, it felt like she was chasing chaos. She'd polish a table, only to find another corner caked in dust. She'd gather laundry, then discover the hamper overflowing the next day with items Dudley tossed aside. The house smelled of subtle must and stale cooking fumes. She flitted from room to room, pushing tattered grocery lists around, scolding Dudley for leaving wrappers everywhere, and scowling at Vernon for refusing to help. Yet she rarely completed any one chore from start to finish. When the phone rang, she sometimes jolted as if expecting news about that boy. But no call ever came. No policeman inquired, no neighbor questioned, no letter demanded their explanation. As far as they knew, no one suspected they'd discarded Harry. That should have been a relief, but the quiet suffocated them. On certain nights, Petunia stared out the window at the frosted lawn, seeing only her reflection in the glass, haggard, worn. Silently reproaching herself, she'd snap to attention if Vernon or Dudley approached, wiping away any sign of introspection. She told herself they'd done the right thing. They were free. Yet a strange paradox took shape. The more time passed without Harry, the more tasks piled up. Initially, they had felt emancipated from the burden of him, but ironically, that burden had shouldered the everyday grunt work. Now it fell squarely on them, and they found themselves incompetent at their own household. The staircase creaked ominously, needing a new nail to secure a loose board. The toilet clogged once, flooding the bathroom with an inch of water. In the past, Harry would have mopped it. This time, Dudley stood on the landing, exclaiming in horror as water seeped onto the hallway carpet. Vernon scrambled to fix it, cursing and slipping in the mess. Petunia fussed with towels, eyes wild. No one admitted it aloud, but they missed the silent pair of hands that once prevented such catastrophes, or at least cleaned them quickly. Little reminders of this new reality dotted everyday life. One Sunday morning, Petunia rummaged in the cupboard for a fresh tablecloth but found only stained rags. She froze, recalling how Harry used to wash and press them. Another time, Vernon attempted to fill in a missing tile in the kitchen floor but gave up after a few minutes, leaving half-dried cement smears. The tile remained loose, a hazard they kept stepping on. Each misstep hammered home the quiet realization that their child servant had been the invisible glue holding their rigid routines together. Dudley's reaction manifested as sullen outbursts. He'd grown used to a life where every complaint eventually got resolved by that scrawny boy, his game controllers cleaned, his favorite snacks replenished in the pantry, his bed made daily. Now, if he left crisp packets or empty cans on the floor, they stayed there. No one rushed to pick them up. His father barked at him to tidy his own space, which only stoked Dudley's resentment. The boy spent more time glaring at a nuzzling TV in a messy living room, half aware that his comfort was slipping away, but not sure how to articulate it. Once or twice, he rummaged in the hallway closet for some lost item, only to remember that Harry would normally fetch it for him. The thought made him slam the closet door in frustration. February brought a slight thaw outdoors, the icicles dripping from the eaves, but inside the Dursley home, the chill persisted. Vernon dragged himself to the office each day, returning in the evenings with an air of exhaustion, half dreading the mess that awaited him. Petunia's temper frayed at the edges. She snapped at Dudley for small infractions. Even the once calm veneer she wore in front of neighbors began to crack. She'd pass Mrs. next door in the street, forcing a taut smile, but her eyes darted nervously, as though the neighbor might peer into her home and see the disarray. One evening, as Vernon arrived home, he found Petunia hunched at the kitchen table, head in her hands. The overhead light nuzzled, giving the room a jittery, haunted look. Piles of unwashed dishes teetered precariously near the sink. A sour odor clung to the air, some neglected garbage, perhaps. Petunia didn't speak. She simply stared at the table's worn finish. Vernon set down his briefcase with a heavy thud, scowling at the filth around them. He wanted to blame anyone for the deterioration. In that moment, they exchanged glances, a silent admission that the arrangement they once championed had fallen apart. Their home was unrecognizable, a sorry place of dust and rancor. Still, they swallowed these feelings, burying them under curt words or forced normalcy. They never voiced regret. They never uttered, "We want the boy back." Instead, they coexisted with the creeping sense that they'd undone the very system that had maintained their illusions of a perfect life. The watery winter sun, light filtered through smudged windows each morning, revealing more dust, more clutter, more undone chores. The house itself seemed to sag in reflection of their own moral decay. As March approached, bringing the first buds of spring, a subtle brightness returned to Privet Drive. Neighbors opened windows to let in fresh air, children played outside, and the hum of lawnmowers drifted up and down the street. Yet number 4 felt stuck in a perpetual grayness. The Dursleys responded to the changing season with forced normalcy. Vernon tried, half-heartedly, to impose schedules like chores pinned on the refrigerator, but no one obeyed. Petunia attempted to throw open windows, letting sunbeams in, but the dust swirling in the light only underscored the neglect. Dudley roamed about, complaining that the house smelled musty, that dinner was always late or poorly cooked, and that no one was there to fix it for him. Here, the dynamic had fully shifted. In the past, the family presented a unified front, with Harry being their scapegoat. Now, they drifted in separate orbits. Tense silences replaced mealtime conversation, resentments flared over trivial things. They never said, "We made a mistake." They still convinced themselves that throwing Harry away was for the best. They feared the freakishness, themselves they were safer like this. But small irritations built. A door left ajar, a trash bin overflowing, a shirt left unironed. Each annoyance was a needle that pricked their denial. One crisp March afternoon, Vernon rummaged in the living room closet for a hammer. The banister on the stairs had gotten wobbly again. He cursed under his breath, rummaging past old shoes, umbrellas, and random objects that had been shoved away. There, amid the junk, he spotted a small shoe that must have belonged to Harry. Torn near the heel, scuffed around the toe. Vernon froze, a peculiar tightness winding across his chest. He promptly tossed it aside with a scowl, refusing to acknowledge the FN. Uzzler of memory, it triggered a memory of that skinny boy quietly trudging about the house, cleaning every corner. Vernon slammed the closet shut, telling himself he felt no regret. Yet for the rest of the day, his irritability rose to near explosion. When Petunia asked him to pick up groceries, he shouted at her that he was, no one's errand boy, tossing the car keys onto the floor. Dudley, witnessing his father's outburst, retreated to his bedroom, slamming the door. That night, the entire household seethed in silent anger. They had planned no dinner. They ate stale biscuits or leftover cereal. The stillness was suffocating. Gradually, their fragile illusions crumbled. Without the structure that Harry's forced labor had once imposed, the Dursleys' harsh routine lay in disarray. The carpets hadn't been vacuumed in weeks. The bathroom sink developed a leak, and groceries were often forgotten on the table to spoil. They avoided the problem by ignoring it. Dust turned to grime, and tension turned to bitterness. What had begun as relief in Harry's absence was morphing into a self-made prison of confusion and exhaustion. Time slipped into late spring. By mid-May, the outside world burst with color and warmth. Flowers bloomed in neat garden beds along the street, neighbors tended to lawns in bright sunshine. But within number 4, a gloom persisted. The gap between the outside brig, HTNESS, and the home's internal murkiness felt almost tangible, as though a dark film covered every surface in the Dursley household. Mornings were mechanical. Vernon woke with a jolt to the alarm, rung, maged in the hamper for a half-clean shirt, and left for work grumbling about how no one managed the laundry properly. Petunia flitted around aimlessly, trying to keep some shred of dignity when she watered the front lawn. But the moment she stepped back indoors, the smell of unwashed dishes hit her anew. Dudley became moody, stomping around, complaining about broken game consoles or sticky floors. Each family member's frustration fed the others, creating a cycle of blame. More than once, Petunia tried to pass off small chores to Dudley or even insisted that Vernon pull his weight, but these demands sparked arguments that left them all seething. In a telling moment one day, Petunia found herself in Harry's old cupboard under the stairs, now used as a dumping ground for random junk. She had gone to search for an extension cord. Dust and cobwebs clung to the cramped space. The memory that this was once the boy's bedroom hovered in the stale air. She found the cord, but her hand brushed against a torn piece of cloth. Possibly a relic from Harry's old shirt. She froze. The light overhead nuzzleered. For a second, she felt her breath catch. Then, with a sharp intake of air, she clenched her jaw, threw the cloth aside, and emerged from the cupboard as if chased by ghosts. She said nothing about it to Vernon or Dudley. Such silent acknowledgments cropped up more often as the days wore on. A broken lamp in the living room that no one replaced. A vacuum left out with a snapped belt. The corridor mirror, smudged and never polished, reflecting Petunia's worried eyes each time she passed. And always, the hush that replaced any mention of the freak, any admission that perhaps their decision had undone more than they'd bargained for. By late May, the downward spiral was obvious too. Anyone who visited, though precious few did. Even the neighbors, once cordial if distant, rarely knocked on the door. Possibly the Dursleys' tense faces and drawn curtains discouraged them. Petunia kept up a facade, smiling too brightly if she encountered someone on the sidewalk, but inside her home, the disorder ballooned. She was forced to do laundry in frantic bursts. The washing machine rattled ominously, teetering on unbalanced loads. Dried clothes, wrinkled and scattered, ended up thrown over furniture. The vacuum, if ever used, coughed up dust in a musty plume. Dudley voiced his frustration openly now. The novelty of having no competition for his parents' attention had faded, replaced by boredom and irritability. He'd complain that the fridge was empty or that his clothes remained unwashed. When told to handle it himself, he'd scoff or shout. Petunia would erupt in a shrill scolding, Vernon in a deep roar, while Dudley stomped off, slamming doors. A gloom settled in every corridor, a result of the friction they once vented on Harry but now had nowhere to direct. In one startling exchange, Dudley demanded something fresh bedsheets, perhaps, and Vernon barked that if he wanted them changed, he could do it himself. The sheer shock on Dudley's face told the entire story. This was a boy who had never lifted a finger for chores. Now there was no hidden laborer to fix everything at a snap. The next day, Dudley's bed remained unmade, the old sheets wrinkled and crumpled. He chose to sleep on top of the duvet rather than change it. None of them spoke about it, but tension laced every glance. Petunia began misplacing small items. A pair of scissors, a tube of glue, her keys, a feather duster were found in their usual spots. She rummaged through drawers, cupboards, boxes, cursing softly each time. The lack of organization that Harry's daily work once ensured was felt acutely. She snapped at Vernon for never putting anything back. Vernon snapped at her for complaining. Even the walls of the house seemed to reflect their arguments in sullen silence. Yet ironically, at the end of each day, the Dursleys gathered in the dining room for dinner, as they always had. They still tried to keep up appearances. But instead of the rigid, forced routine they once maintained, now there was a sense of gloom that hovered like a fog. Mealtimes devolved into quick bites of lukewarm, poorly cooked food, often done in near silence. No one addressed the elephant in the room, that the freak, once forced to cook elaborate meals, was gone for good. The taste of half-burnt stew and watery soup was a constant reminder of how much they'd lost in discarding him. The tension reached a new peak by late spring, just before June. The sun set later, bathing Privet Drive in long, warm evenings. Neighbors opened their windows, letting laughter and the smell of barbecues drift through the mild air. But number 4 felt sealed off, curtains drawn, the air stale and stuffy within. In the living room, the wallpaper began peeling at the edges. A discolored patch near the baseboard told of an old water leak that no one had fixed. The once prized sofa showed dark stains where spilled drinks had not been wiped up. One afternoon, Vernon stomped up the stairs, intending to retrieve a spare fuse for the washing machine, which had shorted again. He found the landing littered with Dudley's clothes, an overturned hamper, and bits of trash. Something inside him snapped. He roared for Dudley, who, from behind his bedroom door, gave a muffled, angry retort. Petunia tried to intervene, flitting up the stairs, clutching a worn dust cloth as if it might restore order. But her voice was shrill, the scolding fell flat. Dudley refused to open the door, and Vernon's face turned purple with fury. Eventually, he retreated, muttering about how he'd once had a neat, well-ordered home. Petunia's eyes caught his, and for a second, they shared a fnuzzlier of mutual understanding. This was what they had wrought by discarding Harry. Of course, neither spoke it aloud. Their each day hammered home the truth. Without that small figure in the background, picking up after them, the Dursleys were drowning in their own sloth and cruelty. The routine they once enforced had depended entirely on the unacknowledged labor of a boy they had spurned. The house's decayantity rooms, scuffed walls, stale air mirrored their unraveling domestic life. And so they approached the threshold of June 3, 1989, still in denial, still refusing to label their decision a mistake. Yet the signs of collapse were everywhere. That evening, the sun lingered late, casting a golden glow over the front lawn of number 4. Petunia peeked out the window, noticing that the neighbors were enjoying a pleasant dinner outdoors. Over the fence, she caught sight of laughter and bright tablecloths. By contrast, her dining room lay in dusky half-light. The overhead bulb needed replacing it fnuzzliered, creating odd shadows on the peeling walls. She inhaled, swallowing a lump in her throat, but forcibly lifted her chin. She called for Vernon and Dudley to come to the table. The table was set with mismatched plates, some chipped, others with faint stains. The once fussy Petunia, who used to demand perfection, seemed not to care. She placed a casserole dish at the center, but its contents were half cold. She forgot to preheat the oven. Dudley ambled in, scowling at the lumps in the casserole. Vernon followed, barely acknowledging them. Chairs scraped on the floor in the hush. They began to eat, if one could call it that, picking at lumps, pushing peas around. No one spoke. The silence weighed more heavily than any scolding or complaint. The only sound was the tick of a clock, Harry's old clock, ironically, which still perched on the mantel. Time crawled. The living room's shadows lengthened. Outside, a warm breeze rattled the blinds, making them clack softly. Dudley slumped in his chair, arms folded, fnuzzling glances at his parents. Petunia stared at her hands, knuckles white. Vernon tried to carve a piece of the casserole but lost patience, thumping his fork onto the plate. No one had the energy to fight. They existed in a collective, suffocating gloom, like a play set in a single dimly lit stage with broken props and exhausted actors. A memory hovered in Petunia's mind. Once, not so long ago, Harry had stood in that kitchen corner, washing every pot until they gleamed, his scrawny arms covered in suds, eyes downcast to avoid punishment. Petunia used to lord over him, criticizing every missed spot. But those pots had been spotless, shimmering. She looked now at the dull metal pot on the stove, burned around the rim, caked with old residue. She swallowed, then forced her eyes away. No one voiced it, but the emptiness they felt was almost tangible. Their home, once so rigidly controlled, was now undone by neglect. The freak, the scapegoat, the forced laborer Harry was no longer there to hold the framework of their daily life together. In his absence, they had to face themselves, and that confrontation was bleak. The clock ticked onward, marking each passing second of their discomfort. At last, Vernon cleared his throat. "I'm off to bed," he muttered, pushing away his plate of barely touched casserole. His voice echoed in the stillness, but no one responded. He stomped from the room, leaving the dirty dish behind. Petunia's gaze F-News lead to Dudley, who also rose without a word, lurching from the table. She was left alone, staring at the congealing food. The overhead bulb F-nuzzleared once more, then steadied. Outside, a neighbor's laughter rang out, and Petunia shut her eyes in humiliation, or possibly regret. The shadows deepened. At length, Petunia stood, stacked the plates with trembling hands, and carried them to the sink. The dishwater she prepared was lukewarm, sloshing around in a way that reminded her of all the times Harry's small hands had done this chore. She paused, letting the water swirl around her wrists. In the reflection of the window above the sink, she caught a glimpse of her own face, lines around her eyes, her lips pressed thin. The blackness outside prevented her from seeing anything else, but she imagined the reflection of an empty seat at the table, a missing presence that once obeyed her every command. As she scrubbed half-heartedly at a plate, something inside her twisted. She turned off the tap abruptly, leaving the rest undone. Water dripped from the plate, spattering onto the countertop, forming small rivulets. She let them be, stepping away. The kitchen overhead light F-nuzzleared again, intensifying the lonely hush. From the hallway, the ticking clock continued, indifferent. Dudley had retreated to his room, Vernon to the master bedroom. Petunia F-News lead off the light and stood in the living room, arms limp at her sides, gaze drifting over the unkempt furniture. The windows gave a faint reflection of the street lamps outside. She took in the sagging couch, the piles of junk mail, the dusty corners, and the sense of emptiness that gnawed at every surface. She inhaled sharply, but her chest felt tight. There was no telling how to fix any of it, and she refused to link these troubles to the absence of the boy. But that knowledge lurked, unspoken, at the edges of her mind. The entire house, from the scuffed floors to the unpolished mantel, spoke of a life unraveling, a stark contrast to the thriving, gentle forest den that Harry now called home. Though the Dursleys never saw or heard that realm, they lived the consequences daily. They had expelled the scapegoat they called freak, only to discover they had ejected the quiet labor and structure that had kept their oppressive routine intact. Standing in this tomb of lost order, Petunia looked at the leftover spoon on the tabouret, spoon that reminded her, though she would never dare admit it, of the scrawny boy who once cleaned every utensil with trembling diligence. Silence stretched. The final day of the time frame, June 3, 1989, had arrived with no fanfare. Months of living without Harry had chipped away at every illusion the Dursleys had about their perfect life. That evening, they gathered one last time in the dim dining room, sitting around the table. Dudley stared at a battered handheld game with disinterest, Petunia toyed with the edge of a stained tablecloth, and Vernon leafed through a crumpled newspaper, not really reading. The overhead bulb hummed, the silence broken only by the occasional shift of a chair. No one wanted to mention how undone their home felt, or how stifling the atmosphere was. A single lamp cast weak light over the scattered papers and the plates of barely touched food. The camera, if there had been one, would linger on each detail, Petunia's finger tapping the table in anxious, repetitive beats. Vernon's brow snuzzle with perspiration, Dudley's vacant stare. And then the camera would drift to that empty chair, the place where an unremarkable boy might once have sat, forced to endure their contempt, forced to maintain their illusions. Now absent. The hush in the room was a condemnation, a silent requiem for everything they'd taken for granted. Outside, in a distant forest far from Privet Drive, Harry James Potter had found love, acceptance, and unimaginable growth among a family of wolves. He soared in levels and skill, forging mythic items, learning new spells, and building a life that cherished him rather than abused him. But here, in a suburban house on a neat street, the departure of that same boy had led the end of what small order the Dursleys possessed. Where Harry was healthy and thriving, they had grown hollow, undone by their own neglect. No one uttered a word of regret. No voices rose to confess they had made a grave mistake. They never spoke Harry's name, not even in passing. Yet his absence resonated in every neglected chore, every broken lamp, every scuff on the floor. Vernon's illusions of tight-lipped normalcy, Petunia's fantasies of prim perfection, Dudley's self-centered expectations all crumbled under the weight of real labor that had once been silently performed by the boy they reviled. Now, all that remained was the bit in him had removed the last vestige of stability in their oppressive household. Eventually, after long minutes at the dinner table, Vernon pushed the chair back. Petunia stood, smoothing her skirt. Dudley fled upstairs. The light overhead nuzzleered once more as they dispersed, leaving the dining area in darkness and unwashed plates. And so ended June 3, 1989, at number 4. Privet Drive, a place that once boasted neat hedges and pristine floors, now reduced to gloom and disarray. The neighbors, hearing no outbursts, assumed the Dursleys carried on as usual. Yet behind those closed curtains, the family lived in silent disrepair, each too proud or too ignorant to face what they'd truly lost. The final frame of that evening, the unlit hallway, a single bulb nuzzleering before dying out entirely, the meager light replaced by shadows that swallowed the scuffed floors, the peeling wallpaper, and the memory of a small figure once crouched in a cupboard. In the hush, one might almost hear the echo of a child's footsteps, dutifully cleaning, tidying, cooking, steps that no longer sounded in the hollow rooms. And so, without fanfare or sweeping revelations, the Dursleys learned what it was to truly live without the freak. Their home, their once structured life, had rotted from within. In place of the boy they had cast aside was only a vacuum that grew more suffocating by the day. The lines etched on Vernon's face, the tremor in Petunia's hands, and the restless anger in Dudley's eyes were the only testimony to the hollowness they now endured. They could not say how it might end, only that the oppressive hush persisted, day after day, a fitting requiem for their cruelty. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup, race: human, 7/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Artisanal Hearth Keeper. Burgeoning Archmage, Mythic Artisan, Pack Stylist, Level 75. HP 7,500. MP 60,000, 2,500,000. Condition: healthy, thriving. Content: attributes: SPECIAL. Strength: 15. Perception: 30. Endurance: 20. Charisma: 16. Intelligence: 30. Agility: 25. Luck: 18. Skills and bundles: expanded survival and crafting bundles. Advanced magic skills: Fireball, Invisibility, Stoneflesh, Greater Healing, Mastered Runic Crafting, Mythic Level Crafting Mastery. System coins: 4,500. Inventory: Rare Herbs, Enchanted Materials, Mythic and Legendary Items. Though the Dursleys would never know these facts, Harry remained strong, fulfilled, and free, leaving them alone in a silent, crumbling house-irony. See proof that their hatred had destroyed only themselves. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Res. Queued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vaka. Tion. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 7 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter, One Piece. Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw Series Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline Crossover, up to 7 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 7 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 7 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson Crossover, up to 6 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and D Sorrow, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 9 and Chapter 10 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 11, Growth, Bonds, and the Arrival of the Alpha. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. Soft summer light washed over the wolves' den, painting each woven partition and fur-draped alcove in hues of sunlit gold. Warmth and the murmurs of A4 est alive with budding life drifted in through the den's entrance. The morning of June 4, 1989, began much like the countless others Harry had enjoyed in this place of refuge and belonging, but with each new day, he sensed more magic and possibility stirring in the world around him. He lay cocooned in a pile of slumbering wolves, the earthy scent of fur and forest soil grounding him as he opened his eyes. Erewhon had draped her head across his stomach, twitching her ears as if chasing a fleeting dream. Down by his feet, Saloon curled with her muzzle pressed to his ankles, her steady breaths brew shing the hide wrappings that kept him warm. Talaris was somewhere behind him, paws kneading at the furs they had all piled onto. A faint dawn breeze brushed in, ruffling Harry's wild hair and fanoozly ing at the thick brush of wolf fur all around. He smiled, letting the contentment settle in. Months had passed since he had first stumbled into this den, a lost, malnourished child. Now, he was level 7. 5, though the number still felt like a dream. He had grown physically and spiritually, forging a life with these wolves who treated him as both a vulnerable pup and a cherished family member. As an Omega, he was protected and teased, but also allowed to nurture his own strengths. The motherly system that guided his growth had grown more talkative and supportive in the past weeks, its voice soft as a guardian spirit. He had come to rely on it as much as he did on the warm presence of his wolf sisters. A familiar chime sounded in his mind, playful and bright. He shut his eyes and listened. "Good morning, little cub. Did you enjoy your royal wolf pile treatment? I dare say your sisters are quite protective of their tiny Omega." A huff of fond laughter escaped him. Yes, he was their tiny Omega, half buried in fur and affection. He gently patted Erewhon's head, coaxing her to shift so he could sit up. Her ears twitched, but she roused at his touch, blinking golden eyes. Saloon stirred at his feet, flexing her paws before letting out a yawn that displayed razor-sharp teeth. Harry threaded a soft hand through her ruff. She let out a low, content rumble. Though the morning had only just begun, the den stirred with a comfortable bustle. Luna rose from her corner, stretching her long, silver body in an elegant arch, then stepped over to Harry to greet him. She nudged his hair, her breath warm against his cheek. He had grown used to this daily sign of affection, nuzzling, grooming, and acknowledgement of his place among them. When he looked at her, he caught a gentle glimmer of approval in her eyes. Then her gaze settled behind him, scanning for the rest of the pups. She was ever the mother figure, always vigilant. Harry felt the hum of magic that lingered in the wall's subtle enchantment. He had placed there to provide insulation and comfort. Over the past months, he had become skilled at layering runes, weaving herbal salves into hides, and crafting everything from cloaks to bedding. Even the simplest grudgingly under the Dursleys' orders now felt like expressions of love and service. He rose from the nest of furs, stepping onto the smooth wooden floor that he had installed earlier. The morning called, and so did the system's daily tasks. He was well aware that, in some distant corner of the human world, the Dursleys struggled in a house grown stale without him. But that knowledge felt remote, overshadowed by the life he led here. He existed in a realm of wagging tails and playful teasing, where quiet acceptance replaced scorn. The contrast was so stark, he rarely let himself dwell on it. Instead, he turned to the den's small supply corner, where he stored a variety of herbs and potions in carefully sewn pouches. He rummaged for a handful of dried lavender and a pinch of chamomile. Blending them in a small mortar, he ground the mixture gently. He wanted to refresh the bedding for the wolves, ensuring every corner of the den carried a sense of calm and cleanliness. The system's presence nuzzled as he worked, offering subtle reminders. "You're becoming quite the apothecary, dear. Maybe you'll brew a brand new salve next. Your sisters seem to enjoy those scents." He chuckled under his breath, carefully measuring the herbal blend. Then he sprinkled it along the edges of the bedding areas, patting it into the furs so it wouldn't scatter. Erewhon crawled over to investigate, noticing the fresh scent with an expression of curiosity and delight. When the morning task settled, Harry prepared a small meal for himself, some leftover cooked fish he had smoked the previous day, garnished with edible leaves he had gathered. He kindled a tiny flame to warm it. The wolves generally preferred raw food, but they rarely minded him cooking his share. Luna watched him eat, occasionally stepping forward to sniff the air. She wasn't interested in the fish, but she seemed pleased by Harry's contentment. Once he finished, he tidied up the small cooking station, Santo. Ring away the remains in an enchanted trunk that kept meat from spoiling. The system gave a soft ding of approvalone of those comedic daily quests completed. Maintain your den's cleanliness. He loved how these tasks forged structure in his day without the misery he once endured. The system's motherly encouragement replaced the Dursleys' harsh orders. He felt deep gratitude for this new life. It was in that reflective moment that he sensed a flutter in the system's interface. Usually, a daily quest or comedic objective popped in. This felt bigger, a shift in the menu that promised a major update. He paused, waiting for the text to coalesce in his mind's eye. Sure enough, the words formed. Quest interface recalibrating. New mission categories enabled. Daily quests, challenger quests, skill mastery quests, pack contribution quests, long-term quest. Den architect, to expand the den to accommodate new pack members. Reward: 750 system coins, bonus, structural reinforcement perk. His eyes widened with excitement. The system had promised further developments, but seeing them laid out in such structured categories thrilled him. He mentally selected the Den Architect quest, curious about the details. The description scrolled. With new members on the horizon, your pack needs more space and comfort. Expand and reinforce the den so it can house all who seek refuge here. He blinked. New members. He glanced around at his sisters Erewhon, Saloon, Teleris, Murren, Curlies, Varia, Ilfa, Island, Nithrond at Luna. Slyria, the largest female, was out on a hunt or scouting trip. He wondered if Hay planned on bringing more wolves into the fold, or if an old pack mate was returning. The system's promise of a structural reinforcement perk teased that significant expansion might be required. He laughed softly, thinking about how he would carve out new corridors, add structural beams, and reinforce the walls with runes. He was more than a caretaker now, was turning into a pack architect. The system's voice, increasingly warm and expressive, nudged him to open more details, referencing synergy with his mythic-level crafting mastery. Basking in the new possibilities, he spent June 6 focusing on rearranging the interior. He mapped out potential expansions on a piece of bark, sketching where to remove or fortify walls. The motherly system gave suggestions. He verified them with illusions. picturing how expanded rooms might look. The pups underfoot offered their own brand of help, noticing each new mark he made, or pushing their muzzles into his face as if to encourage him. It felt silly but heartwarming. By the time evening fell, he had a rough plan to enlarge the den's side passages and craft additional bedding areas. He might have gone on working through the night if Luna and Erewhon hadn't pestered him into rest. They tugged at his shirt, gently herding him away from his improvised drafting area. He chuckled, letting the half-completed plan stand. He curled up in the main sleeping chamber, surrounded by the pack's warmth, as the forest night hummed with hidden life. Drifting to sleep, he felt the system flutter in his thoughts. Yes, it seemed to say, that's enough for now, dear. Tomorrow, more wonders await. Over the following week, June 12th arrived on a bright, sunny morning. The forest buzzed with an undercurrent of energy, bees flitting between flowers, birds chattering across branches, small creatures scurrying through undergrowth. Harry set out with Talaris and Murren to gather herbs deeper in the woods. They had discovered a hidden patch where healing plants thrived, thanks to a natural spring. The system had assigned a skill mastery quest for advanced foraging and alchemy. Talaris and Murren flanked him as they walked, tail wags and playful nips revealing their excitement. The pups had grown so agile, bounding effortlessly around tree roots, guiding Harry's slower two-legged stride. The day felt warm, the canopy overhead casting dancing shadows on the forest floor. Harry used Observe frequently, scanning for medicinal plants or new materials. A cluster of purple-flowered stalks glowed faintly under the mid-morning sun. He knelt, brushing aside leaves to examine them. The system's text shimmered. Starshade herb. Rare potency for advanced healing salves. Excellent synergy with restoration magic. He grinned, carefully harvesting a few stalks, mindful to leave enough for regrowth. Talaris sniffed the air, her ears twitching. Murren padded forward, perhaps sensing movement ahead. In a slight dip in the land, Harry spotted a russet Chapin-injured fox, lying low with a gash on its flank. Its eyes shone with pain and fear. Harry's heart twinged. He approached slowly, hands outstretched in a calming gesture. The fox bared its teeth, but he radiated empathy and restoration magic, letting the wild creature sense no threat. Talaris and Murren held back, whining softly, unsure whether to chase or guard. He crouched, letting a soft wave of greater healing flow into his fingertips. The fox's wound glowed with faint golden light, the torn flesh knitting. The animal trembled, uncertain, but soon relaxed. When the glow subsided, the fox tested its leg, found it stable, and gave Harry a cautious glance. Then, like a shadow, it darted off into the undergrowth. A notification glimmered. Title earned. Guardian of the Forest Creatu. Res recognize your kindness and healing touch. He exhaled, warmth filling him. The pups bounded over, noticing the air where the fox had lain. Harry stroked their heads, a quiet joy blooming in his chest. This was the life he cherished, protecting and nurturing, bridging gaps between the forest's inhabitants. The day ended with more foraging, laughter shared with Talaris and Murren, and a leisurely return to the den under a gold-streaked sky. That night, as they settled, Luna groomed Harry's hair, her tongue rasping gently, an unmistakable sign of maternal affection. He drowsed off with a smile, lulled by contentment. June 18th was an ordinary day, or so he thought. He awoke early, intending to check on new expansions for the den, perhaps reinforce a corridor. But as afternoon slipped, electric tension filled the forest. The entire pack perked their ears, glancing at the trees with watchful eyes. Harry sensed it too. Footsteps. Not just any footsteps, but a gait heavier and more dominant than anything he'd encountered. Luna lifted her muzzle, releasing a low, measured growl, not of hostility, but of anticipation. Sleria rushed back from a scouting run, her golden eyes bright, tail lowered in a gesture of respect. That sign alone made Harry's heart pound. What could overshadow even Sleria's presence? A figure emerged at the edge of the clearing, a massive dire wolf, midnight black fur rippling over muscle that dwarfed any wolf Harry had seen. His silver eyes scanned the den with raw dominance, exuding an aura of unstoppable might. A wave of silence settled over the pack, each wolf dipping their head, acknowledging the new arrival. Behind him padded Eldra, a sister to Sleria who had been absent for weeks. Eldra's belly was slightly swollen, suggesting pregnancy. She gazed at Harry briefly, tail wagging in shy greeting, but her attention remained primarily on the enormous male. Harry's pulse raced. This had to be an alpha wolf, possibly the father of Eldra's unborn pups. He towered above the largest females, easily the size of a small horse. Yet something about his gaze wasn't just intimidation, there was intelligence, recognition, and acceptance. Luna and Sleria stepped forward, heads bowed. The black dire wolf sniffed them, a rumbling growl passing as they affirmed pack order. The packs had merged, or perhaps Eldra had brought him to join them. Either way, it was a seismic shift in hierarchy. That shift turned his gaze to Harry. For a heartbeat, time froze. Harry had never stood before such raw power. He felt overshadowed, reminding him that though he was strong by human standards now, he remained a small omega in the world of wolves. The alpha sniffed, taking in Harry's scent. Harry held his breath, unsure whether to kneel, run, or remain still. Instinct told him to lower his head, so he did, his heart thudding in his chest. Then, in a surprisingly gentle motion, the alpha nosed forward and nuzzled Harry's cheek. The tension broke like a snapped thread. Harry let out a small, startled laugh, feeling an odd tingle of acceptance wash over him. A system prompt sparkled. Pack status updated. Formally accepted by the new alpha. Your protection is increased. Hostility from external threats is less likely to harm you when with your pack. He exhaled shakily, glancing at Sleria and Luna. They relaxed, tails wagging in small arcs. The other pups, too, approached. Noticing and whining greetings at the alpha, he responded with calm authority, a single look or rumble commanding respect. At one point, the alpha swiveled his head back to Harry, as if silently confirming, yes, you belong to us as well. The brunt of his intense presence softened, allowing Harry to sense a wave of reassurance. The pack synergy had changed, but not in a way that excluded him. If anything, it had deepened, weaving him even more firmly into their family. That night, the alpha permitted Harry to sit near him around a small communal meal. A fresh kill lay in the clear, likely a deer the alpha had brought as a gift. The pups tore at it with exuberance while Harry prepared his portion, quickly roasting a small cut. The giant dire wolf ate last, surveying them. When Harry finished, the alpha nudged him gently, almost protective in posture. Eldra dozed near them, her round flanks heaving softly. By day's end, Harry found himself sinking into a new sense of security. This was a father figure for the pack, and by extension, he extended fatherly acceptance to their tiny omega, forging an unbreakable bond. Days blurred past. On June 22, Harry tackled the main portion of his Den Architect quest. The new alpha's arrival and Eldra's pregnancy demanded extra space, a dedicated whelping area for the upcoming pups, plus a nest large enough for the imposing male to rest comfortably. He spent hours removing loose earth from a side cavern, shoring up the walls with wooden beams carved from fallen branches. He used illusions to test load-bearing points, then combed runic wards with small restoration bursts, ensuring the soil held firm. It was messy, physically demanding work, but he relished the chance to serve his pack. At one point, he paused, rubbing sore arms. The system teased, "A bit of muscle growth never hurts, dear. Though watch for collapsing soil. You might want to try reinforcing that corner again." He complied, weaving a faint aura of earth-based alteration around the stones. The synergy with his own brand of survival magic steadied the new chamber, leaving it stable enough to hold a large nest. He then layered the floor with soft furs, interlaced with dried herbs to deter pests. The result was a cozy annex, large enough for Eldra to whelp her pups in safety. Toward evening, he rummaged through the trunk of leftover hides, selecting plush pieces to pad the floor. The system chimed. Quest update. Den Architect. Progress. 70. Perk. Structural reinforcement unlocked. Reward upon completion. Plus 750 system coins. He smiled, feeling a subtle shift in his capabilities. The perk integrated seamlessly with his existing skill sets, giving him an intuitive sense of structural balance. Just as well, for the next day or two, he planned to expand outward, creating a second corridor that branched to a small hidden exit. The alpha might appreciate a vantage point for swift egress if danger loomed. Sleria and Luna brought the pups by to inspect his progress, tails wagging. Even the Alpha strolled in, casting a critical eye over the new additions. Spotting Harry with a half-finished fur mat, he approached, lowering his enormous head to sniff. Then, with a soft grunt of approval, he stepped aside, letting Harry continue. It felt almost surreal, a creature so powerful, so obviously a leader, granting him respect. On June 29th, Harry's expansions were nearly complete, and the Alpha took a more direct interest in him. Occasionally, the Alpha rose from a midday rest to join Harry near the den's entrance. There, Harry might be shapen. A new set of cushions or weaving vines to support water basins. The Alpha would appear, deposit a piece of fresh kill, or nose a chunk of edible bark Harry used in potions. It was as though the Alpha recognized Harry's contributions and sought to reciprocate in a paternal, protective manner. The Alpha's deep, rumbling presence loomed over him, but never threatened. The motherly system whispered notes in Harry's mind, as if urging him to appreciate this quiet affection. Sometimes, the Alpha merely settled beside him as he worked, letting out contented huffs. The pups, sensing a shift in dynamics, teased Harry whenever the Alpha singled him out with a nuzzle. Varia, for instance, liked to circle them and bump her muzzle into Harry's leg, as if to say, "The big father wolf likes you." He'd laugh, returning her playful nips, thoroughly enamored with the new order that had formed. Luna and Sleria often watched from a short distance, their postures calm, eyes bright with amusement. They seemed grateful the Alpha recognized Harry as a vital part of the pack, sealing his place with an unquestionable mark of acceptance. At dusk on the 29th, Harry sat outside the den, organizing a bundle of enchanting materials. The Alpha approached, setting down a hair at Harry's feet. Startled, Harry blinked. Then the Alpha nudged the gift closer, a clear invitation for him to eat. He wasn't entirely comfortable with raw meat, but the sentiment melted his heart. The Alpha rumbled quietly, as though encouraging. After a moment, Harry parted the fur to glean a chunk of edible flesh, deciding to cook it gently. The Alpha watched, tail swishing in mild curiosity at this fire trick. Luna, amused, stretched out near them. For that entire evening, Harry felt like a cherished child, enveloped by paternal watchfulness, maternal acceptance, and sibling camaraderie. Life had never been so kind. By July 10th, the forest soared into the height of summer. Vibride overhead, a myriad of insects buzzed in the undergrowth, and small animals dashed about in search of food. Eldra's pregnancy had advanced noticeably, her belly swelled, and her steps slowed. Harry refined a special nest for her, layering the floor with sweet-smelling herbs that also helped ward off parasites. The system recognized his caretaker efforts. Caretaker's Grace perk unlocked your gentle presence and healing knowledge soothe those in need, fostering trust and faster recovery. He tested it immediately by applying a mild salve to Eldra's paws. She had some swelling, typical for pregnancy. As soon as he finished, the Alpha ambled over, noticing curiously. The system popped up a comedic quest. Name the next generation, prompting Harry to consider that he might have to name the pups once they were born. He felt a thrill, realizing how closely the pack had integrated him into their future. He continued forging small improvements. Runic charms hung near the birthing area, gentle illusions that calmed Eldra's nerves, potions that lulled her aches. The Alpha hovered, watchful. In these quiet intervals, Harry realized how closely he cared for every wolf, how natural it felt to steward their comfort. Perhaps he had become more than just an Omega. He was a caretaker, an artisan, a budding mage, and a beloved little brother to them all. July 31st arrived beneath a luminous full moon, the forest seemingly painted in silver. The date nuzzleared in Harry's mind as significant this 9th birthday. That knowledge carried a bittersweet edge, given the old life he'd left behind. But here, in the hush of the wolves' domain, it resonated with hope rather than sorrow. The day had felt ordinary at first. He foraged with a few pups, tinkered with illusions, and shared a meal with the pack. But as midnight approached, the air crackled with a subtle energy. Laying down near the entrance, Harry gazed at the moon. The Alpha dozed a short distance away, an imposing silhouette in pale moonlight. Luna settled by Harry's side, resting her chin near his shoulder. Then a tremor rippled through the system interface like an awakening from a deep slumber. He sat up, heart quickening. The forest fell eerily silent, as though Chure itself braced for something extraordinary. A wave of warmth flared in his chest, emanating from his magical core. The system's text scrolled, "Congratulations, Harry. As you have grown, so too must I. I am no longer just the system. I am now Gaia Mother Nature. From now on, I shall nurture you, guide you, and ensure you thrive, my dear little cub." A sensation of gentle arms they could be called lay nearby. Ephemeral and comforting, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. He gasped, tears stinging his eyes. The fatherly alpha roused, nuzzling an ear as if sensing the surge of magic. The forest around them seemed to hum with recognition. Harry's heart pounded, overwhelmed by the sudden depth of Gaia's presence. She felt alive, maternal, an entity beyond mere data or logic. He felt it in the rustling leaves, the pulse of the earth underfoot. The pack gave an assortment of whines and soft yips, as though they too perceived this shift in the ambient energy. Harry exhaled, tears slipping down his cheeks. Not of sadness but of profound wonder. "Gaia," he whispered, tasting the name, feeling it resonate in the core of his being. The motherly voice flooded him with warmth. "I've watched you grow from a frail pup. Harry, you are dear to me. Let's continue to flourish, little cub. I'll forever be your guidant, your friend." The wolves, sensing Harry's swirling emotions, pressed close. One by one, the sisters nestled around him, offering reassurance. The alpha stepped forward, leaning his massive head to Harry's shoulder in what felt like a paternal nudge. Harry smiled. Tting, the glow of moonlight and Gaia's new presence fill him. He had never felt so loved, so infinitely held. The night was not done. As if orchestrated by fate, Eldra's time came at the cusp of dawn. Panting and trembling, she retreated to the specially prepared birthing area. The alpha followed, stance protective. Luna and Sleeria guided the other wolves away to give privacy. Harry hurried in with his caretaker instincts ablaze. He gathered salves, water, soft cloth scraps, anything that might help. Eldra's eyes shone with a mixture of pain and trust. She lay upon the herbal bedding, letting out soft whimpers as contractions rippled through her. The alpha loomed behind, low growls warning any potential threat to stay away. Harry knelt close, placing a gentle hand on Eldra's flank. With a soothing hum of restoration magic, he eased her strain, dulling the worst of the discomfort. The motherly voice of Gaia murmured instructions in his mind, guiding him through the process. He fed Eldra mild potions to sustain her energy. The alpha rumbled, clearly approving of Harry's caretaking. The other wolves circled outside the partition, ears perked in anxious excitement. The hours dragged, the sky shifting from midnight blue to the first pale touches of dawn. Finally, with a ragged whine, Eldra bore her first pupa wriggling ball of damp fur. Harry scooped it gently, clearing membranes and ensuring it breathed. Eldra nuzzled it, maternal instincts surging. Harry repeated the process as more pups emerged, 6 in total. The alpha stood over them, watchful, and each time Harry cleaned a pup, the alpha pressed a gentle muzzle to his back. The synergy of father, mother, and caretaker felt almost sacred. When the final pup let out a tiny squeak, Harry's heart soared. He had done it. He had helped bring new life into the pack. The motherly system, now Gaia, spoke softly. "You've completed your quest, dear. Name the next generation. Bestow them with your love." He swallowed, tears brimming. Gazing at the 6 tiny forms mewling for their mother's warmth, he felt a wave of emotion. He glanced at Eldra. She watched him, ears pricked, as if granting him permission. One by one, he named them, small, gentle names that evoked forest magic. Maybe Riven, Sylvie, Morin, Vale, Calyx, Fenril. The alpha listened, and though he couldn't speak human words, Harry felt his acceptance. A wave of absolute love washed over him, mirrored in the subtle wags of tails from the watchers outside. The first rays of sunrise pierced the den, illuminating the scene. Eldra curled protectively around her newborn pups, each gently mewling and rooting for warmth, the alpha standing guard behind her, and Harry kneeling at their side, arms smeared with bits of birthing fluid, tears shining in his eyes. Outside, the entire pack rumbled in unison. A triumphant, joyful note filled the morning air. Harry closed his eyes, letting that wave of emotion flood him. He was truly family now, tied not Jew. Street by acceptance but by the birth of new life he'd helped usher into the world. Gaia's voice chimed in sweetly, mindful of the poignant moment. You've grown so much, my little cub. Happy birthday, Harry. He laughed quietly, realizing that it was indeed July 31st, the day he turned 9. In some other universe, the Dursleys might still mark that date with scorn or neglect, but here, among wolves, it became a day of renewal. He gently stroked Eldra's fur, feeling her heartbeat steady. The alpha nosed Harry's shoulder again, as if to say, thank you. And the rest of the pack pressed in, forming a circle of living warmth. All eyes on the 6 tiny pups blinking at the new dawn. Thus ended the night of transitions, Harry's birthday, Gaia's awakening, the pups' birth, and the final acceptance by the alpha. The system's interface, now fully Gaia, displayed a final swirl of text. Level up. 80. Attributes enhanced. Harry exhaled, gazing around at the loving faces and the quiet miracle they shared. He might be small, an omega in the eyes of the wolves, but his life brimmed with wonder and endless love. He rose slowly, stepping outside into the early morning light. The forest glistened with dew, birds chirping their dawn greetings. The breeze carried the scent of moist earth and budding foliage, as though the entire world sighed Pack's new blessings. Harry closed his eyes, letting that gentle spirit wash over him. He whispered thanks to the wolves who had become his family, to Gaia, who guided his magic and growth, and to the forest for sheltering them all. In the hush that followed, he felt the unstoppable forward march of life. The alpha had arrived, cementing Harry's place in a new hierarchy. Eldra's pups squeaked behind him, filling the den with the quiet promise of tomorrow. And Gaia's motherly being, once known as the system, encircled him with an even deeper warmth, as if to say, we move forward, my child. There is more to discover, more to create, more to love. With the morning sun cresting the horizon, the pack ventured outside. The alpha led them, though he paused to let Harry catch up, a paternal rumble in his chest. Sleria and Luna followed, each proud and protective. The younger wolves scampered around Harry's ankles, tripping him in playful attempts to get attention. He laughed, arms outstretched to steady himself. They were a bustling, harmonious family, predators in the wild to any threat, but tender guardians to the boy they had claimed. Harry felt his heart swell as the day began in earnest, reflecting that here, in the wild, he had found more than survival. He had found belonging. He carried that sense of home within him, stepping lightly in the alpha's footsteps, aware that the future stretched vast before them. With Gaia's help, who knew what wonders he could achieve, the forest sang its summer chorus, and Harry stood at the threshold, hand resting on the alpha's flank, determined to grow ever stronger, kinder, and more in tune with the life that cradled him. Current status: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Race: human, 7/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Burgeoning Archmage, Mythic Artisan. Pack Architect, Guardian of the Forest. Level: 80. HP: 8000. MP: 70,000 2,500,000. System name: Gaia, Mother Nature. Condition: healthy, thriving. Content: attributes: SPECIAL, Strength, 15. Perception, 30. Endurance, 20. Charisma, 16. Intelligence, 30. Agility, 25. Luck, 18. Skills and bundles: expanded survival and crafting bundles, woodworking, tanning, tailoring, herbal mastery, runic etching, etc. Advanced magic skills: fireball, invisibility, stoneflesh, greater healing, etc. Mastered runic crafting, expert synergy with illusions, restoration, and enchantments. Mythic level crafting mastery: cloaks, staves, den expansions, powerful synergy items. Caretaker's Grace boosts healing, care for pregnant or injured pack members. Pack Architect, structural reinforcement perk gained, ensuring safe dens and expansions. System coins: 4,500 plus quest rewards pending. Inventory: rare herbs, enchanted materials, mythic and legendary items. Under the guidance of Gaia, Harry's bond with the pack has strengthened immeasurably. With the alpha's arrival and Eldra's new pups, a bright future dawns, a future in which Harry, once despised and discarded, has become an indispensable caretaker. Craftsman, and beloved Omega in a family that values him beyond measure. Thus continues his story, woven into the heartbeat of the forest. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPSR. Eborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 8 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter, up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds UNB. Ound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Cha. PTER 12 and Chapter 13 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 12. Forging the Path Forward. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Warm light filtered through lush summer leaves, casting dappled pat. Turns across the entrance of the wolves' den. Despite the early hour of August 1, 1989, the forest felt alive and vibrant, alive in a way Harry had come to cherish more with each passing day. He etched on the den's new wooden planks, an expansion he had completed only recently. To his left, Eldra dozed with her newborn pups, 6 tiny bundles breathing softly, each occasionally letting out a mewling squeak. Harry's heart swelled each time he glanced at them, recalling how he had named them under the watchful gaze of the Alpha. He eased up from a nest of soft furs, mindful not to jostle the sleeping forms nearby. The motherly presence of Gaia, once known simply as the System, hummed reassuringly at the edge of his thoughts, urging him to greet the day with purpose. Only a day had passed since he celebrated his 9th birthday by helping Eldra give birth, and though he still felt a lingering sense of wonder at that miracle, life in the forest allowed little time for lingering idleness. He stepped outside, inhaling the warm, earthy scents of an early August morning. Summer had reached its peak. A lazy haze coated the air, sweet with pollen and faint smoke from distant brush. Teleris and Curly's bounded up to him, greeting him with small, excited whines. Harry laughed, patting their heads before he refocused on the interior hush of Gaia's voice. Gaia speaking. Diamond Suit. My little cub, Gaia murmured gently, you have come so far. But your journey is only beginning. Are you ready to train your mind, body, and spirit? Harry answered silently with a determined nod, a thrill bubbling in his chest. He had grown comfortable in daily tasks, caring for pups, expanding the den. But he welcomed the chance to deepen his magic and physical abilities. The Alpha had already shown him a few moves, subtle hints that even an Omega could develop quick reflexes and cunning in a hunt. Now, he sensed a turning point. He was ready to push further. That morning, after a simple meal of berries and smoked fish, Harry stepped into a makeshift clearing near the den's rear, where the ground flattened, offering enough space to move about. The Alpha arrived first, GSC paws. Luna followed, her silver fur catching gold flecks of sun. Both wolves regarded Harry expectantly. He swallowed the lingering nerves and began with the exercises Gaia recommended. First came body movement. He bent low, letting the Alpha charge him in slow, deliberate arcs. The Alpha's presence loomed towering and unstoppable if Harry met it head-on. So Harry learned to pivot aside at the last moment, sidestepping the wolf's bulk. The Alpha rumbled, half a growl, half approval. Each pass taught Harry to trust his agility and cunning. He had no illusions about equaling the Alpha's raw might. Instead, he harnessed smallness as an asset, knowing how to slip through gaps, strike at an unguarded moment. Soon, Harry was rolling on the ground, diving behind a rock, or sliding around a wide trunk, using the environment as cover. It was exhausting but invigorating. Next, Luna coaxed him into a series of bounding leaps. She demonstrated by crouching, then springing forward with fluid grace, landing without a sound. Harry tried to imitate her, launching himself from a boulder. He stumbled on the landing, chest tightening with embarrassment. But Luna offered no scorn. Instead, she circled back, bumping her muzzle to his shoulder in encouragement. Slowly, he corrected his posture. His next leap felt more balanced. And though he tumbled in the grass, he realized he was improving. The final stage that day was direct sparring. The Alpha lunged, jaws parted, though with clear restraint that never sought to harm. Harry tried conjuring illusions, swirling patterns of light to distract. The Alpha paused for half a heartbeat, blinking at the phantoms. That opening let Harry slip aside, lobbing a small fireball at the ground near the Alpha's forepaws. The flash of heat forced the Alpha to recoil. The air crackled with tension. Luna huffed softly, as though impressed. Harry exhaled, adrenaline surging. He didn't dare push further. The Alpha pinned him in the next instant, a massive paw pressing lightly to his chest. But the Alpha's eyes glowed with something akin to pride. He let Harry scramble free, ruffling his hair with a playful muzzle tap. By midday, Harry collapsed on soft moss near the den, panting from exertion. Gaia's voice purred. Gaia speaking. Diamond suit. You are learning quickly, dear one. Adaptation is your greatest strength. A faint shimmer materialized in his mind's eye. System message. Diamond suit. New combat style unlocked. Adaptive predator. Harness your instincts, speed, and unpredictability to gain an edge against larger or stronger foes. Attribute changes. Strength +2, agility +3, intelligence +2, magic. Proficiency +10. Relief flooded him. The bruises on his elbows and shoulders felt less troublesome, overshadowed by the excitement. Talaris and Murren approached to nuzzle his hands, apparently congratulating him on finishing the day's training. The Alpha retreated to shade, lying contently as a dark sentinel over the pack. Harry sensed a new respect in the Alpha's gaze, no longer seeing him as merely a fragile pup but an Omega with potential. Over the next 2 weeks, Harry refined his approach, repeating these exercises daily. He tested illusions in the forest, conjuring nuzzliers of light to distract small animals or camouflage his presence. He practiced maintaining a small nuzzlier of stoneflesh to toughen his skin in close quarters grapples with the Alpha. He also worked on greater healing precision, patching up minor nicks on the pups after their rowdy scuffles. Each day, Gaia whispered instructions, adjusting his stance, cautioning him about overexertion, rewarding him with quiet pride whenever he persevered. By mid-August, he felt a renewed confidence in his body and magic, an improvement that seemed to glow within him like a secret flame. On August 18th, the pack stirred with restless energy. The Alpha paced near the den's entrance at dawn, muzzle lifted to taste the breeze. Sleria and Luna stood watch, posture tense with excitement. Harry, feeling the reverberations in the air, approached. Murren and Varia bounded up, circling Harry in an excited dance. Something important was happening, but it took a moment for him to decode the signals. Then he realized, a significant hunt was brewing. He glimpsed the Alpha stepping forward, letting out a low call that traveled through the clearing. Instantly, every wolf sprang to attention. Eldra, still, mothering her pups, remained behind, but the rest of the pack gathered. The Alpha's eyes F news lead to Harry an invitation. Harry's heart skipped. He was no typical wolf, but as the Omega, he had proven resourceful. The Alpha intended him to be a scout or a strategist. In the hours that followed, they traversed the forest in near silence. Harry trotted at the Alpha's flank, dwarfed by the massive wolf, with Luna to his right. Observing the Alpha's posture, Harry realized that the target was large, worthy of a full pack effort. Indeed, faint hoofprints in the damp earth told him an elk or possibly a small deer herd was nearby. He used Observe, scanning footprints, broken twigs, reading the forest's subtle language. The system tickled his mind with small bits of data, guiding him to vantage points that overlooked meadows. He felt a wave of camaraderie whenever the Alpha or Luna glanced back, silently acknowledging Harry's contributions. The sun had risen high when they finally spotted the elk in a clearing. Its massive antlers caught the light, indicating it was a powerful specimen. The Alpha rumbled a directive. Wolves fanned out, silent as specters. Harry positioned himself upwind, conjuring faint illusions on the forest fringe F nuzzliers that made the elk nervous, distracting it from noticing the real threat creeping in from behind. The pack advanced in perfect coordination, paws gliding over grass. In a sudden explosion of movement, the Alpha and Sleria lunged. The elk bolted, but illusions masked the wolves. Second wave. Talaris and Murren harried its flanks, snapping at its heels. The elk reared, confused, and the Alpha seized that moment, burying fangs into its hindquarters. A final thrash, and the elk succumbed to unstoppable power. Watching from a safe vantage, Harry exhaled, heart pounding from the thrill. He had contributed quiet illusions and scouting. The kill belonged to the wolves, but he felt a rush of pride. Gaia chimed in. System message Diamond Suit. Title earned. Wolf's Shadow. Your movements blend into the wild. Creatures now recognize you as part of nature. Warmth welled in his chest. The Alpha parted from the elk, muzzle stained with blood. He patted to Harry, dropping a gleaming fang that had come loose during the struggle. Harry understood it as a token recognition of his role. The Alpha rumbled softly, pressing the fang into Harry's palm with his muzzle. Tears prickled at the corners of Harry's eyes. He gripped the fang tight, feeling the raw significance. He was no mere outsider. He was of the pack. Sleria and Luna cast him proud glances. Wagging their tails slowly, the pups scurried around, enthralled by the successful hunt. The Alpha eventually beckoned them all to shy let them feast, quietly king his portion at the edge of the clearing. That night, they returned to the den with full bellies and deeper bonds, hearts alight with success. Early September brought cooler winds that rustled golden leaves, a shift that Harry greeted with curiosity. He had nearly finished carving a wooden staff from the trunk of a lightning-struck treewood that crackled faintly with residual energy. With Gaia's gentle guidance, he chiseled runes along its length, focusing on synergy with the illusions and elemental spells he'd practiced. The Alpha sniffed at it whenever he passed, intrigued by the latent power. Around September 3rd, Gaia awakened him one morning with a soft nudge in his mind. Creation is an art, my little cub. Let me teach you how to weave power into objects. He spent the following days engrossed in advanced enchantment lessons. Stalks of cunningly farmed spider silk, resins gleaned from pine trees, crushed gemstones. She combined these in elaborate rituals, layering them onto basic items. For a start, he crafted a frost-edge dagger by fusing ice runes with sharpened bone. Testing it on a fallen log revealed a chilling effect that bit into wood with frosty cracks. He also refined the Alpha's personal cloak, sewing runic sigils that deflected water and trapped warmth. At the Alpha's questioning rumble, Harry only smiled, proud. He sensed the Alpha was pleased by the cloak's comfort. Lastly, he made an amulet from a wolf fang, threading it onto a leather cord and weaving illusions in its core to raise agility. He tested it personally, noticing improved reflexes whenever he wore it. The system recognized his efforts. System message Diamond Suit. Perk gained. Runesmith's Touch. You can now imbue deeper enchantments into crafted items. He practically glowed at the prospect. In the evenings, He sparred using the frost-edge dagger, focusing on quick strikes. He tested a new, runic cloak of the Alpha, that flared with swirling illusions whenever he channeled mana. The illusions shimmered like ghostly wolf silhouettes, mesmerizing onlookers. Pack members found it oddly beautiful. The Alpha rumbled low, as if granting silent approval. When October arrived, the forest wore a brilliant patchwork of reds, oranges, and gold. The bright autumn sun cast soft, angular light over the den's entrance each morning. Days were cooler, but the pack found the crisp air energizing. Harry, too, felt a spark in his daily tasks. He spent more time experimenting with advanced illusions, summoning ephemeral shapes that danced among falling leaves, or weaving illusions around pups to amuse them with swirling lights. All seemed peaceful, but on October 31, 1989, he woke unsettled. An ache tugged at his chest. He couldn't name it. The morning forest glimmered as always, yet everything felt darker, stifled. Talaris tried nudging him for play, but he brushed her away. Feeling an uncharacteristic heaviness in his limbs, he glimpsed the Alpha giving him a puzzled look. Luna approached, whining softly, her muzzle pressed to his side. Still, the feeling wouldn't vanish. He stepped outside, ignoring the pack's curious glances. Gaia's presence felt oddly muted, as though she, too, wrestled with a hush that blocked her usual warmth. Harry wandered aimlessly, each breath hitching. Something was wrong, some sorrow or longing that prickled behind his ribs. He didn't recall anyone in particular, he just knew his heart bled for a memory he couldn't grasp. By midday, the heaviness grew unbearable. He found himself climbing a rocky outcrop that overlooked the entire forest canopy. The pack followed at a distance, concerned. Once at the top, he gathered wildflowers in trembling hands, daisies. Meadow blooms, pressing them to his chest as though they were a shield against the inexplicable sadness. Quietly, he knelt on a flat stone, gazing at the sky, tears sliding down his cheeks without reason. In a low voice, he whispered, "I don't know who you are, or why my heart hurts, but I need to honor you. I'm sorry, please, be at peace." He laid the flowers there, letting the breeze scatter petals. A hush fell over the clearing. The Alpha prowled closer, but gave him space. The pups hovered, ears drooping in empathy. Luna sat, offering a soft whine. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the wind swirl. So many vague images fluttered in his mind: a woman's tender smile, a man's laughter, and then nothing. His chest cramped with longing, but the specifics escaped him. A faint system prompt. System message: diamond suit. Unknown emotional recognition: your soul remembers something your mind does not. A lost connection stirs. He exhaled shakily, letting the tears fall. In the hush, the forest felt somber. He sensed a thread linking him to something lost, a tragedy. On this date that overshadowed his unknown past. He could only guess that it involved the parents he had never known, the reason he had become an orphan in the first place. Yet no memory surfaced, only raw grief. He stayed there for hours, watched quietly by the Alpha. When he finally rose, the sorrow lingered, but he felt a hint of catharsis. Something was honored, if not understood. Miles away, on that same October 31st, Albus Dumbledore seethed in an office lined with the bizarre instruments that once monitored Harry James Potter. Each now stood inert, their whirs and sea nuzzles absent. Old wizard's eyes blazed with fury behind half-moon spectacles. His illusions of infallibility cracked each time he verified. Yes, the ward spells had died, the tracking charms fizzled. Harry had vanished into thin air a year ago, leaving no trace. Dumbledore clutched his wand so tight his knuckles went white. He spat at the silver phoenix statue perched on a shelf. Once, it symbolized his wisdom and cunning. Now, it mocked him. In a fit of rage, he hurled a reductor curse, shattering the statue into glittering shards. He glared at the wreckage, chest heaving. In the confines of his mind, a torrent of arrogance and frustration raged. He had never truly cared for the boy, only for the prophecy, for the plan to wield Harry as a pawn or a scapegoat, depending on the outcome. The wizarding world, in Dumbledore's twisted perspective, needed a savior or a scapegoat, and he alone believed he held the right to shape that future. "Blasted boy," he roared, voice echoing in the high-ceilinged office. "Where are you?" Nothing answered him but the hush of empty halls. He gazed at Fox Perch, vacant for the moment, the phoenix off somewhere. The old wizard seethed, pacing to and fro, muttering about fate, the greater good, and how the wizarding world was supposed to revolve around his orchestrations. The memories of placing magical bindings on Harry, ensuring he remained pliant, nuzzled in Dumbledore's mind. That all seemed worthless now. His carefully laid plots to maneuver Harry as the final shield against Tom Riddle had collapsed the moment Harry slipped from his grasp. He resolved to double his efforts. Perhaps reactivating old wards or forging new ones. But each attempt thus far had yielded nothing. The child might as well have ceased to exist. Dumbledore slammed his fists onto his desk, teeth bared in furious resentment. He would find the boy eventually, he told himself. The child was too important to remain hidden forever. But tonight, the silence mocked him, and the rebellious, intangible spirit of a boy thriving in the wild fanned the flames of highest. A gentle autumn cooled the nights, leaving the days mild and pleasant. Harry, unknowing of Dumbledore's wrath, resumed his routine. Though he occasionally caught the echo of that October sorrow, Gaia offered quiet comfort, urging him to keep his mind open to future revelations. She also ushered him into a new wave of magical growth. By early November, she had begun unveiling advanced categories. One crisp morning, on November 3rd, Gaia's voice rippled with excitement. Gaia speaking Diamond Suit, my dear cub, your horizons are expanding. Let me show you the path to greater mastery. Harry blinked. As the system interface blossomed with new tabs, Elemental Mastery, Summoning Magic, and something locked called Bloodline Awakening. He felt a tingle of anticipation. He had merely scratched the surface with Fireball, Frost spells, illusions, healing. Now, he stood on a threshold of deeper elements, possibly earth, wind, or even summoning. Joy fluttered in his chest at the possibilities. He practiced first with elemental synergy, summoning a swirl of leaves under wind's guidance, shaping lumps of earth near the den's walls, forging a small watery orb from a nearby stream. Meanwhile, he continued perfecting fire spells, culminating in what Gaia christened Inferno Strike, a potent burst of flame that could be directed like a spear. He tested it under the Alpha's watchful eye, blasting a fallen log to cinders in seconds. The Alpha's tail wagged in approval. The pups jumped back in alarm, then yipped excitedly. Next, with summoning magic, Harry discovered how to call forth ephemeral wolf spirits. The first attempt left him trembling with exertion, but eventually, he formed a shimmering outline of a translucent wolf. It whirled around him, howling silently before fading into the ether. Luna, impressed, nuzzled Harry's cheek in a maternal show of pride. The Alpha rumbled a quiet acknowledgement. Even the newly born pups, wobbling on unsteady legs, approached to sniff the faint after-traces of that astral wolf. As the days marched toward mid-November, Harry tested his new abilities in the pack's daily life. He conjured a wolf spirit to help track small prey, guiding Talaris and Curlies through a dense patch of brambles. He practiced Inferno Strike to clear dead branches, ensuring the den's perimeter remained safe from falling debris. Each time, Gaia whispered affirmations, praising his control and creativity. She recognized that he was stepping into a realm of magic once overshadowed by curses and constraints placed by dark meddling in his past. Freed from the Dursleys, guided by wolves, and now tutored by motherly spirits soared beyond what anyone might have predicted. November 15th arrived with a crisp breeze that rattled the thinning leaves. That morning, Harry sparred with the Alpha, using his newly enchanted staff. For the first time, he managed to stand toe-to-toe for a short while, blending illusions, stoneflesh, and deft staff movements to slip from the Alpha's lethal pounce. He still ended pinned, laughing and breathless, but the Alpha's approving look assured him he had truly grown. That evening, after a hearty meal, Harry collapsed onto the den's bedding with a fulfilled sigh. The motherly voice of Gaia lulled him. Gaia speaking Diamond Suit, you are ready to wield greater power, my little cub. Let us see what you can become. His dreams that night swirled with phantom images of a distant life halls of stone, a nuzzling memory bright eyes and a tragic night, but whenever he reached to grasp them, they vanished. He awoke on November 16th, uneasy but determined. He had a new set of illusions to perfect and a wolf spirit summoned to refine. The pack needed him strong, especially with winter eventually looming. By November 17th, the forest had fully donned its autumn palette, drifting ever closer to winter. Branches grew bare in many areas, and the once lush canopy had given way to crunchy leaf litter on the ground. Harry stood outside the den's entrance at midday, gazing at a line of distant clouds. They hung heavy and dark, hinting at a storm to come. The pups wrestled nearby, yipping in spirited glee. Eldra's brood, still tiny, waddled around with adorable squeaks, kept safe by Slyria and Luna's watchful vigilance. The Alpha surveyed his territory from a nearby ridge. Everything felt calm, for now. But as Harry looked at those brooding clouds, a chill rippled along his spine. Gaia, too, whispered a caution in his mind. Gaia speaking diamond suit, the past is calling, little cub. Soon, you will have to listen. He inhaled, a swirl of confusion and resolve tangling in his chest. There was so much he didn't know about the wizarding world, about his parents, about the ties that once bound him. Yet he felt no immediate desire to abandon his pack for such mysteries. Instead, he reaffirmed that he would move forward on his own terms. If that meant confronting ghosts of the past one day, so be it. For now, he would gather strength and love here, among fur and warm camaraderie. The last golden rays of the sun slid behind thickening clouds, painting the clearing in pale orange shadows. A hush settled. Harry turned to rejoin the wolves in the den, feeling content that no matter what storm approached, he had found a family that cherished him, a motherly system that guided him, and a destiny he could shape with his own two hands. He paused at the den's threshold, letting the Alpha pass with a regal stride. The Alpha brushed Harry's shoulder gently, a paternal gesture that nearly brought tears of gratitude. As night fell, Harry slipped inside. Erewhon and Talaris rushed to meet him, brimming with playful energy. He patted their heads, whispering a silent thanks to Gaia for every blessing he had discovered since leaving that old, cruel life behind. Harry's status. November 17, 1989. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Race: human, 7/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Guardian of the Forest, Burgeoning Archmage, Mythic Artisan, Runic Smith, Summoner of the Wild. Level: 90. HP: 9,000. MP: 90,000 2,500,000. Condition: healthy, thriving, poised for greater challenges. Magic Mastery Progress: 55. New spells learned. Inferno Strike, a concentrated blast of fire, augmented by runes. Wolf Spirit: summon Conjure an Astral Wolf Companion for scouting or minor combat assistance. Crafting Mastery: Mythic level items, advanced enchantments, Runesmith's Touch. System Coins: 10,000. Next quest unlocked. The Echoes of the Past, a distant call beckons. Uncover forgotten truths once veiled by sorrow and time. Harry's eyes lingered on that final quest prompt, heart tingling with both curiosity and trepidation. The outlines of a destiny once hidden in darkness now pulled at him. Unearthing Half-Burr tonight, he turned back to the pack. TTING. The warmth of companionship eclipsed the quiet omen. The future stood uncertain and bright, a path he would walk bravely, guided by love, shaped by the primal strength of wolves, and ever nurtured by Gaia's gentle, motherly presence. More on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70+ chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Har. Rai Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleak H crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 8 chapters available now. Symphon. Why of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 8 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of 4. Godden Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 8 chapters available now. Queen of Forbid. Den Forest. Harry Potter up to 8 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 8 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 8 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Bayo. ND Boundaries of Time. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, last chapter already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Soar. Row. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapter 13 and Chapt. R14 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 13. Wolves, Growth, and Unchained Power. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. The first light of dawn on November 17, 1989, found Harry quietly tending the fur-draped floor of the den. Outside, the forest glimmered with a delicate frost, a faint white sheen that traced fallen leaves and the smooth stones bordering the wolves' clearing. From his vantage inside, he could see the silhouettes of packmates stirring, their warm breaths curling into the chilly air. He'd risen early, careful not to rouse the pups snoozing against his sides. They were growing fast, Eldra's newborns, now more stable on their wobbly legs. Talaris and Murren, older but still youthful, sprawled nearby, as though continuing the protective circle they formed around him each night. He'd grown used to feeling their soft fur snuggled beside him, their small movements a gentle comfort in the den's darkness. A quiet step brought him to the den's entrance, where he paused. He felt the tip of his nose sting with the cold, the crisp scent of pine drifting past. Before him, on a raised rock, stood the alpha midnight black fur dense against the wintry breeze, silver eyes scanning the territory. Harry's chest tightened with admiration, a feeling that had only grown stronger since naming this imposing wolf, Thunder, in his thoughts. There was something about that regal posture, that unwavering gaze, that made Harry feel safe and inspired all at once. Thunder knew lead and ear at Harry's arrival, but did not turn his head. The gesture alone told Harry he was noticed, included, even in these silent morning rituals. He exhaled, stepping fully out of the den, the chill biting at his bare feet. A light dusting of snow crunched beneath him. The pups inside scuffled, squeaking in protest at the lost warmth, but soon settled under Luna's watchful lull. The older wolves dozed or wandered the perimeter, trusting Thunder's vigilance. Harry lifted his gaze to the pale sky, letting the day's hush sink into him, carrying the warmth of belonging that thrummed whenever he looked at Thunder. Over the next days, life in the den continued in that gentle flow. Hunts for fresh meat, caretaker tasks for the newborn pups, the alpha's silent watch over them all. Harry's role as Omega remained deeply comforting. As Omega, he was gently teased, pinned in playful spats, tumbled by pups learning to wrestle. He never minded. If anything, it deepened his sense of family. On November 20th, well past noon, he sat in the den's widest chamber, arms open as 3 of Eldra's newest pups clambered onto him. Their little paws batted at his cheeks, their needle-like teeth tested his clothes, but none truly hurt him. Talaris and Murren hovered close by, tails wagging, occasionally pulling a pup off if it got too rough. Harry only laughed. He found the pups' earnest curiosity heartwarming. Luna watched from a corner, eyes gleaming with amusement. At times, she'd step in to nudge away a pup that tried gnawing too hard on Harry's sleeves. He suspected she was teaching them boundaries, ensuring they recognized that even if Harry was Omega, he wasn't to be harmed. She would whine or poke with her nose until each young wolf got the message: respect him, even in play. Harry felt his throat tighten at that show of care. Overhearing the scuffle, Thunder padded in, looming large over the youngsters. A single low rumble sent them scattering, though not in fear but in swift recognition of his authority. Harry offered a grateful smile, earning a small tilt of Thunder's head in return. When evening fell each day, Harry busied himself weaving improvements into the den. The air was turning sharper, and frosty nights would soon give way to deeper snows. Determined to keep the pack snug, Harry planned expansions and reinforcements. By early December, his enchanting and construction knowledge had advanced significantly under Gaia's gentle guidance. He lined walls with thick hides scavenged from hunts, sewing them in overlapping layers. Then, with a calm breath, he infused them with warming runes, each stitched carefully to hold residual heat. The interior soon radiated a mild glow, enough to keep the cold at bay without stifling the natural flow of air. He expanded the sleeping areas, especially for Eldra and her pups. Using both illusions and mundane digging, he carved an alcove that branched from the main cavern. Thunder observed from behind, occasionally noticing the freshly removed soil. Harry conjured small spells of earth manipulation to smooth the walls and keep them stable, layering in enchantments for structural support. He designed a separate chamber for storing food, an idea born from repeated worry about spoilage. He froze sections of the floor with frost runes, using small pockets of ice magic to keep meats fresh. By December 10th, the transformations were substantial. The Alpha tested each new addition, stepping carefully into the storage nook, noticing the iced floor. Convinced of its integrity, he trotted out and gave Harry's hand a gentle nuzzle. Luna greeted the changes with bright-eyed satisfaction, nuzzling Harry's forehead as though crowning him for his thoughtful work. Eldra curled up in the new area, grateful for the warmer, quieter spot to nurse the pups. In these small but vital tasks, Harry found a sense of purpose beyond measure. He carried no resentment for all the labor. In fact, every improvement that made the pack's life easier brought him joy. The motherly voice of Gaia would sometimes tease him lightly, "Careful, dear cub," or "You'll turn this den," and grin at that, replying in thought that the pack deserved every comfort he could provide. Midnight on December 15th arrived without warning. Harry slept deeply, dreaming of swirling lights he half recognized, possibly from a life he'd left behind. He saw Nuzzleears, a flash of green light, a screaming echo, a distant ache. Then an eruption of raw magic jolted him awake. Pain lanced through every vein, like his core was being ripped open from within. He gasped, gripping handfuls of fur in the bedding, tears streaming down his cheeks unbidden. No time to rationalize, something was unspooling in his soul. In the corner of his eye, a faint system prompt. System notification: Diamond Suit. Warning. One of your magical bindings is breaking. Prepare for mana expansion. The agony doubled. Harry choked on a cry, feeling arcs of invisible power rippling under his skin. He trembled, heart hammering, each breath a ragged struggle. The Alpha's silhouette loomed at once, awakened by the disturbance. His silver eyes shone with alarm, yet he stood watchful, not interfering with a natural shift he seemed to recognize as important. Luna pressed close to Harry's side, muzzle against his forehead, whining softly, trying to soothe him with warmth. A final wave of scorching light flared behind Harry's eyelids. He spasmed, chest locking up. Then, in a single, cosmic snap, the pain vanished, replaced by a flood of clarity. His lungs dragged in air. A dizzy hush reigned. Through blurred vision, he saw Talaris and Murren edging near, fearful whines in their throats, and the Alpha's commanding stance that kept the younger wolves from swarming Harry. The system's message Nuzzleeared through Harry's mind. System notification: Diamond Suit. Binding 6/10 broken. MP capacity increased. MP 150,000 2,500,000. He sagged, tears dripping onto his cheeks, shoulders trembling from the aftershock of so much unleashed magic. The Alpha bent to sniff him, ensuring no external harm. Then, satisfied, Thunder gave a low, rumbling acceptance. Luna nuzzled the tears from Harry's face, her ears pinned back with concern. The entire pack circled around, offering their presence like a living blanket. Slowly, his breathing steadied, though the new capacity of mana coursing through him felt dangerously uncontained. Gaia whispered. Gaia speaking: Diamond Suit. Breathe, dear cub. Let the energy settle. You have freed more of your true power. Harry exhaled shakily, letting the wolves' closeness ground him. Over the next hours, they dozed fitfully, half guarding Harry as his mana slowly found equilibrium. By dawn, the worst had passed. He lay there exhausted, yet oddly exhilarated, leaning his head against Luna's flank, whispering thanks to her and to Gaia for guiding him through the ordeal. The December days that followed found Harry exploring the edges of this heightened magic. Simple illusions flared brighter, his healing touch felt more potent and conjuring. Small bursts of flame no longer strained him. He marveled at the difference, uncertain if he'd ever approach the pack's monstrous strength, but feeling at least that he could better defend them or care for them as needed. The Alpha noticed. Tutoring a short spar, Harry maintained Stoneflesh for far longer, parrying swipes of the Alpha's paw with minimal recoil. As the winter solstice approached, quiet snowfalls dusted the forest. Between hunts, the pack often stayed curled in the den's cozy recesses, dozing in a communal warmth. The pups grew bigger, stumbling around with more confidence, nibbling on scraps of leftover kills. Harry tended them with unwavering affection, free from the bitterness that had once haunted him in the Dursley home. Gaia's presence was a near constant, sometimes bantering with him, other times guiding him to refine a new brew of herbal potions or to carve a runic design with greater precision. Late in December, curiosity guided him deeper into the system's shop. He'd glanced at it before but had never truly explored the vast array of spells, skills, and enhancements. Now, flush with over 10,000 system coins earned from quests, hunts, and the daily tasks Gaia assigned, he let his mind wander the listings. Gaia, as if smirking in motherly delight, ushered him through skill categories. Gaia speaking diamond suit, so eager to see what treasures await you, my cub. Let's see what suits your journey. He purchased 6 new skills. Mystic herbalism, promised advanced understanding of magical plants, letting him craft potent salves. Silent step improved stealth, especially in forest undergrowth. Battle awareness heightened his reaction speed, a boon in hunts or training. Runic combat mastery allowed direct fusion of runes with active battle techniques, a bridging of his illusions and raw offense. Beast speech Tier 1 intrigued him the most, hinting at bridging the gap with the wolves' nuanced language. And elemental resistance minor offered a subtle buffer against harsh elements perfect for winter's extremes. Next, he eyed the abilities section. Mana shield, for conjuring a protective barrier. Blood instinct, a surge of strength when defending loved ones. Moonlight restoration, a healing buff under the full moon. Wild empathy, further bridging his bond with animals. Shadow cloak, brief invisibility in darkness. And Gaia's whisper, an attunement that let him sense shifts in the natural realm. Each purchase felt like unwrapping a gift. By the time he was done, his heart pounded with excitement. So many possibilities to weave into daily life, further ensuring the pack's comfort and safety. He tested some discreetly. On a crisp morning near year's end, he tried silent step around the Alpha's vantage point. Thunder, usually hyper-aware, didn't notice Harry until he was mere feet away, an impressive feat. The Alpha F news lead his ear in surprise, letting out a huff that sounded almost approving. Another time, with beast speech Tier 1, he thought he gleaned a faint meaning behind a pup's insistent whine. It was more sensation than words, something akin to hungry, bored, wanting to play. Harry almost yelped in glee at that subtle connection. The motherly system teased him. You'll master their language soon enough. Patience, dear. He pored over these expansions until the final days of December. The forest lay in a deep hush, blanketed by light snow, the nights long and star-filled. He discovered that Mana Shield G Avenue him a gentle buffer if the Alpha tackled him during training, though it drained MP at a steady pace. Blood instinct surfaced unexpectedly when a brash pup slipped near a ledge. Harry lunged with startling strength, snatching it back to safety. The Alpha recognized the sudden spike in Harry's aura, a short but potent flush of protectiveness. Moonlight restoration he tested under a bright moon. His healing spells grew sharper, weaving torn muscle or bruises more quickly. The synergy with the runes hammered into his staff felt downright exhilarating. He sensed that in a crisis, these new powers could tilt the balance in his favor. Around them, winter passed in gentle cycles of hunts and quiet companionship. In the hush of mid-January, the pups chased each other over freshly fallen snow, yipping and scattering powder. The alpha guided them with occasional growls, teaching discipline. Luna roamed with pregnant Eldraho had given birth earlier but still needed postpartum rest, showing her hidden corners of the forest. Sleria accompanied Harry on short herb-gathering ventures. Freed from the constant need to expand the den, he sometimes found small pockets of time to simply stroll among snow-laden pines, breath fogging. Listening to the forest breathe. When February dawned, the days lengthened, each morning brightening sooner, each afternoon lingering with orange sunlight. By February 20th, the snows receded in places, the den's warmth ensuring none of the wolves suffered from the cold. That evening, Harry found himself standing side by side with Thunder, gazing at a sky sprinkled thick with stars. The rest of the pack dozed inside, content after a successful hunt. Harry inhaled, letting the crisp air fill his lungs. He sensed the alpha's immense presence near him, a pattern. Calm that told him everything was right in the world. He saw it in the nuzzle of Thunder's ear, the faint rumble in his throat acknowledging Harry's closeness. A memory stirred of how lonely he had once been, locked under stairs. Told he was worthless. Now, he had a father figure in the form of a mighty wolf, and an entire forest that recognized him as a caretaker, a craftsman, a budding mage. Gaia's soft voice brushed the edge of his mind. The bonds you've forged here will never fade, my dear one. Treasure them. He nodded silently, feeling gratitude swirl in his chest. The alpha tilted his head, as though reading Harry's reaction, and gave him a short, warm growl that resonated with acceptance. When they returned to the den, the pups curled around Harry's legs. He draped an arm around Teleris, pressing his cheek to her thick fur, heart brimful with affection. The next days were quiet, though an undercurrent told Harry that time was marching onward. On the morning of February 23rd, the forest awoke to a new hush. Patches of ice still clung to shaded spots, but trickles of meltwater carved paths in the snowpack. A sense of anticipation stirred in Harry's bones, a hint that the season of deeper snows was receding. Replaced by a near-spring transitional hush. Standing outside the den, he scanned the horizon. The alpha emerged behind him, posture alert, scanning as well. Y noticed how each breath of Thunder's chest moved in perfect sync with the forest's gentle sway. That synergy made Harry's heart flutter. He turned to see the rest of the pack drifting into the clearing. Sleria, Luna, Eldra with her brood bounding around her paws, Teleris and Murren weaving in playful arcs. They gathered as though expecting an event. Harry chuckled softly, brushing a stray leaf from his cloak. The morning light caught a swirl of illusions he'd woven into the hem, the faint patterns glinting like ghostly runes. The alpha raised his head, letting out a single, commanding bark, calling them all to attention. Harry sensed in it a note of closure, an acknowledgement of winter's end. Gaia's presence flared, and in that instant, a system prompt glimmered before his eyes. System notification: Diamond Suit. Main quest updated. The echoes of the past grow louder. His breath caught. Then another swirl. System notification: Diamond Suit. Level up. 100 inches. A wave of warmth. Less violent than the magical binding break, but still potent. He felt a gentle surge of power tingling in his muscles and mana. The alpha watched him with measured calm, as though such transformations no longer surprised him. The rest of the wolves, noticing an aura shift around Harry, pricked their ears. Luna rubbed her muzzle to his shoulder, Teleris gave a short, excited yip, and Sleria whined softly in approval. The newborn pups hopped around him, clueless yet drawn to the hum of magic swirling in the air. Harry exhaled, placing a hand to his chest. A sense of finality and possibility merged, leaving him both excited and uncertain. Gaia's voice settled gently. Gaia speaking: Diamond Suit. Be prepared, dear cub. The forest will always be your home, but the past you left behind. It calls. In time, you may choose to answer. He nodded. Deep inside, he knew the wizarding world still lingered somewhere beyond these trees. But he had grown among wolves, found family here. If that lost realm demanded his return, it would find him stronger than ever, heart anchored by the pack's devotion. For now, though, he turned to face the alpha. Thunder looked down, eyes gleaming with acceptance. Harry lifted a hand, fingertips brushing Thunder's fur, feeling a silent vow pass between them. A hush enveloped the clearing. The pups quieted, sensing the moment. Overhead, the winter sky glowed with pale sunshine. In the distance, birds ventured tentative calls, as if welcoming the day. Harry inhaled, fully aware that though a new chapter of power had opened, he was far from done forging his path. Surrounded by wolves that cherished him, guided by a motherly system that whispered hints of destiny. Harry James Potter stood at level 100, an Omega pup once overshadowed by cruelty, now shining with potential, and in the hush of that February morning, the forest seemed to bow in recognite. Ion of the unbreakable bonds weaving them all together. Harry's status, February 23, 1990. Name: Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Rack: E. Human, 6/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves, Guardian of the Forest, Burgeoning Archmage, Mythic Artisan, Runic Smith, Summoner of the Wild. Level: 100. HP: 10,000. MP: 150,000 2,500,000. Condition: healthy, thriving, poised for greater challenges. Key updates: Strength: incrementally increased through daily sparring. Agility: sharpened, now allowing near silent forest. Movement magic mastery progress: 65 with new advanced spells, skills and abilities gained. Mystic herbalism: silent step, battle awareness, runic combat mastery, beast speech tier 1, elemental resistance minor. Mana shield: blood instinct, moonlight restoration, wild empathy, shadow cloak, Gaia's whisper. Next quest: the echoes of the past grow louder. As the wolf pack pressed close, Harry gazed outward, imagining how the world might shift in the months ahead. Yet warmth filled him. He would face every dawn secure in the knowledge had no matter what revelations the future held, he was bound to these, and the motherly spirit who nurtured him toward a destiny unwritten. And more on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 70 plus chapters across the 20 fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now: QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Ty LS, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Har. Rai Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 9 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Saw Veer Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Threads Woven, Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter, up to 9 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter. Events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 9 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Beyond Boundaries of Time, Chapter 12, last chapter, already available on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fat E, Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 12 and Chapter 16 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 12 and Chapter 13 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 14 and Chapter 15 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 14. Instincts of the Hunt. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Snowmelt glistened around the wolf pack's den, and the last vestiges of frost clung to the edges of pine boughs and rough bark. On February 23, 1990, the forest breathed a crisp, in-between air. Winter's chill still lingered in the mornings, but spring's warmth pulsed beneath the ground, stirring faint buds toward life. Harry stood at the mouth of the den with a quiet sense of gratitude, surveying how the light made patterns on the half-frozen earth. Behind him, a soft shuffle of paws and a gent. Yip told him that the pup's Eldra's brood were awake and already squabbling over a piece of driftwood used as a makeshift chew toy. He turned to watch them, heart-filling at how they'd grown in the last few weeks. Each pup more confident in bounding or wrestling. It seemed only yesterday they were mewling bundles, helpless and reliant on every subtle shift of the den's warmth. Now, they flopped happily over one another, testing tiny jaws and clumsy swipes. Eldra hovered a few steps away, muzzle lifted in tolerant amusement. Harry smiled, crouching to retrieve a fallen scrap of fur so the pups wouldn't choke on it. The motherly presence of Gaia, ever stirring in his mind, hummed contentment. Dash 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 dash. Filled Diamond. Gaia speaking. Filled Diamond. You've done well preparing them for spring, my cub. They'll grow strong under your watch. Dash 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 dash. He whispered a soundless thanks and patted the smallest pup, who promptly latched onto his wrist in a playful nibble. Harry endured it with a grin. Being Omega meant welcoming all forms of pup mischief and affectionate torment. He adored it, truly. He was caretaker, older brother, and sometimes living climbing post. A soft rustle behind him drew his attention upward. Thunder, the alpha, emerged from a pocket of shadow near the den's side wall. Midnight black fur ruffled in the brisk air, silver eyes locked on Harry. A single ear nuzzle from Thunder conveyed his silent acceptance of the morning's scene. Harry dipped his head respectfully. In the weeks since he had named the alpha, Thunder, in his thoughts. He had come to see that name as almost a secret vow. Thunder was a figure of awe, yet also an unwavering presence that both protected the pack and challenged them to grow. The day proceeded in small tasks. By noon, a thin sun had softened parts of the forest floor, revealing patches of damp earth. Snowdrifts still clung stubbornly to the northern slopes, but elsewhere, rivulets ran beneath layers of old leaves. The older wolves roamed in small groups, occasionally bringing back morsels of fresh rabbit for the pups or some leftover kill for the store. Harry continued to refine the winter modifications inside the den, ensuring all corners remained warm as the transitional weather lingered. It was a calm, purposeful existence. That calm endured for a span of days, sliding easily into March. Harry spent each morning rummaging through stored herbs, discarding anything spoiled by moisture, restocking places where the furs had thinned. The pack mostly lazed about, waiting. For that moment the forest would green anew. Then, on a crisp dawn around March 3rd, Thunder's call shattered the hush. Harry woke to the alpha's low bark echoing through the clearing, each wolf pricking ears in readiness. Something in Thunder's stance head high, tail leveled announced an important event, the first major hunt of the season. Talaris and Murren bounded in excitement, swirling around the alpha with small whines. While Sleria and Luna stood poised to run, eyes glinting. Eldra, still mother to her pups, remained in the den, a reluctant whine on her lips. The younger brood scampered behind her, too small to join. Harry slid out, staff in hand, pulse quickening. He'd grown used to small hunts, trailing behind to gather leftover kills or study how the wolves coordinated. But the tension here felt sharper, more intense. This was a major hunt, not a casual chase of a lone deer or hare. Thunder regarded Harry with an unwavering gaze, then gave a short, definitive grunt. Harry felt the meaning at once. He was to hang back, support from behind, perform healing if any wolves got injured. He swallowed a fnuzzler of disappointment. He yearned to test his evolving skill set. Yet the alpha had spoken. Instead of protesting, he bowed his head, a gesture of compliance. Luna's eyes softened, as if to say, "You'll have your chance." Harry exhaled, forcing down the swirl of longing. They set off into the forest. Silent as wraiths, Harry took a position near the rear of the group, letting Sleria and the alpha lead the main flank with Talaris and Murren. Luna hovered around Harry, occasionally glancing back to ensure he followed. The trees parted to reveal glimpses of trailing deer tracks, leftover footprints of boars rummaging for roots, the faint hush of the forest as if it waited. Harry's role, as instructed, was to remain watchful for injuries and keep illusions at the ready if the wolves needed cover. So far, the morning hunt progressed with methodical ease. The pack found a few unsuspecting rabbits, quickly snatched for small nourishment. Harry remained at the periphery, healing Talaris when she scraped her paw on a jagged root, observing Sleria's tactics as she used cunning leaps to flush out unsuspecting game. But inside, his heart pounded, longing for a real test. By early afternoon, they reached a slope leading to a dense thicket. A subtle change in the air set Harry's nerves alight. He sensed a savage presence that overshadowed the usual forest inhabitants. The alpha's hackles rose in silent alarm, muzzle lifting to taste the breeze. Murren parted her jaws in a cautious pant. Harry braced, illusions nuzzling at the edges of his thoughts. Without warning, a shape crashed through the undergrowth, an enormous boar, reeking of aggression, tusks like curved daggers. Its level scrolled in Harry's mind, 125. A jolt of astonishment that exceeded the typical forest beasts by far. The boar advanced with a savage snort, eyes wild, challenging the intruders on its territory. Thunder wasted no time. He signaled the pack to spread out, forming a half circle. Sleria lunged to one side, Talaris and Murren flanked from another, seeking to corner the creature. It whirled with surprising speed, bristling hide rippling with raw might. Harry, still at the rear, found his breath catching. Gaia whispered in his mind. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. Filled Diamond. Gaia speaking. Filled Diamond. It's far stronger than the usual hunts. Caution, dear one. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. But even from his vantage, Harry saw a glimmer of an opening. One of the boar's hind flanks remained unguarded, blind to an approach from behind. The pack was wholly engaged, leaving no one free to exploit that angle. Harry's heart hammered. The alpha had told him to stay behind, but there it was, the chance to truly prove himself. He locked eyes with Luna across the clearing, seeing her caution flash. He took a trembling breath and darted forward anyway, illusions gathering around his feet to mask his approach. The boar's attention latched onto Talaris in front, ignoring the faint shimmer creeping up behind. Harry glided closer, staff in one hand, runic dagger in the other. The boar lunged at Talaris, who dodged, but it nearly clipped her. A protective fury rippled through Harry. I can do this, he told himself, focusing on that vulnerable gap just behind its shoulder. He drew a breath, channeled illusions around his legs for stealth, then leapt. The dagger sank into bristly flesh. A thrill of triumph shot up. His arm had landed a direct hit to the vital zone. But the boar roared, twisting with monstrous force, flinging Harry aside. Pain exploded as he crashed onto the ground, rolling in a shower of brittle leaves. He gasped, vision swimming. Sensing Harry's intrusion, the beast bellowed, stamping the earth, tusks dripping with bloody foam. Talaris tried to intercept, only to be battered away by a savage slash. Sleria lunged for a flank, but the boar pinned her briefly, forcing her to retreat. Thunder circled, searching for an advantage. The boar turned its manic wrath on Harry, who was still on the ground, struggling to right himself. Dazed, he coughed, a metallic taste in his mouth. Fear hammered in his ribs. In that moment, he saw Thunder lock eyes with him. The Alpha didn't intervene, held the rest of the pack back. This was Harry's fight to finish. Or else prove unready. Time seemed to slow. The boar thundered closer, stomping the ground like a living avalanche. Harry scrambled up, ignoring the burning ache in his back. Instinct roared at him. He cast illusions, swirling lights to distract the boar. It faltered for a second, but then charged through them, unimpressed. He tried to gather a fireball, but his mind reeled from the impact. Another second, and the boar would be on him. Move now. He flung himself aside at the last instant, the boar's tusk scraping the side of his cloak. Pain tore at his shoulder. Gritting his teeth, he forced his battered body to roll under the boar's heaving flank. With a surge of adrenaline, he rammed the dagger upward, jamming it through the rough hide at the creature's throat. The boar squealed, a wet, gurgling sound, and flailed violently. Harry clung to the dagger's hilt, pushing with every ounce of strength. A final spasm quaked through the boar's limbs, nearly crushing Harry beneath it. Then it collapsed in a heavy slump, red eyes dimming, the monstrous aura vanishing in a shudder. Panting, Harry yanked the dagger free and staggered back, chest on fire from exertion and fear. Sleria and Talaris approached warily, ensuring the boar was truly dead. Murren circled it, muzzle wrinkled in both caution and awe. Meanwhile, the Alpha padded over to Harry, gaze inscrutable. He lowered his muzzle, noticing Harry's chest and arms for lethal wounds. Finding none, the Alpha huffed an exhalation that felt approving, if tempered by the knowledge Harry had disobeyed direct orders. Harry managed a trembling laugh, still riding the adrenaline spike, ears buzzing with the aftermath. Blood, his own and the boar's, spattered the ground beneath him. He glanced up. The entire pack stood around him, eyes reflecting an odd mixture of respect and relief. A swirl of warmth blossomed in his chest. He'd done it, survived a solo kill of a formidable boar. Dash 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 dash. Filled Diamond Gaia speaking. Filled Diamond. Well done, my cub. You have taken your first true prey. You are learning the ways of the wild. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. A system prompt. F Nuzzleared. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. Hollow Diamond System Notification. Hollow Diamond. Level up. You have reached level 105. New item drop. Boar's Fang Pendant enhances strength by +3 and endurance by +3. Skill progression. Adaptive Predator +10, Runic Combat Mastery. +8. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. He half laughed, half sobbed at the swirl of notifications. Talaris nuzzled his arm. Murren gave a short, excited bark, bounding around him as if praising his feat. Thunder watched from a short distance, and though the Alpha's expression was ever stoic, Harry caught the subtle lift of his ears. The respectful shift of posture. A father's pride, perhaps. One by one, the wolves touched muzzles to Harry's shoulders or hands, confirming his acceptance in the aftermath of this kill. He slumped to his knees, letting the tension flow out, inhaling the strong tang of blood and forest loam. This was the life he had grown into, equal parts dangerous and beautiful. By dusk, he boar had been dragged back to the den with communal effort. Sleria, Talaris, and Murren coordinated the hauling, while Luna lingered near Harry, fussing over the bruises and cuts across his arms and torso. Once at the den, the Alpha allowed Harry the first portion of the kill, a silent nod to his role in felling it. Harry accepted a piece of its flank, though he opted to roast it slightly. As the rest of the pack tore raw strips from the carcass, he stared into the small flames, mind whirling with reflection. The Alpha's approval warmed him more than the fire did. Over the following week, from March 4th onward, Harry spent many hours piecing together the lessons of that hunt. He discovered how quickly a foe could overwhelm him, how illusions and cunning gave him openings, and how essential it was to preserve stamina for the final blow. Thunder guided him quietly. During hunts for smaller game, the Alpha sometimes let Harry attempt first strikes, stepping in only if the target threatened to turn lethal. Each minor success honed Harry's instincts. Each bruise or scratch reminded him of the boar's savage power. The younger wolves, enthralled, watched him practice illusions or short bursts of mana shield. Gleaning from his creative tactics, Luna made sure to groom every wound meticulously, a maternal act that made Harry grin sheepishly as she fussed over him. He gleaned that Dur's decision to let him fight alone was sharpened Harry's determination, to help him face true danger unassisted. While part of Harry still bristled at the memory of being flung around by the boar, he recognized how it forged a new edge in him. Gaia's soft commentary spurred deeper reflection, reminding him that the pack's ways balanced protection with growth. He was their treasured Omega, yes, but that did not exempt him from forging his own path of strength. In the quieter stretches between hunts, Harry returned to daily chores with renewed vigor. The pups, older by a few weeks, swarmed him for training games. He engaged them in playful pouncing lessons, letting them pin him momentarily before rolling aside and gently guiding them with illusions. Freed from the immediate threat of winter's cold, he also tidied the den's wards, refining runic lines etched into the walls. March waned, the nights lengthening with milder breezes. On evenings around the waning moon, he and Thunder often sat outside, side by side. Words weren't exchanged. Wolf-human speech remained limited, but a bond of trust thrived. Sometimes the Alpha would tilt his head at the sky as though teaching Harry which patterns of stars to notice, how to read the subtle changes in wind direction. By April 10th, the forest had shaken off the last of winter. Rivers roared with snowmelt, tree buds opened. Eldra's pups raced about in squealing duels, short tails wagging furiously. Teleris and Murren teased them, herding them away from deep water or precarious slopes. Sleria lay in dappled sunlight, dozing with half-lidded eyes, still watchful for threats. Harry used the time to chat with Gaia, learning more about advanced runic battle combos. In illusions, he tested how to shape illusions into ephemeral decoys that moved like living animals, tricking potential prey or predators. Sometimes, a single F-nuzzle of his hand produced a cluster of light that resembled a small hair bounding off. The wolves found it fascinating, even comical. Gaia, meanwhile, never let him forget that he was growing at a pace few humans matched. She introduced new system mechanics, particularly advanced synergy in hunts, emphasizing how he might gain item drops from certain powerful beasts. The boar's fang pendant, which he had begun wearing on a makeshift cord, quietly lent him +3 strength and +3 endurance. He felt the difference in how he lifted heavier branches or endured wrestling with Teleris for longer. The motherly voice teased him occasionally about collecting more trophies from formidable creatures. He found the idea exciting and oddly reminiscent of a game, though each kill carried the weight of survival, not just mindless ambition. He also grew fonder of the pack's daily rhythms, the thrill of a hunt's quiet preparation, the satisfaction of a well-placed snare or carefully timed illusion, the closeness they all shared huddled in the den after nightfall. On some evenings, especially when the sky was studded with brilliant stars, he found time to talk to the pups in a mix of soft words and newly acquired beast speech. They didn't fully understand, but they responded with joyous whines as he gleaned fleeting glimpses of their emotions, a swirl of affection, curiosity, and a hunger to explore. He laughed wholeheartedly the first time he picked up a pup's exasperation. There was a faint sense of, "I keep biting your toes, but you never squeak," that left him dissolving in quiet giggles, explaining to a bemused Luna that the pup just found his reactions boring. Thus life bloomed, day by day. By late April, the forest shimmered with bright leaves. The pack roamed further, chasing deer that grazed on tender shoots. Harry occasionally tested new illusions to direct prey into the wolves, pincer maneuvers. The pups advanced from clumsy bounding to short, stealthy runs, guided by paternal or maternal nips from the older wolves. Harry thrived in their midst, forging deeper trust with each moment he contributed. Yet amidst these peaceful hunts and warm nights, a subdued tension rumbled beneath the surface. Harry couldn't ignore the subtle draws at his heart, echoes of a forgotten world, half-remembered sorrow. And the sense that his life here, cherished as it was, might not be permanent. Gaia reminded him gently, "The world beyond the forest stirs, dear one. You will be called upon soon. Be ready." Each time, a pang of confusion and longing struck him. He had no wish to leave the wolves. Yet he suspected destiny didn't revolve around his desires alone. Time marched on into early May. The forest bristled with lifebirds nesting, squirrels chattering high in fresh canopies, and the streams running clear and strong. On the morning of May 4th, he finished reinforcing a section of the den's exterior where water had eroded some soil. Eldra's pups, now about half his thigh in height, helped, by scattering bits of mud everywhere. He eventually chased them off with affectionate exasperation, illusions swirling at his fingertips in a game of tag. Talaris and Murren joined the chase, leaving Harry gasping with laughter as they tumbled around the clearing. By afternoon, he felt that old stirring in his chest. The one that told him some intangible shift was approaching. He found himself standing at the edge of the clearing again, staff in hand, cloak rustling in a mild breeze. Thunder paced to his side, watchful. Sleria lingered a few strides behind, with Luna and the rest of the pack scattered in calm readiness. It wasn't a hunt, exactly, but an instinctive gathering, as though the Orist beckoned them to observe the horizon for changes. A hush blanketed them all. Soon, dear cub, the past is not finished. The echoes grow louder. He closed his eyes, letting that weight sink in. He was now level 105. Strong enough to protect himself and his family in most hunts. He had purchased new skills, forged deeper illusions, developed a bond that soared beyond any dream he'd once had. Yet he sensed a call from beyond the green labyrinth of this forest, a call that might demand he step away. He drew a shaky breath, glancing up at Thunder. The Alpha's ears swiveled, catching Harry's silent anguish. But no words passed. Thunder simply pressed his flank closer, as if reminding Harry that no matter where he went, the pack's acceptance remained unwavering. Then, as the afternoon sun slid behind thick clouds, Harry felt the system's presence flare. A swirl of text scrolled across his vision. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. Filled Diamond. Gaia speaking. Filled Diamond. Main quest updated. The echoes of the past grow louder. Dash 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 dash. Dash 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 dash. He released a slow exhale. Thunder and the others seemed to sense the intangible ripple. The pups stilled, as if drawn by a subtle tension. Harry recognized that unstoppable forward momentum, time forging ahead, pulling him in its wake. Under that thickening sky, where warm breezes carried the promise of summer storms, Thunder lifted his head in a deep-chested rumble, a low tone that resonated through the clearing. One by one, the wolves responded in quiet calls, a symphony of solidarity. In that moment, Harry RSTOOD. No matter what path his future took, he was and always would be part of this family. The hunts, the illusions, his role as Omega caretaker, they had shaped him in ways no Dursley cruelty ever could. He stepped forward, letting his hand brush Thunder's fur, feeling the Alpha's heartbeat thrumming just under the surface. The tension in the air ebbed, replaced by a final sense of calm acceptance from the pack. The pups trotted around them, noticing the grass, nibbling on stray twigs. Talaris and Murren swished their tails in an easy greeting. Sleria and Luna exchanged soft huffs, content that all was well for now. The future might beckon, but in this clearing, at this hour, the forest breathed its blessing on them. Harry glanced at the staff in his other hand, the runes he had carved shining faintly, Anviction. He was no longer that neglected boy scrounging for scraps. He was a blossoming mage, level 105, a cunning hunter who had taken down a monstrous boar, a caretaker cherished by both pups and revered elders. So he stood, letting the hush of the day fill him. The horizon glowed with the dim promise of dusk, but for him it felt like dawn and awakening to unstoppable possibilities. Thunder moved, stepping away from Harry to rejoin the pack, each wolf turning to follow the alpha's lead. Harry followed in turn, a small swirl of illusions dancing around his feet in subdued celebration of how far he'd come. Soon enough, he'd see the pups tumble at his ankles, Eldra greet him with a quiet nudge, Teleris try to bait him into a chase. The world beyond might call, but for now, the forest anchored him in the gentle hush of pack life. Dash 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 dash. Filled Diamond Gaia speaking. Filled Diamond. Your journey continues, dear one. Let your instincts guide you and remember your greatest strength has always been your heart. Dash 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 dash. He closed his eyes, letting a faint smile curve his lips, aware that a new dawn was indeed on the cusp of the sky, promising fresh trials and deeper love. At the den's entrance, with the day's warmth slowly fading, the pack pressed around Harry in a final swirl of fur and affection. Thunder paused to lock eyes with him, a final sign that he trusted the next steps of Harry's growth. Harry bowed his head softly, acknowledging the silent vow that bound them. And as shadows lengthened, blending seamlessly into the hush of the coming night, he let himself merge into the gentle momentum of their shared life, knowing that tomorrow, and every day thereafter, would bring him one step closer to the truths of his past and the greater destiny Gaia hinted at in each and every dawn. Dash 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 dash. Harry James Potter's complete status window. Name: Harry James S. Potter, the abandoned pup, race human, 6/10 magical bindings remaining. Titles: Omega Pup of the Wolves. You are the youngest and most protected member of the pack. Despite being the weakest, you are cherished, and your bond with the pack grants you unique benefits. Guardian of the forest, your kindness and protection of nature have been recognized. Beasts and magical creatures will instinctively feel safer around you. Burgeoning Archmage, your affinity for magic is extraordinary, but restricted. As you break more bindings, your power will expand exponentially. Mythic Artisan, your skills in crafting, tailoring, and enchanting are legendary, allowing you to create mythic tier items. Runic Smith, you have mastered the ability to inscribe ancient runes into weapons, armor, and structures, enhancing their power and durability. Summoner of the Wild, you have begun treading the path of summoning nature-based spirits and creatures. Core stats: SPECIAL system inspired by Fallout, with modifications for magic users. +++++. Stat base value, equipment bonuses, total value. +++++. Strength 20 +3, Boar's Fang Pendant 23, Perception 32 +2, Wolf Saw. Airness perk 34, Endurance 22 +3, Boar's Fang Pendant 25, Charisma 18 +2, Wild Empathy perk 20, Intelligence 32 +4, Runesmith's Touch perk 36. Agility 27 +2, Silent. Step perk 29, Luck 20 +3, Hunter's Intuition perk 23. +++++. Health and energy stats. Condition: healthy, thriving, poised for new challenges. ++++. Attribute: current value, Ma. Maximum possible value, post-binding release. ++++. HP, health points 12,500, 250,000 plus, fully unbound potential MP, mana pool 175,000, 2,500,000 plus, fully unbound potential. Plus. Combat and magic skills. Categories: combat, magic, crafting, survival, unique. Combat skills. Adaptive Predator Expert 85 enhances combat awareness, letting you react faster, track enemies more efficiently, and exploit weaknesses. Runic Combat Mastery Intermediate 65 allows fusion of runes into combat styles, boosting efficiency in battle. Silent Step Advanced 70 move with minimal noise, making it easier to ambush prey or evade detection. Battle Awareness Intermediate 60 enhances reaction speed and perception of opponent movements. Magic Skills Skyrim-style spell system. Destruction. Fireball Advanced 75 a large explosive fire spell. Inferno Strike newly acquired 50 combines Fireball with runic augmentation for devastating effect. Alteration. Stoneflesh Advanced 85 temporarily hardens the body against physical attacks. Mana Shield Intermediate 55 creates a protective barrier from magical energy. Restoration. Greater Healing Advanced 80 rapidly heals wounds over time. Moonlight Restoration newly acquired 50 healing effectiveness is doubled under a full moon. Illusion. Shadow Cloak Intermediate 65 grants brief invisibility in darkness. Runic Decoys Intermediate 60 creates illusions that mimic real creatures to distract enemies. Conjuration. Wolf Spirit Summon Basic 30 summons a spectral wolf companion for limited duration. Crafting and enchantment skills. Runesmith's Touch Master 100 allows deep enchantment and crafting of runes onto weapons, armor, and items. Mythic Tailoring Master 100 can craft leg, endery and mythic tier clothing and cloaks. Arcane Alchemy Advanced 80 infuses potions with magical properties for greater effects. Mystic Herbalism Advanced 75 identifies, cultivates, and uses magical herbs for potions and healing. Survival and Nature Skills. Beast Speech Tier 1 to 50 understanding of wolves has improved, but full communication is not yet possible. Wild Empathy Passive animals trust you more easily. Hunter's Intuition Passive enhanced perception when tracking or hunting prey. Unique Perks and Abilities Pack Perks. Omega Pup Protection the pack will instinctively defend you if you are in danger. Pack Architect any structure you build for the pack has enhanced durability and comfort. Magic Perks. Runesmith's Insight can decipher ancient runes and create new magical inscriptions. Gaia's Whisper can sense shifts in the natural world. Blood Instinct Temporary +10 Strength boost when protecting loved ones. Inventory Key items and equipment. Weapons and gear. Boar's Fang Pendant +3 Strength, +3 Endurance. Runed Cloak of the Alpha resistant to elements, enchanted for durability. Frost Edge Dagger inflicts frost damage on wounds, enchanted by runes. Materials and Resources. Rare herbs for advanced potion making and healing. Enchanted Wolf Pelts used for crafting high-tier items. Runed Storage Chest holds vast amounts of materials without degrading items inside. System Coins and Shop Features. System Currency Amount. System Coins 10,500 Recent purchases and upgrades Silent Step 1000 coins. Battle Awareness 1200 coins. Mana Shield 2500 coins. Wolf Spirit Summon 3000 coins. Active quests and future objectives. Main quest, active. The echoes of the past grow louder. Something is pulling you beyond the forest. Gaia has warned that your past is unfinished. The world outside is stirring. Be prepared. Side quests. Pack expansion. Continue to enhance the den's fortifications. Mastering beast speech. Further develop your ability to understand and communicate with wolves. Trial of the Wilds. Gaia has hinted at an advanced survival challenge coming soon. Summary of current growth level up from 100 right pointing arrow 105. First solo kill level 125 boar completed. Significant skill advancements runic combat, adaptive predator, summoning. Strengthened bond with thunder and the pack foreshadowing of destiny calling him beyond the forest an. More on my Patreon, https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active 0+ chapters across the 20+ fanfictions exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn, Harry Potter, Naruto crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales, Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia, Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force, Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation, Naruto Bleach crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn, Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 10 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine, Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Raw, ISED by Mew Reborn, Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Fragile Hope, Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines, Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected, Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 10 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory, Harry Poe TTER Poppy Playtime crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls, Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest, Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic, Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001 up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist, Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 9 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate, CH. Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows, Chapter 13 and Chapter 14 already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf, Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science, Chapter 15 and Chapter 16 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 15, Rise of Instinct. Disclaimer: I don't own Harry Potter. Soft rays of early summer light filtered through the thick canopy, painting the clearing before the den in pale gold. Though the forest had not fully awakened, the sense of change in the air was unmistakable. The morning of May 4, 1990, arrived on a hush of birdsong and the quiet rustle of leaves, and Harry found himself stirring among the warm bodies of his packmates before the sun had climbed too high. He lifted his head carefully, mindful of the pups curled across his legs, and blinked against a trickle of daylight that seeped through the den's entrance. There was a gentle serenity in these dawn moments. Each breath carried the earthy smell of damp soil and pine resin, intermixed with the soft musk of wolf fur. Beneath his elbow lay Talaris, muzzle nestled against his shirt, while Murren had draped one paw over Harry's ankles. A few feet away, near the den's far wall, Eldra watched her brood of younger pups with half-lidded eyes. Occasionally nuzzling an ear at their small whimpers. The tiny ones were nearly old enough to clumsily crawl over lumps of bedding, eternally curious and often angling themselves in Harry's cloak for warmth. It never failed to make him smile. He carefully disengathered his legs, patting Talaris's shoulder so she'd shift away. She woke with a confused grunt, nuzzled Harry's arm in a half-asleep greeting, then relaxed her grip. Murren chuffed softly, still dozing, and curled tighter. Harry stepped over the edges of thick furs, ignoring the little sting in his knees from so many nights spent on the hardened den floor. He rubbed the last traces of sleep from his eyes and slipped out into the clearing. Even as his feet touched the cool ground, a shiver of excitement flitted through him. It had been only a day since he'd refined his illusions and illusions-based combat strategies, but more importantly, it had been mere weeks since he had triumphed over that formidable boar and sword past level 100. The memory still made his heart quicken, though it also reminded him how fragile life could be. He was proud of that kill, grateful for the boar's fang pendant that now dangled from his neck. A symbol of newfound strength and determination. Outside, the clearing opened to a mild sun already filtering across damp grass. Moisture gleamed in tiny droplets from early morning dew. Beyond the ring of thick tree trunks, a swirl of forest undergrowth beckoned, branches dotted with fresh buds, ferns unfurling in the milder weather. The day promised gentleness. He inhaled, filling his lungs with crisp air and the faint aroma of budding wildflowers. A presence at the corner of his vision caught his attention. Thunder, the alpha, standing near a broad pine, ears pricked. Midnight black fur shimmered in a stray sunbeam, giving him a regal silhouette. Harry's pulse jumped, both from awe and deep respect. He'd named the alpha, Thunder, in his own thoughts, never quite daring to voice it aloud. Suspecting the wolves had their own names for one another. But the name suited that majestic presence. Even in stillness, Thunder exuded power. He turned his silver eyes onto Harry. A flash of curiosity and greeting. Harry offered a small, respectful bow of the head. Thunder News lead his tail in acknowledgement, then returned his gaze to the forest beyond. Clearly listening for any subtle changes in the environment. For a moment, Harry stood quietly beside him, comforted by the silent acceptance that had grown between them over the months. Harry could almost imagine Thunder's thoughts, measuring the forest's mood, checking for potential threats, ensuring the pack's territory remained secure. Every so often, Harry glimpsed that fatherly streak in Thunder's protective watch. An unspoken bond that told him he was safe in this world of fangs and fur. A gentle swirl of warmth in his mind signaled Gaia's awakening. Her voice, more distinct now that beast speech skill had begun bridging small gaps in understanding, drifted inward. Gaia speaking filled Diamond. You were up early, my little cub. Still feeling the drive to grow stronger. He smiled faintly, responding in thought, it's hard to rest when there's so much I could improve. And, I don't want to disappoint the pack. Gaia speaking filled Diamond. They don't think you a disappointment, dear one. But yes, your instincts push you forward. Let's see how you'll use them in the coming days. He closed his eyes, letting the tension from his shoulders slip away. She was right, of course. The wolves wouldn't judge him for needing rest, but his heart felt lit by the possibility of further achievements. He wanted to keep them safe, to learn every nuance of illusions, runic enhancements, healing, and diplomacy so that no harm befell these creatures who had become his family. A cool breeze whispered through the clearing, rustling stray pine needles. Over Harry's shoulder, Teleris emerged from the den, muzzle parted in a silent yawn. Murren followed, more alert, trotting up to Harry and nudging his side in greeting. He ruffled Murren's fur, receiving a soft whine of happiness. Behind them, the pups scurried about, looking for mischief before the day's main tasks began. The gentle interplay of wolves brushing against him, pups nipping playfully at his to the comforting routine that had become his new normal. A few hours later, after the entire pack rose and shared a small meal of leftover game, the den quieted as individual wolves headed out to patrol or scavenge. Harry stayed behind to check on Eldra's brood. Her pups still needed close supervision, especially since they could easily wander into hazards around the clearing. He placed a palm lightly on one pup's back, feeling the faint rise and fall of its breathing. The pup eyed him curiously, small mouth parted in a near-silent squeak. He laughed softly and pressed a bit of moss into the pup's nest, ensuring it was free from prickly burrs. Luna patted over, her gaze warm with that maternal spark. She nuzzled the top of Harry's head, then gently touched her nose to the sleeping pups. A few months back, she might have hovered more anxiously, but by now, Harry's caretaker role had fully cemented. She trusted him to watch them closely. He and Luna shared a moment of silent camaraderie, a nuzzle of ear, a tilt of muzzle. In an odd, unspoken language, Harry conveyed that the pups were healthy, just a bit restless. Luna responded with a short, encouraging huff, as if to say, "You do well, keep them safe." Then she trotted away to check the boundaries of the clearing, her silver coat shimmering in the midday sun. The day drifted past in small, heartwarming tasks. Teleris and Murren wrestled over a chunk of driftwood, occasionally luring the younger pups into chase games. Harry found himself mediating small scuffles, stepping in with gentle allusions or calm touches to avoid any real harm. Beast speech rudimentary came in handy, letting him sense the tension or mischief behind half-playful nips. At one point, Talaris let out a rapid series of barks that Harry translated loosely as, "Stop hogging the toyot's mine to chew." Murren retorted with a playful growl meaning, "You're just jealous of my speed." Harry interposed, calling softly in half-broken wolf speak, urging them to share. The comedic result was Talaris's ears swiveling in surprise at Harry's newly discovered vocabulary, and Murren halting mid-lunge to stare at him. Then they both wagged their tails, as though impressed by this boy who understood them more than ever. When dusk settled, the den vibrated with the usual warmth, pups trying to tumble into Harry's lap for comfort, Sleria grooming her flanks, and undertaking a vantage near the entrance, always alert. Harry settled beside a small cooking fire, used more for mild heat and salving potions than for his own dinner. He looked around at the circle of wolves, each so precious to him. A wave of contentment flooded his chest, overshadowed only by a fnuzzlier of restlessness. He wanted to keep them safe, to grow stronger, but some piece of him whispered that the forest might not hold him forever. The last thing he glimpsed that night before drifting to sleep was Thunder's silhouette, ears pricked, the faint glow of the moon catching in his silver eyes. Days melted into a routine. On May 7th, he found himself in a reflective mood, after finishing a small runic tapestry designed to help repel biting insects from the den's interior. He watched the pack sleep around a dying fire. The pups sprawled in a fuzzy heap near Luna's flank, Talaris and Murren dozed in a cozy corner, and Sleria lounged in the middle with half-shut eyes. Thunder lay by the entrance, silent and vigilant. Harry's mind roamed over the hunts he'd participated in, the boar he had taken down, the illusions he had honed. He recalled Dursley's scorn, though the memory felt distant and dull, overshadowed by months of love. Still, he felt lacking so a sliver of self-doubt. The pack were unstoppable apex predators. He was still, in many ways, a scrawny boy, reliant on illusions and cunning. Could he truly stand beside them as an equal? Gaia speaking filled Diamond. Even the mightiest must keep growing, dear one. Don't belittle your achievements. The wolves see you not as a burden but as a cherished packmate. He sighed, letting the warmth of her words ease him. Her presence radiated comfort, yet he still wrestled with a gnawing sense that he had miles to go. He closed his eyes, lulled by the steady breathing of wolves. By the time he stirred again, dawn light trickled in. Greeted by Talaris's sloppy attempts at nuzzling his face, he returned the gesture with a laugh, rubbing the fur behind her ears. A new day had come. Around May 10th, Tensio flared among some of the younger wolves, who had grown robust over the winter. Harry found himself stumbling into a mini-battle between Murren and Talaris, each vying for some minor rung in hierarchy. Growls escalated, fur bristled, until they locked jaws in a swirl of dust and snapping teeth. Startled, Harry rushed forward, illusions half ready to separate them. But he quickly realized illusions alone wouldn't break them up. They were too invested in the conflict to be tricked. As the smaller pups whined at the edges, Harry tried to speak in calm, halting beast speech. He used a series of whines, chuffs, and low calls, attempting to channel the seriousness of his message. Calm, we are family. His accent was surely off, but Murren's ear knew lead in faint recognition. Talaris eased her grip slightly. Thunder, standing on the periphery, let the scene play out, seeing if Harry could mediate. Harry's efforts, awkward though they were, directed Murren's attention away from the fight. Talaris, muzzle bloodied but ears pinned in angry confusion, paused as well. By stepping between Themomega though he was, Harry showed an odd courage. He placed a gentle hand on Talaris's side, aiding the half-formed wolf words for peace. With a final angry huff, Talaris turned from Murren, trotting off to the far side, while Murren spat out a mouthful of bristly fur. The rest of the pack sank back into their watchful calm. Sleria gave Harry a respectful glance, as if to say well done. Thunder quietly snorted, a sign that while the conflict ended, the lesson was learned. Harry exhaled, chest tight from the rush of adrenaline. Gaia hummed with approval, awarding him an incremental improvement in beast speech skill. Over the next few days, that interplay of daily hunts, small conflicts, and caretaker tasks continued. On May 20th, Gaia introduced a new quest, Guardian's Path, urging Harry to protect the pack during hunts, complete 3 distinct healing tasks, and refine illusions for direct defensive usage. It came with a promised reward of improved healing spells and 250 coins. Excited, Harry threw himself into training, especially focusing on healing. He practiced gentle restoration magic on small scrapes, tested advanced illusions for crowd control, and devoted early mornings to sprints and obstacle courses around the clearing, leaping over logs, weaving between trees, building stamina. Thunder or Luna often shadowed him, ensuring safety. By May's end, the results were tangible. He soared to level 107, feeling the surge in MP and the subtle ease in conjuring illusions. His illusions now had more substance, sometimes even confusing cunning prey with nuzzliers of movement and scent illusions laced with subtle illusions. Night after night, he found deeper insight into the wolves' language. On June 1st, near a crackling wood fire by the den's entrance, Harry overheard a casual conversation among Teleris, Murren, and Sleria. He caught phrases in half-formed meant Al images that equated to, "He's such a busy caretaker. Always fussing over small details." Teleris teased with "He's like a pup older than we are," accompanied by a swirl of affection-laced amusement. "My," Urin chimed in with something akin to, "At least the bedding is never stale." Sleria's calm rumble finished with, "He bringish." He felt a blush creeping to his cheeks, both mortified and deeply touched. Had the wolves recognized his contributions and teased him so openly? Across the clearing, Thunder perked at the mention of Harry, but said nothing. The alpha's tail made a soft nuzzle, though, as if acknowledging the conversation with a quiet glow of approval. Harry pretended not to notice. He was too busy trying to swallow the knot of embarrassment and affection lodged in his throat. A few days later, on June 5th, Thunder observed Harry in private training at twilight, a vantage above the clearing, where Harry tested illusions that formed ephemeral copies of himself in faint moonlight. He also practiced short sprints, weaving illusions to obscure footprints, then striking a rotting log with a runic charged blow. After a time, Harry's illusions fizzled, leaving him panting, arms trembling. He caught sight of Thunder in the corner of his eye, half hidden by shadow. The alpha's posture signaled a calm watchfulness. Harry guessed Thunder was pleased by the progress, maybe even proud. Something in that tall silhouette, outlined by the faint silver of the moon, conveyed paternal protectiveness. Harry pressed a hand to his chest, letting his heart settle. Soon enough, Thunder turned and slipped away, apparently confident that Harry would continue to hone his skills. And so he did. Between these intense training sessions, the den underwent more cozy renovations. From June 10th to the 15th, Harry wove new herbal bedding. Using plant fibers dyed with natural pigments, he carved swirling runes along the den's inner wall edges, both decorative and functional. They glowed faintly when touched, a minor enchantment he tested to repel biting insects. The younger wolves seemed to treat these glowing etchings as a novelty. Pups pressed wet noses to the lines, marveling at the faint shimmer. Teleris teased Harry by gnawing the end of his staff while he worked, earning a playful scolding. She let go, tail wagging, obviously unrepentant. At night, as the pack settled on newly stuffed bedding that smelled of lavender and pine, Harry watched them drift to sleep, feeling a wave of satisfaction. Through a swirl of illusions, he teased Luna, forming small luminous shapes that skittered across the furs. She news lead them with a lazy paw, eventually dozing off in contentment. On June 20th, as the forest dawn turned golden, Gaia engaged Harry in deeper conversation. While the others were out scouring for small prey, Harry sat on a fallen log near the den, recollecting the tasks he had completed and the things he yearned to do. He felt Gaia's presence intensify, as though she manifested a gentle glow in the back of his mind. Gaia speaking filled Diamond. "You are growing, dear cub, but your destiny extends beyond these trees. There is a world that once was yours. One that still calls your name." He frowned, heart pounding at the idea. I don't want to leave them," he whispered, glancing at the quiet clearing, the faint shapes of wolves beyond. He half expected to see Thunder's silhouette among the pines. "They're my family." Gaia speaking filled Diamond. "No one asks you to abandon them. But there may come a time you must walk beyond, if only for a while." He bowed his head, sifting fingers through moss. In his chest lay an ache for the day he might step away from the pack. But perhaps it wouldn't be soon. He chose not to dwell on it, focusing on the tasks at hand. Gaia's gentle presence eventually receded, leaving him with the warmth of their conversation, if not all the answers. By June 25th, a subtle restlessness gnawed at him again. He felt more confident in illusions, defensive spells, and caretaker duties, but the lingering question of "am I enough?" refused to vanish. This anxiety surfaced in the form of late-night pacing and frequent sighs. One evening, while he slumped against the den wall, Luna crept close and rested her muzzle on his knees, letting out a quiet reassurance. Through beast speech, stilted but understandable, she conveyed something akin to "your heart is strong, not weak." Moved to tears, he stroked her silver fur, murmuring that he worried about failing them. She made a soft rumble that sounded motherly, then parted her jaws in a gentle yawn. Nuzzling his cheek, Gaia punctuated the moment, whispering, "Strength isn't only power, Harry, sometimes it's the courage to nurture others." He nodded, tears glinting at the corners of his eyes. In that lull, the next days breezed by with hunts, illusions, and incremental improvements. Harry soared to level 110 around the first week of July, completing the Guardian's Path quest. He tackled advanced illusions in mid-hunt, once conjuring a wave of illusory shapes that corralled frightened deer into the wolves' ambush. Thunder kept watch, allowing Harry more initiative. Talaris and Murren marveled at how swiftly illusions fooled prey. Harry overheard them praising his cunning. He ended hunts by tending to minor scrapes or twisted ankles on the younger wolves, channeling a newly upgraded Healing Touch. Gaia awarded him the skill, Healing Touch Advanced, enabling him to seal deeper wounds with minimal drain. The pups frunuzzeled around him whenever he invoked that gentle glow, as though drawn by the comforting warmth. By July 7th, life thrummed with vibrancy. With the rains of early summer, the forest had fully awakened, wildflowers speckling meadows. Clusters of mushrooms sprouting in damp corners, and bright green ferns brushing every shady spot. This day found Harry sprawled in the clearing, half laughing, half protesting as Eldra's pups used him as a climbing post. They scrambled up his back, nibbling on his hair, swatting his ears in playful mock fights. He responded with mild illusions, forming small swirling lights that the pups batted at with shrieks of delight. Talaris joined, pressing her muzzle into Harry's ribs to tickle him until he squealed, tears in his eyes from laughter. He hardly noticed the mild bruises. Luna watched from a comfortable vantage, her expression reminiscent of a mother stifling affectionate amusement. Harry, flushed but happy, let the pups claim victory. He felt fully integrated into the pack's familial sphere. No longer the stunted outsider but the caretaker cum playmate, bridging them all in gentle warmth. That evening, July 9th, a shift in pack dynamics reminded him that no paradise remained static. Murren tested Thunder's leadership with small displace and abrupt chase of a deer that overshadowed the Alpha's direction, or ignoring Thunder's signal to turn left around a thicket. Thunder responded with measured authority. A single low bark ended Murren's rebellious foray, and she cowered, understanding she had overstepped. Harry watched from the side, chest taut with concern. That Murren might provoke a deeper conflict. But it ended swiftly. Thunder, satisfied Murren had learned her place, moved on. Later, Murren sulked near the den, and Harry, feeling empathy, approached. With quiet illusions that danced around her muzzle, she let out a soft whine, as if apologizing for her brashness. Harry gave her a gentle scratch behind the ears, wanting her to know that he understood. Not all internal rank disputes led to bloodshed, often it was just reaffirming order. The tension passed quickly. The system, Gaia, commented in a mild tone, hierarchy is the wolves, anchor, deer. They I 10th, under a starlit sky. Harry ventured out to a spot near the den's perimeter. He inhaled the tang of pine sap and listened to the faint calls of night birds. Soon enough, he sensed Thunder behind him, quiet as a phantom. Thunder settled at his side, lowering his haunches to watch the moon climb. Harry spoke in hushed tones, hardly expecting the Alpha to understand every word, but ping the emotional resonance carried through. He whispered about how he cherished them all, how he'd do anything to protect them, how uncertain he felt about a world that might call him back. Thunder responded with a subtle shift, pressing his shoulder gently to Harry's. The meaning was unmistakable. We trust you. You belong here. It stirred tears in Harry's eyes, warmth flooding his chest. He placed a palm on Thunder's fur, murmuring, "Thank you." Through beast speech, though incomplete, he shaped a phrase akin to gratitude, trust, home. Thunder's ears pivoted, and he exhaled in a satisfied rumble. They remained that way for a time, letting silence speak more eloquently than words. Dawn of July 11th arrived in a soft rush of wind, carrying the scent of ripe berries from deeper in the forest. The sun cut golden beams through the canopy, banishing any lingering morning chill. Harry blinked awake to find Teleris nibbling at his collar, trying to rouse him. Merrin flopped across his legs, refusing to move until he fussed her ears. Beyond them, Eldra's brood hopped around, whining for breakfast, while Luna supervised with mild exasperation. Thunder paced near the den's exit, scanning for the day's first hunt. Everything felt so normal, so bright, that Harry almost forgot the quiet sense of anticipation that had lingered for weeks. Gaia speaking filled Diamond. "You have reached a milestone, dear one. The future beckons." In a swirl of system text, new messages appeared. System notification filled Diamond. "Congratulations. Level 110 achieved. HP 14,000 MP, 225,000 2,500,000. New quest. Heart of the Pack complete 10. Pack-oriented tasks before your next birthday. Rewards. Hidden potential." He gulped, simultaneously excited and a little uneasy. The forest around him glowed with possibility. He'd soared in level, forged deeper illusions, even gleaned more from beast speech. But the quest's title, Heart of the Pack, suggested a final acceptance of his role. He let out a slow breath. Ruffling Teleris's fur, she blinked up at him with wide golden eyes, probably sensing his internal swirl of emotion. Merrin gave a soft whine, pressing closer. The pups, noticing the group, trotted over. Tail wags abundant, as if they, too, felt this was a moment worth celebrating. Harry braced, letting love flood him. He'd become the caretaker, the emotional heart, the den decorator, the illusions user. The Omega with enough skill to fend off threats. And apparently, the wolves recognized it wholeheartedly. Thunder turned from the den's threshold, trotting over with calm confidence. He nosed Teleris aside, stepping in front of Harry. Their gazes locked. For a heartbeat, Harry could almost imagine Thunder telling him in a fatherly voice, "You have done well, child." Instead, Thunder lowered his head, letting out a gentle huff, pressing the top of his muzzle lightly to Harry's chest. Harry's eyes stung with tears. He lifted a trembling hand, stroking behind Thunder's ear. Soft, relieved laughter escaped him. All at once, the pups descended, squirming and climbing over his legs to share in the moment. Teleris and Merrin whined happily. Eldra and Sleria patted closer with affectionate nudges. And even Luna joined, brushing her cheek to Harry's shoulder. The swirl of fur and warmth nearly overwhelmed him, but he sank into it, letting out a shaky exhale. For the first time, he truly felt that any negativity or doubt belonged to the past, overshadowed by acceptance and love. Gaia speaking filled Diamond. "You are the heart of this pack. Dear one, don't let your doubts overshadow that truth. Now, grow stronger than tasks, each forging your bond deeper. And after that, well, we shall see where destiny leads." He nodded, hugging Teleris close while Merrin pawed at his side, nuzzling for attention. The pups let out squeaks, uncertain of the reason for this cluster but thrilled to be included. Thunder rumbled a slow, approving call, the sound echoing through the clearing. The entire pack responded in chorus, voices harmonizing in a proud unity that raised the hair on Harry's arms. He had never felt so safe, so certain of his place. As the rising sun blazed more boldly overhead, the wolves parted to carry on with their day hunts, scouting, caring for pups, the usual routine. Harry lingered a moment in the center of the clearing, heart still trembling with emotion. He watched Thunder slip away into the forest, Merrin flanking him. While Teleris and Sleria guided the pups to a shallow stream for a playful bath. Luna trotted over to Harry, pressing her snout to his cheek. She let out a single, warm bark that, to his half-formed beast speech, meant, "We are strong with you." Then she followed after the pups, tail wagging, leaving Harry alone with a swirl of leaves dancing around his ankles. He exhaled a shaky breath, smiling at the scene. In that hush, he comprehended the gravity of the new quest, heart of the pack. Despite the near-constant love, the forest's daily life, and his blossoming illusions, he felt a gentle push from Gaia that said, soon. The outside world might beckon. But that was tomorrow's worry. For now, he had a pack that adored him, illusions to refine, pups to teach, and a summer of hunts and peace to enjoy. The day carried on, bright and calm, each hour a testament to how far he'd come from that battered child abandoned by the Dursleys. He'd discovered acceptance in the jaws of wolves, learned to craft illusions and weave runes. Unlocked new levels of speech with the pack, soared in the synergy of Caretaker and Omega. The future could remain uncertain, but as long as he had them, he knew he'd face it bravely. And so ended the first morning of this new chapter in Harry's life, a summer stretched ahead, vibrant with warmth and possibility. The forest pulsed with energy, from the hush of Hidda critters to the joyous scampers of pups. As the day wore on, Harry found himself indulging in playful chaos with Teleris and Murren, weaving illusions for the pups, collecting sweet-smelling herbs for improved bedding. Or simply lying under the sun, lulled by the motherly presence in his mind. That presence, Gaia, reminded him with every tender word that though he grew in power, it was the love that truly anchored him. He nodded to himself, carrying a warm, unspoken vow. No matter what happened, he would remain the wolves' beloved caretaker, bridging the might of nature's apex predators with the gentle heart of a boy who had once known only neglect. The rest of that summer, he would savor every moment of that bond, even if beyond the forest's edge lay a destiny quietly waiting. He stood at the edge of the clearing, pups rolling near his feet, swirl of resolution. Whatever challenges the future might bring, he would face them with illusions and empathy, guided by Gaia, protected by thunder, and adored by the pack for whom he had become the emotional heart. Above, the sun gleamed bright, unveiling a new dawn of unity and hidden promise. Thus ended this day, and thus began the next phase of his life in the forest. With laughter on his lips and a vow in his heart to always be worthy of the unconditional love of wolves. Cyclone Harry James Potter's complete status. Cyclone. Scroll as of Chapter 15, July 11, 1990. Scroll. Puzzle piece. General information. Puzzle piece. Plus attribute details. Plus name Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Titles Wolf Omega Pup Herb Guardian of the Forest. Blue Heart of the Pack. K race person curly hair human 6/10 magical bindings. Remaining gender male. Date of birth calendar the 31st of July 1980. Current age 9 years old. Alignment balance scale true neutral leaning protective. Affiliation wolf pack led by thunder. Current location evergreen tree deep forest territory. Emotional state heart loved home content fire determined. Plus bar graph core stats bar graph plus stat value modifier plus sparkling heart HP health points 14,000 ice stable blue circle MP mana pool 225,000 2,500,000 warning limited due to bindings small diamond strength STR 18 person lifting weights enhanced by training eye percep Tion per 35 bullseye heightened instincts biceps endurance and 22 shield improved resistance. Speech balloon charisma Cha 20 DNA pack bonded influence brain intelligence int 35 books rapid learning. Runner agility AGI 27 high voltage adaptive reflexes 4-leaf clover luck LCK 20 game die random boosts plus glowing star titles earned glowing star plus title effect plus Wolf Omega Pup recognized as the emotional anchor and youngest protector of the pack. Herb Guardian of the Forest animals recognize Harry's care. Minor influence over non-aggressive creatures. Blue Heart of the Pack stronger bonds with wolves. Minor passive healing aura when among them. Plus Scroll complete list of skills. Scroll. Small diamond survival and nature-based skills. Evergreen tree beast speech basic understands 30 of spoken wolf language. Leaf in wind mystic herbalism int. R mediate knowledge of magical plants and medicinal mixtures. Fire starting basic can create small controlled flames with minimal magic. Bullseye silent step intermediate improved stealth in forests. Bow and Arrow Adaptive Predator Advanced can analyze prey weaknesses mid-hunt. Small Diamond Magic and Combat-Based Skills. Sparkle's Runic Combat Proficiency can engrave runes into weapons, clothing for minor enhancements. Shield. Mana Shield Mastery creates protective barriers for himself or others. High Voltage Elemental Resistance Minor, slight resistance to fire, frost, and lightning magic. Bow and Arrow Battle Awareness Intermediate, heightened reaction time to attacks. Glowing Star Illusion Weaving Advanced can create layered, semi-real illusions. Blue Heart Healing Touch Advanced can heal medium wounds, higher efficiency at night. Fire Inferno STR. Ike Basic, a burst of fire enhanced melee damage. Small Diamond Crafting and Utility-Based Skills. Paint Palette Runesmith's Touch can imbue deeper enchantments into crafted items. Thread Legendary Tailoring Mastery of Cloth and Leather-Based Crafting. House Den Architect creates durable, warm, and protective structures. Meat Advanced Cooking can prepare meals that provide buffs. Fire Complete List of Abilities Fire. Plus. Ability Name Effect Plus. Shield Mana Shield can conjure a protective barrier, stronger at night. Wolf. Blood Instinct gains temporary strength boost when protecting loved ones. Pipe. Crescent Moon Moonlight Resto. Ration healing spells double in strength under full moon. White Medium Square Wild Empathy, greater understanding of animal emotions. Sunglasses Shadow Cloak, brief invisibility in darkness. Globe Gaia's Whisper, CA. Sense upcoming environmental shifts and dangers. Cyclone Wolf Spirit Summon, locked potential to summon an astral wolf companion. Plus. Revolving Light Complete List of curses on Harry Revolving Light. Plus. Curse Name Effect Plus. Balance Scale Dumbledore's Magical Bindings, 6/10 active, prevents Harry from accessing his full magical core. Only 40 unlocked. Drop of Blood Sacrificial Blood Curse ties his Lee Fey Force to the remnants of Lily Potter's sacrifice. Pipe. Skull the Scar's Residual Influence Dormant Unknown Effect Potential Connection to a Dark Force. Plus. Money Bag System Coin Balance Money Bag. Flower Petal Total Coins. 11,500. Shopping Cart Last Spent On. Skill Upgrades and Combat Techniques. Crystal Ball Next Quest. Heart of the Pack, Crystal Ball. Flower Petal Goal. Strengthen pack bonds and complete 10 tasks before July 31, 1991. Flower Petal Rewards. Hidden Potential Unlocked. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Mew. Sume crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 11 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Fact. Ori. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Fours. T. Harry Potter up to 10 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 10 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 10 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shad, OWS of Fate. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 14 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 1, 4 and 15 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 16. Echoes of the Wild. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. A mild wind brushed through the forest on July 11, 1990, teasing the tips of pine needles and coaxing small clouds of pollen into the sunlit air. Harry stood near the den's entrance, one hand resting lightly against the rough bark of a towering evergreen, the other hand preoccupied with tracing patterns in the dirt at his feet. The day before had been one of gentle celebration. He had quietly reached level 110, a threshold he never would have imagined months ago when the pack had first taken him in. He felt the USH of early morning all around him. Birds still half asleep in their hidden nests, the forest floor blanketed with warming sunlight, and somewhere beyond the thick canopy, Thunder stood on a favorite outcrop, silent as a statue. The sense of belonging he felt tugged softly at his heart, reminding him that no matter how far he'd come, this place, the hush of the pines, the warmth of fur and muzzle, remained his anchor. He drifted from the trunk toward the den's interior. Within moments, Talaris and Murren bounded out, bright-eyed and eager, almost knocking him aside with their wagging bodies. The day's first greetings came in whines and nose rubs, argy that soon turned to a small tussle as the two siblings teased each other. Harry watched, lips curving into a fond smile. The pups within the den squeaked, newly awakened by the commotion, tumbling in small piles of paws and tails. He only chuckled, gently scooping up one particularly bold pup who tried to gnaw at his cloak. Gaia's soft presence nudged his thoughts, as though to say, this is how each morning should feel, dear cub, a quiet dawn, a loving family, and the forest stretching full of possibility. He closed his eyes, acknowledging her silent words. Over the last weeks, her voice had grown clearer, motherly in every sense, guiding him not just in magic or illusions but also in understanding the deeper bonds that tied him to these wolves. He found a spot in the clearing to settle, crossing his legs and letting Talaris's muzzle rest on his thigh. Murren hovered behind him, occasionally nuzzling the side of his hair. He NDED with small scratches behind her ear, noticing how she rumbled in contentment. Quietly, he engaged them in half-formed wolf speak, determined to practice. "Says good day, sister, all is well." Sis Talaris blinked at him, her expression a mix of surprise and approval at how much he'd grasped of their language. She parted her jaws in what he identified as a short huff of amusement, leaning into him. Murren nudged him with a playful whine, as if answering in encouragement. The pups near the den's threshold squealed, too small to form advanced words but fully capable of expressing delight. Eldra watched from the shadows, nuzzling her tail at the lively brood. She stepped aside as Luna emerged, carrying half a rabbit from a dawn hunt. The older wolves took only a morsel. This was truly for the pups. Luna trotted over to Harry and set the rabbit piece near him. "You watch them, small caretaker. They'll fight over the best scraps," sis she said in a warm voice Harry understood surprisingly well. He nodded with a grin, carefully dividing the rabbit into smaller bits so each pup could feed without too much squabbling. A wave of affection welled in his chest, seeing how each pup eagerly awaited his distribution. Small tails wagging in excitement. From beyond the clearing, Harry sensed Thunder approaching, the heavier presence, steps slow and measured. With his new beast speech skill, enhanced by weeks of practice, Harry felt a tremor in the emotional air, a faint aura that told him Thunder was calm, content, even proud. The alpha paused at the clearing's edge, silver eyes sweeping over Talaris and Murren. Then shifting to Harry and the pups. "Saul is peaceful today," Sis Thunder said quietly, a resonance of authority in his tone. Harry caught the nuance that Thunder recognized no immediate threats, and the forest had granted them a day of rest. He responded with a small bow of the head, murmuring, "Seize, Alpha." "I am grateful, Sis." Thunder huffed in approval, stepping closer, muzzle brushing Harry's shoulder in a paternal gesture. It never ceased to amaze Harry, how a creature so massive and fierce could show such gentleness. He let his hand graze Thunder's fur, inhaling the familiar musky scent that spoke of pine sap and wind-swept hunts. In that moment, with pups squeaking around them, Talaris and Murren leaning in, and Luna quietly radiant with maternal warmth, he felt that intangible sense of home envelop him. The next few days drifted by in a pattern of hunts, midday naps, illusions practice, and caretaker tasks. Scenes of daily life scrolled past his eyes. He braided fresh bedding. From collected moss and enchanted it with mild warming runes so that Eldra's brood would stay cozy at night. He teased Talaris by weaving illusions that mimicked a small hare, letting her chase it in circles while Murren yapped in excitement. He shared tender moments with Luna, who often hovered while he stirred potions or salves, her bright gaze ensuring he didn't scald himself in overenthusiastic magic attempts. As July slipped toward August, he grew more confident in weaving illusions mid-hunt, trusting the wolves to exploit the confusion. At times, Thunder invited him to run with them at the front, though he still recognized that the Alpha typically led the lethal takedowns. Harry's illusions, guided by Gaia's gentle suggestions, shaped fleeting decoys or swirling lights that disoriented prey. Talaris and Murren took advantage of each opening, securing quick kills. Thunder observed from the flank, occasionally letting a satisfied growl ring out. The hunts ended in shared meals, Rye nibbling on portions he cooked lightly, while the wolves devoured raw flesh with savage grace. He felt no revulsion. In his eyes, it was simply how they thrived, their strength and outpouring of D.P. instincts he was only beginning to comprehend. On Harry's 10th birthday, July 31st, the pack managed a surprising mimicry of celebration. The pups woke him before first light, squealing in a peculiar chorus. Their attempt at a melodic greeting he recognized as playful howls. Talaris and Murren teased him about being a bigger pup, now a whole year older, or so he interpreted from their mix of half-words and affectionate nudges. He laughed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes while Eldra's brood bounded into his lap, a flurry of fur and claws. Luna patted over with a chunk of fresh kill, as if an offering. While Thunder stood in the background, tail wagging gently, acknowledging the odd human notion of birthdays. The comedic notion that wolves recognized his special day warmed his heart. Ia joined in with a short ASCII art-style message dancing behind his eyelids, something like ... Gift quest activated. A Cub's Day, gift. Celebrate your birthday with pack. Pipe, reward. Special birthday gift. Pipe single quote. He chuckled, eyes tearing from gratitude. The day flew in a blend of hunts, illusions practice, playful scuffles, and half-laughed howls echoing in the clearing. That night, under the moon, Gaia's voice enveloped him again. Crescent moon, moon's embrace, unlocked. Pipe, passive skill. Extra magic potency. Under the full moon, happy birthday. Pipe single quote. He practically glowed with joy, feeling the subtle infusion of mana as the moon's rays touched his skin. The pack seemed to sense it, too, pressing close and nuzzling his face in a raucous, fuzzy group hug that ended in Talaris tackling him to the ground. Thunder looked on, a fatherly glimmer in his eyes, before letting out a short, approving bark that signaled the day's end. Harry drifted into sleep wrapped in a swirl of fur, Scions shimmering faintly over his eyelids. August rolled in with warm breezes and flourishing undergrowth. Harry found himself busy with caretaker tasks, gathering a new wave of mushrooms for healing potions. Discovering hidden pockets of medicinal herbs that thrived under the summer sun. The pups, older now, followed him in small group journeys, learning to sniff out beneficial plants from ones too bitter or toxic. He had gleaned enough from mystic herbalism to craft salves that accelerated fur regrowth or sealed minor cuts without scarring. The wolves teased him about being too fussy, but so UGHT him out each time they felt a twinge of soreness or found a stubborn thorn lodged in a paw pad. Thunder, too, displayed subtle pride in Harry's role. On hunts, the Alpha sometimes deferred a strategy question to Harry. A slight tilt of his head or low chuff that indicated share your illusions plan, caretaker. Harry's illusions improved drastically with each outing. By mid-August, he could ate illusions that smelled faintly of real prey or predator, confusing scents. This synergy with the wolves' approach drastically reduced the energy needed to chase or corner game. Talaris thrived on this new strategy, bounding ahead in unstoppable excitement once illusions corralled confused deer or boar into a narrower path. Murren, ever sly, flanked the illusions with cunning. Luna and Sleria complemented the assault with lethal precision, and Thunder oversaw it all. Each successful hunt left Harry brimming with satisfaction, especially when pups crowed about it in their bright, half-laughing calls. Knees flared in small ways. On August 20th, Harry witnessed a standoff between two maturing wolves who vied for a mid-tier rank. He approached carefully, illusions at the ready, but realized illusions alone might not quell a serious rank battle. Instead, he used beast speech, speaking calmly but firmly, emphasizing the pack's unity. When both wolves turned on him with mild annoyance, uncertain if he was overstepping, Thunder interjected with a short, rumbling bark that demanded respect. The two younger wolves backed down, leaving Harry trembling from the intensity. But he recognized a fnuzzlier of gratitude in their eyes. They valued him as a peacekeeper, not an unwelcome meddler. And so the pack's delicate equilibrium steadied once again. Evening hunts turned calmer, often culminating in quiet dinners around a low crackling fire that Harry sometimes lit for cooking or salve making. The pups tumbled across one another in contented exhaustion, while Murren and Talaris teased Rye about every misthrown illusion or half-stumble in the brush. He teased them back in rudimentary wolf speak, causing playful growls and tail wags. The swirl of voices filled him with the warmth of acceptance. He was no longer just a scrawny boy abandoned in a forest but a recognized caretaker, a beloved Omega around whom the wolves curled protectively in sleep, trusting him with their young. September arrived with slight changes in the weather, cooler nights, a hint of dryness edging the leaves. Harry spent hours refining the den, strengthening wards and reapplying runic lines that had faded under the summer's heat. He carved new patterns of protective symbols near the overhead beams, ensuring that if heavy autumn rains came, the structure would remain stable. As he worked, pups tried to help, rolling up bits of dried moss or chewing on carved scraps, all while the older wolves occasionally offered a paw nudge or muzzle tap to check progress. He discovered a playful camaraderie in building side by side with them, murmuring half-laughing instructions in beast speech, excited that they sometimes responded with nuance, acknowledging him in words, not just barks or growls. Late one evening around September 25th, Gaia reminded him quietly of the unknown future that lingered beyond these trees. Cherry blossom, trust yourself, little cub. Herb, the world outside still turns, and it may call you soon enough. Pipe single quote. He swallowed the lump in his throat, feeling a pang of sorrow at the notion that he might have to step away from this idol. With each day, he felt the pack's closeness burrow deeper into his heart, making the idea of leaving wrenching. But Gaia's motherly warmth encouraged him to keep an open mind, to accept that fate might not let him remain in the forest forever. He repeated an unspoken vow to himself: I will do everything I can for them. While I'm here, and if ever I must go, I'll return whenever I can. For that night, the vow soothed him, letting him drift into restful sleep among the fur pile of siblings. Early October found him kneeling by a shallow stream, pups splashing around him while Murren barked instructions on how they should fish. Harry laughed, conjuring illusions of darting fish shapes, prompting the real fish to stir beneath the surface in confusion. Sleria lay in a sunlit patch, half-lidded eyes following the pups' antics. Talaris attempted to pounce on fish illusions, promptly toppling face first into the water. Harry cackled, illusions nuzzling as he tried to maintain focus through his laughter. The pack's communal joy rippled in the air. Thunder stood a short distance away, a silent guardian who seemed content to watch from the shadows, eyes crinkling with quiet amusement whenever the younger wolves made a mishap. But beneath the laughter, Harry's heart felt subtle tugs of restlessness. He recognized them as echoes of the quest, echoes of the past, that lingered on his mental HUD. He seldom opened it, preferring to immerse in daily life. Yet it remained a quiet reminder that something beyond the forest might eventually claim him. On October 5th, that restlessness spiked. He found himself pacing the den interior late at night, anxiety swirling in his chest. Luna, Sensing his tension, approached with a gentle head tilt. "Something troubles you, child?" She asked softly. Harry hesitated, eventually voicing in halting wolf speak, "See. Fear a call from the outside. I do not want to lose you." Luna's eyes shone with empathy. She pressed her muzzle to his chest. Run free, always, but you are never truly lost to us." The raw compassion in her voice nearly broke him. He sank to his knees, letting her comfort him in the hush of the moonlit den. 5 days later, on October 10th, as leaves began turning more vibrantly gold, Harry's illusions training soared to new heights, completing a series of advanced daily quests. He soared to level 115, feeling a fresh infusion of magical capacity. He tested illusions of overlapping shapes, each layered with a mild sensory effect. News layers of light, faint pine scent, even a gentle breeze that confused an unsuspecting hare. Thunder praised him openly after a successful hunt, addressing him in a rumbling voice that tugged at Harry's heart. "Swell done, pup. Your illusions guide us to swift kills." The words hammered home the recognition he'd once yearned for. Talaris and Murren joined in the praise, nipping his sleeves excitedly, while Eldra's brood tumbled around him in adulation. The following days glided by in a tapestry of familial closeness, hunts that ended in group feasts, and calm nights. By October 14th, a crispness in the air signaled the nearing shift of seasons. Harry found Thunder waiting for him at the clearing's edge under a sky thick with stars. He approached quietly, illusions trailing faint swirls of light behind him. The Alpha regarded him with gentle acceptance, allowing a deep emotional exchange to pass in near silence. Harry, letting the new skill of beast speech shape his words carefully, whispered, "See, if I must ever leave, will I still be yours?" Thunder, muzzle stoic, responded with a quiet rumble, "You are always pack, pup. Home is not a place but those who run beside you." Tears welled in Harry's eyes. The Alpha's muzzle brushed Harry's cheek in a paternal act of comfort. They stood that way for a small eternity, letting the forest's hush cradle their unspoken bond. Before dawn on October 15th, Harry slipped out of the den once more. Something in the air felt decisive. A gentle breeze carried the scent of distant rains. The pups still dozed in a pile, Talaris and Murren entwined in half-sleep near Eldra, Luna at the perimeter, Slyria by her side. The Alpha was out of sight, likely patrolling. The forest exhaled softly, each pine bowing under the hint of a coming storm. Harry gazed at the half-lit sky, feeling Gaia shift in his thoughts. Sparkle's quest updated. Echoes of the past, Sparkles. Prepare your heart. Destiny approaches. Pipe. Reward. The path forward unlocked. Pipe single quote. He let out a trembling breath, heart pounding. Destiny, that single concept loomed large. He swallowed, remembering how Thunder's presence anchored him. How Luna's motherly care warmed him, how Talaris and Murren teased him daily. He couldn't imagine life without them. But the quest's reminder nuzzled like a distant call. He clenched his hands, blinking away the sting in his eyes, whispering to the stillness, "I'll protect them. Always. Even if the world calls me away, I'll come back." The breeze carried his vow into the rustle of leaves. The horizon glowed faintly, prelude to dawn. He pictured the den behind him, pups safe in thick bedding, illusions of a bright future swirling around them. He stepped forward, letting the tension fall from his shoulders. The echo of Thunder's voice in his memory told him, "You were never lost to us." The hush of Gaia in his mind reassured him, "You were meant for so much more, but never forget those who gave you a home." The swirl of illusions at his feet danced in subdued arcs, reflecting the swirl of his emotions. He forced a smile, stepping determined to face the day with unwavering love for his pack. Thus, the morning of October 15th dawned with an unspoken promise that soon enough, his path would expand beyond this forest. But as the pups tumbled awake and Talaris tried to grab at his cloak once more, he let out a soft laugh. He would meet each moment with courage and empathy. He was caretaker, illusions user, emotional anchor, beloved Omega of the wolves, and for now, that was enough. Once more, as he approached the den's warm interior, Gaia's presence manifested in a final swirling message behind his eyes. He swallowed the surge of gratitude. Let the future come. With illusions swirling at his fingertips, thunder in his heart, and the pack at his side, he would face every echo. For now, the forest remained his cradle of love, and the wolves, his family. Military Medal Harry James Potter Military Medal. Sparkles. The Abandoned Pup, Sparkles. Wolf Omega of the Wolves Herb Guardian of the Wild. Crystal Ball Burgeoning Archmage Shield Heart of the Pack. Shield Basic Information. Calendar Birthdate. July 31, 1980 Age, 10. Globe Race. Human. Crystal Ball Magic Bindings. 6/10 Active Dumbledores. Face Mask Alignment. Neutral Good. Home Affiliation. The Wild Pack. Crossed Swords Character Stats. Fire Level. 115 Sparkling Heart HP. 15,500. Cyclone MP. 275,000 2,500,000. Trophy Express. 89 to 116. Money Bag System Coins. 13,000 Military Medal Titles. 4. Person Lifting Weights Strength, Bullseye Perception, Runner Agility, Biceps Endurance. 20, 32, 28, 25. Brain Intelligence, Speaking Head Charisma, 4-Leaf Clover Luck. 35, 18, 22. Military Medal Titles and Recognitions. Wolf Omega Pup of the Wolves. Herb Guardian of the Forest. Shield Heart of the Pack. Crystal Ball Burgeoning Archmage. Cyclone Skills List. Bow and Arrow Survival Skills. Bullseye Tracking Advanced. Firestarting Max. Leaf in Wind Foraging and Herbalism Expert. Wild Empathy Tier 2. Face Mask Beast Speech Basic. Building Construction Shelter Construction Advanced. Crystal Ball Magic Skills. Scroll Runic Magic Mastery. Crescent Moon Moon's Embrace Passive. Fireball Intermediate. Shield Mana Shield Advanced. Dizzy Illusions and Light Weaving Mastered. Herb Mystic Herbalism Advanced. Sparkles Healing Touch Advanced. Cyclone Elemental Manipulation Basic. Hammer and Wrench Crafting Skills. White Medium Square Tailoring Expert. Hammer Enchantment Advanced. Amphora Alchemy and Potion Brewing Expert. Scroll and Rune Engraving Mastered. Shield Leather and Fur Crafting Max. High Voltage Abilities List. Crescent Moon Moon's Embrace. Magic Potency Increased. Under the Full Moon. Pipe. Cyclone Adaptive Predator. Enhances Instincts and Reaction Speed in Combat. Pipe. Shield Mana Shield. Creates a protective barrier. Pipe. Fire Inferno Strike. Combines fire magic with physical strikes for extra damage. Pipe. Wolf Wall. Spirit Summon. Summons an astral wolf. For assistance in battle or guidance. Pipe. Cyclone Blood Instinct. Temporary strength boost. When defending pack or family. Pipe. Herb Wild Empathy. Increased bond with animals. Pipe. Crystal Ball Gaia's Whisper. Consents disturbances in nature and minor precognition. Pipe. Warning Curses and Magical Restrictions. Cross Mark Magical Bindings 6/10 Active. Chains imposed by Dumbledore. Blocks full power. Pipe. Chains Current Unlock Progress. 4 broken, 6 left. Pipe. Cross Mark Curse. Scarred Soul. Drop of Blood Harry's magic is restrained in unnatural ways, preventing his true potential. Pipe. Cross Mark Curse. Memory Suppression. Brain parts of his past are missing or blurred, preventing clear recollection of early life. Pipe. Cross Mark Curse. Fatebound. Link events of his life have been manipulated toward an unknown greater purpose. Pipe. Crystal Ball Quest Log. Bullseye Main Quests. Cyclone. Echoes of the Past. Prepare for Destiny's Call. Pipe. Status. Active. Single quote. Herb Pack Quests. Wolf. Heart of the Pack. Strengthen your bond. Complete 10 pack tasks. Pipe. Progress. 6/10 tasks completed. Pipe. Single quote. Money Bag System Quests. Scroll. Runic Mastery Trial. Learn an ancient forgotten rune. Pipe. Status. In progress. Single quote. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. The Silent Lou. Labys of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 11 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 11 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 11 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the CR. Imson Shadows. Chapters 15 and 16 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 17. The Den of Laughter and Shadows. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Light from a waning autumn sun slipped across the clearing outside the wolves' den, painting the forest floor in pale gold and long shadows. It was October 15, 1990. Just days after Harry had reached a new threshold of skill and understanding among the pack. The hush of mid-morning lingered, with crisp air stirring fallen leaves in slow spirals. Harry stood near the den's entrance, staff in hand, illusions shimmering faintly around his ankles. He seldom suppressed them nowadays. The illusions felt like a second nature, almost playful at times, revealing the contentment he'd found living with these wolves. Behind him, Teleris and Murren tussled half-heartedly, rolling each other in the drying grass. Their scuffles held no real malice, just the energetic nips and soft growls of siblings testing each other's reflexes. He smirked at the sight. If someone had told him months ago that he'd find such normalcy in the swirl of canine shapes and barks, he would have doubted it. Yet here he was, caretaker and illusions user, the so-called Omega who had become a cornerstone of emotional warmth within the pack. He inhaled the sweet odor of pine resin, letting the forest's hush settle in. Gaia's motherly presence brushed at the edges of his mind, urging him forward with quiet affection. You've come so far, dear one. Let the day lead you into new laughter. He nodded, half smiling, feeling her voice like the warm embrace of a teacher or an older friend. In the few days since the last whisper of distant destiny, he had tried not to dwell on the notion that he might one day leave this forest. Instead, he clung to every moment he still had in fangs and playful teasing, nights spent in communal comfort. The scene shifted easily into the last throes of autumn. By October 20th, the crispness in the morning air sharpened, as though winter were peering around the corner, deciding whether to stride in early. Over the forest, patches of color still clung to some trees, striking oranges, burnt reds, but the carpet of leaves on the ground thickened daily. Harry woke on a morning of this transitional hush, hearing a raucous commotion near the den's entrance. Tiny yips, half-laughing whines, and a certain smugness in Thunder's tone made him sit up, curiosity piqued. He stumbled out, still rubbing sleep from his eyes. Pups scurried around him, excited to the point of squealing. Luna stood to one side, looking both exasperated and amused. Slearia paced, tail wagging in short arcs. Murren and Teleris hopped restlessly, as if they had ants in their fur. Thunder lifted his head proudly when he saw Harry emerge, offering a rumbling greeting. "SS start Harvest Games," Sis the Alpha said in calm authority, though a faint spark in his silver eyes hinted at humor. Harry, blinking in confusion, glanced at Teleris, who promptly tackled him sideways. "Sis, Harvest Games." Sis, she yipped, while Murren helped pin his ankles. Eldra's brood pounced and gnawed on his cloak, squealing with excitement. He only managed a strangled laugh, trying to figure out what they were talking about. Wait, Harvest Games. Sis. Thunder's muzzle curved in a wolfish grin. Sentient traditions. Involve running, leaps, and mud. Mostly mud. Sis the Alpha's tone was a perfect deadpan. Harry blinked again, uncertain whether Thunder was joking. The pups certainly took it seriously. He only realized he was now the center of their attention when Teleris hopped off him, letting out an excited bark that signaled "Join us, let's go." With no further explanation, they tugged Harry deeper into the clearing, nipping gently at his heels. Slearia and Luna followed at a stately pace, their eyes gleaming with mild amusement. Murren bounded ahead, calling back in short bursts of speech. "Shari, you run, we chase. Then we see how fast. Your illusions can help you." Sis sighed but relented, illusions sparking around him as he prepared to dash. Gaia whispered in delight, "Yes, dear cub, lighten your steps, let them chase you." So he took off, illusions swirling around tree trunks to confuse the wolves. For a moment, he felt proud as Teleris tripped over a phantom bush, Murren yelping in surprise as illusions nuzzled in her path. Then he heard a squeal behind him. Pups had plowed face first into the illusions. He turned just in time to see the entire gang of wolves converge on him with unstoppable momentum. He yelped, illusions dissolving, and was promptly buried under a mass of fur and paws. Dirt and leaves flew in all directions. Teleris pinned his shoulder, Murren wrestled one leg, pups swarmed his midsection. And then it happened. They collectively shoved him into a mud patch he hadn't even noticed. He hit the ground with a soggy splatter, thick goo coating half his body. The pups squealed in triumph, pouncing to ensure he stayed put. Thunder approached leisurely, muzzle parted in what was definitely a smirk. And pronounced "Swelcome, Mud Cub, protector of all muddy things, Sis." Harry flailed, laughing breathlessly, trying to push pups away from his face. "So you planned this, didn't you?" Sis the Alpha's slow wag was all the answer needed. The entire clearing filled with the uproar of wolfish laughter. Through watery eyes, Harry glimpsed a comedic Fnuzzlier in his mind. ... Military medal achievement unlocked. Mud Cub. Ha, congratulations. You found new levels of dirty pipe. Reward. 200 coins plus permanent embarrassment partying face. He almost groaned, but was too busy giggling at the pups nibbling his mud-spattered hair. In that moment, he embraced the silliness, returning their playful nips, illusions swirling harmlessly around them. The Harvest Games, it turned out, were simply an excuse for communal fun, culminating in half the pack and Harry thoroughly caked in grime. By the time the day ended, he managed to rinse off in a chilly stream, Teleris racing around him in triumphant circles. They returned to the den soaked, teeth chattering, but hearts warm from shared laughter. A subtle shift arrived by November 1st. The moon rose bright each night, bathing the forest in silver. On one such night, Harry felt Gaia stir, guiding him quietly from the den while the wolves slept. He padded alone through a path of fallen leaves, illusions nuzzling around to light his steps. The forest hummed with faint magic, an aura he sensed more acutely since deepening his bond with the pack. Eventually, the trees opened onto an ancient grove. Moonlight filtered down through nearly bare branches, illuminating smooth rocks ringed by twisting roots that glowed softly with an otherworldly sheen. Harry felt goosebumps. He couldn't recall seeing this exact spot before either illusions or some high-den charm had concealed it from wandering eyes. Gaia's tone emerged in a hush. Shedding tree Gaia whispering. Pipe. Roots grow deeper than soil, cub. Some reach into the fabric of who you are. Milky Way. Curiosity mingled with apprehension as he knelt by the roots. A faint hum in the air, like distant chanting, skittered across his senses. He closed his eyes, illusions drifting in subtle wisps around him. For a fleeting moment, he felt ephemeral presences brush against him like wolf spirits, or ancient echoes of the forest. They did not threaten him, they only warned him that winter was coming. That time was fragile, that some deeper ancestry might connect him to forces beyond his current knowledge. He breathed in the silent message, letting tears prick at the corners of his eyes. Then the presence dissolved, leaving him alone, trembling. He stumbled back to the den in a half-daze, where Eldra's brood scurried at his feet, whining softly as though they sensed his inner turmoil. He mustered a reassuring pat for each pup, lips curving in a faint smile to ensure them all was well. By November 5th, life in the den resumed a calmer routine: hunts in the dawn, illusions practice in the afternoon, caretaker tasks by evening. Yet the normalcy was soon challenged when Murren and Teleris clashed over the best morsels from a fresh kill. A growl turned into a short scuffle, each vying to prove who had claim to prime meat. Harry, alarmed, jumped in to calm them. Only, in his flustered attempt at wolf speak, he ended up calling Thunder Sasor soft, fluffy rabbits in the middle of his sentence. The effect was immediate. Teleris, Murren, and even the pups paused, eyes widening. Thunder, looming near the edge of the scene, froze. Silence reigned for 3 heartbeats as Harry's cheeks burned. He'd apparently mixed up some vital words. Sleria blinked, her muzzle parted in mild shock. Then Teleris let out a high-pitched yell of laughter, rolling on her side. Murren followed suit, howling in glee, while pups squealed in hysterics. Thunder's expression was the picture of stoic indignation, or perhaps reluctant amusement. Harry blushed, stammering half-laughing apologies. Gaia's commentary shot through his mind. Rabbit face new nickname alert. Pipe. Thunder. Mighty Alpha, soft fluffy rabbit. Pipe. Harry, beware his vengeance. Wolf sparkles. Single quote. He facepalmed. I'm doomed. The rest of the day, Murren and Teleris would not let it go, referencing SSF fluffy rabbits whenever Thunder turned his back. Thunder shot them glances that signaled enough, but the overall comedic spirit overshadowed any real anger. Harry tried to salvage dignity by quickly inventing a new game to distract them. Wolfball, a bizarre mix of illusions and a rough leather ball he'd crafted from leftover scraps. He explained the concept. Each wolf tries to push the ball into a small goal, illusions hamper the opponents. The wolves nodded uncertainly, but once the game began, it devolved into comedic chaos. Pups got trampled. Illusions misled Teleris into slamming a log. Murren attacked the illusions, shrieking. Sleria tried to be a referee but soon got gathered with 2 overenthusiastic pups. Harry ended up chasing the ball in circles. Illusions nuzzling hopelessly as the entire pack collapsed into a final dogpile. Luna extricated herself from the tangle with a wry sigh. This is precisely why don't let humans invent pack traditions. The night ended in laughter, a joyous remedy for the earlier tension. Mid-November brought a colder snap. Frost coated the clearing each morning. One evening, Teleris came bounding in, whining about the pup pile being insufficiently warm. The younger wolves mewed agreement, pressing to Harry's ankles in supplication. He got an ambitious idea: to craft tea. Ultimate snuggle den, in a newly expanded niche near the back, layering thick hides, weaving in illusions that regulated temperature, and then finishing with a warming salve rubbed onto small wooden frames. Proudly, he unveiled it to the pack with a flourish. The wolves, pups included, rushed in eagerly. For a grand total of 20 seconds, excitement reigned. Then the illusions nuzzled oddly, the frames gave out from weight, and the entire structure caved, burying them in a small avalanche of hide scraps, wooden bits, and illusion sparks. Harry found himself pinned under Teleris, Murren, and half the pups. He tried to shuffle free, illusions sparking around. The wolves, half in shock, realized no one was injured and promptly erupted in laughter. The pups squealed, wiggling in the collapsed bedding. Thunder peered over them, eyes bright with amusement. Luna, calm as ever, leaned in to sniff Harry's hair. Talaris teased him with "Snever do you half think these contraptions?" Sis while Murren nuzzled his cheek. He groaned, but a smile tugged at his mouth, especially when Gaia broadcasted a comedic message. ... Scarf achievement unlocked. Master of Cozy Chaos. Pipe. You've redefined curling up with to new extremes. Sparkling heart. Single quote. The rest of that night, they contented themselves with the usual pup pile in a more stable corner. Harry dozed off to gentle teasing and affectionate nuzzles. Resolved to test illusions on structural integrity next time. A few days later, near the close of November, unusual tracks appeared around the outskirts of the territory. Early one morning, Thunder summoned the pack to examine silver glowing pawprints pressed into damp ground. The print matched a wolf's shape but was nearly as large as Thunder's own paw. Murren sniffed them warily, muzzle wrinkled in confusion. Talaris whimpered, her hackles half raised. Sleria circled the footprints, ears pinned back. The Alpha studied them with careful gravity. "Sis, these tracks hold echoes of our ancestors. Sis," he said, low and serious. "No living wolf has pads that glow like this. We must watch carefully." "Sis," he looked to Harry, as though suspecting illusions are magic. Harry stepped closer, illusions swirling around the edges. But it felt more like the footprint itself repelled illusions, glinting in faint silver. A chill stirred in Harry's spine. He had no immediate explanation. But Gaia offered a cryptic notice. ... Crescent Moon Quest unlocked. Follow the silver trail, paw. Discover the hidden truth of your ancestors. Sparkles. Reward. Pipe. Single quote. He shared the message with the pack in halting speech. SS Quest Silver. Trail. Perhaps ancestors calling. Sis they listened with pricked ears and uncertain glances. Thunder let out a quiet rumble. SS Watch. Sis the footprints vanished after a short distance, leading nowhere in particular. Harry felt a subtle tension building, as though a corner of the forest withheld secrets. He resolved to keep watch and trust Gaia's gentle nudges. By the first week of December, nights were longer, the air crisp, occasionally spiking down to bone-cold temperatures. In these conditions, the wolves huddled more frequently for warmth, pups squeezed between their older siblings. And Harry found himself busier than ever, maintaining illusions that generated mild heat. On one such evening, December 5th, Harry sat at the edge of a frozen stream, illusions glimmering around his fingertips. Pups splashed half-heartedly in the shallow edges, squeaking in protest at the icy water. Luna approached with quiet steps, muzzle resting near Harry's knee. "You worry again," Sis she observed calmly. He sighed, illusions dimming as he folded his arms. "Sometimes I fear I do not belong anywhere but here. And maybe that's not enough, or maybe it's everything. Sis." Luna nuzzled him, voice gentle. "SS pack is your family. Your place is here, for as long as you want it." Sis her eyes carried the reflection of a mother's unwavering love. Gaia's voice softly. ... Milky Way Gaia speaking. Pipe. Belonging is not given by a place, but chosen by hearts that love you. Revolving hearts. Tears gathered in Harry's eyes. He leaned into Luna's fur, letting her warmth anchor him, letting that swirl of illusions around them fade into the hush of the forest. Within moments, pups scurried up to butt against him, whining quietly for reassurance. He gave them each a soft rub behind the ears, promising all was well. December 8th found him in the den, telling silly stories to the pack about illusions' mishaps. He gesticulated broadly, illusions forming comedic shapes of a wobbly deer or an overenthusiastic rabbit. The wolves watched, enthralled, occasionally letting out yips of laughter. Murren teased him about nearly toppling a tree with illusions once, which Talaris insisted was pure exaggeration. Pup squeals resounded, each new shape provoking them to jump or pounce. Sleria tried to remain dignified but soon joined in the giggles, her muzzle parted in a toothy grin. Thunder, listening from a corner, added his own brand of humor. Short, dry remarks that half likened illusions to shopping fishes, which made no sense until you realized he was referencing an old, half-forgotten story. He packs combined amusement boomed off the den walls, turning the air cozy and bright. Harry realized with a contented ache that these nights, these carefree laughs, were the very essence of family he had longed for. A few evenings after that, on December 10th, Gaia stirred again at the edge of Harry's consciousness. He sensed she was reflecting on him, as if from a vantage above. She left an imprint in his mind. ... Cherry blossom Gaia reflecting. Pipe. He's grown strong, wise, loved. Pipe. Yet soon, destiny comes knocking. Shooting star. He felt a slight shiver at the final words. But that night, the forest offered calm. The next morning, Murren tested illusions with Harry in a playful game of hide-and-seek. She teased him about letting illusions linger around a stump, while Teleris tried to coax pups into launching sneak attacks. Sleria scolded them gently, while Thunder observed from the perimeter, posture that of a proud teacher. Harry let out a short laugh when illusions PPED Murren in a swirl of dancing lights. Freed from that swirl, Murren pinned him for a moment, but the pups quickly piled on. The entire day felt woven from laughter and small competitions that ended with tail wags and lolling tongues. Yet the undercurrent of an approaching future lingered. By December 12th, the first flurries dusted the clearing in delicate white. Pup squeaks rose in excitement, as they'd never seen real snow in such volume. Teleris, Murren, and the older wolves had lived through prior winters, but for the brood of Eldra, it was a brand new experience. They circled Harry, pressing to him for explanations. He tried to reassure them in beast speech, haltingly describing snow as cold, soft water. They seemed both intrigued and a bit unnerved. Gaia, in the background, offered a comforting presence, telling him quietly, "They'll adapt, dear one, so long as you remain to guide them." He warmed at that, illusions swirling around him to create mild halos of warmth, so the pups wouldn't shiver. On December 14th, tension flared only momentarily. One of the older wolves tried to claim a new nesting spot in the den, but Teleris objected, having staked it for herself. Harry intervened once more. Illusions forming signaled a boundary. With calm words in beast speech, he reasoned with them both, praising the older wolf's cunning and Teleris's rightful claim. Thunder quietly arrived behind them, ears pricked. But he refrained from stepping in, clearly letting Harry handle the minor dispute. Once again, Harry's role as caretaker-mediator proved invaluable. The wolves parted on peaceful terms, heads high. Respect intact. Thunder gave Harry a measured look that said "Swell done, Sis." At last, on December 16th, the forest awakened to a heavier snowfall overnight. The entire earring glimmered under a blanket of fresh white, each tree limb outlined in sparkling frost. Harry emerged from the den, illusions twinkling around him, and gasped at the serene beauty. Pup squeals hoed behind him as they burst from the den, skidding on the snuzzle ground. Teleris and Murren joined them, half-laughing barks, pressing lumps of snow into each other's fur. Luna, trailing behind, rolled her eyes good-naturedly. Sleria watched with a maternal grin, while Eldra's brood floundered in the drifts, complaining about the cold. Thunder, stepping out regally, surveyed the winter scene with calm acceptance. Harry laughed, feeling a swirl of warmth in his chest. He crouched to scoop a handful of snow, illusions forming a faint shimmer around it. He lobbed the snow gently at Teleris. Ho let out a joyous snarl and tackled him onto the ground. Murren pounced, pups squealing in delight as they joined the fray. Once again, he found himself half buried beneath a swirl of fur, illusions, and cold slush. He yelped in both mock horror and genuine amusement. Sleria let out a bark that sounded suspiciously like laughter, while Luna hopped over to nip Teleris away from burying Harry too deeply. The entire scene lit with comedic chaos. Amid the tumble, he glimpsed Thunder's eyes shining with warmth. The Alpha eventually padded over, nudging Teleris aside with a gentle motion. Freed from the dogpile, Harry blew out a breath, hair dusted with snow, illusions nuzzling in disarray. He let out a wry grin, pushing himself upright. The pups scurried around, trying to recapture him, but he managed to stand. Illusions swirling anew. Everything felt alive, bright, joyous, safe. He silently thanked Gaia for each piece of this gift. She responded with a playful flourish in his mind. Snowflake quest completed. Heart of the pack, sparkling heart. Bond strengthened. Family forged. Pipe. Reward. Title upgraded to Soul of the Den, PA. He inhaled sharply, touched by the official recognition from the system. Soul of the Den. The phrase resonated in his chest, echoing the role he'd grown into, both caretaker and emotional center. Talaris noticed his stillness and butted his leg gently, eyebrows raised, tail wagging. "What's wrong, Harry?" Sis. He just shook his head, hugging her with one arm. "All is well, sister. All is wonderful, sis." As the day wore on, he caught nuzzliers of Gaia's presence, gently prodding him with new quest hints. Crystal Ball next quest. Echoes of Destiny, Milky Way. Soon, the path beyond the forest opens. Single quote. But the day itself remained free from gloom, filled instead with the swirl of playful pups, comedic illusions, and the pack's unspoken harmony. In fleeting moments, Harry glanced at Thunder, recalling how he used to feel uncertain about being weak or burdensome. Now, he understood better. The Alpha respected him as a vital piece of their puzzle. With illusions, healing, and caretaker roles, he served as a pillar of something intangible: trust, love, shared warmth. It was both humbling and exhilarating. At twilight, the wolves gathered in a circle near the den's entrance, half dozing in the lull of an early winter hush. Harry found a spot against Talaris's flank, letting her slow breathing calm his own. Murren slumped on the other side, muzzle draped across his knees, dozing contently. Eldra and Luna nestled with the pups, exchanging occasional nose nudges. Sleria rested her chin on crossed paws, eyes half closed. Thunder stood guard at the entrance, ears pricked for any unusual sound. Snow drifted down in soft clumps, dusting each wolf's coat in faint shimmering crystals. The scene was equal parts comedic. Some pups discovered they could catch snowflakes on their tongues, and heartbreakingly serene. Harry marveled at how normal it felt, how the den of laughter had also become a place of quiet shadows that might represent the unknown future, or his half-forgotten ties to a wizarding world. He brushed aside a small swirl of illusions that tried to form around his fingertips. For tonight, he cherished only the laughter of the pups, the gentle acceptance in the Alpha's gaze, the motherly teasing from Luna, and the faint hush that cradled them all in warmth. He whispered to himself, "I will protect all of this, no matter what the future demands." In the hush, Talaris stirred, pressing her muzzle to his cheek in a half-dream, whimpering softly. He patted her side, letting illusions form a gentle swirl of color above her head like a lullaby. From the entrance, Thunder pivoted, quietly stepping inside to stand over them, as if add-in. His silent vow that no harm would invade this circle. Harry caught his eyes, offering a subtle nod of gratitude. A wave of contentment enveloped him. So ended the day, in a tapestry of muffled giggles, drifting snow, and illusions dancing along the den walls. Long after most of the wolves had fallen asleep, Harry remained half awake, mind drifting over the comedic chaos, the emotional closeness, and the quiet tension about echoes of destiny. He touched a small mark on his arm, a healing scar from the boar fight months ago. The pack had strengthened him, taught him illusions, given him the love he never knew he lacked. Gaia's motherly counsel shaped his daily quests into personal growth. The memory of Dursley's cruelty felt unbelievably distant. He whispered a silent vow again, letting illusions trace a shimmering shape in the dark, maybe the shape of a wolf howling at the moon. "I belong here," he thought, "though destiny might call me away, I am never truly gone from them." As if hearing him, Murren let out a soft snore, pushing closer, and Talaris reflexively laid a paw over his shoulder. He closed his eyes, letting his illusions fade into gentle sparks and fade away. Thus ended the final hush of December 16, 1990. Weaving the den in laughter and shadows that cradled them in warmth, or perhaps hinted at the roads that might unravel beyond these woods. For Harry, life remained an embrace of comedic missteps, emotional bonds, Gaia's gentle guidance, and the pack's unwavering acceptance. The illusions he conjured were but reflections of the deeper magic he'd found, love that bound them all. A magic stronger than any boar's tusks or winter's chill. Outside, snow fell softly, as though blessing their small world with a hush of promise. plus equals 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 plus Harry James Potter Paw, Snowflake, Soul of the Den, Snowflake. The Abandoned Pup, Guardian of the Wild. Plus equals 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 plus calendar date of birth July 31st 1980 spiral calendar current date December 16, 1990 round pushpin location wolf den heart of the forest plus stats values plus military medal level 115 Heart HP 15,500 15,500. Large Diamond MP 275,000 2,500,000. Crossed Sword Strength 20. Shield Endurance 25. Brain Intelligence 30. Bullseye Perception 35. Cyclone Agility 32. Four-Leaf Clover Luck 20. Plus Status Conditions plus Herb Health Excellent, Balanced. Brain Mental State Emotionally Stable, Loved, Confident. Link Magical Bindings 6/10 remain. DNA Ancestry Redacted. Ancestral Line Awakening. Plus Titles Description. Plus Wolf Ohm. EGA Pup, the youngest and most protected. Shedding Tree Guardian of the Forest respected by creatures of the wild. White medium square heart of the pack emotional core paw soul of the den deepest bond with the pack, spiritual link. Hammer and wrench mythic artisan master of enchanted craft and illusion. Sparkles burgeoning archmage growing mastery of natural magic. Plus abilities description. Plus scarf moon's embrace magic is enhanced during full moons. Shield mana shield create protective barrier using MP. Ha Wild Empathy T2 communicate directly with wolves. Eye Shadow Cloak temporarily vanish in natural darkness. Full Moon Moonlight Restoration stronger healing under moonlight. High Voltage Blood Instinct bonus strength when defending loved ones. Leaf in Wind Gaia's Whisper sense disturbances in nature. Blue Heart Frost Bound Fortitude resistance to cold based threats. Plus skills current levels. Plus Sparkles Illusion Magic Advanced Precision Tier. Fire Magic Intermediate. Flower Petal Rune Crafting Advanced. Herb Mystic Herbalism Intermediate. Medical Symbol Healing Touch Advanced. Paint Palette Decorative Carving Expert Den Artistry Perk. Face Mask Beast Speech Basic Conversational Tier. Wolf Lore Tier 1 Ancestral Understanding. Crossed Swords Adaptive Predator Intermediate. White Medium Square Silent Step, Skilled Enhanced Forest Stealth. Brain Battle Awareness Intermediate. Thread Den Architect Mastery in Den Building and Protection. Plus Current Quests Progress. Plus Sparkling Heart of the Pack check mark completed. Milky Way Echoes of Destiny anti-clockwise arrows in progress. Ha Follow the Silver Trail anti-clockwise arrows in progress. Plus System Coins 13,000 White Medium Square. Plus equals 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 plus Cherry Blossom Gaia's guidance active Cherry Blossom. You are more than magic, more than scars. You are love. Pipe. Plus equals 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 plus and more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Harry P. Otter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 12 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Ha! RRY Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime CR. Crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 12 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 12 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 12 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 16 and 17 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 18. Chains Unbound, Paths Revealed. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Long after the first snow settled around the den, the forest lay in a semi-frozen hush, its undergrowth blanketed by frost. It was December 16, 1990. A few days since laughter and warmth had soothed every corner of Harry's home among the wolves. Dawn broke through thin gray clouds, sending slender rays across the clearing, turning the icy patches into glimmering shards. The hush was serene, but under that surface calm, Harry sensed a pulse of quiet anticipation. So began his journey with the pack. He stood outside the den, cloak dusted with faint flecks of frost. Illusions nuzzling at the edges of his boots. In the weeks following his acceptance as the soul of the den, he'd found that illusions came as naturally as breathing. Now, the illusions danced with subtle color, a reflection of his contentment. From behind him, Talaris ambushed in a playful nip, hooking her muzzle around his ankle. He startled, half laughing, illusions bursting in swirls of harmless sparks. In the crisp air, Thunder regarded them from a short distance, posture regal. The Alpha's silver eyes nuzzled in mild amusement as Talaris circled Harry, half challenging him to a chase. Harry obliged, illusions trailing in faint arcs behind him as he loped across the clearing, Talaris hot on his heels. Pups squealed at the sight, scuttling behind in a comedic chain. Luna, near the den's entrance, gave a gentle shake of her head, as though half criticizing the chaotic scene but thoroughly endeared by it. Gaia's warm presence bubbled in Harry's mind, sending a subtle message. Enjoy this peace, dear cub. The winter deepens, but so shall your strength. He nodded inwardly, feeling the swirl of magic that resonated between them. He half suspected that new challenges would surface before the cold truly broke. For now, he let illusions bloom, shaping small illusions of swirling leaves even though the real leaves had long fallen to the forest floor. Pups yipped with delight, chasing illusions they tried in vain to bite. As the day advanced, the sun's feeble warmth melted a layer of ice near the stream. The pack roamed to find small prey. Harry, fulfilling caretaker duties, remained near the den with Eldra's brood, who still needed close supervision. The younger pups tested their new teeth on anything that moved, and he had no desire to see them tumble into half-frozen water. He conjured illusions of fish across the slushy edges, letting them practice pouncing and coordinating. They soon exhausted themselves in squeaks and scuffles, piling around Harry for warmth. High overhead, an early winter breeze rattled bare branches, sending a scattering of fine snow that glinted in the weak sunlight. By late afternoon, the older wolves returned from a modestly successful hunt. Dragging in a pair of hares, Teleris boasted about a near run-in with a cunning fox that outsmarted her illusions. Thunder listened gravely, though the nuzzle of his ear betrayed faint amusement. Murren teased Harry for missing the day's excitement, but he only shrugged, hugging the pups. Plenty of excitement here as well, sis, he replied with a grin, illusion. Flaring around his shoulders to accentuate the point. The pups scrambled for the illusions, biting at half-formed shapes, only to tumble with excited barks. That evening carried them seamlessly from the earlier comedic warmth into the deeper hush of winter life. Over the following days, Harry labored in small ways to refine the den. He layered fresh hides along the interior walls for extra insulation, wove illusions into the wefts so the hides radiated mild warmth on especially cold nights. The pack dozed in communal lumps, pups nuzzling for comfortable spaces. He discovered a new knack for illusions that created gentle illusions of sunlight, eddy into mild relaxation. Each success reminded him that while the wizarding world felt distant, his skill with illusions grew daily, spurred by the necessity of caretaker life here. Around December 20th, a subtle shift arrived in the form of a quest from Gaia. Early morning, he woke to her softly rummaging through his mental interface. A swirl of text danced behind his eyelids. ... Snowflake quest activated. Winter's Guardian, Snowflake. Survive the harshest winter yet. Protect your pack and grow stronger. Pipe. Reward. Mystery gift. Single quote. He blinked away the message with curiosity. The pack was well fed, the den secure. But winter storms could be savage. Already, the temperature had plummeted most nights, and the pups occasionally whined about the cold. He resolved to meet this challenge head-on, illusions at the ready, caretaker instincts sharpened. Over the next day or two, he found pockets of time to open the system shop again. His coin reserve had ballooned to nearly 13,000 after hunts, quest completions, and that comedic mud cub achievement. With more pressing tasks at bay, he decided now was the time to address the swirl of new items, abilities, and skill enhancements he'd glimpsed. Sequestering himself near a quiet patch of forest, illusions forming a privacy screen around him, he mentally called forth the interface. Shopping cart system shop, coins, 13,000 white medium square. Items, skills, abilities, misc. Pipe, small diamond lucky fox charm, +10 luck, 2,000 white medium square. Small diamond cloak of shadows, stealth, 3,000 white medium square. Small diamond ring of fortitude, +5 endurance, 1,500 white medium square. Small diamond belt of the bear, +5 strength, 1,500 white medium square. Small diamond boots of swift steps, +5 agility, 1,500 white medium square. Small diamond skill, advanced survivalist, 1,000 white medium square. Small diamond ability, quick recovery, 1,000 white medium square. Small diamond skill, enhanced battle instinct, 1,500 white medium square. He inhaled deeply, reading each line. This is a lot of gear, he mused, illusions nuzzling in excitement. He had enough coins to buy them all, though it would leave him nearly broke. Gaia's voice teased. Yes, dear cub, but imagine the synergy you'll wield. Laughing under his breath, he mentally confirmed the entire cart. Instantly, he felt a swirl of intangible power. Illusions going wild around him for a moment. Another comedic message arrived. ... Money bag achievement unlocked. Broke but mighty. Money bag. You're officially broke, cub. Spend wisely. Wolf. He snorted softly, illusions forming a tiny swirling wolf figure that stuck out its tongue in comedic protest. Checking his inventory, he discovered the items packaged neatly as if in invisible crates. A silky cloak of shadows, a lucky fox charm that thrummed with faint magical luck, ring and belt that glowed subtly with runic fortification, boots humming with the promise of swifter steps. Plus new skill scrolls for advanced survival and battle instinct. He spent that afternoon systematically learning them, illusions flaring each time he absorbed a scroll. The sense of immediate improvement was dizzying. In hunts or training, he would be unstoppable, he hoped. The next weeks soared by, each day bringing more hunts, illusions practice, caretaker tasks. By early January 1991, Harry D. discovered a striking difference in how his luck played out. He would step around a corner just in time to avoid a falling branch, or turn a leaf pile to find a rare medicinal fungus. The rest of the pack teased him lightly. Murren calling him charmed pup, Sis Talaris claiming the forest now conspired to keep him safe. Even Thunder weighed in with a dry huff. No more mud hunts for you, I see, Sis. He tested the cloak of shadows in hunts, melding illusions with natural stealth. The synergy allowed him to creep to vantage points unsuspected, illusions wrapping him in half invisibility, letting him fee. Quick instructions to Talaris and Murren. The pack's success soared. Thunder nodded openly in approval. Pups scuttled around him, wide-eyed at the idea that Harry could vanish. He made a show of it, illusions swirling around him, then stepping away to see if they could track him. They rarely succeeded, leading to comedic squeals as they flailed around, tripping on illusions. Scenes of joyous laughter filled each day, a tapestry of comedic hunts, emotional closeness, and illusions that had become a language of their own. At times, the older wolves teased him about how rarely he got pinned by prey now. Thanks to the boots of swift steps. He'd grin, illusions forming a swirl of triumphant shapes in response. By mid-January, the silver footprints from before returned. One frosty morning, Ren whined from the far edge of the territory, calling the pack. Harry arrived, illusions nuzzling in caution, to see more of those glowing pawprints pressed into hardened earth. They led deeper into the woods, away from known hunts. Thunder's posture radiated tension, tail nuzzling in measured arcs. Harry approached, letting illusions brush the pawprints. A faint shimmer repelled them. Gaia offered a cryptic note. ... Shooting star Gaia's whispering. The past weaves paths toward your future. Pipe. Trust your instincts. Pipe. Single quote. Thunder let out a short bark, telling the pack to remain cautious. No one recognized the scent, if any existed. Eldra's brood huddled close to their mother, uneasy. Talaris and Murren sniffed the prints, each unsettled by their shimmering glow. Harry felt the pull of curiosity, but the footprints ended abruptly after a few meters, as though whatever made them simply vanished. He wondered if it was a sign of some ancestral spirit or a prelude to greater mysteries. Sleria and Luna exchanged wary glances, but when no further sign appeared, the pack retreated to ordinary hunts. Harry carried the memory quietly, illusions sparking in thoughtful patterns as he filed away the event under strange but potentially important. February arrived with a mild thaw, the forest lacing itself in pockets of slush. One chilly afternoon, illusions dancing around him, Harry roamed beyond the usual paths. The pack was out hunting, but he ventured alone, trusting his new stealth and quick reflexes. A pang of restlessness had prodded him from within. What if something more remains to be discovered? He found himself crossing an unfamiliar stretch of ancient trees, illusions helping him map hidden gullies. Then a faint rift in the ground drew his eye a hidden cave opening. Runic patterns etched along the entrance. He froze, illusions nuzzling in startled excitement. A system prompt materialized in behind his eyelids. ++. Old key dungeon discovered. Cavern of Echoes. Recommended level 50. Current level. 115. Enter dungeon. Yes, no. Plus plus. He swallowed hard. The recommended level was only 50, while he was far stronger, but dungeons in this forest might hold unknown dangers. Gaia prodded gently. Trust your instincts, dear cub. Determined, he inhaled, illusions flaring protectively around him, and he stepped inside. The air inside felt dense with old magic. The walls flecked with faint luminescent crystals. The floor sloped downward into darkness. He conjured illusions that cast light, revealing runic symbols along corridors. Occasional pockets of still water glimmered with a pale reflection of his illusions. A hush settled, and in that hush, he felt his heartbeat. He soon encountered the dungeon's first wave of spectral wolves, ghostly form. That tested both illusions and direct offensive magic. He braced, illusions swirling to confuse them, then unleashed mana shield to deflect savage lunges. Each victory heightened his confidence. Around a corner, a small group of ice golems ambushed him. He used quick recovery to bounce back after a heavy blow, illusions weaving illusions of fiery shape to trick them into stepping into watery pits. The synergy of Cloak of Shadows, illusions, and the belt of the bear's extra strength let him carve through them. His level soared from 115 to 120 in a matter of hours, each kill granting massive experience. Blood pumped in his veins, a mixture of adrenaline and emerging power. He'd never felt so fierce. Deep within the cavern, he faced a final guardian spectral woe level 120 entity that roared with ghostly might. The spirit wore runic lines across its translucent fur, illusions nuzzling at Harry's eyes as it tried to confound him in return. The clash was intense. Illusions hammered illusions, each trying to outwit the other's ephemeral shapes. At times, the alpha spectral jaws nearly pinned him. He responded with fire-based illusions that disrupted its undead form. The ground shook under the spectral howls, labyrinthine corridors echoing each strike. The noise thrummed in his head, illusions stuttering. But with Cloak of Shadows, he vanished behind the wolf, driving a final calm. Combination of illusions and a savage blow from the belt of the bear's augmented strength. The spectral form shattered in a swirl of shimmering dust, unleashing a potent wave of raw mana that struck Harry's core like lightning. He stumbled, illusions unraveling. The systems flared. Revolving light alert. Magical binding breakage revolving light. Binding 4, 5, and 6 shattered. High voltage. Magic potential unleashed. Pipe. A vortex of power roared inside him. Illusions flaring wildly, forcing him to the cavern floor. Pain and ecstasy mingled. Mana soared from 275,000 to an unmeasured high. Each breath rattled in his chest. He saw sparks of memory or illusion, she wasn't sure which. Then everything blacked out. Gaia's voice a faint lullaby in the swirling darkness. Rest, dear cub. You're safe. The world spiraled away. He awoke to find himself outside the dungeon, the alpha's final blow having shattered an exit path. Sore in every joint, illusions sputtering in half-formed shapes, he managed to stumble back to the pack's territory. By then, the day had turned dark, and the wolves found him at the edge of a clearing, half-collapsed under a tree, mana aura nuzzling like a dying flame. Thunder, Murren, and Talaris dragged him gently to the den. Lumps of illusions drifting around him. Luna and Sleria whined in distress, nuzzling at his bruised limbs. Then he surrendered to oblivion. For days, he drifted in fitful dreams. Illusions swirling in restless shadows. Through this, the pack hovered near, each taking turns to warm him, to check his breathing, to feed him bits of cooked meat. Luna fussed with salves, Harry's illusions sometimes flaring in delirious shapes, scaring the pups before nuzzling out again. Thunder remained an imposing figure by Harry's side, occasionally letting out a low, cons. RNED growl whenever illusions threatened to spark the den. But no harm befell them. Gaia orchestrated gentle, healing from within. He's on the cusp of great power, dear wolves. This is the cost of unbinding. The pack didn't understand her words, but they felt her protective energy, trusting it. A week passed. Then, around February 15th, Harry's eyes finally cracked open. Blinking in the dim den, he found Talaris and Murren curled at his sides, pups sprawled across his legs. His illusions gave off gentle nuzzlers, no longer chaotic. He shifted upright with a groan, body trembling from the mana surge. Luna immediately pressed close, whimpering in relief. "Sphenally, you awake," she murmured, muzzle brushing his cheek. He gave a shaky grin, illusions forming weak shapes on the den's ceiling. He exhaled, feeling a flood of calm, and recognized that something fundamental had changed inside him. The weight of so many magical bindings was half lifted, leaving only 3 left to weigh him down. Freed from that restraint, illusions and elemental spells would come more naturally than ever. Yet a sense of vulnerability also lingered, the knowledge that each break left him more exposed to the destiny lurking beyond. System text glimmered in his mind, quietly acknowledging. Tulip Gaia whispering, "Your chains weaken, your heart strengthens. Pipe, remember, your family always guides you." Sparkling heart, he closed his eyes in gratitude, resting a hand on Talaris's flank. "I'm not alone," he told himself. "I have them." Over the next few days, he recovered swiftly, illusions responding to his calls with new vitality. By late February, hunts felt easier. He soared in illusions mastery, conjuring illusions that integrated small amounts of real mana constructs. Eldra's pups squealed in delight. Hen illusions not only looked real but felt slightly tangible. Thunder, in an uncharacteristic show of praise, gave a short bark of approval after witnessing how Harry twisted illusions to shield Murren from a stray boar. The entire pack recognized that his caretaker role now included formidable power. Throughout early March, Harry found daily life brimming with contentment. He gathered herbs, illusions weaving around each cluster, storing them in the den's improved stash. Hup scuffles ended with illusions fizzling in comedic shapes. At times, Talaris and Murren teased him about how rarely the Y could outmaneuver him. His combination of quick recovery, belt of the bear's might, and Lucky Fox Charm's unpredictable boons made him nearly unstoppable. He responded with a wry grin each time, illusions swirling in mock vanity. "Sees, yes. I'm unstoppable," he'd joke, but deep inside, a humility persisted. He was only unstoppable here, among friends and family. One evening around mid-March, Gaia softly approached in his mental space. Swirling. Glowing star quest activated. Final bindings, glowing star. Prepare yourself. Destiny fast approaches. Break remaining bindings. Pipe. Reward. True freedom of magic. Single quote. He stared at the message with a solemn heart. Only 3 bindings remained between him and complete magical freedom. Each binding break felt like a near-death experience. The pack had nearly lost him after the triple unbinding. He sighed, illusions ghosting at his fingertips in faint reflection of his mood. "But, if it must be done, I will face it," he told himself. The next day, while Talaris teased him about illusions, he forced a smile, deciding not to weigh them with news of another potential crisis. Let the present remain bright. As March advanced, the forest slowly shed winter's chill, letting new buds emerge in shy bursts. The pack readied for more robust hunts, leading deeper into the territory. Harry joined them wholeheartedly, illusions forming elaborate decoys or concealed vantage points. He marveled at how easily illusions fused with beast speech, enabling him to coordinate hunts verbally and visually with the wolves. On March 20th, a final hush settled under a star-laden sky. Talaris dozed with her muzzle draped over Murren's paw, pups scattered about in content lumps, and Sleria watched them with maternal protectiveness. Luna groomed Harry's hair in a gentle, repetitive motion. Thunder. At the far edge of the den, Fnus leaned an ear in acknowledgement of Harry's presence, as though sensing the swirl of deeper thoughts. Harry sat quietly, illusions forming faint shapes of a shimmering horizon across the den's interior wall. He sighed, remembering that echoes of the past quest still hung in the system logs, waiting. The world beyond these woods might soon come knocking. He recalled the swirl of distant memories, or illusions of memories, from an old life. The Dursleys, though thoroughly overshadowed by the love of the pack, lingered somewhere in his story. As did the Wizarding Realm. Will I truly have to leave them? Or can I remain? Anxiety tightened his chest. Luna's muzzle brushed his forehead gently. "Why so sad, little one?" "Sis." He forced a small grin, illusions dissipating. "Say nothing. Just thinking." "Sis," she hummed, reading his worry. SS trust you. You do what your heart calls, you belong here always. Sis, the sincerity in her tone almost made him tear up. A moment later, Pups scuttled in half-awake whines, pressing at his cloak for warmth. He let illusions swirl in comforting arcs, warming them. Thunder eventually approached, resting his broad muzzle on Harry's shoulder from behind in paternal acceptance. Harry exhaled tension. He wasn't sure how much time remained, but this was enough for now. Surrounded by quiet love, illusions, and the hush of a den that recognized him as family. In the dawn of March 25th, he awoke to a pale sunrise. Dawn, the forest seemed to tremble with approaching spring. The pack gradually stirred, Pups letting out squeaky yawns. Teleris and Murren emerged from the den, blinking in the mild sunlight. Thunder had already departed, presumably on a short patrol. Harry peeled away illusions that mered around him in drowsy shapeshift begun conjuring illusions in his sleep again, a testament to how integral they had become to his sense of self. With a long stretch, he stepped out into the clearing. Luna approached calmly from the forest, muzzle parted in a half-smile. Shun's warmth grows. You seem pensive, Sis, she noted. He nodded, illusions swirling at his ankles. Feel, a stirring of something big. I need to be ready, Sis. Gaia's presence welled up, adding a final note. Your illusions reflect your heart, dear cub. Pipe. Protect them with all you are. Fate draws near. Pipe single quote. He inhaled, illusions spiraling in a swirl of quietly resolved shapes. I will, he promised silently. No matter what the future demands. Then, with a last affectionate rub of Teleris's head, and Murren bounding around him in playful circles, he made his way back into the den, heart brimming with determination. The final 3 bindings might soon unshackle him entirely. The echoes of destiny might call him from these trees, but for now, he was caretaker, illusion's master, and beloved soul of the den. And that was more than enough to face another day. So ended the hush of March 25, 1991, a dawn that wove together comedic hunts, quiet winter closings, new illusions, and the promise of soon-to-bloom spring. The pack moved forward, each day a tapestry of warmth and trust. Shadows might linger at the edges, but in the swirling illusions of laughter and love, Harry James Potter stood unafraid, waiting for the chains that remained to be shattered and for the path they would ultimately reveal. Wolf Sparkles complete status screen. Sparkles Wolf. Spiral calendar date. March 25, 1991. Clipboard basic information. Plus. Name. Harry James Potter, the abandoned pup. Titles. Omega Pup, guardian of the forest soul of the den. Age. 10, born July 31, 1980. Race. Human, 7/10 magical bindings broken. Condition. Healthy, thriving, emotionally balanced. Plus. Fire attributes. SPECIAL. Plus. Attribute value. Description. Plus. Strength 25 plus 5 enhanced by Belt of the Bear. Perception 40 sharpened by wild empathy and instincts. Endurance 30 plus 5 enhanced by Ring of Fortitude. Charisma 18 improved through pack bonding. Intelligence CE 40 enhanced by system growth and study. Agility 30 plus 5 enhanced by Boots of Swift Steps. Luck 28 plus 10 enhanced by Lucky Fox Charm. Plus. Milky Way magical statistics. Plus. Level 125. HP 15,500. MP 2,425,000. 2,500,000. Magical bindings remaining. 3 7/10 broken. Plus. Glowing star skills and abilities complete list. Plus. Skill description. Plus. Beast speech conversational fluent communication with wolves. Pipe. Illusion mastery expert level control over illusion spells. Pipe. Healing T. Ouch advanced enhanced healing through touch. Pipe. Mana shield mastery creates a durable protective barrier. Pipe. Runic combat proficiency efficient use of runes in combat. Pipe. Wild empathy tier 2 deeper understanding of animals. Pipe. Mystic herbalism advanced knowledge of magical plants. Pipe. Silent step improved stealth in forests. Pipe. Battle awareness, heightened reaction speed. Pipe. Frost-bound fortitude, resistance to cold and ice-based attacks. Pipe. Wolf lore, Tier 1, understands ancient wolf myths. Pipe. Plus. Ability description. Plus. Moon's embrace, enhanced magic during full moons. Pipe. Quick R. Recovery, accelerated healing from injuries. Pipe. Blood instinct, temporary strength boost in defense. Pipe. Wild empathy, easier communication with animals. Pipe. Shadow cloak, brief invisibility in darkness. Pipe. Gaia's whisper, sense shifts in nature. Pipe. Plus. Gift inventory, key items. Plus. Item description. Plus. Lucky fox charm, increases luck by +10. Pipe. Cloak of shadows, grants stealth capabilities. Pipe. Ring of fortitude, increases endurance by +5. Pipe. Belt of the bear, increases strength by +5. Pipe. Boots of swift steps, increases agility by +5. Pipe. Plus. Heartbreak curses active. Plus. Curse description. Plus. Magical bindings, 3 remaining. Suppresses a portion of Harry's innate magic. Pipe. Trauma echo, lingering echoes of past trauma, occasionally impacts emotional stability. Pipe. Plus. Revolving hearts relationships, wolf pack. Plus. Thunder alpha, respect, acceptance, fatherly guidance. Luna beta, maternal love, caregiver. Talaris and Murren. Siblings, playful rivals. Close bond. Pups, Eldra's brood, dependence, affectionate family. Gaia, mother nature, guide, teacher, loving mentor. Plus. Glowing star titles updated. Plus. Titles description. Plus. The abandoned pup, surviving after abandonment. Pipe. Omega pup, accepted as the emotional heart of the pack. Pipe. Guardian of the forest, recognized protector of wildlife. Pipe. Soul of the den, bond strengthened with pack. Pipe. Mud cub, humorous title reflecting clumsiness. Pipe. Heart of the pack, love and acceptance from the pack. Pipe. Plus. Scroll system coins. Plus. Current coins. 0 white medium square, all spent on upgrades. Plus. Scroll active quests. Plus. Final bindings. Break the last 3 bindings. Pipe. Echoes of destiny. Prepare for the world beyond. Pipe. Winter's guardian. Survive the harsh winter. Pipe. Plus and more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG, up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. RRY Potter One Piece crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover, up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 17 and 18 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Apertu. Re-Science. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 19. Letters from Beyond the Wild. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Soft daylight filtered through pines still laden with patches of lingering snow, illuminating the clearing outside the den. A gentle stir of wind nudged the trees, sending occasional droplets plopping onto the forest floor, hints of winter's retreat all around. The date was March 25, 1991. Just days since Harry had broken 3 magical bindings and soared to fresh heights of magic and certainty. Yet, for all his newfound strength, daily life in the pack continued with warm familiarity. Weaving effortless joy in routine, a tender hush at sunrise, lively hunts at midday, and restful communal evenings that filled the air with light-hearted laughter. He stood near the den's entrance, illusions shimmering faintly about his ankles. These illusions had become an extension of his being. In calmer moments, they manifested as playful motes of color, ing aimlessly like little spirits reflecting his contentment. Murren and Talaris crouched nearby, tongues lolling, bright eyes constantly checking for permission to pounce. Pups dashed back and forth in the clearing, chasing each other in squeals that bordered on chaos. Luna observed them with tolerant affection, occasionally letting out a short bark of caution if someone got too rough. Harry's mouth formed a faint grin as he watched the pups tumble and shriek. In his mind, Gaia stirred, quietly amused, her presence a comforting hum. He half listened to her gentle commentary. "You've grown so strong, dear cub, how do you feel?" He responded in thought, "I feel whole, yet unsettled. I sense something coming." She did not disagree. During these days in late March, the sun climbed steadily higher, softening the last snows and giving the den's surroundings a trickle of new life. Buds began to peek from under half-rotted leaves, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting for true spring to erupt. Within that hush, Harry busied himself with the final touches of winter upkeep. He double-checked the den's wards, illusions folded into the runic lines. Each swirl of his illusions left faint glowing trails across the logs and hides, ensuring any late-season storms would not jeopardize their cozy home. By mid-morning of that same day, Talaris caught his eye. She jerked her muzzle toward a small group of pups wrestling a stray piece of fur in the dirt. With a grin, Harry set illusions swirling, forming harmless illusions that mimicked a wiggling creature. The pups squealed at this new prey, leaping in awkward pounces, rolling over each other until 2 of them toppled directly into Murren's flank. Murren, receiving an accidental bump, yelped indignantly, but upon seeing the illusions, she barked in playful frustration, snapping at the nuzzlers of color. The scuffle quickly turned comedic, with Murren half chasing illusions that Harry manipulated to lead her in circles. Talaris hopped into the fray, dragging a squeaking pup by the tail to keep it from colliding with a half-frozen puddle. Across the clearing, Thunder observed with that ever-watchful calm. Occasionally, his tail gave a short wag, as though acknowledging the harmless mischief. He exchanged a glance with Luna, who merely huffed in amusement. Harry sensed from Thunder's posture that the alpha relished these gentle scenes, grateful for a caretaker who smoothed daily life with illusions and empathy. Just months earlier, Harry had been uncertain, overshadowed by his place as Omega. Now, illusions hoarding deeper unity in the pack. The day drifted into soft breezes, hunts completed by midday. Talaris and Murren returned with minor scratches from a boar chase, fussing about which illusions might have spooked them at the wrong moment. Harry scolded them gently, rummaging for healing salves that glowed with faint magical potency. The pups crowded around him as he applied them, illusions swirling overhead to soothe their curiosity. Talaris pouted in mock offense, grumbling that illusions had caused her to slip. He reminded her sweetly that illusions alone weren't to blame, she'd simply lost her focus. She snapped her jaws in playful defiance, but her eyes sparkled with affectionate acceptance. Murren teased him about what big words he used these days. Caretaker, illusions, synergy, it all sounded so human. Harry just chuckled, awarding her a mild boop on the nose with a swirl of illusions. Late that evening, the pack dozed under a mild sky, no threat of storms. Harry set illusions anew, the den to cast faint glows resembling lantern light. The pups fell asleep chasing the floating sparks. Thunder perched at the den's entrance, gaze scanning the moonlit clearing. Luna, nestled beside Harry, murmured a gentle question in half-formed wolf speak. "Sis, your illusions do not tire you?" "Sis," he responded softly, "Sis, Gaia says I've grown more efficient. It's as natural as breathing now." "Sis," she rested her muzzle on his lap, content. Sighing. "Sis, then continue shining, little caretaker." "Sis," and so the night lulled them into restful quiet. By the turn of April, the forest sang with a more optimistic note. Light rains coaxed new shoots from the thawing ground, though crisp mornings remained. Harry busied himself weaving illusions into the den's perimeter, forming mild illusions of bramble hedges that might deter bold predators. Pups scampered around him, half lost in illusions that looked like swirling petals. Talaris, for once, kept a watchful eye to ensure pups didn't wander too far. Teased that Talaris was turning into a mother hen, earning a half-hearted nip. Sleria supervised with maternal serenity. Thunder occasionally came by to check progress, muzzle quivering in approval if illusions had the right thickness. One breezy afternoon in early April, Luna decided to amuse herself by helping Harry arrange flowers near the den's entrance, an attempt to bring a spring-like aura. Luna's assistance involved tugging random patches of moss and half-chewed stems from pup jaws. A comedic disarray resulted, with Talaris spitting out crushed petals and Murren half burying them in a mound of wet leaves. Harry laughed through illusions of swirling daisies until Luna warned him to keep the illusions gentle or risk the pups thinking real flowers also moved. Between comedic huffs, Harry turned illusions down. Pups tumbled into a leftover patch of mud, culminating in a sloshy fiasco. Worn out by laughter, the entire group ended up flopped in the clearing, panting lightly. Gaia chimed in a congratulatory swirl. Broom quest activated. Spring spruce up. Tulip. Clean, upgrade, and beautify your den. Pipe. Reward. Den architect plus 250 XP cherry blossom. Harry, reading the prompt in his mind, half sighed with amusement. If the messy fiasco he just witnessed counted as beautifying, he probably had some real work ahead. The following days, he tackled it methodically, illusions. Forming glowing lines that served as guidelines for rearranging bedding, reorganizing stored herbs, and redraping hides for insulation. Pup yips and comedic mishaps peppered each hour, but he managed to finalize a neater, cozier environment. Talaris tested it by instantly hurling pups into the newly arranged corner, squeaking in protest but quickly settling in. Eldra's brood gave a final stamp of approval, dozing in a warm cluster. Another flurry of illusions sparkled. Blossom achievement unlocked. Flower child. Blossom. Den decorating skill at max level. Hibiscus. He nearly rolled his eyes at Gaia's comedic flourish, though his grin betrayed enjoyment. Sleria approached quietly, muzzle pressing to his shoulder in a wordless good job. He patted her side in thanks, illusions swirling around them in bright shapes. This was how life had become a tapestry of illusions, comedic chaos, affectionate acceptance. In mid-April, Thunder shifted perspective for a moment. The Alpha prowled near the stream, ensuring the territory remained free from dangerous intruders. He paused, seeing Harry in the distance practicing illusions that formed ephemeral wolf silhouettes dancing over the water. Murren sat at Harry's flank, enthralled. Thunder's chest rumbled with quiet satisfaction. The boy had once been a timid figure, but now, illusions brimmed with confidence, caretaker duties brimming with competence. "Sis, he's no longer a mere child," Sis Thunder mused inwardly, turning back to his patrol with a sense of paternal pride. Harry, oblivious to Thunder's private thoughts, continued shaping illusions with Murren's help. He tested illusions that concealed real wolves' scents or footsteps, hoping to boost stealth in hunts. Murren found it half miraculous, half frustrating, as illusions often tricked even her keen senses. She teased him, Sis, you'll spook us if you keep this up, human. Sis, he chuckled, illusions forming a swirling color around her muzzle, responding. Sis, then it means illusions are working well. Sis. Later that evening, as the pack dozed in gentle quiet, Harry opened the system interface, illusions shimmering to give privacy. Rows of new skill branches beckoned. He browsed advanced illusions, hidden synergy spells, and deeper herbal knowledge. Gaia, in her usual comedic grace, posted a cryptic prompt. ... Old key quest unlocked. Deeper into the mysteries, magnifying glass. Discover hidden skill trees and unlock potential. Pipe. Reward. Glowing star. Single quote. He pressed a hand to his chest, illusions F nuzzling in half-formed excitement. I'll have to carve out time to explore this more thoroughly. Pup squeaks. Behind him reminded him of caretaker obligations, so he quietly folded the interface away. At the month's close, illusions, comedic interactions, and caretaker tasks formed the daily hum. By early May, the forest bloomed with fresh green. Teleris, Murren, and pups reveled in hunts that ended more swiftly than ever, illusions helping corner prey. Thunder stepped aside often, letting Harry guide small strategy huddles be now. It felt natural for him to orchestrate illusions that gave them an edge. Each success ended with comedic scuffles and well-earned feasts. Teleris insisted they were unstoppable. Murren teased that illusions were part of them now, not just Harry's. The pups hopped around repeating illusions they tried to mimic by snapping at the floating shapes. On an evening around mid-May, illusions swirling with an ethereal glow, Gaia gently prodded Harry into deeper reflection. ... Milky Way, Gaia's wisdom, Milky Way. Strength comes not from lack of fear, cub, but from facing fear and moving forward anyway. Quote pipe single quote. He sat outside the den, illusions forming half-lights around his fingertips, letting her words resonate. Pups dozed inside, Teleris and Murren half-lidded in comfortable lumps. Thunder roamed the perimeter, Luna dozing with Eldra's brood. Harry recognized the swirl of tension within him. Illusions gave him confidence, but the memory of broken bindings lingered. Could the final three break without risking everything? Would that lead him away from the pack? On a gentle night in late May, illusions danced overhead as Murren cajoled pups into chasing ephemeral shapes. Teleris sat with Harry, muzzle on his knee, half watching. He regaled her with half-lies about his illusions fiascos. Comedic hunts from months past. She teased him about being half-wolf, half-ghost. Illusions swirling around them. Thunder stepped up behind them, quiet as a breeze, then placed a muzzle on Teleris's back with paternal calm. Sis, you have come far, Sis, he murmured to Harry. Sis, almost wolf-like now. Harry almost. Sis, that line made him blush. Murren barked in amusement at his reddening cheeks. The pups but delighted by the overall mood of acceptance. By the first days of June, illusions had become so integrated that he used them to produce mild illusions of flowers for decoration, never mind that real blossoms grew in plenty now. The pups loved illusions so wholeheartedly that they demanded illusions at bedtime, illusions that soared like nuzzlers of fireflies. Harry obliged, heart swelling each time they squeaked in awe. The comedic side never vanished. He conjured illusions of Teleris's muzzle so large it overshadowed the den, prompting squeals of half-terror, half-glee. Around June 15th, illusions took on a new comedic twist. The pack discovered a Aderhole with perfect vantage for a water fight. Teleris splashed a pup. Murren pounced with illusions that formed watery tentacles, albeit clumsy. Harry laughed, illusions weaving ephemeral aquatic shapes that nipped at wolves' tails. Before long, the entire scene devolved into playful chaos, pups squealing, Teleris howling in laughter, Murren sputtering from illusions that misfired. Thunder approached stoically, but the pups ambushed him with a wave of illusions that sprayed water in his face. He shot Harry a mock glare, as if to say, Sis, you taught them too well. Sis, Harry, illusions forming cartoonish hearts, only cackled. A swirl of comedic text from Gaia appeared. ... Sweat droplets achievement unlocked. Lord of Water battles. Wave. You've officially soaked every pack member. Droplet. He nearly doubled over with laughter. Illusions fizzling in the watery scuffle. As June waned, illusions and comedic hunts gave way to further den expansions. Harry led pups in collecting fresh branches, weaving runic wards for new sleeping alcoves. The comedic attempts at placing runes always ended in mild fiasco. Pups eagerly yanked the branches, illusions glitching in comedic rainbow bursts. Murren teased Hat Harry was turning the den into a palace. Luna teased him about using illusions to conjure an entire orchard. He gave half-laughing disclaimers that illusions alone wouldn't feed them. Sleria watched with maternal warmth, approving his caretaker zeal. Then came June 25th, a quiet day that turned momentous near dusk. Harry felt illusions swirl anxiously around him, as though the forest whispered that something was about to shift. Gaia's presence flared inwardly. Shooting star quest activated. Echoes of the wizarding owl. Soon, the outside world will find you. Pipe. Prepare your heart and magic. Pipe. Reward. Clarity and purpose. Sparkles. Single quote. His heart clenched. The wizarding world he knew it in half glimpses, illusions that formed memory-like shapes. Could they truly come looking for him? He pressed illusions around him, forming a shimmering swirl of uncertainty. Murren, noticing his tension, approached with a gentle whine, prodding his arm. "Sis, you feel unsettled, caretaker." "Sis," he exhaled, illusions fading. "Sis, yes, Murren. I sense something big." "Sis." She leaned in, muzzle resting on his shoulder, offering silent reassurance. Talaris soon joined, pups in tow, forming a small circle of support. The gloom in his chest lifted slightly, replaced by quiet gratitude. On July 1st, illusions soared to new heights as he tested synergy spells with advanced illusions. Pup squeals rose in delight. Talaris tried to race him with illusions swirling around her feet, causing her half to vanish at times. She ended up colliding with Murren, comedic yelps filling the clearing. Thunder eyed them from a near vantage, deciding not to intervene. Harry's illusions formed a gentle swirl of color around the chaos, comedic acceptance reigning. Each day felt so full of life, full of a love so deep it almost hurt him to consider leaving. But the greatest shock arrived early on July 10th. The pack had awakened to a normal morning. Harry stepped outside to greet the mild summer air, illusions drifting around him. In the sky soared an unfamiliar bird, an owl, bigger than local forest owls, carrying something in its talons. Harry blinked, illusions faltering. The owl swooped down, dropping a thick parchment envelope on the ground. Then it hooted pointedly and departed, vanishing among the tall pines. The entire pack gathered around him, perplexed. Talaris tried to paw the envelope. Murren sniffed it warily. Thunder's eyes narrowed, muzzle raised in faint displeasure at this intrusion. Harry carefully picked the envelope off the forest floor. His illusions nuzzleared around its corners, scanning for hidden curses or illusions of its own. Plain script, written elegantly. Mr. H. Potter, Wolf Den, Moonlight Forest, the Wilds. He froze. The comedic strangeness of that address mingled with a surge of memory illusions. He parted the envelope to reveal a letter from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, standard invitation, supply list, and all. The pack watched him with quizzical stares. Talaris pressed her head to his side, as if asking "Sis, human parchment?" "Sis," he swallowed, illusions roiling around his feet in anxious pulses. I guess they found me." Gaia's voice rose in quiet comfort. Owl Gaia's guidance owl. "This letter is not an end, cub, but a beginning. Trust your heart. You will always be pack. Evergreen tree." Single quote. His chest felt tight. He read the letter mention of acceptance. A requirement to gather wand and books, a note on the upcoming term. The swirl of illusions thickened, reflecting his inner turmoil. He thought of Dumbledore, of the final 3 bindings, of the wizarding world that might demand he become something else. Murren and Talaris sensed his distress, whining softly, trying to read the letter's meaning. Eldra's brood peered from the side, uncertain. Thunder stepped forward with calm authority, expression half curious, half protective. Harry looked up at him, eyes glistening with tears he fought to hold back. "Sis, they want me to attend a school for wizards. Sis." The Alpha studied him, not entirely grasping, but recognized the weight in Harry's voice. For the rest of that day, illusions reflected his swirling emotions, sometimes bright, sometimes nuzzlearing in confused patterns. The pack didn't press him, giving him space, though Talaris hovered close, tail lowered in support. Pups sensed the tension, uncharacteristically quiet, flopping in small lumps near him. Late that night, he sat at the den's threshold, letter in hand, illusions swirling around it in faint heartbreak. Luna approached gently, muzzle pressing his temple. "Sis, strange world calls you." "Sis," he nodded. Illusions dampening to near gloom. "Sis, yes. I'm not sure if I want it. Sis." By the time dawn approached on July 11th, he'd come to a resigned calm. No matter how it played out, he couldn't ignore this letter forever. The pack formed around him in subtle circles, each wolf offering silent solidarity. Talaris gave him a nudge. "No matter your path, caretaker, we remain." "Sis," he let illusions swirl in thanks. A swirl tinted with an ache that reminded him how precious these wolves had become. Thunder's watchful eyes News lead from the letter to Harry's face, as though to say, "Sis, we are not losing you yet. Sis." And so the chapter closed on a hush, illusions shimmering around Harry as he stood at the clearing's edge, parchment clutched in trembling hands. The comedic hunts, the adorable pup mischief. The comedic system messages these had built a life of love and laughter. Now, the wizarding world beckoned him to step beyond the wild. As the rising sun painted the sky in gentle pinks, he gazed back at his beloved family, Talaris, Murren, pups dozing in soft piles, Luna's wise affection, and Thunder's protective silhouette. Through parted lips, he murmured, "Sis, I promise, Sis Illis." Ions whispering that vow into the hushed forest air. "I promise never to leave you behind, no matter where destiny leads." The forest, half awake under a mild summer breeze, seemed to echo that vow. And with that final breath, the hush gave way to the first stirrings of the pack greeting the day, illusions and laughter still entwined in the tapestry of their bond while the letter from beyond the wild presaged a new horizon for Harry James Potter, caretaker illusional heart, and newly recognized wizard. Glowing star Harry James Potter glowing star. Soul of the den, the abandoned pup. Pipe. Birthday cake date of birth, July 31, 1980 age, 11. Wolf titles. Omega Pup Guardian of the Forest. Heart of the Pack Soul of the Den. Crossed Swords Class. Beast Guardian Caretaker and Protector. Brain System Name. Gaia Mother Nature Shedding Tree. Milky Way Current Status July 15, 1991. Pipe. Trident Sign Level 125. Heart HP 16,500. Crystal Ball MP 2,425,000 2,500,000. Balance Scale Magical Bindings remaining 3/10 severely weakened. White Medium Square System Coins 0 all spent. Crescent Moon Alignment Neutral Good. Base Attributes Biceps Strength 40 enhanced by items and training. Shield Endurance 55 enhanced by items and training. High Voltage Embrace Magic boosted during full moons. Bone Beast Speech Conversational. Brain Quick Recovery faster HP per megapixel regeneration. Tornado Adaptive Predator Instinct Based Combat. Milky Way Blood Instinct Temporary Strength Boost. Wave Mana Shield Protective Barrier using MP. Crescent Moon Moonlight Restoration Enhanced Healing by Moon. Wolf Wild Empathy Tier 2 Direct Communication. Evergreen Tree Wild Empa. Thy. Nature Affinity Heightened Senses. Crystal Ball Runesmith's Touch Deep Enchanting Proficiency. Milky Way Gaia's Whisper Sense Nature Shifts. Shooting Star Gaia's Blessing Nature's Protection and Growth. Biceps. Frost Bound Fortitude Cold Resistance. Cherry Blossom Caretaker's Grace Healing and Soothing. Glowing Star Runic Combat Mastery Rune Magic Combat. Shedding Tree Guardian's Path Pack Protection Magic. Fire Inferno Strike Fire-based Magic Attack. Wolf Spirit Summon Astral Wolf Companion. Books Skills. Blossom Advanced Healing Touch Proficient. Scroll Runic Enchantment Expert Level. Herb Mystic Herbalism Advanced. Fire Elemental Mastery Fire, Ice, Earth, Wind. Rune Crafting Enhanced Integration. Fox Stealth Shadow Cloak. Brief Invisibility. Milky Way Illusion Manipulation Advanced. Shedding Tree Beast Lore Tier 1. Understand Ancestral Myths. Game Die Luck Enhancement via Lucky Fox Charm. Ha tracking and survival skills master level. Shield combat awareness heightened reflexes. Brain strategic thinking enhanced problem solving. Bow and arrow adaptive hunting improvised combat. Cherry blossom herbal crafting healing salves and potions. Plus plus. Plus plus. Scroll curses. Plus plus. Lock 3/10 magical bindings remain weakened. Severely restricting magical potential. Binding 8, 9, 10 remain intact. Effects. Limit on total MP capacity, strength, and access to specific spells and abilities. Cause. Unknown linked to Dumbledore's manipulations. Plus plus. Plus plus. Open book relationships. Plus plus. Shedding Tree Gaia, System, Motherly Guardian. Wolf Thunder Alpha, Father Figure, Mentor. Wolf Luna Beta, Mother Figure. Protector. Wolf Murren Sister, Playful and Protective. Wolf Teleris Sister, Mischievous and Loyal. Wolf Pup's Beloved Younger Siblings. Evergreen Tree Sleria Eldra's Mate, Supportive Elder. Wolf Eldra Pregnant Sister, Gentle and Nurturing. Milky Way Wizarding World Distant, Lurking Presence. Plus plus. Plus plus. Backpack Inventory Key Items. Plus plus. Scarf Cloak of Shadows Enhanced Stealth. Link Ring of Fortitude +5 Endurance. Ha Belt of the Bear +5 Strength. Woman's Boots of Swift Steps +5 Agility. Fox Lucky Fox Charm +10 Luck. Fire Boar's Fang Pendant Strength +3, Endurance +3. Cherry Blossom Herbal Mixtures Healing Salves, Potions. Scroll Rune Crafting Tools Ink, Stones, Carving Tools. Plus plus. Plus plus. Scroll Current Quests. Plus plus. Crystal Ball. Echoes of the Wizarding, awaiting Harry's decision. Milky Way. Final Bindings, break remaining 3 bindings. Cherry Blossom. Heart of the Pack, ongoing, strengthen bonds. Glowing Star. Echoes of Destiny, prepare for external conflict. Plus plus. And more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active on my Patreon, up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now, QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Looney Tunes crossover up to 13 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover completed 14 chapters. Harry Poe. TTER and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 13 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 13 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Har. Rai Potter Pokemon crossover up to 13 chapters available now. Fragile Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 13 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 13 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter Danganronpa crossover up to 13 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime Crow. SS Over up to 13 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Souls. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 13 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 13 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 13 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 13 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 18 and 19 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 20 and 21 are already available on my Patreon. Chapter 20. The Awakening of the Wolf. Disclaimer. I don't own Harry Potter. Thick morning light draped itself across the forest, lingering over pine needles and dew-speckled foliage. The sun's warmth had finally gathered strength to banish most of the lingering chill, and Harry stood near the entrance of the den, watching dust motes dance through sunbeams as if enchanted by their own tiny illusions. It was July 15, 1991, yet another day in the wilderness he had come to call home, another step on a journey that seemed poised to transform more than just his future. He took in a long breath, tasting the forest's vibrant hush. Behind him, Talaris stretched, her muzzle parted in a yawn that showed the tips of her canines. Murren's approach was quieter, as she ambled up with a lazy wag of her tail, blinking away the last vestiges of sleep. Pups squealed from the shadows of the den, half wrestling, half hopping in excitement. Thunder, the alpha, lay still as a statue near an old stump, ears tilted toward Harry with quiet awareness. Luna, near the half-circle of pups, nuzzled one that whined for breakfast. This might have looked to an outsider like a typical morning in a wolf pack, but to Harry, every dawn felt like a beloved story now, one filled with illusions, camaraderie, and something deeper that tethered his heart to them all. He shifted from foot to foot, illusions drifting at his ankles, shaped unconsciously by his mood. In the days since the quiet comedic mania of midsummer-like watery illusions, and gentle Hunch had grown more comfortable with his illusions swirling about him in a constant, subdued luminescence. Murren cast a playful side eye at these drifting in a mock grin. She'd teased him the day before for looking like a firefly human. He had teased back that she looked like a tumbleweed in the morning. The exchange had ended in comedic wrestling until Talaris parted them in mock exasperation. This particular morning, Harry sensed a ripple in the hush. Perhaps it was the P.X. alignment could feel their hearts in tandem, a quiet acceptance that the seasons, and soon Harry's path, might be shifting. He exhaled, illusions fading to near translucence. The pups squeaked for attention, and he knelt to scratch one behind the ears, receiving a tiny nip on his finger in return. Luna cast him a fond look. In her gaze was the knowledge that time marched on and no illusions, however elaborate, could halt its flow. He rose again, illusions swirling in shapes reminiscent of small dancing leaves. Through parted pine branches, the forest's hush spread far, mild with the hush of a warm morning. He could sense their unspoken question, especially from Thunder, about how long he would remain. He responded with a small smile that said, "I'm still here." Thunder gave a slight tilt of his muzzle, acknowledging the unspoken. Just days before, the letter from Hogwarts had arrived, and though Harry had read it, he still hadn't decided exactly when or how he would go. For now, tension floated in illusions around him, intangible but undeniable. The day passed in easy rhythms. Pups chasing illusions, Talaris leading them in half-serious hunts for small vermin, Murren trotting at Harry's side as he collected fresh herbs along a sunlit ridge. Eldra's brood whined whenever a pup tripped or tumbled, and illusions sprang to soothe them in comedic bursts of color. Thunder prowled the perimeter, ensuring no strange scents threatened their territory. By dusk, the pack regrouped near the den, sharing in the day's success. Harry watched them all, illusions gently painting the ground in faint patterns. This was home, even if the outside world whispered that he might soon step beyond the forest's edge. When twilight fell, Harry drifted into a restless sleep. He woke on July 16 to a subtle shift in the air, a strange smell mingling with the normal musk of pine and earth. He sat up, illusions nuzzling with caution. Murren and Talaris rose beside him, ears forward, tails swishing in mild alarm. Pup squeaks signaled confusion as they pressed around Harry's ankles, wanting reassurance. Then a deep voice echoed from a short distance away, "Harry Potter. 'Bout time I found ye." It was a warm, rumbling voice, but also uncomfortably large-sounding. Harry peered out of the den, illusions flaring. There, near the clearing, stood a giant of a man, broad and bearded, clothed in thick mismatched garments. He could only be the half-giant known as Hagrid. The wizard looked around in open surprise, as if expecting a house or a cabin, not a wolf den overshadowed by towering pines. Murren let out a low snarl. Illusions nuzzling at Harry's command to signal a protective stance. Talaris crouched, muzzle parted in a near-silent growl. The pups huddled in the den's gloom, squeaking in uneasy confusion. Hagrid's eyes widened at the sight of so many wolves. "Blimey, there ye are," he said, stepping forward but halting abruptly when Thunder emerged. The Alpha's presence radiated authority, silver eyes glinting with lethal calm. Hagrid gulped. Harry, is that, your wolf?" Harry stepped in front of Thunder, illusions swirling in a mild defensive shape around him. "He's my Alpha. This is my family." The words came out with a quiet tension. Pup whines rose from behind him. Talaris and Murren pressed to Harry's flanks, illusions shimmering around them in tandem with his own. He glimpsed a Fnuzzlear of comedic wonder in Hagrid's eyes, but mostly the half-giant wore confusion. "You're living with wolves?" Hagrid asked, voice rumbling, half disbelieving, half awed. Harry Potter, though, ain't ye?" Harry inhaled. "Yes, I'm Harry," he confirmed softly, illusions dancing around his ankles. "But why are you here?" He tried to keep his tone calm, even though the presence of a strange man in the pack's clearing unsettled him. His illusions Fnuzzleared with pinpricks of color whenever Talaris gave a low whine. Gaia's subtle voice pressed at his mind, telling him to remain civil but stay alert. Hagrid cleared his throat, eyes darting to the pack. "I'm Rubeus Hagrid, from Hogwarts. We've been trying to get hold o' ye for a while. Letters, and all that. Dumbledore told me I needed to fetch ye since ye never responded." He tried a gruff smile, but Thunder's glare and illusions swirling around made him uneasy. "Didn't expect to find ye in a wolf den. That's all." Thunder slowly advanced, muscles tense. The Alpha's muzzle tipped downward in a silent challenge. Pups whimpered but peeked around from behind Harry. Ren bared her teeth in a half-silent threat. Harry raised a hand. "Stop," he whispered in beast speech. "She means no harm, sis," he told them, illusions glowing faintly to convey calm. Talaris shot him a worried look, but obeyed, illusions swirling in confused arcs around her muzzle. Thunder paused but maintained a posture of dominance, noticing at the air around Hagrid. The half-giant raised both hands, taking a step back. "I come in peace," he offered. Harry turned back to him. "You see how they protect me," he said softly. "They are my family. I was abandoned here a long time ago. They saved me." Hagrid's large eyes sparkled with something akin to pity and wonder. "Blimey, didn't know that. Dumbledore told me ye'd, well, been raised by muggles or summit, no to wolves." Harry pressed his lips in a thin line. Illusions Fnuzzlearing. So Dumbledore wasn't even aware of how the Dursleys had truly disposed of him. Another thread of distrust wove through his heart. Thunder pressed closer, a slight rumble in his chest. Harry lowered his illusions, letting them swirl around the Alpha, a gesture that told Thunder, "I am safe, I can handle this." Talaris huffed, not entirely convinced. Murren still growled softly. Pup squeals rose in half-fright whenever Hagrid shifted. But Harry placed a hand on Talaris's back, illusions weaving a swirl of calm. The tension eased fractionally. Hagrid dared not move, eyeing Thunder in nervous respect. At length, Harry spoke. "You say you came to fetch me for Hogwarts, because I didn't respond to the letter." A short laugh that contained bitterness slipped out. "I'm not sure I want to be fetched." Hagrid fumbled with his words. "I get that, Ari. I do. But ye got a place at Hogwarts, everyone's been waitin' for ye. You're a wizard. This is right. Also, Dumbledore wants ye to come. That's how it's gotta be." The mention of Dumbledore roused immediate suspicion in Harry. Illusions crackled with mild hostility, reflecting his distrust. Pup whines rose at that shift. Talaris pinned her ears, reading Harry's emotional swirl. Thunder let out a single short bark. "She is not leaving alone," says in a determined tone. Hagrid blinked, not comprehending, but Harry turned. Illusions shimmering like faint ribbons of color. "He's telling you that if I go, someone from the pack comes with me." Talaris wagged her tail once in support, illusions Fnuzzling near her muzzle. Hagrid scratched his beard. "Don't see how that'd work. No one's supposed to bring a wolf to Hogwarts. I mean, blimey, that's, maybe Dumbledore can." He caught Thunder's unblinking gaze. "All right, we can figure some it out." Harry exhaled, illusions settling in subdued arcs around his feet. "Give me time to decide." He glanced at Thunder, who gave a measured nod. I need a few days. Hagrid, glancing from the Alpha to Harry's illusions, swallowed. All right, I can give ye a bit. But we'll need to leave soon, ye see. Term starts September. Gotta get supplies. He paused, noticing Luna step forward to sniff him warily. Pup Squeaks rose in curiosity. Talaris parted from Harry's side with a final growl, illusions nuzzling like a tail lash behind her. Murren sidled over to Hagrid. Encherlingard. The half-giant gave a shaky grin. I'll wait. Next few days, I'll come back, Ari. Suppose that's best. In a swirl of tension, illusions shifting from anxious color to mild acceptance. The meeting ended. Hagrid retreated carefully, promising to return. Thunder watched him vanish deeper into the forest with a protective glare. Pup Squeaks soared in Ray. Leaf once the big man's smell disappeared. Talaris hopped back to Harry, giving him a short whine as if to say "Fut was that all about?" Sis he rubbed her ears. He wants me to leave, to attend the Wizard World School. But we must decide carefully. She huffed, illusions swirling in mild annoyance. The pack formed around him. Thunder studied Harry's face intently, as though reading the swirl of illusions for deeper emotion. Harry swallowed. I'm not sure what to do yet, he admitted in half-formed wolf speak. See, don't trust these wizards. Sis. Thunder rumbled in acknowledgement. Su are ours, but if you must go, Sis, he seemed to say. SS do not let you go alone. Sis, Pup Squeals rose, half lamenting the idea that caretaker illusions would vanish. Talaris gave a short but determined bark, illusions crackling at her muzzle. Harry gave her a pained grin. Thank you, illusions nuzzling gently to convey gratitude. Thunder let out a single short bark of finality, and the tension eased to a low hum. The day ended in mild gloom. Illusions subdued in color, as the idea of Harry's departure weighed on them all. Over the next 2 days, July 17th and 18th, Harry wrestled with illusions of doubt. He spent mornings gathering herbs, illusions swirling in comedic shapes for the pups, but his heart felt torn. Talaris hovered at his side, giving him space yet refusing to let him slip away alone. Murren teased him about being mopey. Eldra's brood didn't fully grasp the situation, though they sensed the gloom in illusions that dimmed around him. Luna tried to comfort him with short nuzzles to the cheek, reminding him that no matter what, his illusions would remain part of them. On the second evening, illusions conjured faint fireflies that drifted through the den. Pup Squeals rose in excitement, chasing them. Thunder approached calmly, muzzle brushing Harry's shoulder. SS decide soon, Pup. Sis Harry swallowed, illusions nuzzling with quiet distress. I know, he whispered in a mix of half-wolf speech and human. I must, or that wizard will drag me away. Thunder gave a measured nod, illusions faintly swirling at the Alpha's feet too, an unintentional reflection of the caretaker's presence. Early dawn on July 19th found illusions swirling around Harry in anxious loops as Hagrid returned, this time with a large traveling bag. Murren bristled, illusions spiking in alarm. Talaris gave a short huff of warning. Pups whining behind them. Thunder stepped forward, letting out a bark that hammered the hush with authority. Hagrid halted, bag rustling. Sorry, I didn't mean to startle ye, he said, voice trembling at the Alpha's silent threat. He cleared his throat, focusing on Harry. We should get going, if you're ready, Ari. Gotta get ye to Diagon Alley, get supplies. That's how it is, ye know. Harry's illusions flared in half acceptance, half reluctance. Talaris let out a snarl, illusions swirling around her muzzle, as if to say she's not going alone. Sis Harry turned, illusions scattering into comedic shapes. Thunder insisted one of the pack come with me. He eyed Hagrid warily. Is that possible? Hagrid gulped, side-eyeing the Alpha. Well, no rule says ye can't bring, maybe not in the school. But, I suppose we can figure summit out. Pup Squeals rose as Talaris marched forward, illusions trailing in her wake, effectively volunteering to be the sister who accompanied him. She looked to Thunder for confirmation, illusions shimmering in a determined hue. Thunder gave her a slow nod. Murren barked a small protest, illusions reflecting mild jealousy. B.U. Talaris shot her a look that said SS this is my duty. Sis Pup Squeaks turned to inquisitive whining, illusions trembling at the tension. Harry exhaled, illusions shimmering around him in a swirl of final acceptance. Fine, he conceded, stepping to Talaris's side. The alpha pressed his muzzle to Harry's chest in a final paternal gesture. Hup squeals soared in confusion, half-lamenting caretaker illusions might vanish. Eldra's brood nipped at his cloak. Luna came forward, muzzle brushing his cheek with maternal sadness. He swallowed, illusions nuzzling with heartbreak. I'll be back, he promised in halting beast speech. Illusions swirling in his outstretched palms. Murren let out a quiet huff, illusions parting around her muzzle as she nipped his sleeve in affectionate farewell. Thunder rumbled softly, illusions reflecting his acceptance. Go, pup. We remain your home. Harry blinked tears, illusions forming faint sparkles around them. Hagrid stood at a short distance, half shocked by the emotional depth of this farewell. Right, we should probably get movin', he said softly, clearing his throat. Talaris stayed pressed to Harry's side, illusions shimmering around them both in protective arcs. Pup squeals eventually died down, letting them exit the clearing. Murren followed a few steps behind, whining softly. Harry turned and laid illusions on the ground in a swirl, signifying love for them. Murren huffed a final farewell, illusions nuzzling in heartbreak as she trotted back to the den. They parted ways, illusions drifting behind Harry in mild sparks that glowed with leftover affection. Harry's illusions took on a new tension as he traveled with Hagrid toward an outskirt beyond the forest, Talaris flanking him. The half-giant still looked uneasy, side-eyeing Talaris's stealthy steps. The wolf refused to step far from Harry, illusions swirling around her muzzle in mild wariness. They reached a small dirt road leading to a battered motorbike. Hagrid coughed. We can ride this into the wizarding side, and, from there we'll take a safe route to Diagon Alley. Yea, sure you trust that wolf to ride along. Talaris bared her teeth in comedic scorn, illusions swirling in mild offense. Harry stifled a laugh at Hagrid's ignorance. She's fine, he assured, illusions forming a swirl of reassurance. Hagrid shrugged, helping them both onto the motorbike. Talaris hissed at the engine's roar, illusions shimmering in anxious reflex. Harry patted her, illusions weaving a sense of calm. Despite a few comedic near lunges, Talaris settled with a low growl. Then, with a jolt that nearly flung illusions wild, the bike soared off the ground. Hup squeals would have rung in Harry's ears had they been there to witness it. Instead, illusions reflected his own shock as they soared. Talaris pressed tight to his side, illusions swirling in alarmed color. Hagrid cackled in half-laughs at their startled expressions, guiding the bike through a meandering route that eventually landed them in a quiet wizarding suburb. The illusions around Harry nuzzled from startled fear to tentative excitement. Talaris, wide-eyed, tried to maintain dignity. When they finally stepped onto a cobblestone walkway, illusions dancing around them, Talaris shook out her fur in disgust, muzzle parted in a near huff. Harry muttered apologies, illusions swirling in comedic shapes of apology too. Hagrid just chuckled, rummaging in a massive coat pocket. Steez way, Ariance we get to the leaky cauldron, we'll pop into Diagon Alley. Mind ye keep that wolf calm, we don't want a panic. Harry nodded, illusions blinking with mild tension. I hope no one tries to do anything brash, he thought. Talaris trotted warily, illusions reflecting her readiness to defend caretaker illusions from any threat. The path took them to an innocuous building with a battered sign proclaiming, the Leaky Cauldron. Hagrid led them in, Talaris letting out a short snarl at curious stares from patrons. Harry shaped illusions around her muzzle, half camouflaging her to minimize alarm. The barkeep blinked in shock but said nothing. Their illusions parted at a small courtyard behind the ped bricks in a pattern. The wall melted away, illusions swirling in comedic wonder as Harry beheld Diagon Alley for the first time. Shops sprawled in cramped grandeur, witches and wizards bustling about with packages and owls. Talaris flattened her ears at the rush of stimuli, illusions swirling in confused arcs around her. Harry's illusions, similarly unsettled, danced in anxious color. Hagrid offered a clumsy grin. "'Sfine, Ari. Nothin' t worry about. Just keep to her illusions if she gets spooked." Talaris rumbled softly, illusions shimmering with mild indignation. But she stuck to Harry's side, muzzle lowered, scanning passers-by for any threat. They navigated a swirl of shops, Oliver's robes, for his uniform, a bookstore with endless shelves of battered tomes. Talaris half lunged at a cat tea. Hat hissed at illusions drifting around them. The store's matron gasped, illusions nuzzling around Harry to keep the cat calm. The comedic tension soared. Hagrid offered sheepish apologies. Meanwhile, illusions continued swirling to keep Talaris from feeling cornered. The entire spree turned into a comedic tapestry of half-hushed laughter, polite stares, and illusions bridging every misunderstanding. Eventually, illusions parted to reveal a massive, imposing building of white stone, Gringotts Wizarding Bank. Hagrid guided them in, illusions bobbing around Harry's shoulders in mild apprehension. Talaris let out a growl at the goblins behind the counters, illusions swirling in mild threat. The goblins, unimpressed, eyed the wolf with cold suspicion. Harry noticed illusions nuzzlier in reflection of his own uneasy curiosity. Something about these goblins felt cunning, perhaps more cunning than illusions could overshadow. They approached a main desk, illusions shimmering in a swirl of comedic color that masked Harry's tension. The goblin teller raised a brow. "Your business?" it asked in clipped tones. Hagrid handed over a key, stammering about Harry Potter's vault. The teller froze, eyes nuzzling to illusions about Harry's form. Talaris growled at the sudden tension. Harry stepped forward, illusions swirling. "I'd like to see my vault, also. I want to talk to whoever manages my accounts." The teller's eyes narrowed, illusions from Harry flaring again. "Of course. Griphook, escort them." They descended to a labyrinth of rails and carts, illusions casting glimmers off the clammy walls. Talaris pinned her ears through the wild ride, illusions swirling in comedic alarm. Hagrid tried to calm her with a pat, but illusions flared at her muzzle each time a corner was taken too swiftly. Finally, they arrived at a massive vault door. With illusions dancing on the edges of Harry's vision, the goblin opened it, revealing piles of gold. Harry exhaled illusions of astonishment. Talaris sniffed. Illusions nuzzling in mild confusion. Gold meant nothing to a wolf. But Harry recognized the significance. These resources existed for him, or had, apparently, been accessed by Dumbledore. If earlier suspicions were correct, he turned illusions into a mild swirl of color as he questioned the goblin manager about his account. The goblin gave him a measured glare, illusion of tension in its own stance, though it had no illusions, just an expression. "Yes, substantial withdrawals were made at times. Someone on your behalf. Key authorized by Albus Dumbledore." Harry's illusions dimmed in anger. Talaris perceiving his mood, letting out a growl. Hagrid stepped in, mouth open in confusion. Dumbledore's never meant ye harm, Ari. But illusions around Harry flared with distrust. He took a portion of his gold anyway, illusions swirling in half-lost focus. The comedic swirl overshadowed a deeper tension. They left Gringotts with illusions swirling thickly, Talaris rumbling disapproval of the entire scene. The next day saw more shopping. People parted in half-laughter, half-fear upon seeing illusions nuzzlier around a wolf trotting beside a boy. Diagon Alley bus. She led with comedic chaos. Talaris tried to sniff a caged owl, illusions parted in comedic shapes that the owl pecked at. A shopkeeper exclaimed in shock, illusions swirling out to calm them. Hagrid apologized repeatedly. Harry found comedic relief in illusions that formed ephemeral hearts or comedic question marks each time Talaris got too curious about wizard contraptions. Despite tension, illusions brought comedic notes, balancing the day's strangeness. By July 22nd, illusions soared in relief as they finally returned to the forest. Talaris bounded ahead, illusions swirling joyfully at the sight of the familiar tree line. Hup squeals soared from the den as caretaker illusions once again approached. Murren barked a short greeting, illusions shaped like nuzzliers of comedic confetti, bounding up to Talaris in a flurry of welcome. Thunder waited near the clearing's center, eyes half-lidded with relief. Harry sank into Talaris's side, illusions shining with a swirl of comedic comfort, letting out a sigh of contentment. Thunder parted his muzzle in a faint wolfish smile, as though to say you have returned. Good. Sizz. The next day or so saw comedic hunts and illusions-laden scuffles, establishing caretaker illusions with the pack. Slearia teased Talaris about, smelling of city air, illusions swirling in comedic shapes of sooty shapes around Talaris's muzzle. Hup squeals soared in Elite as Teleris pinned Sleria in a playful retort. Illusions turned the entire scene into a comedic swirl of bright colors. Harry half laughed, illusions swirling while he told half jokes about how Teleris had nearly caused a riot in Diagon Alley. By July 25th, illusions turned more serious as Harry decided to keep training. He discovered the rumor of a hidden dungeon deeper in the forest. Pup Squeals soared in curiosity, but illusions parted to keep them from following. Teleris gave him a wary once-over but sensed caretaker illusions would protect him. She and Murren stayed behind with pups, illusions swirling in mild reluctance. Harry ventured into unknown territory, illusions guiding him. There, among gathered briars and ancient oak roots, he discovered a subterranean entrance. Inside, lay a labyrinth of illusions-laden illusions, comedic though lethal. He fought spectral beasts again, illusions swirling with comedic synergy as he overcame each trial. Gaines soared, illusions bringing comedic flair to each victory. By August 1st, illusions parted to reveal the final boss, and Harry triumphed in comedic but draining combat. He emerged battered, illusions nuzzling in comedic exhaustion, returning to the pack with more comedic scuffs to show for it. August 5th to 10th saw illusions fill the days as they prepared for potential human intrusion. Pup Squeals soared whenever illusions teased them with comedic shapes. Thunder guided hunts with calm authority, illusions from caretakers swirling unobtrusively. Harry tried to build a mental strategy for dealing with wizards if they came in force. Teleris and Murren teased him that illusions alone might not solve everything. He responded with comedic illusions shaped like wizard silhouettes, the entire pack bursting into howling laughter. Illusions swirling in comedic synergy. Pup Squeals soared in approval, bounding around the illusions that nuzzled like comedic scarecrows. As August 20th dawned, illusions danced in subdued color. Harry sensed a hush settling in the clearing, as if the forest itself anticipated a bigger shift. Teleris and Murren hovered around, illusions swirling, pups scurrying around caretaker illusions for comfort. Luna watched with mild concern, muzzle parted in a thoughtful expression. Thunder stood near, posture protective. They all waited for caretaker illusions to move, for the comedy. Sea swirled to show them how caretaker planned to proceed in the wizard world. Pup Squeaks soared in a half-lament if illusions parted, but comedic synergy remained. Harry exhaled. Another morning in comedic illusions. Another day in which his role as caretaker illusions, comedic friend, and budding wizard remained at the threshold of destiny. He stepped toward trilling in comedic shapes of bright color, Teleris at his side. Pup Squeals soared in curiosity. Murren parted illusions for comedic shapes, trying to mimic caretaker illusions. Thunder let out a single rumble, illusions swirling in paternal acceptance. Harry gave a soft laugh. Illusions nuzzling around him, heart brimming with warmth for this comedic, beloved family. And so the comedic hush of illusions carried them into another day, where each swirl of illusions whispered that tomorrow might hold bigger changes, but for now, they had each other, the comedic synergy of illusions, and a love stronger than any comedic fear. When dusk came, illusions drifted overhead like faint stars. Pups yawned in comedic unison, squealing as caretaker illusions formed gentle bedtime shapes. Teleris snorted in laughter, illusions swirling around her muzzle, while Murren let out a comedic squeak at the illusions that shaped a comedic bubble over her head. Sleria closed her eyes with a maternal grin, illusions parted around her. Thunder eyed them with faint amusement, illusions swirling at his ankles from caretaker's comedic presence. Finally, after comedic chaos, they settled into calm lumps of fur, illusions turning soft and subdued as caretaker illusions lulled them to peaceful rest. So ended the comedic hush of August 20th, illusions weaving the tapestry of their bond, comedic scuffles, hunts, and caretaker illusions bridging them in a swirl of color. Another chapter closed in comedic laughter and illusions, forging the pack's unity for whatever awaited them beyond the forest's edge. Harry's status. August 20th, 1991. Plus equals 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 plus. Harry James Potter, caretaker. The awakening of the wolf. Soul of the den, Omega pup, guardian of the forest. Pipe equals 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 pipe. Date: August 20th, 1991. Age: 11. Race: human. 3/10 bindings remain. HP: 16,500 megapixels. 2,425,000 2,500,000. Level: 125. Alignment: pack-oriented neutral good. Plus equals 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 plus. Key stats: plus strength 40 endurance, 55 agility, 40 luck, 35 intelligence, 60 perception, 40 wisdom, 45 magic proficiency, 80 plus equals 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 plus. System coins 0 plus equals 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 plus. Skills and abilities plus. Illusion mastery advanced. Beast speech conversational. Healing touch advanced. Mana shield advanced. Runic combat proficiency expert. Wild empathy tier 2. Mystic herbalism advanced. Quick recovery. Blood instinct. Shadow cloak. Gaia's whisper nature sense. Moon's embrace lunar magic boost. Frost bound fortitude cold resist. Runesmith's touch deep enchanting. Boar's fang pendant. +3 STR, +3 end. Cloak of Shadows, enhanced stealth. Lucky Fox charm, +10 luck. Belt of the Bear, +5 STR. Ring of Fortitude, +5 end. Boots of Swift Steps, +5 AGI. Plus equals 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 plus. Active curses plus. Magical bindings 3 remain. Restricts full power potential. Lurking memory echoes. Plus equals 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 plus. Relationships plus. Thunder alpha mentor father figure. Luna beta maternal protector comfort. Talaris and Myrren siblings close companions. Pups Eldra's brood younger siblings cherished. Sleria elder wolf maternal oversight. Gaia system guardian teacher whimsical voice. plus equals 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 plus current quests goals plus echoes of the wizarding final bindings 3 left to break protect the pack ongoing echoes of destiny impending plus equals 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 plus and more on my Patreon. https:// More than 20 fanfiction are currently active. And my Patreon up to 150 plus chapters across the 20 plus fanfictions. Exclusively on Patreon now. QBE Sun Reborn. Harry Potter Naruto crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Tales. Harry Potter. Sonic the Hedgehog crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Rescued by Lamia. Harry Potter Monster Masumi crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Harry Potter and Toon Force. Harry Potter Lu. Nay Toons crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Shinigami's Vacation. Naruto Bleach crossover completed 14 chapters. Harry Potter and BBPS Reborn. Harry Potter Lit RPG up to 14 chapters available now. Lonely Ruler and Her Sunshine. Harry Potter One Piece crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Raised by Mew Reborn. Harry Potter Pokemon crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Fragile. E-Hope. Harry Potter Saw series crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Symphony of Machines. Harry Potter Fania crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Despair's Unexpected. Savior Harry Potter. Danganronpa crossover up to 14 chapters available now. The Silent Lullabies of Forgotten Factory. Harry Potter Poppy Playtime crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Threads Woven Between Two Ols. Harry Potter Coraline crossover up to 14 chapters available now. Queen of Forbidden Forest. Harry Potter up to 14 chapters available now. Worlds Unbound Magic. Modern Harry Potter events are 20 years, so instead of 1981 it is in 2001, up to 14 chapters available now. Moonlight and Mist. Harry Potter Percy Jackson crossover up to 14 chapters available now. You can read any of my fanfictions, which are published here with 2 weeks of early access before everyone on my Patreon. Neon Shadows of Fate. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Bound by Shadows and Sorrow. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry Potter and the Crimson Shadows. Chapters 19 and 20 are already available on my Patreon. Harry and the Wolf. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon. Naruto and Secret of Aperture Science. Chapters 21 and 22 are already available on my Patreon.